The protagonist, after being knocked out by someone, accidentally opens a mysterious world where there are spiritual springs, spiritual herbs, rich spiritual energy, a time. Enhancement of 1 to 30, powerful cultivation techniques, various martial arts, talisman techniques, alchemy techniques, astrology techniques, beast control techniques, and formations. With such extraordinary fortune, the protagonist's life is completely on a roll. You understand, I understand, and even if you don't understand, I still get it. So, do you accept it or not? Chapter 1. The Huaxia region is divided into 5 domains: East Domain, South Domain, West Domain, North Domain, and Central Domain. Although each has its own development system, direction, and cultural heritage, after a century of peaceful development, Huaxia has become a giant in the world economically. Prosperous and powerful enough to top the world rankings. Only a few can compete with it. Among the 5 domains of Huaxia, the South Domain is the most prosperous economically, while the East and North Domains value martial prowess and have a tough populace. The West Domain has a diverse lifestyle and a simple folk culture, while the Central Domain has a large population and a rich variety of cultural spirits and deep cultural heritage. The night is always the best soil for evil to thrive. In the dimly lit streets of the Jiuzhou city in the North Domain, 5 or 6 men are surrounding a man lying on the ground, clutching his head, beating him mercilessly. Kid, let you pretend to be such a good guy and meddle in our business, daring to show your weak sense of justice to our brother Luo. You must be tired of living. After beating the man on the ground for a full minute, a slender, effeminate-looking man dressed in designer clothes, holding a bottle of drink, slowly speaks up. Chapter 2. Looking at the bloodied Su Ayahan, who is lying on the ground and barely breathing, Luo Jiahui, covered in blood, coldly addresses the others nearby. Remember, just say, you saw this kid trying to rob and beat me. Then you acted bravely. Don't worry, with me around, and if you all speak in unison, even if he really dies, I'll make sure you all are fine. As he speaks, Luo Jiahui gently wipes the blood from his nose, and a sharp pain makes him gasp. Damn it, what bad luck. Hatsue. A mixture of blood and spit lands on Su Ayahan's face, who has already lost consciousness, as if the light in this world has vanished, and darkness is growing. Not long after, a few late-night passers-by, chatting and laughing, turn the corner and see Su Ayahan lying on the ground, covered in blood. They are startled and immediately call for an ambulance, rushing him to the hospital. Ultimately, there will always be light in the darkness. When one side reaches its peak, the opposite side will emerge, for light always exists. Chapter 3. The more Su Ayahan thinks about it, the more incredible it seems. He steps out of the room and carefully observes this small world. Arriving at the spring, he reaches out to touch the misty water, feeling it very real. It's exactly the same as real life. Did I get killed by Luo Jiahui and come to this world? Or is this a dream I'm having? Thinking of this, Su Ayahan clenches his fists, filled with hatred, and says, no matter what, even if I become a vengeful spirit, I, Su Ayahan, swear to avenge this grudge of being knocked out today. As he finishes speaking, Su Ayahan returns to his room and grabs a jade bottle from the table, opening it. The moment he opens the jade bottle, a fragrant aroma wafts out, causing his pores to open. I hope this isn't a dream or an illusion. Whether it's ghost cultivation or human cultivation, I must move forward. Thinking this in his heart, Su Ayahan pours out the pills. Upon seeing them, he freezes in place. What is this? Cashews. Raisins. Why do they look like this? Did someone put dried fruits in here to trick me? Grinding his teeth, Su Ayahan swallows the pills from the jade bottle in one go, immediately feeling the pills transform into a warm current flowing into his abdomen, releasing heat. Chapter 4. As Luo Zhuang finishes speaking, a middle-aged man standing nearby cautiously speaks up. Mr. Luo, you see, this is just a personal dispute that hasn't caused any irreparable consequences. The young man, Su Ayahan, is an orphan, a pitiful person. How about I have Su Ayahan apologize to Jiahui and cover all medical expenses? Would that work? Little did he know, Luo Zhuang coldly responds. Pitiful? Do you think my son is pitiful now? Let me tell you that Su Ayahan is not allowed to find any job in Jiuzhou City from today on. I want him to beg on the streets. And you, Principal Wang, your school is really something. A mere security guard dares to rob my son in broad daylight and beat him like this. If you don't fire him, your position as principal will be over. Furthermore, as the principal, you actually hired such a person as a security guard. Can a criminal like him do a good job? You cannot escape responsibility for this matter. I will seriously consider whether to report this to the relevant authorities. Chapter 5 with the selected martial arts techniques and medical secret records in hand. Su Ayahan calmed his mind and began to enter seclusion for cultivation in the room of the small world. From morning to noon, he practiced the 9 heavens, yin-yang, Qiankuan technique to strengthen the true energy within him. From noon to evening, Su Ayahan allocated his time to practice various martial arts and delve into the mysterious medical skills. In this small world, Su Ayahan entered seclusion for 3 full months in the outside world, but for him, it felt like nearly 2.5 years had passed. During these 2.5 years, Su Ayahan did not step out of the small world, spending every day cultivating true energy, practicing martial arts techniques, and studying the enigmatic medical skills. When food ran out, he would drink the water from the spirit spring. Although it couldn't satisfy his cravings, the spirit spring water not only helped Su Ayahan cultivate, but also provided him with the energy he needed to avoid starvation. In the room of the small world, Su Ayahan sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by swirling strands of true energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and the true energy around him instantly entered his body. Chapter 6 at a large food stall in Jojo City. Su Ayahan was eating when 5 or 6 burly men with a gangster aura approached him aggressively. "You are Su Ayahan, right? The one who used to be a security guard at number 2 high school?" Su Ayahan took a bite of his food, slowly raised his head, and glanced at the men, saying, "The Luo family is indeed powerful. They found me so quickly." The men looked at Su Ayahan's indifferent demeanor and sneered, "Kid, come with us. Our brother Cohen wants to see you." "Who is this brother Cohen?" "I don't know him." "Damn, kid, you're asking for it. Take him away." As the man finished speaking, the others quickly surrounded Su Ayahan, ready to lift him away. Facing the men closing in, Su Ayahan extended one hand and swiftly waved his arm. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of flesh hitting flesh rang out, and the men surrounding him fell to the ground, blood trickling from their mouths as they stared in shock at Su Ayahan, who appeared to have not moved from his seat. The scene startled the other diners, who quickly stood up and retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Chapter 7 in the interrogation room. Su Ayahan answered the law enforcement team's questions one by one. If a sensitive topic was raised, he would simply respond with, "I don't know. Su Ayahan, do you know what kind of problem this is?" Gathering a crowd to fight. You better confess honestly. Gathering a crowd to fight? Wow, how scary. If I'm not mistaken, that brother Cohen has probably already left the law enforcement bureau and is likely drinking and having fun with dozens of people somewhere. Right? The dozens who attacked me left the law enforcement bureau in the blink of an eye, and I, the one who was attacked, have to stay here for questioning. What? Do you think I'm young and easy to bully? Or are you trying to scare me? As Su Ayahan spoke, a glint of light burst from his eyes, locking onto the 3 law enforcement members across from him. The aura emanating from a cultivator and the captivating gaze startled the 3 law enforcement members, completely intimidating them. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly opened, and Director Huang and Captain Wang walked in. "Director Huang, what brings you here?" The 3 in the interrogation room quickly stood up upon seeing Director Huang enter. Chapter 8 outside the law enforcement bureau. Kai Cohen sat in a car smoking a cigarette when a burly man beside him spoke up. "Brother Cohen, that kid's skills are indeed terrifying. Even if we wait for him to come out, we can't guarantee we can take him down. How about we collaborate with Master Gene and give him a third of the profits?" Hearing his subordinate's words, Brother Cohen hesitated for a moment, but quickly shook his head, frowning as he said, "Master Gene is indeed strong, but he often takes extreme risks. It's best not to get involved with him. Keep an eye on that kid for me. We need to know where he lives, no matter how skilled he is. I have over 100 ways to deal with him." The burly man's eyes lit up. "Understood, Brother Cohen. But the Luo family hasn't given us any benefits this time. Do you think he really sees us as his subordinates, just letting us do whatever he wants? Should we let him see our strength?" Kai Cohen's eyes sparkled as he murmured, "It's all about human relationships. He is using me to do some shady things, and I'm just in it for the money. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. The Luo family is wealthy and powerful in Jojo City, and I, Kai Cohen, cannot compare. However, he thinks he could take advantage of me. It's not that easy." Chapter 9, as soon as Su Ayahan finished speaking, Director Huang's voice came from downstairs. Su Ayahan stepped out and leaped down more than 10 steps, reaching the bottom in just 2 strides. At this moment, Director Huang was leading an elderly man who looked to be in his 60s into the living room. "Brother Su, just in time. Let me introduce you. This is Sun Na, the president of the Jiuzhou City Chinese Medicine Association and also the director of the Jiuzhou City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Old Sun, this is Su Ayahan, whom I mentioned to you. After carefully sizing Su Ayahan up, the two shook hands and greeted each other. Sun Nua then directly spoke. I heard from Director Huang that Brother Su studies traditional Chinese medicine. I wonder where you learned it. Upon hearing the tone of the other party, Su Ayahan realized that this old man was skeptical of him and seemed to want to expose a young person claiming to be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner as a fraud. I didn't learn from anyone in particular. I just followed an old TCM doctor in the village when I was a child and picked up some things. Then I reviewed some ancient texts, which led to my achievements today. In fact, Su Ayahan thought to himself, where did I learn? I learned from all the renowned doctors throughout Chinese history. It took me a month to achieve what I have today. Those texts are the crystallization of our ancestors' wisdom, condensing thousands of years of medical essence from China. Chapter 10 Director Huang's words not only shocked Sun Nua, the elderly TCM practitioner, but even Huang Daodu, who didn't understand medicine, and the director's wife, who had just come out of the kitchen, were astonished. How is this possible? So many hospitals and famous doctors couldn't cure it, and a young guy cured it with just a few needles? Is this little rogue really that powerful? The most ridiculous part was Sun Nua, the over 60-year-old president of the Jiuzhou City Chinese Medicine Association and director of the hospital, who, amid everyone's shock, suddenly knelt before Su Ayahan and said, previously, I was blind to your greatness and acted disrespectfully. I have just witnessed what true skill is. Sun Nua earnestly requests you to take me as your disciple and teach me the art of Chinese medicine. I will dedicate the rest of my life to promoting the glory of traditional Chinese medicine and carrying it forward. Sun Nua's act caught Su Ayahan off guard. After a moment of surprise, he hurriedly helped Sun Nua up, saying, this one do. You're shortening my life. Director Huang hurriedly helped Sun Nua up. Old Sun, let me tell you, today Brother Su is my guest, and he is here to treat me. You can't make things difficult for him. Or where will I put my face? Chapter 11 Brother Su, am I all better now? Will I be able to reclaim my position in the family tonight? Su Ayahan smiled and shook his head at Director Huang's words. The acupuncture earlier was just to get your body back on track. You still need to take 3 doses of medicine to consolidate the treatment and ensure a complete recovery. Director Huang, just bear with it for a few more days. Don't waste your previous efforts. Director Huang nodded. All right, a few days will pass quickly. What medicine should I take? Su Ayahan took a piece of white paper, wrote down a dozen herbal ingredients along with their quantities, and handed it to Director Huang. 3 doses of the same medicine. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. And drink it all at once when it's warm. Remember, it's best to take it in the morning when the yang energy is just rising. When is that? Asked Huang. It's early in the morning, just when the sun rises and the purple energy comes from the east. Got it. Thank you, Brother Su. Sun Nua, after reading Su Ayahan's prescription and hearing about the rising yang energy, looked at him with admiration. Amazing. Traditional Chinese medicine not only emphasizes the mutual assistance of herbs, but also their restraining effects. Furthermore, the 12 hours of the day correspond to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, closely related to the 5 organs and 6 bowels of the human body. There are rules in every breath and movement. You can actually maximize the potency of the medicine using the yang energy at the dawn of heaven and earth. I've only seen such descriptions in ancient texts before. Today truly opened my eyes. Chapter 12 in the Luojia Villa in Jiuzhou City. Since the hospital had no way to address the symptoms of Luo Jiahui and couldn't determine the specific cause, Luo Zhuang directly brought Luo Jiahui home and hired professional nursing staff to take care of him. Looking at Luo Jiahui, who lay in bed unable to move, Luo Zhuang's face was filled with gloom. How is the contact going? Mr. Luo, besides those so-called experts, we invited the heads of major hospitals and famous doctors in Jiuzhou City. Good. Tell them, whoever can find the cause of the illness will get a reward of 3 million, and whoever can cure my son will get 10 million. The entire medical system in Jiuzhou City learned about the Luo family situation. Some couldn't resist the temptation of money and wanted to try their luck, but were ultimately stopped by their colleagues. Many understood that the more money offered, the more complicated the situation must be. There is no such thing as free lunch. Throughout the day, nearly 100 doctors entered and exited the Luo family's villa. It could be said that the heads of hospitals and some specialized medical talents in Jiuzhou City had examined Luo Jiahui's condition, but in the end, all shook their heads, indicating they couldn't determine the cause. Chapter 13. In a sauna center in the northern district of Jiuzhou City, the air was thick with steam, resembling the peach banquet of the Queen Mother of the West. In one of the hot spring pools, Kai Kuan, wearing a large gold chain, soaked inside, flanked by two men. Brother Kuan, that Luo Zhuang isn't paying us and keeps asking us to deal with Su Ayahan. Last time, over a dozen of our brothers are still not fully recovered. Kai Kuan had a cold expression as he looked at the man who spoke. You have a problem with that? Good, a dog. You call Luo Zhuang right now. Brother Kuan, I really will. Go ahead. The man heard Kai Kuan's words, stood up from the pool with a splash, and waved to a man standing nearby. He took the phone from the man and dialed Luo Zhuang's number. Hello, Chairman Luo. This is a dog, Brother Kuan's subordinate. No, Brother Kuan doesn't know. I'm calling to tell you that last time our brothers were injured because of Su Ayahan, dozens of them were hurt, and the medical expenses alone are hundreds of thousands. This time I heard Brother Kuan wants to take action against Su Ayahan again, and the brothers are feeling uncertain. Chairman Luo, although Brother Kuan hasn't expressed any dissatisfaction in your old acquaintance, I've been following Brother Kuan for 8 years, and today I'm calling to say that you seem to be taking advantage of him. Chapter 14. As a dog spoke, he pushed the man aside and pulled out his phone to call Kai Kuan. Hello, Brother Kuan, there's no one in the room. Okay, got it. He hung up and said to the others, don't mess up the place. Restore everything to its original condition. After they restored the room, they retreated, unaware that everything they did was clearly seen by Su Ayahan, who was in a small world. It seems Luo Zhuang wants to bring me in to treat Luo Jiahui. Whenever you appear before me is when I'll treat your son. The next day, Su Ayahan continued to meditate and study astrology and magical techniques in the small world, while a dog waited with his men at the bottom of the building and the community entrance for Su Ayahan to appear. During this time, they even entered Su Ayahan's room multiple times to check, but unfortunately, they never saw Su Ayahan's figure. Damn it, did you go to the wrong place? Dog brother, it's impossible. I saw clearly he entered here, and I even asked the landlord. The person living here is indeed called Su Ayahan. Really strange. Could it be that this kid has already left Jiuzhou City? Chapter 15. A dog's sudden outburst left the scene in an eerie silence. Facing the gun, Su Ayahan's expression turned cold as he looked at a dog and said lightly, Do you believe I can kill you before you pull the trigger? As Su Ayahan spoke, a powerful aura emanated from him, mysterious and profound, making a dog feel as if he was being targeted by a fierce beast. Even Luo Zhuang and Kai Kuan felt completely suppressed by Su Ayahan's aura. Put down the gun now, and you might have a chance. Su Ayahan spoke again, causing a dog's hand holding the gun to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, being in the underworld for decades, his mental fortitude was stronger than ordinary people. Kid, are you trying to scare me? Let us see if you're faster or my bullet is faster. As he spoke, a dog was about to pull the trigger. At that moment, Su Ayahan moved. With a bang, before anyone could react, a dog was sent flying, crashing into the wall not far behind, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Su Ayahan stood in his previous position as if he hadn't moved, but he held a gun in his hand. Chapter 16. When Su Ayahan received Luo Zhuang's call and heard the figure of 300 million, he simply said, Boss Luo, it was 300 million before, but now law enforcement has come to my house for a search, and I'm in a bad mood. I want 500 million in cash, not a penny less. It needs to be in my place by 5 o'clock tonight, or I won't wait. After finishing his words, Su Ayahan directly hung up the phone. On the other end, Luo Zhuang's eyelids twitched continuously, and he smashed the phone in his hand, coldly saying, I, Luo Zhuang, have never suffered such humiliation in Jiuzhou City. Prepare 500 million in cash immediately and send it to Su Ayahan's home. Mr. Luo, we can't compromise with that kid, or else I'll find someone from the Dark Knight and take care of him, the secretary said, making a cutting gesture across his neck. Who would have thought that Luo Zhuang would directly slap him at that moment? Slap. Do you know I'm about to cut ties? Bastard, hurry up and prepare it. The secretary was taken aback by the slap, trembling all over, and without caring about anything else, he immediately went out to make arrangements. After Luo Zhuang vented his anger, he instead began to appear incredibly calm, as if the aura of a big shot had returned. Chapter 17, the branch raised high by Su Aohan fell all over Luo Jiahui's body, leaving red marks. Luo Jiahui was unable to move, his eyes initially filled with anger and a predatory gaze. However, as time passed, fear and pleading emerged in his eyes. He was truly afraid that Su Aohan would kill him. After all, this was his home, and his father was just outside the door. This feeling frightened Luo Jiahui to the extreme and also generated immense resentment in his heart. After hitting for a long time, Su Aohan stopped. The branch disappeared from his hand, and he slowly squatted down to Luo Jiahui. Say, how is it? The pain feels good, right? With a hint of a smile. Su Aohan activated the technique within him, extracting the vital energy that sealed Luo Jiahui's meridians, and then stood up and opened the door. The treatment is complete. Your son will regain his mobility tomorrow. Luo Zhuang did not rush to enter the room to see his son, but stared intently at Su Aohan and said, 500 million. If my son has any problems, you should know that my wrath is not easily borne. Su Aohan smiled and replied, then let's see the results tomorrow. Does Mr. Luo want to keep me here? Chapter 18. The next day, Su Aohan was cultivating in the small world, his vital energy growing stronger, steadily pushing towards the next level of the 9 heavens, Yin-Yang, Qian-Kuan technique. Therefore, Su Aohan also began to attempt talisman making. However, each attempt to draw a talisman ended in failure. Either the brush could not withstand the infusion of Su Aohan's vital energy and would shatter, or the talisman itself would not take shape. With a sigh, Su Aohan left the small world, just in time to receive a call from Director Huang, asking for help to treat child. At the People's Hospital of Jiuzhou City, Su Aohan followed the address given by Director Huang and arrived at the ward where the child of law enforcement officer Xiao Zhao was located. However, when Xiao Zhao saw Su Aohan, he was filled with immense doubt. You are the doctor recommended by Director Huang to treat my child? Yes. Hearing Su Aohan's affirmative reply, Xiao Zhao's brows furrowed tightly together. He felt a sense of being deceived. Yet he also felt that Director Huang had no reason to do such a thing. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhao gritted his teeth and said to Su Aohan, please go in and take a look at my child's condition first. Thank you. Chapter 19. Law enforcement officer Xiao Zhao and his wife hurried to the bedside to look at their son, who was fast asleep, their eyes filled with love. Change your child's clothes, wipe his body, and also bring me some paper and a pen. I'll write you a prescription. You can go to the herbal medicine store to get the medicine, and follow the dosage above to completely eliminate whatever is on your child's face. Just as Su Aohan finished writing the prescription, a group of people burst into the ward, including doctors and security guards. Who is treating patients in our hospital? One of the middle-aged men shouted angrily in the ward. Su Aohan frowned and calmly said, this is a ward. There are patients here. Can you please keep your voice down? To Su Aohan's surprise, the middle-aged doctor became even more aggressive, saying, who are you? I heard that someone was practicing medicine illegally in our hospital and treating patients without authorization. Is it you? Just as the middle-aged doctor's words fell, the child on the bed woke up. Mom, I'm thirsty. The child's voice silenced everyone in the ward, and several doctors surrounded him. Seeing that all the 4 needles had been pulled out, one doctor said angrily. Chapter 20. Luo Zhuang spoke on the phone for a long time, but he did not know what was said on the other end. After listening, Luo Zhuang directly hung up the phone. It seems someone wanted to move the roots of the big tree. Since that's the case, then let S go for a fish dead, net broken situation. At the same time, Kai Kuan also received news from his subordinates. Brother Kuan, something seems off. That Zhao is an underling of Deputy Director Tian, and Su Aohan is clearly on the same side as Director Huang. How did they get involved together? Kai Kuan said while smoking. It seems my guess was right. Now notify the brothers to keep an eye on Luo Zhuang and Deputy Director Tian. As soon as there is any movement, let me know immediately. After the man left, Kai Kuan squinted his eyes and murmured, it seems there's either a statement of intent following Luo Zhuang down one path, or a complete break. With so many of his covert activities over the years, if the building is about to collapse, he definitely won't let me off so easily. Thinking of this, Kai Kuan extinguished his cigarette but stood up and walked outside. Su Aohan returned to his residence and directly entered the small world. He decided that after resolving the Luo family's father and son issue, he would return to Nyolong village, as he no longer lacked money and did not need to toil for a living. Chapter 21. Touching the wound on his waist. Su Ao Han activated the 9 heavens Yin-Yang Qian Kuan technique, and the vital energy worked on the wound. In less than 10 breaths, the wound had healed significantly. At this time, the restaurant owner was already so frightened that he was trembling in the kitchen, calling the police with his phone. Su Ao Han walked up to the 2 assassins, squatted down, and coldly said, "Are you going to tell me yourself? Or do I have to force you to speak?" The 2 immobilized men coldly glanced at Su Ao Han and said, "We've been captured and have nothing to say, but don't expect us to tell you anything. If you have the ability, kill us." Su Ao Han smiled, and a strand of vital energy appeared on his fingertip, shooting into one of the men's bodies. In an instant, the man's face turned red, and the blood vessels on his neck bulged like centipedes, as if they were attached to his body. The pain felt like thousands of ants were biting him all over, and most importantly, even his internal organs felt the same way. The pain from the inside out and the outside exceeded human limits. I'll tell you. Someone offered $1 million for us to come and take your life." Chapter 22. Jiuzhou City seemed calm, but in reality, there were undercurrents surging. Kai Kuan was arrested, and Deputy Director Tian openly demanded a joint review of Kai Kuan and his accomplices in his capacity as the second-in-command of the Law Enforcement Bureau. At the same time, the assassin recruited by Luo Zhuang was dealt with by Su Ao and taken into the Law Enforcement Bureau. A game of power and profit was quietly unfolding in Jiuzhou City. At the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Captain Wang rushed out and saw Su Ao standing at the door. He smiled and said, "Brother Su, Director Huang instructed me to bring you in, but you only have 5 minutes because there's pressure from above. If anyone finds out, they might take advantage of the situation." Su Ao nodded slightly and said, "5 minutes is enough." Captain Wang then led Su Ao to an interrogation room in the Law Enforcement Bureau, allowing Su Ao to enter alone while he guarded the stairway. Inside the interrogation room, Kai Kuan saw Su Ao walk in and smiled, saying, "Brother Su, I knew you would come." Su Ao looked at Kai Kuan in surprise and asked, "You're so sure I would come here?" Kai Kuan smiled and whispered, "Brother Su, you have extraordinary abilities and will not remain obscure forever. Not to mention this small place of Jiuzhou City, but in the entire northern region. You will achieve greatness in the future. This requires someone to handle some trivial matters for you and have some informants. Right now, I am your best choice." Chapter 23. Su Ao bought some fruits by the roadside and arrived at Director Huang's home. The director's wife was naturally very warm towards Su Ao, inquiring about his well-being, while Huang Dodo kept looking at Su Ao with ill intentions, making Su Ao feel a bit uneasy. "Ao, sit down and have some water. The meal will be ready soon." "Okay, sister-in-law, just make some home-cooked dishes." As soon as Su Ao finished speaking, Huang Dodo pouted and said, "You want to eat something good, but that requires spending money. Dodo, how can you be so rude?" Director Huang's reprimand made Huang Dodo quiet down, giving Su Ao a threatening sideways glance. Then her eyes brightened as she cheerfully said, "Brother Ao, the light in my room has been acting up lately. Can you go upstairs and take a look for me?" Seeing Huang Dodo's expression, Su Ao couldn't help but feel a bit tense and quickly shook his head, saying, "No, I can't fix lights. You should find a professional." Who would have thought that as soon as Su Ao finished speaking, Director Huang directly said, "Brother Su, young people should learn more. If you don't know how, just take your time. Go upstairs and help Dodo. I'll help your sister-in-law." Chapter 24. Huang Dodo tied up Su Ao, thinking it was time to torture him. However, when she pulled the stool out from under him, Su Ao suddenly exerted force with his legs, and the sturdy ties around his legs snapped. He then landed gracefully on the ground. Huang Dodo stared in shock at Su Ao, unable to react for a long time, her eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. "How can you be so strong? Did you learn Muay Thai or Taekwondo?" Su Ao looked at the astonished Huang Dodo and shrugged, saying, "What you mentioned are just extensions of Chinese martial arts. They're like the great-grandchildren of the real thing. I practice authentic Chinese martial arts." Huang Dodo clearly didn't believe it, looking puzzled as she said, "Impossible. I've looked for many Chinese martial arts schools. Most of them are just flashy moves, and there are many I can't even beat. So how can you be this strong?" Hearing Huang Dodo, a native of China, view the martial arts that have been passed down for thousands of years in such a way made Su Ao's heart sink. Truly, she was a frog at the bottom of a well. Chinese civilization has existed for thousands of years. How many countries and dynasties have there been? How many wars of all sizes have there been? What did the fierce cavalry of ancient times rely on to fight? A series of combat techniques honed on the battlefield are all killing skills, aimed to take lives, and if you want to learn, you need to find the right person. Chapter 25. Cough, cough, cough. Dodo, why do you say everything out loud without considering the occasion? Huang Dodo was startled by her father's serious expression, and then she sat at the dining table and said, "What is wrong with saying this? Even if you see it, it's nothing." Clatter, clatter. There was a sound of pots and pans falling in the kitchen, and then Director Huang's wife came to the dining table, looking sternly at Huang Dodo and said, "How can you talk about such things? Do you want to give me a heart attack?" Huang Dodo looked at Director Huang, then at Su Ayahan, and finally at her mother, saying, "Mom, it's just practicing a horse dance. What is wrong with that?" Ask Brother Ayahan. It's not a secret. Anyone can see it. Now, it was Director Huang and his wife's turn to be dumbfounded. "Dodo, are you saying practicing a horse dance?" "Yes. Brother Ayahan knows Chinese martial arts, and I want him to teach me, so I have to start with the horse dance." "Mom and Dad, what are you thinking?" Director Huang's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, I thought you were practicing the splits." "Yes, the splits." Chapter 26. Just as a Go finished the phone call, suddenly a bullet shattered the vehicle's rearview mirror. Crash! Drive faster. Shake them off. Bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the glass of the car Kai Kuan was shattered. The driver slowed down to avoid, and the vehicles behind quickly caught up. "Brother Kuan, what do we do? We have no weapons and can't fight back." Kai Kuan looked at the chasing vehicles beside him, his eyes full of a bloodthirsty gaze, saying, "Crash through them." The driver, hearing Kai Kuan's words, slammed the steering wheel and crashed into the nearby vehicle. The two vehicles chasing on the highway collided violently. Boom! With a loud crash. The two cars veered off in different directions due to the immense impact. Kai Kuan's car spun around and crashed into a large tree on the roadside, while the other car flipped over and landed in the low-lying grass off the road. "Brother Kuan, the car is broken. Get out and run." The group hurriedly got out of the car, glanced at the overturned vehicle not far away, and ran toward the nearby woods. Chapter 27. After Kai Kuan finished speaking, he kept twisting the branch that had pierced through the opponent's palm. However, the opponent gritted his teeth, a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and said, "Kai Kuan, fuck you. If you have the ability, kill me. If I blink, I'm your son spit." One must say that this person's willpower was terrifyingly strong. At that moment, Su Ayahan, with his hands in his pockets, walked in front of the two and smiled, saying, "There is no need to ask about this. The two people who want you dead the most right now are only two. One is Luo Zhuang, and the other is that Deputy Director Tian." As he spoke, Su Ayahan shrugged and said, "You handle the matters here yourself. I wasn't here. By the way, don't be late at the Luo family's villa tomorrow." After finishing his words, Su Ayahan turned and walked into the distance. Each step he took covered several meters, which instilled great fear in Kai Kuan and the others. Coupled with Su Ayahan's mysterious disappearance and sudden reappearance at home without a trace, they believed he must possess some unfathomable ability. At that moment, Kai Kuan made a firm decision to follow Su Ayahan, believing that such a person would definitely not remain in this small Jiuzhou city and would eventually become a figure that would shake the northern region and even all of China. Chapter 28. While Su Ayahan frowned at Luo Zhuang, he lit a cigarette and said, "I think you and your son are in great danger." A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Zhuang's eyes as he smiled nonchalantly and replied, Danger depends on who you were talking about, don't you think? Please come in. My son is still waiting." In the room where Luo Jiahui was, Su Ayahan walked in, followed by Luo Zhuang and two bodyguards. Looking at Luo Jiahui, who was lying on the bed and had become emaciated, Su Ayahan smiled and said, "Look at how hungry the child is. He's become so thin. Why not eat something good?" Su Ayahan's appearance caused fear and anxiety to appear in Luo Jiahui's eyes, who was unable to move but was fully conscious, as he recalled the last beating he had received. Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, Luo Zhuang's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, yet his face still wore a smile. "Mr. Su, do we need to step aside for this treatment? Will there be a relapse after this treatment?" "No need to step aside. This treatment is different. It's a method of attacking poison with poison through the ears. You should take this opportunity to spend more time with your son." Chapter 29. Seeing that he had missed Su Ayahan and that his gun was out of bullets, Luo Zhuang, with red eyes, shouted at the bodyguard beside him, "Grab him." Break his limbs. I want to personally cut him into 1,000 pieces. Among Luo Zhuang's bodyguards, several had returned from abroad and were seasoned fighters, while the others were also capable of dealing with 3 to 5 ordinary people easily. Upon hearing Luo Zhuang's order, nearly 20 people rushed into the villa from both inside and outside, surrounding Su Ayahan. Facing such a scene, Su Ayahan moved his feet and utilized the martial arts techniques he had learned in the small world. Demon dispersing shadow leg and 5 elements wandering dragon step. He transformed into a series of phantoms, darting among the crowd, as shadows of legs flew out, sending the surrounding bodyguards flying one by one. In just over 10 breaths, only 3 people remained standing, while the others lay on the ground groaning, with his hands in his pockets. Su Ayahan appeared as if the fight had nothing to do with him. Looking at the 3 remaining standing, he smiled and said, "With such a murderous aura and calloused hands, why not use your skills for something better instead of aiding the wicked?" Chapter 30. Deputy Director Tian glanced at the guns pointed at him, then turned to Su Ayahan with a look of deep resentment. "How could you possibly catch a bullet with your bare hands? This must be an illusion." At that moment, Luo Zhuang, acting like a madman, rushed to Deputy Director Tian's side, snatched the gun from his hand, and pointed it at Su Ayahan, shouting, "You die! You die!" But just then, a gunshot rang out. Director Huang had fired. Luo Zhuang was shot in the hand, and the gun he had taken fell to the ground. The law enforcement officers reacted quickly, swarming in and handcuffing both Deputy Director Tian and Luo Zhuang. "Let me go. He is the murderer of my son. He killed my son." Su Ayahan walked up to the struggling Luo Zhuang with a smile, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Your son's death was caused by me. But what can you do about it? I intend to bring your family to ruin, separating father and son." After speaking, Su Ayahan took a step back and smiled, saying, "Boss Luo, you can't just say whatever you want. There are medical examiners who can determine how your son died. However, the things you've done over the years are blood-soaked debts." Chapter 31. Su Ayahan looked at the little black egg, which was kicking its limbs in the air, as if asking him to continue scratching its itch. He smiled and picked up the little black egg. "Say, little black egg, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Look at how thin you are. Let's go buy you something to eat." Su Ayahan bought a box of milk and many packets of ham sausage for the puppy, then took the little black egg into the small world in a secluded area. Upon entering the small world, the unique environment and rich spiritual energy made the little black egg a bit scared, clinging tightly to Su Ayahan's feet and staring around with its dark eyes. Seeing the little black egg's reaction, Su Ayahan walked to the spiritual spring and filled a small container with spring water for the little black egg. Feeling the rich spiritual energy contained in the special spring water, the animal instinctively began to drink it eagerly. Seeing the little black egg greedily drinking the spring water, Su Ayahan recalled the beast taming technique he had encountered in this small world. Although he had only learned a little about it, he believed it would be no problem to teach the little black egg. Thinking of this, Su Ayahan formed hand seals, and a golden light gradually appeared on his forehead. A sprinkling of golden light points fell onto the little black egg, merging into its body. Chapter 32. The yard was not small. The gate was made of several wooden boards connected together, their paint long gone due to the wear of sun and rain, and the lock had disappeared without a trace. Pushing open the door, he found that the yard was not overgrown with weeds as he had imagined, but instead had a pathway made of bricks in the middle, with land on both sides used for planting flowers and vegetables. There were 5 rooms. 3 were used for sleeping, 1 was a storage room, and 1 was a kitchen. There was no dust inside, suggesting that someone often cleaned it. More than a year may not seem long or short, but for Su Ayahan, this moment felt like his heart had landed, giving him a great sense of belonging. If I had this opportunity earlier, perhaps my parents wouldn't have sighed in regret back then. Fate is fate. Hanye. My mom said you're back. She was worried you wouldn't have been to sleep on tonight, so she asked me to bring you some. Just as Su Ayahan was reminiscing about the room, a rough voice interrupted his thoughts. Stepping out of the room, Su Ayahan saw a towering man, nearly 9 meters tall, with dark skin and arms as thick as a calf, holding a set of bedding and grinning foolishly at Su Ayahan, with 2 long strands of mucus hanging from his nose. Chapter 33. Hanga, you didn't remind me. I almost forgot. My mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight. There's meat to eat. Su Ayahan nodded and said, Jiangzi, wait a moment. Su Ayahan stepped out of the room, concentrated his thoughts, and 2 bottles of wine and 2 boxes of gifts appeared in his hands. These items were all prepared by Su Ayahan in advance, and he had plenty more in the small world. Jiangzi, let us go to your house. Su Jiang, with his sturdy build, walked ahead, occasionally turning back to grin at Su Ayahan. This seemingly silly behavior brought a warmth to Su Ayahan's heart. Su Gang's father, Su Chongping, and mother, Ji Jing, both in their 40s, already have half-white hair and haggard faces. This is partly due to the hard labor they endure under the scorching sun and harsh weather, and partly because Su Gang's mental issues have nearly drained the family savings, even leaving them in debt, exacerbating the plight of this already impoverished family, making the couple look as if they were in their 50s or 60s. Uncle Aunt, I'm here to see you. As he walked into the courtyard, he saw several dilapidated bungalows that had a sense of age, and Su Gang's mother was sitting under the eaves, tending to a plump rooster. Chapter 34. When Su Gang brought out the water, Su Aohan had already left. Mom, where's Hange? I brought water for him. Ji Jing wiped her tears and said, Gangzi, your Hange has gone back. He'll come play with you again tomorrow. No way. Hee. Hange said he was thirsty and hasn't had any water yet. I'm going to bring it to him. Hee. Gangzi, it's not necessary. You should go to bed early. Su Chongping spoke, but Su Gang caught the tears in the corners of his eyes. Dad, did someone bully you? I'm going to find him and beat him up. No one is allowed to bully my parents. I'm going to beat him. Su Gang became a bit agitated, and a big bubble formed on his nose. To be honest, Su Chongping and his wife had often apologized to others because of Su Gang's fights, paying medical bills, as Su Gang was too strong and frighteningly powerful. Every time he had a quarrel, he would leave the other person laid up for 10 days to half a month. Gangzi, it's nothing. Dad just got some sand in his eyes. You should hurry and sleep. Hearing Su Chongping's words, Su Gang put down the cup in his hand, wiped his almost dripping nose with a smile, and obediently went inside to sleep. Chapter 35. Su Aohan walked out of the house, and Su Chongping and Ji Jing hurried over, anxiously asking, Aohan, how is it? Did it succeed? Is Gangzi okay? Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, everything is fine. Gangzi will wake up in about half an hour. Just let him rest and drink some water. Really? Thank you so much, Aohan. Thank you. As they spoke, Su Chongping and Ji Jing wanted to kneel down to Su Aohan, which scared Su Aohan, who quickly pulled them back. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't go down an inch. Uncle, Aunt, you can't do this to me. If my parents find out, they will beat me to death. You stay with Gangzi. I'll head back first. On his way home, Su Aohan looked at the distant fields and the fruit trees planted by the villagers on the hillside. A smile appeared on his lips as he murmured, with that little world, I'll just be a farmer, waking up at sunrise and working till sunset. A little farmer who never stops. Dog egg, dog egg. At that moment, the old village head walked over to Su Aohan, waving from a distance. Grandpa Village Head, just call me Aohan from now on. I'm already grown up, and the name Dog Egg makes people laugh. By the way, Grandpa Village Head, what do you need me for? Chapter 36. If it were the old Su Aohan, he would never have believed in the existence of such things. But since he obtained the little world and began practicing, he understood that this world is complex, with too many things ordinary people cannot touch. How is it? Can it be treated? The boss seemed to be inquiring, but his face was full of expectation. After all, several hospitals couldn't find out what was wrong and had to place hope in some folk doctors. Su Aohan nodded and said, you all go out first. I can't have outsiders present while treating. But as soon as Su Aohan finished speaking, the boss hesitated while looking at his wife lying on the bed. After all, how could a husband feel at ease letting a stranger be alone with his wife? At this moment, Su Gang walked over directly, picked up the boss with one hand, and carried him out of the room. Gangzi, you better put me down, or I'll make you regret it. Once outside, Su Gang set the boss down and said, Boss, you and my father are old acquaintances. Trust me, with Hange here, your wife will definitely be fine. Get out of the way. I won tea. Hange is treating your wife and can't be disturbed. Chapter 37. For an entire night, Su Aohan cultivated in the little world. As his cultivation became stronger and his understanding of the yin-yang Qingquan technique deepened, he began to slowly master various divine powers and talismans. Taoist hand seals, subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Thunder spirit fingers can suppress evil spirits. Under Su Aohan's relentless efforts, he gradually grasped the essence of talismans. Although the failure rate remained high, he was able to successfully draw ghost-repelling talismans, fire talismans, and other ordinary talismans. Although Su Ao Han's cultivation wasn't particularly strong, with the addition of techniques, he had already transcended the realm of martial arts. In the little world, Su Ao Han's figure flickered continuously, flying in the air, and with a downward point towards the ground, a bolt of energy similar to an electric arc flashed and struck the ground. Boom! With a loud explosion, a pit appeared on the ground, and the surrounding soil looked as if it had been struck by lightning, demonstrating its power. The 30-fold time acceleration in the little world gave Su Ao Han more time for cultivation than others, allowing his strength to grow rapidly like a rocket. Early the next morning, Su Ao Han stopped cultivating, exited the little world, and heard Su Gang's voice outside the courtyard. Chapter 38. The four of them had a very enjoyable meal, and Su Chomping was a bit tipsy, holding Su Gang's hand and saying, "Gongzi, from now on, you must follow your Hangu and listen to him. You will surely achieve great things in the future, understood?" "Dad, I know. When I was little, only Hangu didn't he dislike me and treated me well, willing to play with me. From now on, he is my big brother." Su Ao Han had a deep affection for this family. Hearing Su Chomping and his son's words, he smiled slightly and said to Su Chomping and Ji Jing, "Uncle, Aunt, this afternoon I'll take Gongzi out for a bit. We might not be back until tomorrow, just letting you know. Ao Han, we trust you to take Gongzi out. But please be careful, especially in the mountains. There are a lot of wild animals at night." "Uncle, don't worry. We want to go into the mountains." Su Ao Han first returned home, entered the little world, gathered all his true energy to make a few talismans, then left the little world and took Su Gang towards Kaimin village. On the path out of the village, Su Ao Han and Su Gang each rode on a bicycle. Heading out of the village. "Hango, where are we going?" "We're going to Kaimin village." Chapter 39. As they spoke, Su Ao Han formed hand seals in the air, pointing with the Shintian finger, and a stream of light flashed, striking the female ghost, instantly causing a scream that echoed throughout Kaimin village, sending chills down people's spines. The Shintian finger originally belonged to the realm of martial arts and was ineffective against attacking souls. But due to the uniqueness of Su Ao Han's yin-yang Chinquan technique and the divine powers he had mastered, it took effect. A cold wind swept through the entire courtyard, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The female ghost disappeared into the room, and her screeching echoed around. "You filthy Taoist! At such a young age, you possess such cultivation and have even practiced the techniques of the Tao sect. If I absorb your primordial yang, I will break through to a new realm, and becoming a ghost general or even a ghost king will be within reach." "Ha ha!" Meanwhile, in the distance, Su Gang was looking around when an extremely cold aura rushed towards him, just as it was about to make contact with his body. The talisman given to him by Su Ao Han around his neck emitted a brilliant light. Sizzle. Accompanied by a scream, that cold aura was bounced away. Soon after, alluring voices came from all directions, sending chills down people's spines and causing unease. Chapter 40. Su Ao Han shook his head and said, "This world has too many unimaginable things that ordinary people can never touch. Gongzi, you should know that your body is different from others, possessing immense strength. So your path will surely differ from norm. Work hard, but you must not tell anyone about this, understood? Don't worry, Brother Han. I won't even tell my parents. This is our secret." After speaking, Su Gang leaned closer to Su Ao Han, pointing at his forehead, and said, "Brother Han, hit me here a couple more times." "That was amazing. Hit me again, let me feel it." Su Ao Han gave Su Gang a hard slap on the forehead, looked up at the sky, then walked over to a step and sat down. "It's getting late. Let's rest a bit. We'll leave the village and head home early tomorrow." Su Gang also sat down beside him, pulling out a bun the size of a bowl from his backpack, and said, "Brother Han, have something to eat." Su Ao Han looked at the bun, which was as big as a head, and felt a sense of helplessness. With a black line on his forehead, he smiled wryly and said, "Haven't we already eaten at home? Besides, I ate quite a lot. I'm not hungry at all." Chapter 41. The man, hearing the discussions around him, turned red in the face. He couldn't understand why he couldn't lift the 2x8 bar, which should have been easy. But the reality was right before him. No matter how hard he tried, that bar remained motionless. "Hey, young man, go buy some goji berries to nourish yourself. You can't go on like this." "Yeah, at such a young age. Is your wife's temper not small?" "Young man, did you finish all the cucumbers at home? I just bought some. Do you want me to bring you a couple?" The man, mocked by the crowd, angrily shouted at the old man and woman beside him. "Are you all full and just messing around? Get lost, or I'll run you over with my car. Seeing him lose his temper, the old man and woman became frightened and cursed as they turned to leave, but still mumbled about the man being weak, having a fragile body, and other similar remarks. The man shouted angrily, rushing to pick up a stone block from the ground. However, upon exerting himself, he found he couldn't lift it. His face turned slightly red, and he could only awkwardly give up, changing his target to a nearby scrap steel pipe, which he swung at the 2x8 bar. Chapter 42. Hey, Brother Han. Why aren't you leaving? Oh no, get out of the way. Clang. The 2x8 bar fell to the side of the path, and Su Gang's towering figure flew out, headfirst into the muddy ground at the edge of the path. Su Gang's massive body was stuck in the mud like a turnip, his legs thrashing and hands scrambling. But he couldn't muster any strength. Su Han rushed forward, grabbed one of Su Gang's legs, and easily pulled him out of the mud. Pop! Su Gang's head rubbed against the tight mud, making a squelching sound. Gongzi, are you okay? Su Gang's entire head was covered in mud, with only his eyes and the white of his teeth visible. I'm fine. This road is really no good. Once I make some money, I'll definitely fix this road. Widen it so cars can get through. Su Han, hearing this, replied, Gongzi, have you thought about it? Once the road is fixed, Niulong village will lose its tranquility and the beautiful environment, and it will be filled with trash. Su Gang was taken aback for a moment, scratching his head, and said, Brother Han, you're right. I heard from Dad that in another village in our county, they all pitched in to fix the road, and the county helped out too. In the end, the road was built, but the village's environment was severely damaged. Even the spring in the back mountain dried up. I heard it stopped flowing. Chapter 43. Su Han shook his head with a smile at the old village chief's words. Grandpa village chief, at my age, I'm not in a hurry to marry. As for that lake, no one is contracting it, and it's just there for the villagers to catch some fish. It has no other use. I'm serious about wanting to contract it. The old village chief looked at Su Han's serious expression and took a deep drag on a cigarette, saying, Han, that lake was contracted by an outsider for 3 years, and in the end, he lost everything, even his underwear. He came back to me crying, having lost over 600,000 in 3 years, not counting labor and material costs. Since then, no one has dared to contract that lake again. Han, you need to think it over. For Su Han, contracting the lake wasn't about making money because he had 15 billion in cash in his little world. Right now, he mainly wanted to do what he liked, and if he could use the lake for farming and growing vegetables and fruits to improve the villagers' lives, that was something he was willing to do. After all, as a small farmer, he wanted to treat these things as a career and a source of joy. Grandpa village chief, I've thought it over. If possible, I'd like to sign a contract with the village tomorrow to contract it for 50 years. Chapter 44. The old village chief was truly furious, his mustache trembling as he shouted, Notify the whole village to catch the cripple. To say he stole my old hen. Today, I'm going to teach that brat a lesson, even if it means I won't be village chief anymore. In an instant, chaos erupted in the village, with over a dozen villagers starting to search for the cripple. Some children were directly bribed with a piece of candy to become informants. Su Han carefully put away the silver needles, and at that moment, Antly slowly opened her eyes. Her skin, which seemed inconsistent with her age, was marked by signs of sun and wind exposure. Han, what are you doing here? I remember I had my old ailment again, feeling discomfort in my chest, and couldn't breathe. Antly, it's okay now. You don't have to worry about your old ailment bothering you again. Just rest well. I'll head back first. On the way home, Su Han saw the cripple being grabbed by several villagers and taken towards the village committee. Upon seeing Su Han, the cripple shouted loudly, Han, save me. I want to be your apprentice. You can't ignore me. Everyone, come out and see. Grandpa village chief is going to hit someone. Help. Looking at this scene, Su Han smiled and murmured. Chapter 45. Su Han looked hopeful and said, there should be an ancient corpse inside that didn't swallow its last breath when it died, remaining stuck in the throat. Plus, this is a place of gathering Yin energy, and after years of nourishing by the Yin energy, that corpse has turned into a zombie. Although Su Gang's mind wasn't sharp before, he has recovered now and certainly knows what Su Han means by zombies. Moreover, after seeing the female ghost in Kaimin village last time, Su Gang naturally believes in these things. Brother Han, look at the TV. Zombies are very powerful. Do you have any talismans for dealing with zombies? Give me a few, but let's put some black eggs to ward off evil. Gongzi, you have to remember that no matter what kind of monsters or ghosts or even when you cultivate in the future, you must rely on a bit of righteous energy. This righteous energy does not come from the outside, but from your dantian and your heart. After speaking, Su Ayahan turned around and waved at the black egg, which was still circling the pit and barking. The black egg immediately ran to Su Ayahan's side, wagging its tail and saying, "Master, there's something dirty in there. I can smell it." "Okay, I know. You go stay with Gongzi." Su Ayahan quickly communicated with the black egg in his mind. Chapter 46. Su Ayahan has been practicing the Yin-Yang Qingquan technique in the small world for almost 5 years. Although he has only reached the second level of this realm, Su Ayahan knows that the power of this technique cannot be measured by the martial arts realm in reality. Ever since Su Ayahan came into contact with this mysterious small world some time ago, along with the huge changes after practicing, and that zombie in the deep mountains, Su Ayahan understands that there must be many unbelievable things in this world waiting for him to discover bit by bit. Throughout the night, Su Ayahan practiced in his small world until the village roosters crowed in the morning before he came out. The black egg is incredibly loyal, guarding the door in the yard every day, ensuring not even a mouse can enter. After several days, the vegetables and fruits Su Ayahan planted have also grown well and started to bear fruit, which surprised the villagers. They had been farming their whole lives, so they naturally knew that this growth speed far exceeded that of normal vegetables and fruits. Many people came to ask Su Ayahan, wanting to know his method, but Su Ayahan could only helplessly say that these lands had been abandoned for a long time, and the soil was quite fertile, so it was normal for the crops to grow well. Chapter 47. Su Ayahan slapped one of the men away, leaving him unable to get up for a long time. At that moment, the other man pulled out a dagger from his pocket and said fiercely, "Kid, you're looking for death. With Brother Xiong covering me. Even if I kill you today, I won't get into trouble." Saying this, the man with the dagger charged directly at Su Ayahan. This scene frightened Su Chongping and Ji Jing, as country folks had never seen such a situation. In a moment of panic, Su Chongping grabbed a nearby shovel and wanted to rush over. But at that moment, just as the man with the dagger got close to Su Ayahan, before he could react, the dagger in his hand disappeared, and he was sent flying backward. Thud! The man crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach with a pale face, occasionally letting out sounds of pain. Su Chongping and Ji Jing were stunned. They didn't expect Su Ayahan to be so powerful. Su Ayahan walked over to the man and whispered, "Kid, I can sense the scent of human blood on you. Go back and tell your boss, the one called Brother Xiong, to do fewer wicked things, or else it won't just be one person who gets unlucky. It could be the whole family." Chapter 48. Brother Xiong, I feel that kid is not an ordinary person. Why don't we back off? We've made quite a bit over the years, and living a normal life would be enough. Shut up. You think you can quit? Don't think I won't let you go. And do you think the boss will let you live in peace? After speaking, Brother Xiong's eyes turned cold. No one can know about our business. That kid must have learned something through some channel. To be safe, that kid absolutely cannot be left alive. Brother Xiong, I have a bad feeling. Recently, because the Luo family fell, even the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau and his second-in-command have been taken down. The entire Jiuzhou city is in turmoil. And I'm afraid. Afraid of what? After we finish these deals, we'll have a few million coming in. Once we're done, we can all quit together, but before that, we can't have any slip-ups. What do you mean, Brother Xiong? You take people back there 2 more nights and take care of that kid and his family. Better to mistakenly kill them than let them go. Be careful. Try to make it look like an accidental fire. I'll find someone to handle the rest. After it's done, you can take 1 million and hide for a while and come back after the dust settles. Chapter 49. Brother Xiong slapped the man, cursing as he walked toward the desk. Just then, the man suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it directly at Brother Xiong's lower back. Stab! Stab! Brother Xiong didn't have time to react and was stabbed several times. He stumbled, leaning against the desk, one hand struggling to support himself while the other reached out to grab the man's face, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You bastard, I treated you well." The fatal wound left Brother Xiong without the strength to resist, and before he could finish speaking, he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. His eyes wide open, his body convulsing. Half a day later, due to excessive blood loss, he finally fell silent. After killing Brother Xiong, the man revealed a strange smile and pointed the dagger at his own neck, stabbing it in. The two lay there in a pool of blood, lifeless, until someone discovered them the next morning. Such an incident naturally caused a stir, with multiple departments getting involved, and in the end, it was concluded that the murderer committed suicide after killing. Chapter 50. Su Gang heard Su Ayahan's words and smiled. This steamed bun was made by my mom. The old ones were too small and inconvenient, so making a big one means I can eat one and not be hungry. Very convenient. Zhang Tianqi was truly impressed. That giant bun in front of him would probably take an ordinary person a whole day to finish. Do you know what it means to have only one bun in each layer of the steamer? However, Su Ayahan also understood that Su Gang's body consumed a lot of energy every day, and since he started practicing, this was a crucial time for his strength and body to change. So it was normal for him to be particularly hungry. Brother Han, are you eating? I can give you half. Su Ayahan couldn't help but smile and shook his head. I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat. A few minutes later, Su Gang finished the giant bun, which made Su Ayahan give a thumbs up, indicating it was impressive. Brother Han, when are we setting off? Su Ayahan shook his head and said, what vegetables are we selling? I'm not going, but I want to go. Besides, you've planted so many vegetables and fruits. If you don't sell them, you can't eat them all. It will be such a waste. Su Ayahan looked at Su Gang and suddenly realized that his enthusiasm was to lighten the burden on the family. Previously, due to some issues, he didn't understand social problems well and wanted Su Ayahan to lead him. In Chapter 51, Su Ayahan and Su Gang were feeling bored because of the vegetable and fruit prices. Customers would come and ask a question, then leave without buying anything, some even too lazy to speak. Su Gang originally had high hopes for this business. He wanted to learn how to grow some vegetables and fruits to help his parents make money. However, after several hours without selling even a pound, he fell a bit down. Just as they were about to pack up and go home, a woman came over with a child. The little girl ran to the bamboo basket, looked at the watermelons and melons, and happily said to her mother, Mom, it smells so good. I want to eat watermelon and cantaloupe. The woman walked up to Su Ayahan and smiled slightly, saying, Hello, I'll take 1 watermelon and 5 or 6 cantaloupes. Su Ayahan didn't move, but calmly said, Watermelon and cantaloupe are the same price, 10 yuan per pound. Are you sure you want them? Indeed, after Su Ayahan's words. The woman looked at him in surprise and said, What? 10 yuan per pound? That's several times more expensive than the supermarket. Su Ayahan replied, These are homegrown, without chemical fertilizers or pesticides, and watered with high-quality spring water. They're different from ordinary ones. In Chapter 52, Su Ayahan was puzzled. Generally, after a person dies, their soul does not disperse unless 3 conditions are met, allowing it to coalesce into a ghost or a more powerful evil spirit. The first condition is that the place is a naturally formed location of extreme yin, a gathering of negative energy, which protects and helps the deceased soul grow. The second is that the deceased has something extremely special on them that gathers their soul after death, allowing it to absorb the essence of the moon over time and turn into a ghost. The third condition is when someone knowledgeable performs actions on the deceased, which can happen both before and after death, depending on the practitioner's skill. However, Su Ayahan could clearly see that this was not a place of negative energy accumulation, leaving only the latter 2 possibilities. To verify his findings, Su Ayahan knocked on the door, and soon an elderly woman opened it. Oh, it's you, young man, she exclaimed. Annie, you gave too much money just now. I'm here to return it, Su Ayahan said while activating the yin-yang Chinquan technique, gathering energy in his eyes. A flash of golden light revealed an old man standing behind the elderly woman, grinning at Su Ayahan in a creepy manner. In Chapter 53, while Su Ayahan and Su Gang were chatting, a sprightly old man approached. He picked up a cantaloupe, took a whiff, and his eyes lit up. Young brother, where did you get these fruits and vegetables? Did you grow them yourself? Su Ayahan glanced at him, frowned slightly, then nodded. Yes, I grew them myself. No chemical fertilizers or pesticides. Great. I'll take all your vegetables and fruits. How much do I owe you? Su Ayahan initially wanted to persuade him, but seeing the man's clothing, he smiled and immediately weighed the produce. The total for 4 baskets of vegetables and fruits came to 3,870 yuan, and Su Ayahan collected 3,800. After receiving the money, Su Ayahan was about to leave when the old man suddenly called out to him, Young brother, your vegetables and fruits are good. Can I have your contact information? If I need some in the future, I'll call you. Su Ayahan smiled, exchanged phone numbers, and took the opportunity to say, Sir, you look rosy and healthy, but your heart might have some issues. You should find time to go to the hospital for a checkup. In Chapter 54, Su Ayahan cultivated in his small world for a night, which equated to about 10 days in the outside world. During this time, his cultivation level advanced from the middle stage of the innate realm to the late stage, greatly enhancing his strength. The next morning, as soon as Su Ayahan stepped out of his small world, he heard Su Gang knocking on the door. "Cold brother, are you up? We need to go sell vegetables." Su Ayahan smiled, shook his head, and walked to the door to open it. When the door opened, he saw Su Gang's tall figure standing outside, with Black Egg beside him, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. "Gongzi, you're up pretty early. You go pick some fruits and vegetables first. I'll be there shortly." After Su Gang left, Su Ayahan tidied up briefly and went to the old village chief's house. The old chief was very happy to see Su Ayahan, as he was one of the few young people left in the village, and the future of Nyolong village depended on the youth. "Dog Ayahan, coming to find this old man so early. Have you decided to be the village chief?" Su Ayahan rolled his eyes and replied, "I told you, Grandpa Village Chief, I definitely won't be the village chief. You should find someone else. I prefer to tend to my little piece of land." In Chapter 55, Su Ayahan nodded at the old man's words. "All right, I don't have many vegetables and fruits here, and they'll be gone after the season. If you think it's good, then we have a deal." The old man had never encountered such a casual farmer like Su Ayahan, who seemed indifferent and made no demands, directly agreeing. Suppressing his surprise, he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll give you double the price. Just leave me an address, and I'll have someone come to pick up the goods daily." Su Ayahan shook his head. "You decide the price. As for picking up the goods, that's fine. Our village can't accommodate vehicles. Only bicycles, motorcycles, and smaller tricycles can enter. I'll send someone to deliver the goods to you." "All right, young brother, you're quite easygoing. I've lived over half my life and never met someone like you. My name is Ding Feng. May I ask how to address you?" the old man said, pulling out a business card and handing it to Su Ayahan. Su Ayahan took the card, noticed the gold-edged card only had a name and a phone number, and instantly realized that this old man likely had a significant status in the county or city. In Chapter 56, Li Dasheng, upon hearing Ding Feng's words, looked in the direction Su Ayahan had left and said, "Ding, do you know that tower-like guy next to Cold Brother? He's not simple. Such thick rebar in his hands is like noodles. He can bend and break it easily." As he spoke, Li Dasheng gestured with his hands, his eyes filled with admiration. "And let me tell you, Ding, that tower-like man listens to Cold Brother completely. What does that prove? It shows that Cold Brother must be even more powerful. Otherwise, would that man willingly follow his orders? Ding, don't you think following someone like that means a bright future?" Ding Feng, hearing Li Dasheng's words, felt an even stronger curiosity in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to understand that Su Ayahan was not an ordinary farmer as he appeared, especially after he noticed that Su Ayahan's hands were not like those of a typical farmer, and his eyes seemed to see straight through people, sparkling with intelligence. This was completely not the state of an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Ding Feng recalled Su Ayahan's earlier mention of his heart problem, and after hesitating for a moment, he took out his phone and dialed the number. Chapter 57, Nyolong Village. After Su Ayahan returned home, he first went to the small lake to feed the koi with some spiritual spring water, then returned home to lie on a lounge chair in the yard and enjoy his time. Ayahan, two people came to the village looking for you. I brought them here." Su Ayahan had not been lying for long when he heard a child's voice from outside the yard. Frowning, he got up and saw the village children bringing Ding Feng and Xiao Wu to the entrance. Hey Dan had already been alert, standing at the door and staring intently at Ding Feng and Xiao Wu. Hey Dan often followed Su Ayahan in the small world, and due to time enhancement, he had grown quite large, like a young calf. His massive body and cold eyes made Xiao Wu shield Ding Feng behind him, watching Hey Dan warily, a bead of sweat dripping from his forehead. As Ding Feng's close bodyguard, Xiao Wu was quite capable, easily dealing with 5 or 6 ordinary people. But facing Hey Dan felt like encountering a flood or a fierce beast, making his legs feel weak. Hey Dan let them in. Hearing Su Ayahan's command, Hey Dan obediently ran to the side and lay down, but his eyes remained fixed on Ding Feng and Xiao Wu. Chapter 58. Ding Feng was taken aback upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Although 30 million was not a huge amount, in a place like Zhuzhou City, it was certainly not a small sum. However, Su Ayahan refused it outright, without even glancing at it or giving it any thought. This undoubtedly elevated Su Ayahan's status in Ding Feng's mind significantly, and he developed a strong interest in him. Even Xiao Wu, who was beside Ding Feng, looked at Su Ayahan in surprise. 30 million was enough to allow someone to live comfortably in a place like Jiuzhou City, yet the other party outright refused. Truly a person of the world beyond. This visit was not in vain, as he was fortunate to meet such a powerful individual. Ding Feng watched Su Ayahan focus on making tea, retracted his bank card, and smiled broadly. Haha, Su, you're truly a person of character, noble and upright. I have never seen anyone like you in my life. I am extremely impressed, and it is my fortune to know you. Just then, Su Gang's voice came from outside. Ayahan, come to my house for lunch at noon. Let's catch a couple of fish from the lake. Chapter 59. After Su Kazi finished speaking, Su Ayahan remained expressionless, sipping his tea, while Su Gang, being carefree, was picking his teeth. After hearing the cripple's words, Ding Feng could no longer sit still. Being insulted to his face was unbearable for anyone. Cough, Su, I've seen the doctor, had my meal, so I'll take my leave now. I'll come back to disturb you another day. Su Ayahan nodded slightly, and Ding Feng and Xiao Wu left his house, heading toward the village exit. After leaving the village, Xiao Wu looked at Ding Feng's expressionless face and cautiously said, Ding, should I go back and teach that kid a lesson for daring to say that to you? Ding Feng suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Wu. No, you're mistaken. He was insulting you just now, because you parked the car. Also, you actually tried to steal my food today. Xiao Wu, it seems your salary is still too high. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly put on a sad face and said pitifully, Ding, no. It's mainly because I was worried you might be too old to digest too much food. After all, your stomach might not handle it. If anything goes wrong, the young lady will have to deal with me. So I'm doing this for your own good. Chapter 60. Su Ayahan suppressed his inner anger and approached the crying couple, softly saying, One cannot return from death. Please accept my condolences. However, there is something I would like to ask if you don't mind. Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, the man looked up at him and then, with bloodshot eyes, said, Just ask. I want to know your son's date of birth. The more detailed, the better. The man did not understand why Su Ayahan was asking this. Farmers are not knowledgeable, and with their son gone, there was nothing left to care about, so he directly told Su Ayahan all the information truthfully. After listening to the man's words, Su Ayahan had an expression of as expected, secretly thinking, this child was indeed born in a yang year, yang month, yang day, and yang hour, with all heavenly stems and earthly branches being pure yang. The one who extracted the essence must have been afraid that the child's pure yang essence would burn their own spirit. So they dressed the child in women's clothing to neutralize the child's pure yang energy, achieving the purpose of prolonging their life. However, there were no cameras in this rural area, and since the incident happened yesterday, the scene had already been destroyed, making it impossible to capture the energy. Even if Su Ayahan had extraordinary abilities, finding the person who cast the spell at this time would not be easy. Chapter 61. The terrifying old man appeared to walk slowly with a cane, but after leaving the village, he moved as if the wind was beneath his feet, faster than a young person, covering several meters with each step. Su Ayahan followed closely and, seeing the old man's demeanor, exclaimed in surprise, It turns out to be the Taoist light body technique. Interesting. As Su Ayahan's voice fell, he stepped forward, his toes touching the ground, and his figure swiftly glided through the air, instantly appearing dozens of meters away, soon arriving at the mass grave and blocking the old man's path. Cough, 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 cough. Young man, why are you blocking the old man's way? Is there something going on? All right, stop pretending. I can see you're over 100 years old, practicing the orthodox methods of a Tao and have reached the foundation building realm. Why are you using evil techniques to seize others' lifespans? In fact, the old man had already noticed that Su Ayahan was not an ordinary person when they made eye contact earlier, which is why he was eager to leave. But now that Su Ayahan had directly pointed out everything, the old man was startled, and his bony hands tightened slightly, preparing to strike at any moment. Young man, the old man doesn't understand what you're talking about. Seizing others' lifespans? The old man has no such ability. You must have watched too much television. Chapter 62. To make it easier for himself to lie in the yard and enjoy life, Su Ayahan planted a large grapevine, thanks to the presence of spiritual spring water. He didn't worry about it not surviving. The grapes spread across the eaves, shading one side of the small courtyard, where he set up a table and several chairs. Haydn didn't know what Su Ayahan was doing, but he understood that it was quite a joy to fetch things for Su Ayahan, bustling about. By evening, Su Ayahan entered his small world to cultivate. Due to the issue of time flow, Su Ayahan's cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, but the breakthrough of this technique was relatively slow, which made Su Ayahan feel a bit helpless. A night's time equated to Su Ayahan cultivating for more than 10 days in the small world, and his cultivation had significantly increased, rapidly approaching the perfection of the innate realm. At the same time, Su Ayahan's research into the Taoist arts deepened, becoming more powerful. Thunder Spirit Finger. Symbolism Technique. Demon Suppression Hand Seal. All made great progress. In the small world, Su Ayahan's figure flickered quickly. The dragon swimming technique was elusive, darting east and west. Suddenly, Su Ayahan extended his hand and struck out a palm, sending a handprint flying out, causing the surrounding air currents to surge wildly. Chapter 63 at this moment. In the manor, Ding Feng was arranging things with the chef. My benefactor is coming soon. You all need to be sharp. His culinary skills are terrifying. If you can learn a thing or two, it will benefit you for life. Also, for lunch, show me your skills and prepare a table of unique dishes. I want to properly entertain my benefactor, understood? However, just as Ding Feng finished speaking, the previous girl rushed over in a hurry. Grandpa, it's bad. The two people you mentioned just came by, but they were stopped by the security at the door. By the time I got there, they had already left. What? Left? Ding Feng staggered, almost falling over. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Su Ayahan could easily heal his disease that even major hospitals struggled with made Ding Feng not underestimate Su Ayahan. Moreover, Ding Feng knew that Su Ayahan had some incredible abilities that were unknown to others. He was eagerly awaiting Su Ayahan's arrival, but after waiting for a long time, the result was that the person had left. Grandpa, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ding Xiaoxiao was startled and hurriedly supported Ding Feng, asking. Ding Feng took a deep breath. His face darkened and looked at his granddaughter, saying, Chapter 64. Ding Feng, along with Ding Xiaoxiao and Xiao Wu, walked into the courtyard and saw Su Ayahan lying under the grape arbor. Ding Xiaoxiao didn't know, but Ding Feng and Xiao Wu knew that when they came here yesterday. There were no grapevines at all. Yet now, the grapevines before them were lush and leafy. Even if they had been newly planted yesterday, it was impossible for them to look like this. At this moment, Ding Feng had only one thought in his mind. Su Ayahan, besides his astonishing medical skills, was definitely not an ordinary person and surely possessed extraordinary abilities difficult for common people to comprehend. With his status, he naturally knew that there were some unusual people in this world, but opportunities to interact with them were rare. Yet now, right before him was one. So Ding Feng looked at Su Ayahan with even more admiration and respect. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Seeing Su Ayahan's calm demeanor, Ding Feng bowed slightly and said, Brother Ayahan, today's incident was caused by my granddaughter's mischief. I specifically brought her here to apologize to you. After finishing, Ding Feng turned to Ding Xiaoxiao sternly and said, Quickly apologize to Brother Ayahan. Although Ding Xiaoxiao was extremely reluctant, having been spoiled since childhood, she had never apologized to anyone. It was always others trying to curry favor with her. But faced with Ding Feng's stern gaze, she reluctantly said to Su Ayahan, Chapter 65. Xiao Wu's embarrassment and helplessness were evident to everyone, while the instigator Su Gang casually said to Su Ayahan, Brother Han, I'll go clean the fish. You should cook more at noon. Otherwise, I feel like I won TB full. The others looked at the two large fish in Su Gang's hands, their mouths twitching. Now, they understood why Su Gang had such a strong physique and terrifying strength. Xiao Wu stood with his head down behind Ding Feng, while Ding Xiaoxiao observed Su Ayahan for a while drinking tea. Then said to Su Ayahan, I heard Grandpa say you can cure his illness? That's right. You use acupuncture and you study traditional Chinese medicine, right? How old are you this year? What? Are you questioning my abilities based on my age? Or are you trying to directly dismiss my medical techniques based on age? Ding Xiaoxiao didn't expect that before she could press him, Su Ayahan cut off her route of contention, leaving her momentarily speechless. Just then, Ding Xiaoxiao suddenly turned her eyes and smiled at Su Ayahan. Great Dr. Su, since your medical skills are so impressive, you must have a medical qualification certificate, right? I've never seen that thing and am very curious. Can I take a look? Chapter 66. Ding Feng watched Su Ayahan's indifferent demeanor, feeling even more impacted. Who wouldn't be dismissive in the face of immense wealth and the opportunity to step into high society? Such people do exist. But to say they're SA1 in a billion chance is not an exaggeration. Everyone has weaknesses. How can one avoid temptation? Meanwhile, the now free Ding Xiaoxiao no longer dared to be impudent with Su Ayahan. She truly understood what it meant to have unfathomable abilities. Ding Xiaoxiao was about to get close to Su Ayahan and casually ask about those magical abilities, but just then, Su Gang's loud voice interrupted. Brother Han, I'll clean the fish. When are we cooking? I'm a bit hungry. Su Ayahan put down his teacup and stood up, saying to Ding Feng and the others, You all sit for a moment. I'll go prepare lunch. You are guests, so please eat before you leave. Su Ayahan entered the kitchen, and Ding Xiaoxiao angrily turned to Su Gang, saying, You big oaf, you're annoying. Your timing is just terrible. Su Gang, facing such a beautiful girl as Ding Xiaoxiao, so close, felt his face flush and awkwardly scratched his head. Chapter 67 for Ding Feng. He had power, he had wealth, and he didn't care about Su Ayahan's background. What he valued was the person Su Ayahan was, or perhaps the immense potential he possessed. Yet he did not know that from the moment Su Ayahan had his fortuitous encounter, he had already become a dragon capable of turning the world upside down. It was just that this dragon was rapidly growing and would soon soar high into the sky. Faced with Ding Xiaoxiao, who was like a clingy shadow, constantly asking strange questions, Su Ayahan could only say sternly, Can you sit down and drink some tea without following me? Aren't you tired? Ding Xiaoxiao smiled at Su Ayahan and said, I'm not following you. I'm just enjoying the scenery in your courtyard. Aren't you okay with that? Besides, I ate too much earlier, so I'm just adjusting. Su Ayahan helplessly shook his head and sighed. I understand you want to enjoy the scenery, take a walk, and digest. That's all normal, but this is a freaking toilet, a toilet. Can't you smell it? I need some privacy. Could you please step outside? Ding Xiaoxiao blushed upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, but still gritted her teeth and said, Chapter 68 upon hearing the report from his subordinates. Director Huang thought for a moment and said, This matter is serious. 2 people have been killed and several others are missing with not a single clue. It has been many years since such a heinous event occurred in the entire Jiuzhou city. From now on, you will split into 3 teams. One team will investigate everyone who has had contact with Brother Xiong and everyone he has spoken to on the phone. Narrow down the investigation scope. Also, retrieve his call records and analyze them one by one. The second team will investigate the relationships of all the deceased. Regardless of whether they are in this city or not, we need to find out and clarify their call records and call times. The third team will find out the purpose of these people going to the Cowherd Village. Why did they go to Cowherd Village a second time, and at night? Director Huang assigned all the tasks, but he still did not know that Su Ayahan was in Cowherd Village. That night, Su Ayahan rode his bicycle to the place where he used to sell vegetables. Li Dushing had already brought 15 or 16 people and was waiting for him there. Brother Han, hello. Su Ayahan looked at the more than 10 people and said to Li Dushing. Chapter 69 shocked. Li Dushing quickly took the nameplate from the doorman's neck and hurriedly followed Su Ayahan's pace. Brother Han, are we just going up like this? What else? Buy some gifts? Or dress up a bit? Or call to notify them? Brother Han, what I mean is that Genie usually brings his 4 bodyguards with him. They say those 4 were bought from the black market and are top-notch experts seen in underground fighting arenas. Should we prepare some weapons? That way, we won't be at a disadvantage. Su Ayahan ignored Li Dushing's words and directly walked towards the elevator. At the same time, in the northern district of Jiuzhou City, Kai Koen received a phone call. What did you say? Brother Han went to Bald Jin's place? As Kai Koen spoke, he stood up in shock, his face serious. Give me some people. Go to Bald Jin's place right now. We need to show support for Brother Han. We can't let him lose face. In an instant, dozens of cars from various places in the northern district headed towards Jin Ye's territory. Su Ayahan entered the elevator, and Li Dushing hurriedly used the nameplate to swipe the elevator and press the 8th floor. The entire elevator was extremely quiet. Those following Li Dushing no longer had their previous arrogance, but wore fearful expressions instead. Chapter 70 in the Supreme VIP room on the 8th floor. The inside was filled with red lights and wine, with shadows moving about. A bald man with a face full of flesh was holding an accompanying princess and was crazily tormenting her. Nearby, several men and over 10 scantily clad women were dancing wildly. Some were frantically pouring drinks for the girls, while others were using unique methods to open the wine bottles. The table was filled with all kinds of fine wines, and the scene could be described as a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Bang! Suddenly, the door was violently slammed open, and Huang Mao fell into the room. The loud noise drowned out the sounds inside, leaving everyone stunned. At that moment, the music stopped, and the main lights came on, with everyone looking towards the entrance. Damn it, who are you? So bold. Su Ayahan walked in, scanned the room, and saw that the girls were not fully clothed, with some having quite a few bruises on their bodies. He shook his head helplessly and asked, "Which one is Jin Yi?" The bald man retracted his hand, shook off the water on it, and looked at Su Ayahan with a cold gaze. "I am. You seem unfamiliar. I don't know which path you're from. What brings you to seek me, Jin?" Chapter 71. Hearing Su Ayahan's words, Jin Yi endured his injuries, stared intently at Su Ayahan, his eyes darting back and forth as he secretly thought. Chi refining? Foundation building? Breaking the valley? What level is this? Could it be a lineage of cultivation that disappeared thousands of years ago, recorded in the ancient texts? As he thought about this, Jin Ye's gaze towards Su Ayahan changed, filled with shock, fear, and confusion. It must be said that Jin Ye's willpower was terrifying. Despite sustaining such severe injuries, he was still able to remain so calm. This kind of composure was extraordinary. Su Ayahan looked at him and said in to Kaiko Doll, "Tell me where you sell organs?" While circulating his true energy to heal his injuries, Jin Yi looked at Su Ayahan and said, "You want to frame me? What organ trafficking? I have no idea what you're talking about. I am a legitimate businessman, and the law enforcement team will be here soon. Let's see how long you can act so arrogantly." Su Ayahan frowned. He did not want to deal with the law enforcement team. After all, Jin Yi might have connections in Jiuzhou City, and that could lead to a pile of troubles. Although Su Ayahan was not afraid, it would still waste time and create a debt of gratitude. Chapter 72. Li Dusheng and the others were scrambling to get outside, all of them panicking, and some were even cursing. Meanwhile, in the darkness not far away, Su Ayahan witnessed this scene, picked up a few small stones from the ground, and threw them out with a wave of his hand. The sound of the stones slicing through the air rang out, and in the blink of an eye, 6 wolf dogs rushing towards Li Dusheng and the others fell to the ground, completely motionless. One little brother who was almost scared to tears and desperately climbing out happened to look back and froze in place. "Big brother, stop crawling. Get the hell out of the way." "Big brother, you really don't need to crawl anymore. Those dogs seem to be dead." Li Dusheng was surprised to hear his little brother's words and turned back to take a look, instantly stunned as he sat on the door. What happened? Could it be that Brother Han made a move? Yes, it must be Brother Han. Thinking of this, Li Dusheng was extremely excited. What kind of skill was this? Without seeing anyone, 6 big wolf dogs fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. With someone like this around, what is there to be afraid of? At this moment, Li Dusheng jumped down from the iron gate, put his heart at ease, and directly shouted at the more than 10 people. "Damn it. You all are so useless. It's just 6 dogs. Look at you. You're all scared to the point of nearly pissing yourselves. How are you going to follow me to dominate Jiuzhou City like this?" Chapter 73. At this time, although Li Dusheng had been shot in the shoulder, he was also ignited by bloodlust, and his mind became incredibly clear. You all record everything, especially everyone's faces. Remember, details matter. There must be someone supporting these people behind the scenes. We need to be cautious. This hidden dark door was established in an inconspicuous place in the factory. After being discovered, Li Dusheng, disregarding the injury on his shoulder, took the lead with a knife and rushed in. He had only one thought in his mind, to follow Su Ayahan and go deeper. He knew very well that this was a huge opportunity that must be seized. Inside the dark door was still a concealed place for storing supplies, and there was another door inside. When the inner door opened, a strong smell of disinfectant rushed out. Li Dusheng frowned and waved his hand, saying, "Charge in with me." More than 10 people rushed in directly. Bang! As soon as Li Dusheng entered the door, he was kicked in the chest and stumbled back several steps, knocking over several people, causing chaos. Before Li Dusheng could get up, a man resembling an iron tower stepped out from the doorway, followed by 2 others. Chapter 74. The 3 law enforcers. Upon hearing Li Dusheng's words, the 3 law enforcers angrily slammed their hands on the table. "Smack! I admire what you've done. I respect you as a man. But if you continue to mess around and make a fool of us, don't blame me for being rude." Li Dusheng smirked and said, "I said I've practiced martial arts since childhood, mastering both internal and external skills, and I'm invincible in the world. If you don't believe me, then you just said that the severed finger was cut by a leaf. Isn't that nonsense? Do you think this is a movie? Who is making a fool of whom here?" At this, Li Deshing's words left the three law enforcers speechless, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and they could only record the facts. All right, you say you've practiced martial arts since childhood, mastering both internal and external skills, and you're invincible. So let me ask you, what kind of martial arts have you practiced? The Sunflower Manual. Damn it, I really want to beat you to death. With your stubble, you say you've practiced the Sunflower Manual? Who do you think you're fooling? One law enforcer erupted in anger and was about to charge forward when another quickly pulled him back. Don't act impulsively. Let him explain first. Okay, you explain yourself clearly, or I will beat you to death today. Li Dasheng, feeling somewhat scared at this moment, said, Chapter 75, as soon as the incident with Master Jean came to light. It was quickly discovered, and the law enforcement team immediately confirmed the identity of the deceased. Once it was confirmed that the deceased was Master Jean and one of his drivers, the law enforcement team was in an uproar, as everyone felt that this matter was not that simple, and it seemed there was a hidden hand pulling the strings behind it all. After learning about these situations, Liao Ji, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau's branch, was initially shocked. He couldn't imagine who had the ability to quietly take out Master Jean. However, he soon relaxed, as this incident was only beneficial to him. Master Jin's death was advantageous for him. At the same time, Director Huang of the Law Enforcement Bureau also received several pieces of information. Smack! What a good Master Jean, to actually carry out such inhumane acts right under my nose. If the higher-ups find out, I will be skinned alive. It's my dereliction of duty that I didn't notice these while in this position. Director, there's several unusual aspects here. I went to the scene and found that 6 dogs and dozens of people were knocked out by someone using superb techniques with small stones. Also, one person's finger was severed by a sharp object. On the same level, we found a leaf stuck in the wall, and the leaf was intact. Chapter 76. A night of cultivation allowed Su Ayahan to make some progress in his cultivation, getting closer to the mid-stage of the second layer of the Yin-Yang Qiankuan technique. As long as Su Ayahan took this step and broke through to the mid-stage of the second layer, he would be able to step past the obstacles of the innate realm and officially enter the master realm. At that time, his internal energy would surge, his combat power would skyrocket, and those magical techniques would be easier to control, incomparable to before. After calming his internal energy, Su Ayahan exited the small world and moved his body in the courtyard. A set of powerful mixed martial arts displays emerged, and in an instant, the courtyard was filled with Su Ayahan's figure and the sound of strong sonic booms. Thunderling Finger Dragon Swimming Technique, Taoist Demon, Suppressing Palm Buddhist, Great Compassion Palm, Single Dragon, Penetrating Heart Leg, various martial arts techniques, and magical powers were unleashed from Su Ayahan's hands. Floating unpredictably, with shadows of wind swirling, and the entire courtyard was filled with the turbulence of energy due to Su Ayahan. Woof! At this moment, Black Egg barked twice, and Su Ayahan stopped his training, then saw Su Gang just walking in from the door. Hanga, you're up early today. Nodding, Su Ayahan noticed Su Gang's empty hands and asked in surprise. Chapter 77. In this manner, no vehicles were allowed to enter. All vehicles had to be parked in the outer parking lot, and then one had to walk in. The man known as Zhang Xiao threw the car keys to the person at the door and arrogantly walked toward the center of the manor. When he reached a corner, a huge figure suddenly appeared, and Zhang Xiao had no time to dodge, crashing directly into it. Bang! The huge figure didn't budge an inch, while Zhang Xiao stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground. Damn it, that bastard. Can't he watch where he's going? Zhang Xiao grumbled while rubbing his forehead and cursing. The huge figure was Su Gang, and seeing someone sitting on the ground, Xiao Wu quickly stepped forward to help him up, saying, Zhang Xiao, are you all right? Who knew that Zhang Xiao not only showed no gratitude to Xiao Wu for helping him, but also pushed him away, pointing at Su Gang's nose and cursing. You little beggar, can't you walk with your eyes open? Are you tired of living? Besides, look at the poor way you're dressed. Is this a place you can come? Faced with Zhang Xiao's arrogant attitude and his cursing at Su Gang, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned cold and said, Chapter 78. Zhang Hao's words plunged the entire hall into silence. Ding Xiao looked at Zhang Hao with rage, while Su Ayahan and Su Gang remained indifferent. Su Ayahan was indifferent because he saw no difference between powerful people and ordinary ones. After all, in front of someone who might achieve immortality and possesses great power, money and power seemed particularly childish, a natural distinction that couldn't be compared. As for Su Gang, aside from previously being afraid of ghosts, Everyone else looked the same to him, without money, power, or complicated relationships, so there was nothing to fear. Hearing the mention of over 10 billion, Ding Feng furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhang Hao, saying, Zhang Hao, even your father wouldn't dare to speak to me like this. Don't think that everything in the Zhang family will definitely belong to you in the future. Although over 10 billion is not a small amount for me, trying to use it to threaten me is too naive. Also, I forgot to tell you. Today I have distinguished guests at my manor, and I won't be receiving anyone. Please leave. Xiao Wu, see him off. Chapter 79. After hearing Sun Nua's words, Su Ayahan understood that as a former worker in the city, he clearly knew that traditional Chinese medicine had reached a state of being virtually non-existent in today's society. If traditional Chinese medicine continued to develop like this, the great medical skills that the ancestors had painstakingly summarized over thousands of years would completely fall into obscurity. Moreover, he had to help with this task. After all, his current medical qualifications were hanging in the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and for both emotional and rational reasons. He should lend a hand. Don't worry, brother Sun, I'll rush over right away. Hanging up the phone, Su Ayahan said to Su Gang beside him, Gongzi, you go back first, I have something to handle. Riding his bicycle, Su Ayahan rushed towards the hospital in Jiuzhou City like the wind. At the same time, Zhang Hao returned home, and his father, Zhang Tianlei, saw Zhang Hao looking disheveled and asked in surprise, What happened to your face? Did you get into a fight again? Zhang Hao casually sat on the sofa and said, Where's my mom? Zhang Tianlei angrily replied, Your mom, always asking about your mom. When are you going to grow up? I'm asking you a question now. Can't you hear me? Chapter 80. Sun Nua took Su Ayahan upstairs to a ward, where 3 men and 1 woman, for doctors, were surrounding a patient for examination. Upon seeing Sun Nua enter, they hurriedly greeted him as Director Sun, while curiously looking at Su Ayahan. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is our hospital's vice president, the invited master of traditional Chinese medicine, Vice President Su Ayahan. Everyone welcome. Sun Nua's words not only stunned the 4 doctors, but even Su Ayahan was taken aback. He thought he was just an ordinary doctor, but didn't expect Sun Nua to give him the title of vice president. Such titles require a strict evaluation process, showing that Sun Nua must have put in a lot of effort for this. I say, brother Sun, isn't this title a bit too high? I only come occasionally and don't often stay in the hospital. It wouldn't be good to occupy this position, right? Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, Sun Nua quickly waved his hand. Brother Su, you can't say that. With your medical skills, not to mention being vice president, even being the president or the head of the Chinese Medicine Association would be more than enough. This vice president title, although just a nominal position, will make some things easier to handle, don't you think? Chapter 81. In the last ward, Su Ayahan saw a man lying on the hospital bed, his lips pale and his face devoid of color, but there was a hint of darkness between his eyebrows. Seeing Su Ayahan frown, Sun Nua quickly spoke. Brother Su, this patient was transferred from another hospital. Western medicine couldn't do anything, so the family brought him here to try traditional Chinese medicine. I've organized many experts in traditional Chinese medicine to diagnose him 3 times, but there has been no clue. His physical appearance shows no issues, but he just cannot wake up, and his temperature fluctuates abnormally. After hearing Sun Nua's words, Su Ayahan nodded slightly and looked at the man on the bed. Your diagnosis is not wrong. He indeed has no illness. Sun Nua was momentarily stunned upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, not understanding what it meant, and asked in confusion, No illness? Then what is the reason? Why? This is not an illness, but another problem. As he spoke, Su Ayahan gave Sun Nua a deep look and then waved his hand. Brother Sun, you should take them outside for a moment. Chapter 82. The people who were arguing froze upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, and then the 1 man and 2 women quickly ran into the ward. Sun Nua looked at Su Ayahan in surprise. The patient is better? Yes. Swallowing nervously, Sun Nua continued to ask, No need for medication? No other treatment, just like that? Su Ayahan smiled and shook his head. What else could it be? All right, you all go in and take a look and also comfort the patient's family. At this moment, Sun Nua was incredibly shocked. He knew that Su Ayahan hadn't brought anything with him, which meant that he most likely used traditional Chinese massage techniques to cure a patient that a group of so-called traditional Chinese medicine experts couldn't help. Hearing Su Ayahan's words, Sun Nua mechanically nodded and led the 4 doctors into the ward. After a round of pulse checking, The results left them in shock, apart from being a bit weak. The patient had no other issues, but he was awake and had a good appetite. In less than 20 minutes. What kind of method was this that allowed a patient whom both Western and traditional Chinese medicine hospitals had no solution for to fully recover in just over 10 minutes? Chapter 83. After leaving the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, Su Ayahan prepared to personally check out the haunted Zhizhai building. After all, the existence of vengeful spirits in a city poses a great threat. Moreover, Su Ayahan also wanted to engage in more practical experience. Being closed off and working alone would only allow him to see the world through a narrow perspective. Meanwhile, at the home of Director Huang, the family of three was having dinner while chatting casually. Huang Daodu suddenly asked Director Huang, "Dad, is it true what they say online about Zhizhai building being haunted?" Director Huang first looked at Huang Daodu in surprise, then glared at him. "Focus on your meal. What haunted? I can't believe you. A young person educated in the new era would believe such things. Don't watch that kind of stuff anymore." Director Huang's wife added, "Daodu, your main priority now is to complete your studies. Stop thinking about those nonsensical things, got it?" Huang Daodu lowered his head, eating, and said, "Oh, got it. I was just asking." Neither Director Huang nor his wife noticed anything amiss and continued eating normally, while Huang Daodu's eyes held a hint of curiosity and a strange smile. Night soon fell, casting a veil over the entire city. The bustling areas of Zhizhai City were filled with bright lights, and the streets were busy with traffic, while some places were entirely deserted, with an eerie silence enveloping everything in darkness. Chapter 84. Daodu, why do I feel like it's getting colder? Huang Daodu stood up, moved around a bit, and looked at the open window not far away, trembling as she said, "There's no wind coming in. Why is it so cold? We should go back. I feel like I can't take it anymore. There might really be something unclean here." Huang Daodu nodded, and the two supported each other as they got up and walked towards the staircase. But after walking for a while, it seemed like the distance to the staircase hadn't shortened at all. They thought they were just walking slowly due to the cold, so they kept moving forward. But soon Huang Daodu noticed something was off. "Zihan, it seems like we're not moving at all." At that moment, both Huang Daodu and Zihan truly felt fear. Everything in front of them was absolutely abnormal. Their legs moved forward, and the feeling of stepping on the ground was very real, but the distance to the staircase remained unchanged. There really are ghosts. Huang Daodu was slightly better off, continuously shining her flashlight around. Meanwhile, Zihan was completely terrified, trembling all over, her face pale, her eyes filled with immense fear, and she was on the verge of a breakdown. Chapter 85. Su Ayahan's internal energy surged, and the lightning finger technique erupted instantly, a white electric arc shooting out from his fingers, colliding with the black shadow in an instant. Boom! Crack! After the collision, waves of air spread out in all directions, pushing Huang Daodu and Zihan back 4 or 5 steps before they barely stabilized themselves, almost falling over. Regaining their senses, Huang Daodu and Zihan were now staring with their mouths agape, incredulously watching Su Ayahan. To them, there couldn't possibly be ghosts in this world. Even if there were, what would a ghost be? It was an existence that ordinary people couldn't fight against. Yet Su Ayahan in front of them was fighting a ghost as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens. What was going on? Filming a movie? A Return of the King? The scene unfolding before them had left these two modern girls receiving a quality university education completely dumbfounded and shocked. After Su Ayahan clashed with the shadow, he slid backwards for 5 or 6 meters after landing, finally stopping by pushing against a pillar. The cement on the pillar crumbled under his foot, leaving a clear footprint, indicating the immense force of their confrontation. Chapter 86. Understanding the current situation. Su Ayahan couldn't care about anything else. He quickly dashed forward, lifting Huang Daodu with one hand and Zihan with the other, and sped downstairs. In just a few short breaths, Su Ayahan had burst out of the Jiubao building with the two of them. He navigated through the weeds and arrived outside a dilapidated fence. After dropping Huang Daodu and Zihan onto the ground, Su Ayahan calmed the turbulent energy within him, then turned back to the darkened Jiubao building and murmured, "Next time I come, it will be your end." Cough! Cough, cough. At this moment, Huang Daodu and Zihan got up from the ground, staring motionlessly at Su Ayahan with eyes full of admiration and disbelief. After glancing at them, Su Ayahan said, "What are you doing? Why that expression? Hurry home, and don't come to places like this again." "If it weren't for me today, You'd be making headlines tomorrow, and not in a good way. By the way, you both must remember one thing. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, understand? Huang Do and Zihan nodded eagerly, excitement evident on their faces. Chapter 87. Slowly retracting his cold gaze, Dalao B's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, "How dare you? You think you can stop me from leaving this street? Fine, today I'll see how you plan to keep me here." As Dalao B's words fell, 5 or 6 men following him stepped forward with fierce expressions, clearly ready to act. Li Dushing, witnessing this scene, understood that this situation could escalate quickly. If not handled well, it could lead to a direct confrontation with the powerful Scar Dragon. With his current strength, it would be like an egg hitting a rock. And the man who had just insulted Dalao B would definitely not have a good outcome. Considering this, Li Dushing suddenly turned around and slapped the man who had insulted Dalao B across the face. "How dare you? This is no place for you to speak. Hurry and apologize to Brother B." The man initially looked defiant, but upon seeing Li Dushing's gaze, he seemed to understand something and lowered his head. Saying to Dalao B, "Brother B, I'm sorry, I was wrong." As soon as the subordinate finished speaking, Li Dushing laughed heartily. Brother B, my brother didn't know better, and I've educated him. He has apologized to you. You're a well-known big brother in the underworld. Surely you won't be petty enough to hold a grudge against a little brother?" Chapter 88. As Scar Dragon finished speaking, a hurried voice came from the entrance. "Dragon brother, there has been an incident. Come in." A man walked into the hall, respectfully nodding to Scar Dragon and the old man. "Brother Dragon, the brothers just reported that Dabi brother and that recently popular Li Dushing had a clash and got injured. Dabi brother is now gathering the brothers, possibly preparing to settle the score with Li Dushing." Hearing this, Scar Dragon paused his smoking hand, raising his head to speak. "Li Dushing? Isn't he the one who led people to destroy the Bald Gene S underground trafficking organization?" "Yes, Brother Dragon, that is him. Because of Gene Yi-S incident, many people have flocked to him. Now he is leading dozens of men, occupying a street, and has opened several bars. His reputation is starting to spread in the underworld." After listening to his subordinate, Scar Dragon glanced at the old man and said, "This person cannot be left alive. Jin Ye's life and death must be linked to Kai Kuan and that Su Ao Han. There cannot be any mistakes. I don't care who it is. I want the responsibility for killing Jin Yi to fall on Kai Kuan and Su Ao Han." Immediately informed Dalao B that I don't want to see that Li Dushing again. Chapter 89. Inside the bar, the moment Li Dushing entered with his men, he saw Dalao B at the entrance and on the sofa in the hall, his forehead bandaged, along with more than a dozen fierce-looking subordinates standing behind him. Upon seeing Li Dushing's arrival, Dalao B flicked the cigarette, but in his hand, which arced perfectly and landed at Li Dushing's feet, sparking up numerous embers. "Li Dushing, you finally come. You brought quite a few people, huh? Let us not beat around the bush. There are 2 ways to resolve the last incident. Either you pay me and my brothers a total of 5 million as medical expenses, or you kneel and kowtow, and break one of your fingers, and we'll consider the matter settled. Choose one." Upon hearing Dalao B's words, Li Dushing subtly signaled his men to be ready to act, and calmly said, "Today, Brother B is well prepared. I may not have as much money or as many people as you, but I'm not afraid of you either. Whatever rules you have, lay them out. If I frown today, then I'm your pet." As Li Dushing finished speaking, Dalao B's expression darkened, and he stood up, speaking in a cold tone. Chapter 90. Thinking about all this, Kai Kuan suppressed the shock in his heart and revealed a bloodthirsty and ruthless side that a big shot originally possesses. "Han Yi, this Scar Dragon wants to use a knife to kill. Since that's the case, tonight, I'll take my men and we'll go all out with him. I don't believe that he is so powerful he can withstand bullets. Kai Kuan, no need. Just send me the address and time later. I want to see who Jin Yi's master really is." After speaking, Su Ao Han hung up the phone, while on the other end, Kai Kuan muttered, "Great. With Han Gu stepping in, no matter how powerful you are, you can't do anything to me. It seems the Wineboat City is really about to change." As soon as Su Ao Han hung up, his phone rang again. This time, the caller was Li Dushing, and in an instant, Su Ao Han understood the reason for Li Dushing's call. "Li Dushing, you're calling me about the Scar Dragon, right?" On the other end of the line, Li Dushing was stunned, unsure how Su Ao Han knew the purpose of his call. "Han Gu, that's right. I received news that Jin Yi's master has come to Wineboat City, and he is with Scar Dragon. Tonight, he invited Kai Kuan to the Dihao Hotel in the East District for a banquet. I have a bad feeling something might happen. Chapter 91, the most embarrassing moment for Su Ayahan was that he actually saluted. Standing on the stool like this, he could say he couldn't hide at all. And in an instant, Xiao Xia saw everything clearly. Cough, cough, that's sister-in-law. Do you have any embedded tools, electric pins, or electrical tape at home? While Xiao Xia was dumbfounded, marveling at the existence of such a large carrot in the world, she was suddenly awakened by Su Ayahan's voice. Blushing, she said, "Oh yes, I have those. I'll go get them for you now." Xiao Xia quickly turned and left, while Su Ayahan hurriedly operated his internal technique to calm himself and quickly suppress the evil fire within him. Damn it, Su Ayahan, how can you be so useless? Just because of a little valley, you're like this. Besides, not that you're not successful for not coming out. At this moment, Xiao Xia was in another room looking for tools, while the scene kept flashing in her mind, and she murmured, "Is it really different? Can carrots grow that big?" Meanwhile, at the doorway, Haydn wore a strange smile, called out to Su Ayahan twice, and made a shaking but gesture. Chapter 92, a plane pushed forward violently, shoving aside the subordinates of Scar Dragon, threatening a large group of people with just a glance, then brought dashing and others to the hotel entrance. At this moment, the arrogant Big Brotherby walked out of the hotel, first coldly glancing at Li Dushing, then smilingly said to Kai Cohen, "Huh, isn't this Brother Cohen? Since you're here, why not go up? My big brother is waiting for you." Kai Cohen didn't even look at Big Brotherby, completely ignoring his presence. The plane coldly said, "Brother Cohen is waiting for an important person. If that person doesn't come, Brother Cohen won't go up. Let your boss wait." Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Big Brotherby's eyes as he glanced at a few people, snorted coldly, and turned back into the hotel. In the hotel lobby on the third floor, Big Brotherby told Scar Dragon about the previous scene. After hearing what Big Brotherby said, Scar Dragon not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed heartily and said to the old man beside him, "Just as you guessed, Su Ayahan is here too. It seems our efforts weren't in vain. Brother Long, as long as we succeed this time, the Jiuzhou city will be under our control. We can have wind when we want wind, and rain when we want rain." Chapter 93, Scar Dragon's words were very tactful, but the meaning was clear. Not to mention Su Ayahan being a fierce tiger. Even with Kai Cohen, they wouldn't have a good ending. Even Li Dushing, who was standing by, instantly understood the other party's meaning. Su Ayahan casually blew out a smoke ring and smiled at Scar Dragon, saying, "What a hassle. Where's that Gene, Yez senior brother? Just call him out. You, Scar Dragon, just want to use someone else's hand to get rid of me. No need to hide it. Also, stop with the nonsense about the cow's joy and wild donkey's spiral pillar. I have limited time. I need to take care of my dog after I finish you." Su Ayahan's words directly wiped the smile off Scar Dragon's face, and he emitted a cold aura as he said, "Good, you're young and reckless. Since you admit that Jinya's death is related to you, then today, you, Su Ayahan, Kai Cohen, and Li Dushing don't think you can leave here alive. Please invite the master." As Scar Dragon's words fell, a figure flashed from upstairs, and a sound of breaking air was heard. Soon everyone saw a middle-aged bald man in monk robes standing in front of them. The moment Su Ayahan saw the other party, he instantly knew his background. The man's entire body was filled with a fierce aura, and his inner energy surged, seemingly having just stepped into the innate realm with a strength that was not weak. Chapter 94, the strength displayed by Su Ayahan and his unbelievable abilities caused the entire hotel lobby to fall into silence. Everyone began to secretly calculate in their hearts, especially Scar Dragon, as this was now a matter of life and death for him. Huijin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Su Ayahan in shock. "You actually broke my Vudra body of the Buddhist sect. Are you at the perfect innate realm? At your age, it's impossible to cultivate to such a level. Which sect are you from? A scoundrel of the Buddhist sect who can't even uphold social morals. You aren't qualified to know my identity." As he spoke, Su Ayahan flew toward Huijin. Seeing Su Ayahan about to continue attacking, Huijin turned his body, took a step, crossed 6 or 7 meters, grabbed a nearby man, and threw him towards Su Ayahan. Then he rushed upstairs, trying to escape. Su Ayahan faced the flying man, his body rising again, and he pointed his toes on the man, speeding towards the escaping Huijin. "Want to escape? Can you escape?" Chapter 95, with dozens of fully armed law enforcement officers intervening, everyone in the lobby was forced to stop fighting, obediently hiding on the ground with their hands on their heads. At this time, Kai Kuan said softly to the man beside him, "Send a message over there to stop the action." I think we don't need to bother anymore. Scar Dragon should be thoroughly finished this time. Meanwhile, Scar Dragon, who had originally begged Su a hand for mercy, saw the law enforcement officers rushing in and his eyes lit up. He shouted, "Quick, take me to the hospital. I'm injured, and there are still people trying to kill me here." Su a hand furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and kicked Scar Dragon on the head, knocking him out directly. "Damn it, so noisy. Hey, what are you doing? Squat down, hands on your head." The law enforcement officer shouted at Su a hand, pointing his gun at him. Su a hand completely ignored the law enforcement officer's words and looked at Director Huang, who was coming up from downstairs. Director Huang was momentarily stunned when he saw Su a hand, then patted the shoulder of the law enforcement officer pointing his gun at Su a hand, hurriedly walked to Su a hand's side and said, "Brother Su, how come you're here?" Chapter 96. The news of a boss appearing in Jiuzhou City not only spread in the underworld, but also reached many big shots in the business world. This caused a stir in the business circle. Previously, with Jin Yi, Scar Dragon, and Kai Kun mutually restraining each other, business was easier to conduct. After all, if one was hard to deal with, they could find another. But now this balance had been broken. The black market in Jiuzhou City was now under one person's control, which was a huge shock. Those in business understood that sometimes many matters must rely on or seek each other's solutions. Otherwise, they might end up losing everything. Thus, many wanted to inquire about Su a hand's news. Even some bosses spent hundreds of thousands just to meet Su a hand once. However, at this moment, Su a hand was leisurely drinking tea and basking in the sun in the remote village of Nyolong Village, suddenly sitting up under the grapevine in the yard. Su a hand's aura began to rise, emitting a dragon's roar and tiger's howl, with faint sounds of explosions coming from within him. "It's here, it's finally here. I'm about to break through." As Su a hand spoke, he got up, entered the room, locked the door behind him, and then entered the small world. Chapter 97. Kai Kun, upon hearing Zhang Tianlei's words, was silent for a moment before saying, "Boss Zhang, although Han Gu is my elder brother, he doesn't want us to follow the old path. From now on, Kai Kun, will not engage in anything related to gambling, drugs, or similar activities that force people into prostitution. If you have some ulterior motives, you might as well give up." Zhang Tianlei frowned tightly upon hearing Kai Kun's words, as he was extremely surprised. It was frightening how someone who used to be ruthless could change so much in such a short time, making him even more curious about Han Gu. "Ha ha ha, Brother Kun is joking. I, Zhang Tianlei, am a serious businessman. I invited Brother Kun just to strengthen our friendship over some drinks and to have a heart-to-heart talk, not for any ulterior motives." After listening to Zhang Tianlei, Kai Kun casually nodded and said, "You, Boss Zhang, are also a prominent figure in Jiuzhou City. Since you invited me, I can't refuse you. As for Han Gu, I can only say I'll do my best. I can't guarantee whether he will agree." "All right, I understand. Brother Kun is straightforward in his dealings. I'll choose a place and let you know later. This time we must have a good drink." Chapter 98. Su a hand had never encountered such a situation. He felt anxious, scared, and fearful, along with a sincere prayer that the worst outcome would not occur. Suppressing his inner fear and facing it bravely, Su a hand reached under the table to grab a foot. He wanted to see who it was. If he didn't clarify this, it would be a knot in his heart that he could never overcome in his life, and he would die with his eyes open. Just as Su a hand grabbed the foot under the table, Ding Xiao, who was sitting opposite him, trembled, her face turning bright red. This scene naturally did not escape Su a hand's eyes. He leaned back slightly, pretending to adjust his position, and quickly glanced under the table. With just a glance, he saw a small foot wearing black stockings. His heart jolted, and Su a hand looked up at the blushing Ding Xiao, unable to help but scratch the sole of her foot. In an instant, a tingling sensation shot up her leg, making Ding Xiao tremble, her eyes filled with moisture. Clatter! The teacup in her hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound as tea splashed everywhere. Ding Feng looked at Ding Xiao in confusion and asked, "Xiao, what's wrong? Did you burn yourself?" Chapter 99. Meanwhile, Kai Kun and his group were nodding and bowing while chatting with Su a hand, while Zhang Tianlei and his son Zhang Hao stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before them. Blood was hanging from the corner of Zhang Hao's mouth as he stared at Su a hand and the lowly Kai Kun, completely ignoring his numb face from being hit by Kai Kun. He swallowed and whispered, "Dad, who is he?" Zhang Tianlei, hearing his son's words, glanced at Su a hand and the 28-barreled shotgun next to him. Remembering that Zhang Hao had once mentioned a distinguished guest of Ding Feng from Qingchuan Villa, he maintained a serious expression and said, "Don't judge a person by their appearance. This person is Su Ayahan, the number one in Jiuzhou City right now. You need to be careful with your words from now on, or you might end up in trouble. Do you understand?" Although Zhang Hao was unwilling and used to being arrogant, he wasn't a fool. He understood what it meant to be the number one in Jiuzhou City. Hearing his father's words, he quickly nodded and said, "I understand." After speaking, Zhang Tianlei changed his stern and cold expression, smiled, and stepped forward, extending his hand towards Su Ayahan, saying, "Hangge, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Zhang Tianlei. Today, I am fortunate to invite you to share a meal. It truly makes me feel incredibly honored." Chapter 100. Seeing Su Ayahan about to leave, Kai Kuan said to the plane, "You stay here and chat with Boss Zhang for a while, have some drinks. I'll see Han go off. By the way, Boss Zhang, you don't need to pay for today's meal. Go settle the bill." At the hotel entrance, Su Ayahan stood on the 28-barreled shotgun, looking at the approaching Kai Kuan and said, "I'm leaving. Don't engage in harmful activities anymore. Lead your brothers on the right path and do some legitimate business. You wouldn't want to live in fear when you grow old, right? You should know that now is the best time to turn back. Take this opportunity to do legitimate business and ensure your brothers have food to eat." Kai Kuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Hangge. I understand. I will meet with Li Dushing later to find a way that can control the dark side of Jiuzhou City while allowing my brothers to live with dignity." Su Ayahan agreed with Kai Kuan's idea, nodding slightly. He then left the hotel with Su Gang. After watching Su Ayahan leave, Kai Kuan returned to the hotel. Zhang Tianlei quickly stood up and smiled at Kai Kuan, saying, "Brother Kuan, it seemed like Hangge wasn't too happy just now. Did he say anything?" Chapter 101. Su Gang's words not only caused a stir in the surrounding atmosphere, but even Su Ayahan looked at him in surprise, secretly thinking, could this be yet another good young man poisoned by live streaming? Just as the atmosphere was vibrating, a harsh sound like nails scratching glass pierced through, and the temperature around them dropped again, accompanied by strands of black mist swirling towards the two. Su Ayahan's eyes flashed with brilliance as a talisman appeared in his hand. He formed a hand seal and directly infused it into Su Gang's body. After a burst of golden light, a barrier seemed to appear around Su Gang, preventing any strange aura from approaching him. The harsh sound did not stop. Instead, it grew louder and more intense, even affecting Su Ayahan's consciousness. The sound did not enter the ears, but directly acted on the mind, capable of driving one insane, even to the point of self-harm. Su Ayahan stabilized his consciousness with his powerful cultivation and divine abilities, while Su Gang, being pure-minded and free from any distracting thoughts, seemed completely unaffected. This could not be said to be anything other than Su Gang's powerful talent. His pure heart was not influenced by any external distractions. Chapter 102. After suffering the attack of Su Ayahan's Thunder Finger, the vengeful spirit lost its previous arrogance and dominance, retreating in terror with blood flowing from its eyes as it looked at Su Ayahan. Thunder techniques from the Taoist school. How could you improve so much in just a few days? Who exactly are you? The vengeful spirit's fear was not solely because Su Ayahan's Thunder Finger was suppressing it. Rather, the thunder techniques inherently had a powerful restraining effect on some evil spirits. As long as the cultivation difference was not too great, those who possessed thunder techniques could steadily suppress ghostly beings. Su Ayahan landed, elegantly waving his arm, sending a shockwave outwards, exuding an air of superiority and otherworldliness. You don't understand the world of geniuses. You'll find it hard to comprehend a life on a fast track. Today, you're going where you should go. The vengeful spirit, already severely injured by the Thunder Finger, turned into a black mist and fled to the 11th floor, disappearing from sight. Seeing the other party flee, Su Ayahan leaped into the air and shouted to Su Gang, "Gongzi, wait for me here." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ayahan swooped down like a large bird towards the 11th floor. Chapter 103. After eliminating the vengeful spirit, Su Ayahan looked at the nearby pillar and extended his hand to cast a void talisman, which merged into the pillar. In life, you were a pitiful person, but at least you avenged yourself. You can rest in peace now. As soon as Su Ayahan finished speaking, Su Gang rushed up from downstairs, looked around, and not finding any vengeful spirits, turned to Su Ayahan and asked anxiously, "Brother Han, are you all right?" "I'm fine. No need to worry. That vengeful spirit has already been eliminated, Su Ayahan replied. Hearing Su Ayahan's words, Su Gang exclaimed excitedly, Brother Han, you're amazing. Su Ayahan patted Su Gang's shoulder. His eyes filled with a hint of admiration. He valued Su Gang's performance highly. A person who had just cultivated true Qi was able to completely suppress a powerful being comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage, which could be described as a rare talent. Alright, don't envy me. I'm going to teach you a set of boxing techniques and a body forging method. This boxing technique is called Vajra Saint Hand, and the body forging method is called Pride Sky Bone Refining Technique. You already have true Qi, so practice this boxing technique well, and your strength will increase significantly. This body forging method is extraordinary. You must cultivate it diligently, as it will bring tremendous changes to your strength and physical defense. Chapter 104. In the small world, Su Ayahan's true Qi continuously rotated, while the surrounding spiritual energy gathered, strengthening and purifying his true Qi, making it more refined. The order of heaven's way, the law of all things defending each other. The terrain is Kuan, the will of heaven is Qian. Gold is sound. Sound is not disrupt. Wood is strong and thus honored. To guard honor is to be real. Water is clear and thus pure. Purity does not overflow. Dust arises from the earth. The earth calms the hearts of the masses. Smoke arises from fire. Fire descends and extinguishes the haze, illuminating the path of the three realms. Heaven's innocence protects my body. The incantation of the Yin-Yang Qian Kuan formula continuously emerged in Su Ayahan's mind, and the circulation of the great circulation within his body became faster. The two bridges of heaven and earth, the 108 acupoints around him, began to absorb the external spiritual energy. As time passed in the small world, Su Ayahan's aura grew stronger, and energy currents appeared around him. Visible energy wrapped around Su Ayahan's body. At this moment, Su Ayahan's cultivation broke through again, making a small advancement to reach the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, with 1 foot already stepping into the refinement of essence realm, only lacking the understanding of this realm and the elevation of his personal state of mind. For cultivators, each level of realm is a chasm. To cultivate and defy the heavens requires unimaginable willpower and time. Some may spend their entire lives trying to break through a realm, ultimately failing until their last breath. Chapter 105. After the old village head left, Su Ayahan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid the old village head would mention some embarrassing stories from his childhood. Peeking at a widow bathing, falling into a dung pit, and almost choking to death. Ha ha ha. Little rogue, I didn't expect your nickname to be Dog Egg. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Huang Do laughed wildly, while Zihan and Su Ayahan, who weren't particularly familiar, also struggled to hold back their laughter. Su Ayahan, facing Huang Do's teasing, directly turned serious and shouted at the black egg in the water, Black egg, it's time to go home. The black egg, which was playing with a koi in the water, heard Su Ayahan's voice, quickly turned and swam to the shore, while the koi also jumped to the lake's edge, poking its head above the water to look at Su Ayahan. Huang Do and Zihan, who were originally laughing, were completely stunned by this scene. Wow, what a beautiful dog. What a big koi. As they spoke, the two approached, petting the dog while teasing the koi with a branch. At this moment, the black egg looked at Su Ayahan, then at Huang Do and Zihan, its little green bean eyes spinning around, and it called out to the koi in the water. Chapter 106. Hearing a sound at the door, Su Ayahan turned to look and found Ding Xiaoxiao standing at the door with a suitcase, smiling at him. Seeing this scene, Su Ayahan's face instantly darkened, thinking to himself, do they think this place is a hotel? Just come and go as they please. Hey Dodo, Zihan, how come you're here too? Do you know Brother Ayahan? Ding Xiaoxiao asked happily as she approached Huang Do and Zihan, who were standing in the yard. Huang Do was also surprised and looked at Ding Xiaoxiao. How did you come to this little rogue's place? Do you know each other? Little rogue? You call him Little Rogue? Yeah, he is not serious, so I call him Little Rogue. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaoxiao seemed to think of something and turned to Su Ayahan, saying, tell me, what did you do to Dodo? Hearing Ding Xiaoxiao's questioning tone, Su Ayahan rolled his eyes and said, what I do to her is none of your business. I just teased her, so what is it to you? Also, let me tell you, you three shouldn't think about staying here. It's not convenient. Hurry up and leave. Chapter 107. Kai Kuan stood up and walked outside. As he passed by the plane, a faint voice came. The mule was a good brother. he can't die in vain. Also, arrange for his family and send some money over. By the way, find that guy named Biao as soon as possible. After Kai Kuan left, the plane turned to several of his subordinates and said they will accompany the mule in death, clean it up nicely, and then send 2 million to the mule's family. After that, keep a close watch on them. As soon as the plane finished speaking, the people involved in killing the mule completely collapsed, their faces ashen. They knew they had no way out. At that moment, they were so scared that they lost control of themselves. In Yolong village, Su Ayahan was feeling extremely annoyed at the arrival of the 3 girls when his phone rang. Hello, Brother Han. I need to tell you something. Someone is secretly inquiring about your address and movements on the streets of Jojo City. Su Ayahan frowned upon hearing Kai Kuan's words on the phone. Inquiring about my address? Have you found out who it is? What is their purpose? Brother Han, there is still no specific news. We only know that one person is a Biao, a former subordinate of Scar Dragon. I thought I should let you know first. Someone might be planning something against you. Chapter 108. As they spoke, Ding Xiao and the 3 of them cast a smug glance at Su Ayahan before pulling Su Gang out of the courtyard. Su Ayahan helplessly watched their retreating figures, shaking his head and sighing. If they want to stay, then let them. You girls aren't afraid. What is there for me? A big man to be scared of? The black egg heard Su Ayahan's murmurs and called out twice, then lay directly on the ground, exposing its 2 black quail eggs, occasionally glancing sideways at Su Ayahan. Seeing the black egg's appearance, Su Ayahan slapped the table, causing a drop of water to fly out of the cup. With a flick of his finger, the droplet flashed past and struck the quail egg directly. The black egg let out a miserable cry, flipped over, and ran to the side, looking pitifully at Su Ayahan, then lowered its head to glance at the quail egg, where the pain was indeed fiery, and it could only lick its own wound in solitude. At a street-side food stall in Jojo City, a man known as Feiji arrived at a shop with 5 or 6 younger brothers. The owner smiled upon seeing them and said, "Gentlemen, please take a seat. What would you like to eat?" Feiji looked at the owner and whispered, "We didn't come to eat. Tell me, where's a Biao?" Upon hearing Feiji's words, the food stall owner changed his expression, took a step back, and warily said to the group, Chapter 109. 2 men lay on the ground, bleeding profusely from their legs. But they were incredibly ruthless, showing no panic or cries of pain due to their thigh injuries. Instead, they drew their handguns from their waists, tightly gripping them, and crawled toward a concealed area. Su Ayahan swiftly approached one of them, and at that moment, the man crawling forward suddenly rolled over, pointing his gun directly at Su Ayahan. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire rang out, and a smile appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. He did not believe that at such close range, Su Ayahan could dodge the bullets. However, the next scene left him wide-eyed with terror. This is impossible. You're a martial artist at the innate realm, so young. How can this be? As he spoke, the man raised his gun again and frantically pulled the trigger. But the gun was already out of bullets. In contrast, in front of Su Ayahan, a light curtain appeared, with 8 bullets suspended a few dozen centimeters in front of him, spinning continuously. With a wave of his hand, the bullets vanished, and Su Ayahan stepped closer to the man, coldly asking, "Who sent you to kill me?" Chapter 110. After the 4 left, the phone on the Shadow King's body suddenly rang. After answering, the voice on the other end made the Shadow King's body tremble, and he sat up straight in reverence. "Boss, what are your orders?" A frail voice came from the phone, shouting, "It seems that Jojo City has been controlled by someone recently. They say a person named Su Ayahan is causing trouble. Do you know this person?" "Boss, I know him. I previously received a job to eliminate this young man named Su Ayahan in Jojo City, but unfortunately, the assassins we sent before failed, indicating that he is not simple and is likely a martial artist." After the Shadow King finished speaking, there was silence on the phone. After a long while, the frail voice on the other end continued, "We are at a critical moment now. Other domains are watching us, so I cannot allow any unstable factors to arise. You must immediately arrange for someone to take care of this Su Ayahan. Also, aside from your employer, I heard that a disciple from Dingshan Temple has also disappeared while seeking revenge for Bald Jean, and this matter is likely related to Su Ayahan. You can use this point to get Dingshan Temple to act at the same time. You must eliminate Su Ayahan." Chapter 111. The old monk holding the watermelon is the former abbot of Dingshan Temple, Wu Ming, who is already 90 years old. Although he has retreated behind the scenes and closed himself off for decades due to his martial arts realm, he still firmly holds the power of speech in Dingshan Temple. At this moment, a middle-aged monk standing at the door joined his hands in respect and said to the old monk, "Master, the people from the Bu Killing Shadow organization contacted us, saying they want to work together to deal with someone named Su Ayahan in Jojo City." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming slowly opened his eyes, and a wave of energy spread outwards. Looking at the respectful middle-aged monk, Wu Ming said, "Jojo City? The fruits you brought back seem to have come from there, right?" "Yes, master, they are. These fruits contain extremely pure spiritual energy, although the quantity is small. The place where these fruits grow must be extraordinary. Since it's south the same place, then arrange for someone to go there and handle everything, especially to find out where these fruits came from. Be sure to investigate clearly." "Yes, master, I will arrange this immediately. But I have one more thing to report to you." Chapter 112. The staff in the hotel looked at Su Ayahan with sparkling eyes. "Wow, so handsome. I didn't expect riding an old bicycle could be so cool and charming. Who says otherwise? If I could marry him, I would rather cry on the old bicycle than laugh in a BMW." A male staff member nearby heard the woman's words and scoffed, thinking to himself, "This double standard is too severe. On my first day at work, I rode a bicycle and was nearly laughed at. When I tried to talk to you, I was called a poor loser and told to stay away. Now you're acting like this. Is this about the old bicycle? Ugh, this damn world, these shattered values." In the hotel lobby, all the staff looked at Su Ayahan with spring-like gazes, as if saying they could endure anything and were ready for anything. On the top floor of the hotel, in a huge private room, Su Ayahan and the others took their seats. Zhang Tianlei cheerfully said, "Brother Su, Brother Kai, you call me over today. I wonder what's for? Is there a problem with Scardragon's business?" Kai Kuan was about to speak coldly, but Su Ayahan reached out to interrupt him, smiling at Zhang Tianlei. Chapter 113. As Zhang Tianlei spoke of leaving, he noticed the expressions of the others, which made Su Ayahan's eyes brighten, and he quickly said, "Boss Zhang, please wait." Zhang Tianlei paused his steps, slowly turned around, and asked, "Brother Su, is there something else you need?" As Zhang Tianlei spoke, four bodyguards entered at the door and stood beside him, vigilantly watching Su Ayahan and Kai Kuan. "You can't leave yet. I want Boss Zhang to help interrogate this assassin and see if he will reveal the employer behind him. After all, Boss Zhang is an old hand in this, and certainly has many methods." As soon as Su Ayahan finished speaking, Kai Kuan waved his hand, and his younger brothers blocked the private room door. Faced with this scene, Zhang Tianlei tightly clenched his fists, staring motionlessly at Su Ayahan, and said, "All right, since Brother Su is so interested, I'll stay and watch the fun. However, this kind of thing is illegal, so I need to notify the Law Enforcement Bureau to come over. Otherwise, if someone ends up dead or something uncontrollable happens, it won't be easy to explain, right, Brother Su?" Su Ayahan smiled and said, "All right, since Boss Zhang agrees, just watch the show from the side." Chapter 114. Facing the female assassin who was already helpless regarding her life, Su Ayahan could only point his finger at her Tandan point, using Taoist techniques to force out all of her potential at once. Only in this way can Su Ayahan know who is really behind the killer organization and who is paying for his life. After all, Zhang Tianlei is just a businessman. Killing him is nothing significant. However, Su Ayahan suspects Dingshan Temple and that Ouyang Jing, whom Kai Kuan suspects, are not simple characters. Su Ayahan does not believe he is invincible in the world. Therefore, he must clarify the true mastermind behind it all. The beginning of the end, the ultimate goal. Command. The female assassin, who was on the brink of death, suddenly erupted with a strong life force, regaining her consciousness. Su Ayahan dare not delay, as that life force burst forth quickly but dissipated just as fast. "Tell me, who paid you to kill me?" The female assassin, with blood flowing from her mouth, slightly opened it and said, "Zhang from the Zhang group in Jojo City." Just as she said this, the female assassin could no longer control her body, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground, completely breathless. After exhausting her life force, her skin visibly aged at an alarming rate. Chapter 115. As a business magnate in Jojo City, Zhang Qianlei's disappearance naturally caused a huge uproar, as the Zhang group holds immense influence there. Countless business tycoons and elite figures began to speculate about the strange circumstances behind this event. Some even exposed the matters involving Scar Dragon and Bald Gold industry, causing all those who were preparing to swallow the Zhang group to fall silent, watching the situation unfold. After all, for them, their lives are far more important. An invisible enemy is the most terrifying. Just as the Zhang group was busy and overwhelmed with the issue of succession, Zhang Hao drove his mother to the company with a single purpose: to firmly control the Zhang group in his hands. Mom, those shareholders and elders of the group used to show great respect to Dad, but now that Dad is gone, they are openly trying to seize his shares and control the company. I never realized they had such wolfish ambitions. How, after this incident, I hope you understand that this society is far scarier than you imagine. When we go to the company, don't say anything reckless. First, stabilize those people. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, the company will still be ours. Chapter 116. The bamboo raft soon reached the shore. Su Ayahan stepped onto the land, tied the rope securely, and saw Huang Do blushing while sitting by the lake. He asked in confusion, Do, what happened? Are you okay? I'm fine, really. While speaking, Huang Do tightly closed her legs and didn't dare to look Su Ayahan in the eye. As long as you're fine. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Look at your clothes. Hurry back and change. The 3 girls looked around and saw that there were no other figures besides the distant construction workers, so they hurriedly ran home with red faces. Besides, really a worry. However, their figures are quite nice. Saying this, Su Ayahan strolled along the lake and reached the other side, turning around the foot of a mountain. This was the mouth of a river, and the village's lake was formed because of this inlet. In the distance, the mountains were layered with turbulent waters nearby, lush trees, and a hint of coolness in the air, truly a paradise on earth. While appreciating the beautiful scenery, Su Ayahan suddenly looked towards the other side of the mountains, where a figure swiftly darted past and stood on a large rock, quietly watching Su Ayahan. Chapter 117. Ba. Su Benefactor's cultivation has already reached the Master Realm. To reach such a level at this age is truly unprecedented for this poor monk. Su Ayahan waved his hand arrogantly, a hint of pride in his tone. Less nonsense. If it weren't for how you spoke more reliably than that Huijin earlier, you'd have already gone to meet Yin Wang. As he spoke, Su Ayahan used a dragon swimming technique, swiftly crossing the river and appearing right in front of the Lingjue monk at lightning speed. Vajra Sacred Hand, Thousand Leaf Palm, facing Su Ayahan's rapid attack. Lingjue quickly responded with a palm strike while activating the Buddhist Vajra body. Boom! A loud bang echoed, and Su Ayahan remained standing still. While this time, Lingjue wasn't as fortunate. He found himself stepping back, leaving deep footprints on the rock, the golden light emitted by the Buddhist Vajra body fading away, and his right hand's veins bulging, blood dripping continuously from the corners of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Benefactor, such strong internal energy, such profound boxing martial arts. Su Ayahan looked at Lingjue with arrogance. What do you think, Master? Do we still need to fight? Chapter 118. Thinking about Lingjue's purpose, Su Ayahan chatted with Ding Feng for a moment before hanging up the phone. It seems someone is keeping an eye on me, but no matter who comes, they won't find out the true secret of those fruits. Saying this, Su Ayahan tossed his phone on the table and lay back on the lounge chair, comfortably closing his eyes. Nearby, Zihan and Ding Xiaoxiao were snacking on sunflower seeds and drinking tea, while in the yard, Huang Dodo was sweating profusely, practicing horse stance. The more he interacted with Su Ayahan, the more he felt Su Ayahan's martial arts were unfathomable, and he envied him, wanted to quickly meet Su Ayahan's requirements to learn his skills. Ayahan, when you saved us flying over the lake, was that what they call lighting a skill on TV? After Ding Xiaoxiao finished her question, she and Zihan stared intently at Su Ayahan, their eyes filled with admiration and expectation. Su Ayahan, however, seemed not to hear their inquiries and kept his eyes closed, enjoying the sunshine. Seeing that Su Ayahan ignored her, Ding Xiaoxiao pouted and prepared to tease him. But as she stepped forward, her foot got caught on the table leg, causing her to stumble and fall forward. Chapter 119. Su Ayahan felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but Ding Feng's next words brightened his eyes. Su, how about this? Give me 3 days, and I will give you an answer within that time. Thank you, Brother Ding. No need to be so polite. You are my lifesaver. This matter is nothing. If you are too courteous, we will be estranged. After chatting for a bit, they hung up the phone. Su Ayahan gazed at the butterflies fluttering in the yard, suddenly feeling that Ding Feng's identity was definitely not simple. After all, A killer's lair is extremely tight-knit. Who would dare to say they could find out the truth in 3 days unless they had immense power? After all, with Kai Kuan currently controlling thousands of hotels, bathhouses, sauna bars, and KTVs in Jojo City, and having nearly 10,000 subordinates, even such a level of influence couldn't dig up a hint of news. Thinking of this, Su Ayahan called out to Ding Xiaoxiao, who was in the yard picking watermelons. Ding Xiaoxiao, come here for a moment. Ding Xiaoxiao cheerfully approached Su Ayahan and asked, "What is up, Ayahan? Xiaoxiao, what does your family do?" Xu Ayahan's question left Ding Xiaoxiao stunned in place. After looking closely at the other person, she finally said, Chapter 120. As night fell, after the 3 women had been messing around for more than an hour, they were sent back to their rooms by Xu Ayahan. He then locked the door and entered the small world. His daily routine of cultivating in the small world to enhance his strength and learn more techniques was unchanging. Just as Xu Ayahan was about to enter a meditative state and operate the Yin-Yang Qingquanju, the black egg outside in the yard suddenly began barking wildly. At the same time, a faint sound of breaking air was captured by Xu Ayahan, and in an instant he realized that a martial artist had arrived in the village, and they were coming for him. Hastily leaving the small world, Xu Ayahan calmed the black egg and then leapt out of the small courtyard, flying towards the back of the village. The power of the Yolong Shinfa allowed him to cover a distance of over 100 meters in just a few breaths, landing atop a large tree in the village. With a frown, Xu Ayahan surveyed his surroundings. The night was eerily quiet, and the previous sound of breaking air had completely vanished. Xu Ayahan's strong perception carefully distinguished every movement around him. The wind blew gently, rustling Xu Ayahan's hair and the corners of his clothes, causing him to sway on the tree branch. Whoosh! Chapter 121. Xu Ayahan's words caused a cold glint to flash in the eyes of the 3, suppressing their internal shock and fear. Among them, the leader of the assassins quietly spoke. The opponent's cultivation is strong, and they have many techniques. Do not hold back. Use the combined attack technique directly. In an instant, the 3 figures began to move rapidly, the wind rising under their feet as they sped towards Xu Ayahan with a mysterious movement and positioning. At the same time, countless attacks were unleashed, swirling towards Xu Ayahan like a tornado. Seeing their coordination, Xu Ayahan was also surprised and nodded slightly, murmuring, "So it's a combined attack technique, containing the principles of the I Ching. There's something to it." At this moment, Xu Ayahan did not use the techniques of the Tao and Buddhism, but instead met them with a fist technique, the Jingong Xingshou. Power that can lift mountains, a spirit that covers the world, punching through the void with 9 layers of shock. Break for me. Each move of Xu Ayahan carried immense energy, creating sonic booms in the air as he clashed with the 3's combined attack technique. Bang, bang, bang. The energy released from the 4's battle shattered nearby stones and broke many trees, leaving the scene in complete disarray. Jingong Xingshou, 8-armed floating tower. Chapter 122. A night quickly passed, and Xu Ayahan emerged from the small world. Just as he stepped out of his room, he saw the 3 women in the yard picking vegetables, which surprised him greatly. After all, these 3 living ancestors wouldn't get up until nearly noon. And sometimes Xu Ayahan suspected they only got up because they were either hungry or couldn't hold it any longer. Oh, did the sun come up from the west today? Hearing Xu Ayahan's words, the 3, who were bent over picking vegetables, turned their heads and said with smiles, "Little rogue, we're going back at noon today. You have to make us something delicious. We'll pick and wash the vegetables." Upon hearing Huang doubt his words, Xu Ayahan was momentarily stunned, then walked over to the lounge chair and lay down, casually saying, finally leaving, good for some peace. Ding Xiaoxiao, hearing Xu Ayahan's words and seeing his indifferent demeanor, stomped her foot and said angrily, "Don't you feel even a bit reluctant or want to keep us here?" Xu Ayahan curled his lips and said, "Keep you? What is there to be reluctant about? Do you think you're fairies?" The 3 women had no way to deal with Xu Ayahan. They couldn't overpower him. Pouting didn't work, and while the beauty trap could have some effect, once Xu Ayahan became a rogue, a flick of his finger would cause them to automatically admit defeat. Chapter 123. Xu Ayahan thought that the cripple really had a problem with his cultivation. It should be known that problems in cultivation could lead to ruptured meridians at best and death at worst. Although the cripple's apprenticeship wasn't something Xu Ayahan particularly wanted, especially with the old village chief's threats involved, Over time, Xu Ayahan also recognized the cripple's exceptional talent in medicine. Perhaps the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine would fall on him in the future. So Xu Ayahan also became nervous. Worried, he hurriedly grabbed the cripple's wrist, and a stream of true energy entered the latter's body as he began to examine carefully. After a moment, Xu Ayahan's previously furrowed brows began to relax, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. His gaze towards the cripple filled with surprise and a touch of relief. "Master, how is it? Am I going to become an unparalleled master?" Although he said this, the cripple was indeed a bit nervous. For someone who had just started practicing and without a professional guide by their side, any change in their body would cause immense worry. Seeing the cripple's expression, Xu Ayahan smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, it's fine. Just follow the records and sequences of the cultivation method strictly to build a solid foundation. Don't be reckless. In the future, your prospects will be limitless." Chapter 124. Anxi City is the largest city in the northern region. With a prosperous economy and a large population, regarded as the center of the northern region, Xu Ayahan drove at high speed, nearly pressing his foot into the gas tank. And after several hours of frenzied driving, he finally arrived at Anxi City. Here, the cultural heritage is deep and the historical background is long. Upon entering the city, Xu Ayahan felt the perfect blend of styles from thousands of years ago with modern architecture. Following the address provided by Ding Feng, Xu Ayahan navigated and finally found the food-filled street mentioned by Ding Feng. This place was bustling with vendors, their calls merging into a chorus. As Xu Ayahan walked through the crowd, he felt the lively atmosphere and smelled the various delicious aromas wafting through the air. Xu Ayahan made his way to the end of the road, where there were hardly any people. A large food stall stood out in the otherwise deserted corner, quite hidden from view as it was not visible from the street and no one paid attention to it. Xu Ayahan stepped into the food stall, where a few sets of plastic tables and chairs were arranged. A man wearing an apron noticed Xu Ayahan entering and smiled as he approached. "Come, sit down. What do you want to eat?" Xu Ayahan carefully assessed the man and found that his hands were exceptionally fair, unlike someone who had worked in the kitchen for years. And the man's gaze gave off a chilling vibe. Chapter 125. Xu Ayahan turned sharply, raising his hand to strike at the two men. A powerful true energy surged forth, sending the two hawk-eyed men flying backward, causing them to spit blood upon landing and stagger back several steps before barely stabilizing themselves. Just a single palm strike left the two hawk-eyed men severely injured, their faces pale and blood already staining the fabric of their chests. Not even at the innate level, yet so brave. Are assassins truly unafraid of death? As he spoke, Xu Ayahan looked towards the deepest part of the food stall's room. "In Wang, if you don't come out now, your few remaining subordinates will all meet Yin Luo Wang. Do you really just want to watch them perish one by one?" As soon as Xu Ayahan's voice fell, a door suddenly opened deep in the room, and a powerful finger force surged in, striking directly at Xu Ayahan's chest. Xu Ayahan was startled by this sudden scene, taking a step back while simultaneously pointing a finger out. Thunderstorm force. Bang! With a loud explosion, the surrounding plastic tables and chairs shattered, and the shockwave spread outwards. Footsteps sounded, and a man of medium build, with a fierce look in his eyes and a buzz cut, stepped forward until he stopped 3 meters away from Xu Ayahan. Chapter 126. The Shadow King was extremely shocked by the martial arts displayed by Xu Ayahan, and he was also deeply puzzled about Xu Ayahan's identity. He could not imagine what kind of talent it took to master so many extraordinary martial arts at such a young age. Xu Ayahan looked at the Shadow King, who had dispelled the heart-piercing palm force from his arm, and smiled slightly, saying, "Using your method against you, I can do what you can do. And what you can't do, I can also do. Do you still think I can't kill you? Forget it. I'm not going to play with you." Saying this, Xu Ayahan directly used the dragon soaring step, his figure flashing quickly, appearing in front of the Shadow King in the blink of an eye. Faced with Xu Ayahan's rapid attack, the Shadow King did not have enough time to prepare and raised his hand to exchange injuries with Xu Ayahan, as he understood that with the speed Xu Ayahan had just demonstrated, if he didn't fight desperately, he definitely wouldn't be able to retreat unscathed from Xu Ayahan today. Unfortunately, the Shadow King still underestimated Xu Ayahan. Not only did Xu Ayahan possess numerous ordinary martial arts, but he was also a cultivator, and his mysterious and unpredictable magical techniques were even more powerful. Thunder Spirit Finger. A single finger pointed out bizarrely, and the Shadow King was unable to defend against it, getting hit in the chest by Su Ayahan's finger. Chapter 127. At this moment, Su Ayahan leaped high into the air, no longer using martial arts, but employing his trump card, magical techniques. In midair, Su Ayahan opened his mouth and unleashed the deathly Sanskrit sound. Visible ripples surged towards the old man. Although the old man was strong, he had no understanding of magical techniques that transcended martial arts. Therefore, under the deathly Sanskrit sound, his mind was instantly affected, and blood flowed from his mouth and ears. Stumbling back several steps, the old man was completely lost in an illusion. However, just as Su Ayahan was about to strike and completely subdue him, the old man's internal energy suddenly erupted, and he instantly regained his senses. His eyes filled with terror, as he had already suffered a heavy blow from Su Ayahan's deathly Sanskrit sound. Without time to think, he waved his hand and unleashed several powerful attacks aimed at various parts of Su Ayahan's body. At the moment he launched the attacks, the old man turned and fled, his speed so fast that it left afterimages, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Ayahan, having deflected the old man's attacks with several palm strikes, looked up to see that the old man had vanished into the buildings, and it was too late to chase after him. Chapter 128. Hey, bald monk. I'm asking you a question. Su Gang's rough voice rang out. Beside him, Black Egg also bared his teeth and let out a low growl towards Ling Ju, taking on an aggressive posture. Ba, the benefactor is polite. This poor monk passed by here and noticed that the vegetables and fruits in this land seemed different. So out of curiosity, I came in to take a look. Upon hearing Ling Ju's words, Su Gang proudly replied, Of course. The things my brother Han grows are definitely different. Not to mention that they taste good. Even ordinary people don't easily catch a cold after eating them. Ling Ju's eyes flickered with brilliance upon hearing Su Gang's words. He thought of Su Ayahan, whom he had fought previously, and thus bowed again, politely saying, The Han brother you mentioned is named Su Ayahan, right? Su Gang was surprised to hear Ling Ju mention Su Ayahan's name, exclaiming, Oh, so you know my brother Han? You can pick some fruits to eat. I want to charge you. Brother Han has gone out. He is not home. Otherwise, I would call him over. Ba, the benefactor is too polite. This poor monk has another question. Are the things grown on this land always like this? Or did they only become like this after benefactor Su Ayahan came? Originally, Ling Ju thought that Su Gang looked somewhat simple-minded, and he would definitely be able to ask all the questions, but as soon as he finished speaking, Su Gang scratched his head and looked at Ling Ju with confusion, saying, Chapter 129, You guys are just too verbose. Just say what you need to say. Isn't it tiring living every day wearing a mask? Hearing Beigui Shou's words, Nani Sheng and Ma Fei glanced at each other with a hint of envy, but still smiled wryly and shook their heads. All right, I know both of you are concerned about my father's illness. There are no many formalities here. Beigui Shou smiled and patted Ma Fei's shoulder. Good. You kid is to my taste. Living too rigidly is exhausting, and when you get tired, you easily fall ill. Don't pay too much attention to certain things. Ma Fei casually shifted his body, and although he wore a respectful smile on his face, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, but was quickly suppressed. Please. Ma Fei led the two into a bright bedroom in the villa, where several instruments were placed beside the bed, and 2 doctors and 2 nurses were standing by the bed, recording data and checking the elderly man lying there. Seeing Ma Fei enter, the 4 quickly spoke respectfully. Hello, Mr. Ma. Ma Fei nodded at them and quietly asked, How's my dad? Mr. Ma, the old gentleman's condition is still the same. There hasn't been any improvement. If it doesn't get better, we need to think of other treatment plans quickly. We can't afford to delay. If it drags on any longer, I'm afraid. Chapter 130. I, Ma Tingyun, have spent over 30 years working hard to climb up the rankings, becoming the richest man in Huaxia. But now my body's become like this. It's truly a case of gain and loss. Xiao Fei, let everything happen as it should. If there really is no way, don't force it. Ma Fei covered his father with a blanket and smiled, saying, Dad, those people are now eyeing us closely. You have to hold on. Without you, the hard-earned legacy of the Ma family will truly be difficult to protect. Hearing his son's words, Ma Ting deeply looked at his only son, whom he had after many years, and nodded thoughtfully. Nani Sheng and Beigui Shou had also become old friends with Ma Tingyun. So they used their connections to send out messages to various city Chinese medicine associations to collect some special medical techniques and look for extraordinary individuals hidden among the people. As soon as the two spoke, the entire Chinese medical community exploded with excitement. Who are these two? They're the two great medical sages of the Chinese medical community. If they can't cure the illness, it seems almost impossible for anyone else to do so. Chapter 131. Time did not flow slowly in the small world. Su Ahan spent a full 10 to 20 days in cultivation. Just as the sky outside brightened, Su Ahan's body in the small world suddenly began to tremble violently. Surrounded by whirlwinds formed from spiritual energy that raged around him. The clothes on his body rustled, and he exuded an aura of an extraordinary, transcendent expert. At this moment, the true energy within Su Ahan was circulating rapidly in a great cycle, and his mindset gradually changed along with the operation of the great cycle. Boom! Not long after, a rumbling sound erupted from Su Ahan's body, followed by a massive influx of spiritual energy washing through his organs, muscles, and bones. The true energy within Su Ahan also underwent a tremendous transformation, increasing by 3 times compared to before. At this moment, Su Ahan officially entered the realm of fasting, truly capable of severing food intake and relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain the energy needed for his operation. A quarter of an hour later, the spiraling spiritual energy around Su Ahan disappeared, replaced by an aura of returning to simplicity, with every gesture revealing the demeanor of a great master. Chapter 132. The words of the cripple left Sun Nuo and Bei Guisho dumbfounded, staring at the cripple in astonishment. Bei Guisho did not know what Su Ahan looked like, but Sun Nuo was very clear about it. However, before Sun Nuo could speak, Bei Guisho stepped forward and said, "Medical skills are divine, and medicine cures illness. You have quite the audacity, kid. Today, I want to see what divine medical skills you possess." The cripple looked at Bei Guisho in surprise and said, "Hey, you old man are quite arrogant. Aren't you here to see a doctor? From what you say, you also know medicine." "I guess so." Hearing Bei Guisho's words, the cripple sized him up and smiled. "It seems you want to spar a bit. All right, let's each pose 3 questions and see if the other can answer." "Sure. Since you're younger, I'll let you ask the first question." The cripple nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked, "How do you understand the yin and yang discussed in traditional Chinese medicine?" Bei Guisho smiled and replied directly, "Yin and yang are formless, but have substance. Qi is yang. Bodily fluids are yin. Above is yang, below is yin. Left is yang, right is yin. This is a kind of opposition and unity, a positive-negative imagination." Chapter 133. A series of acupuncture techniques were executed from Su Ahan's hands, accompanied by the steady sound of silver needles, stunning Bei Guisho, a master of the medical path in China, to the point where his eyes nearly popped out. These truly are lost, extraordinary acupuncture techniques. Where did you learn them? Are there any medical texts that have been passed down? After recovering from his shock, Bei Guisho asked Su Ahan with astonishment and excitement. Su Ahan flicked his wrist, putting all the silver needles back into the needle bag with such speed that Bei Guisho and Sun Nuo couldn't react in time, let alone see clearly. With a smile, Su Ahan slowly replied, "I learned the acupuncture techniques from an old man in my village when I was in elementary school." "Where's that old man now?" "He ascended to heaven." Su Ahan's words left Bei Guisho stunned, unable to regain his senses for a long time. After a while, he finally reacted and grabbed Su Ahan's hand, saying, "He must have passed on all his teachings to you before he left, right? Can I borrow the text to take a look?" "No." "Why not?" "Because they are all in my head." "Oh, come on, this is ridiculous. How can something so important be treated so casually? What if something happens to you one day, or you get hit by a car? That precious medical skill, which is so hard to come by, would be lost again." Chapter 134. "Hey, I remember you have spare room at home, right? From now on, this old man will stay with you." Su Gang looked at Bei Guisho after hearing Su Ahan's words and scratched his head, chuckling. "Hee, Brother Han. Staying is definitely not a problem, but can this old man's body handle the hassle?" Su Gang's words left Bei Guisho stunned, and Sun Nuo and Su Ahan equally shocked. At this moment, everyone fell into silence, looking at Su Gang with disbelief and fear in their eyes. What the hell? What does this big guy want to do? Is he going to target old men like me too? How terrifying are those muscles and fingers as thick as carrots? Resistance is impossible. By Gisel, who had seen many things, even remained calm in front of the upper echelons of China, was afraid at this moment. He took a step back and, looking at Su Gang's tall and strong figure with fingers as thick as carrots, Bei Guisho swallowed hard, speaking with some fear. Chapter 135. Shaking his head, Su Ayahan arranged for Su Gang to clean the fish while he went to handle the ingredients to prepare a meal. After all, as a guest, one must adhere to the etiquette of hospitality. As Su Gang cleaned the fish, he watched Bei Guisho and Sun Nua arguing, seeing their tempers rising and about to come to blows. Old Bei, I respected you before, which is why I tolerated you. Don't be ungrateful. If we really fight, I'm younger than you. Humph. In Kyoto, even the upper echelons of China treat me politely. You old man dared to beat me up like this. And you even dare to pinch my bird's egg. Even if it doesn't work anymore, you are not someone who can touch it. This matter is not over. You think I'm afraid of you? Go ahead, hit me. Watching the two old men get ready to fight again, Su Gang, who was cleaning the fish, spoke up. Hey, old men, you're quite capable of fighting, huh? I happen to be itching for a fight too. Why don't you two come at me together and let me have some fun? Hearing Su Gang's words and seeing his arms as thick as thighs and bulging muscles, Bei Guisho and Sun Nua simultaneously stopped, looking like children who had done something wrong, swallowing hard and saying timidly. Chapter 136. The identity and position of the richest man in China were closely watched by countless people. In an instant, many people in Kyoto began to closely monitor the movements and specific whereabouts of Ma Tingyun. The next day in Jiuzhou City, a private plane landed at the airport, and several luxury cars lined up together, all equipped with precise medical equipment. Inside the airport, leaders at all levels of Jiuzhou City looked forward eagerly, as a decision from Ma Tingyun or Ma Fei could bring at least hundreds of billions in investment to Jiuzhou City, which was a great opportunity for a city like Jiuzhou. As soon as Ma Fei got off the plane, everyone surrounded him, starting to chatter. Mr. Ma, how is old Ma's condition? We have arranged for the best doctors and caregivers to take care of him. You don't need to worry. Yes, young Master Ma. Let us first take old Ma to the hospital for care. We arrange for meals, and after dining, we can contact you for anyone you want to meet. Listening to the crowd trying to ingratiate themselves, Ma Fei symbolically nodded to everyone and said expressionlessly, "No need. My father's matters are important." Saying this, Ma Fei arranged for people to carry Ma Tingyun off the plane and place him onto a specially prepared vehicle. Chapter 137. Although Ma Fei received unusual education from a young age and is quite skilled in dealing with people, having learned a lot about identifying others from his father, this time he truly misjudged the situation. He walked up to Sun Nua with a smile, extended his hand, and said, "Hello. You must be the reclusive expert Su Ayahan mentioned by the Northern Ghost Hand. I specifically came from Kyoto to ask you, esteemed senior, to treat my father's illness. I hope my sudden visit hasn't disturbed you." Sun Nua was at a loss for words in response to Ma Fei's statement and outstretched hand, his face turning red. He glanced at Su Ayahan beside him and awkwardly said to Ma Fei, Mr. Ma, I'm sorry, you've mistaken me. I'm not Su Ayahan." As soon as Sun Nua spoke, Ma Fei sensed something was off because he had heard Su Ayahan's voice over the phone, and they were clearly two different people. A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed his face, but one must say that Ma Fei had an extraordinary ability in communication. "I apologize for my abruptness. May I ask who Mr. Su Ayahan is? I would appreciate your introduction." After Ma Fei finished speaking, Sun Nua turned his gaze to Su Ayahan. As Ma Fei followed Sun Nua's gaze and saw Su Ayahan, he was initially taken aback and then froze in place. Chapter 138. What the hell? Is it a century-old or 1,000-year wild ginseng? It doesn't seem quite right. It could be even older. Could it be 10,000-year-old ginseng? Is it possible for such wild ginseng to exist in modern society? It's truly unimaginable. At that moment, the Northern Ghost Hand and Sun Nua were completely shocked, left in a daze. Their eyes never left the ginseng in Su Ayahan's hand, constantly swallowing saliva. Even Ma Fei, a super rich man with extensive experience, was fixated on the ginseng in Su Ayahan's hand, his eyes flashing with desire and excitement. Just when everyone was still in shock, Su Ayahan reached out with his other hand, grabbed the ginseng's branches and leaves, tore them off, and threw them on the ground. He then plucked a few roots off and handed them to Ma Fei, saying these ginseng roots should be divided over 7 days. Each morning, when you brew the medicine, add 1 part to the medicinal stone. It must be done with low heat and do not rush. Once the 7 days are up, your father's illness will naturally heal. By the way, don't forget to transfer 10 billion to my card. The card number is on the prescription. Chapter 139. On the streets of Jiuzhou City, Ling Ju took an elderly monk in a taxi heading to Nyolong village. Inside the taxi, the elderly monk looked out at the receding streets and tall buildings. A hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Ling Ju, are you sure those fruits and vegetables come from a small mountain village? The old monk's voice resonated directly in Ling Ju's mind, a skill that can be gradually mastered after reaching the innate realm. Master, I have already seen it in person. It indeed comes from there. Tell me about your encounter with Su Ayahan in the small mountain village. That Su Ayahan looks to be in his early 20s, but his cultivation has already reached the master realm, with exceptionally pure internal energy, rare in the world. Moreover, it seems he has learned a variety of martial arts, involving both the Taoist and Buddhist schools, and most importantly, he uses techniques I have never even heard of in the martial world. He can be considered a supreme prodigy. Upon hearing Ling Ju's words, the elderly monk furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. At just over 20 years of age, reaching the master realm with pure internal energy and diverse martial arts, which sect does he belong to? Why has there been no word of him in the Jianghu? Chapter 140. What a skillful method to attract attention. Master, you came here for the spiritual energy, didn't you? Since you, Su, have the ability to gather such pure spiritual energy, why not share the method for the benefit of the entire Chinese martial arts community? This way, we can elevate the martial arts scene in China. Hearing the old monk's words, Su Ayahan showed a hint of sarcasm and said, what the master says makes sense. I am also willing to contribute to the Chinese martial arts community. Previously, I learned that in your Dingshan temple, there is a defensive skill called the Vajrabadi and a supreme technique called the Wuji hand. How about you let me learn these techniques, and then I can pass them on to others for the benefit of the martial world? This way, the master would also be contributing to the Chinese martial arts community. Wouldn't that be even better? At this point, Su Ayahan deliberately paused, looking at the old monk whose expression had changed, and continued. I wonder how the master feels about this. What you said, Su, is incorrect. Each sect in the Chinese martial arts community has its own secret skills, which are not passed on to anyone outside the disciples. This is the rule of the Jianghu, and how can I break the traditions passed down by my predecessors? Chapter 141. Originally, Ling Ju just wanted to advise the old monk not to be too obsessed with the method of gathering spiritual energy, and he felt that his master was too eager to break through his cultivation, which had already affected his state of mind. However, when he heard the old monk's earlier words, he was utterly shocked and looked at the old monk, saying, Master, what did you say? To sever our master-disciple relationship? I have followed you since I was young, day in and day out for decades. Don't you have any feelings for me? You should know how good I've been to you. If you truly respect your master, you should help me. Otherwise, your feelings for me are all fake. Ling Ju sadly spoke, Master, enough, don't say anymore. I will hold him off, making it impossible for him to pay attention to you. You take the chance to attack him from middle. Remember, you must take him down at the first opportunity, or we will all be in danger today. Upon hearing the old monk's words, Ling Ju nodded helplessly and assumed an attacking posture. The conversation between the two was very secretive, belonging to the art of sound transmission. But Su Ayahan could tell at a glance that Ling Ju's eyes had changed. Previously, he was merely watching the battle, not showing any intention of teaming up against Su Ayahan. But now the opponent was stirring up their internal energy and preparing to strike. Chapter 142. Su Ayahan, carrying a shovel, frowned when he saw the old village chief leading more than 10 people. Ayahan, these leaders are here to see you. You really have achieved something. Our Nyolong village has produced a talent. Hearing the old village chief's praise and not wanting to offend him, Su Ayahan symbolically smiled and nodded at everyone. At this moment, everyone came to their senses and smiled at Su Ayahan. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Tang Li, the deputy mayor of Jiuzhou City. I have long heard of your fame, but never had the chance to meet you. Today, seeing you, Mr. Su, indeed proves to be a remarkable person. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Zhang Lei, the chairman of Dingxin Commerce in Kyoto. I heard that your medical skills are extraordinary, so I specially came to pay a visit. Everyone introduced themselves in a rush, afraid of missing anything. Su Ayahan listened to everyone introducing themselves one after another, frowned, and walked to a nearby tree stump to sit down. He stomped the mud off his feet and said, You say I'm just a farmer who knows how to grow crops and can only treat minor ailments. I have no other skills. Why are so many prominent figures looking for me? Chapter 143. At this moment, Ma Fei completely understood that his father's illness was no longer serious, and after several examinations, there were no issues at all. At this moment, a murderous intent appeared in Ma Fei's eyes. Previously, he had been ignored by Su Ayahan, and he could hardly tolerate Su Ayahan's arrogant claim of 10 billion. After all, wherever he went, he was surrounded by people flattering him. Who would dare to ignore him? But Su Ayahan, this small-town boy, disregarded his existence. Get in touch with the leader of the Iron Palm sect. I want to invite him for a drink. Young master, where should we meet? Anywhere is fine. What's important is that he must show up. The rest doesn't matter. Also, make sure to keep things discreet. In a luxurious hotel, Ma Fei, along with Old Li, welcomed a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, looking spirited. Iron Palm sect leader, please. Young master Ma, you're too polite. I've known your father for a long time. There's no need for such formality. You must have something to discuss today, right? Ma Fei smiled, stood up to pour wine for the leader of the Iron Palm sect, and said, Iron Palm leader, to be honest, there's someone who is like a thorn in my eye and a pain in my flesh. I want to ask for your help to get rid of him. Chapter 144. In the courtyard of Su Ayahan's home in Yolong village, Su Ayahan was comfortably drinking tea made with spiritual spring water when suddenly, the old village chief rushed in with several villagers. Ayahan, something's wrong. Hearing the old village chief's anxious voice, Su Ayahan put down his teacup and quickly stood up, saying, Grandpa village chief, don't panic. What happened? Oh no, Su Laosan and his wife took a tricycle to the county's agricultural market. They accidentally scratched someone else's car. Just now, Su Laosan's wife called and said that not only did the other party hit Su Laosan, but they also demanded 30,000 yuan in compensation. Otherwise, they won't let them go. We were worried about Su Laosan, so everyone pooled together 30,000 yuan to resolve this matter. Ayahan, you have experience in the big city, so you understand more. Why don't you come along and take a look? Upon hearing the old village chief's words, a cold light flashed in Su Ayahan's eyes. He felt a bit fortunate about the villager's simplicity, but also deeply helpless. Grandpa village chief, you don't need the money. I have it. You can return it to the villagers. I will go there immediately. You all don't need to go. I will bring Uncle Su and the others back shortly. Don't worry. Chapter 145. The three men saw Su Ayahan returning quickly, and upon seeing the heavy bag he was carrying, they showed puzzled expressions. Kit, what's going on? Are you compensating or not? We don't have time to waste here. Su Ayahan glanced at the three men and directly threw the bag on the ground, saying, the money is inside. You take it yourself. The three men were stunned by Su Ayahan's words, exchanged glances, and then squatted down to open the bag. When they saw the 50,000 cash inside, they swallowed hard, frozen in place. What do you mean by this? I mean, wasn't it you who wanted the money? Now I've brought it to you. What's the matter? Don't you dare take it? Are you saying this money is all for us? Yes, it's all for you. You hit your car, so it's only right to compensate you. Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, the three of them collectively swallowed hard, excitedly lifting the bag, ready to leave. Just then, Su Ayahan spoke again. Wait. The man turned around and looked at Su Ayahan warily, asking, Kid, what else do you want? Chapter 146. While the car was being smashed, the three men nearby were completely dumbfounded. Su Laosan and his wife clearly looked like farmers, and Su Ayahan, riding a bicycle, wasn't he of high status either, but the more than 10 people suddenly appearing in front of them looked like tough characters. The three men increasingly felt that they had run into tough opponents today, and they also understood that the so-called rural bumpkin riding a bicycle wasn't he as easy to mess with as they thought. Big brother, it was all a misunderstanding before. You smashed our car and hit our people. Today we'll take the blame. Who knew that upon hearing the other party's words, Su Ayahan directly slapped the man's face again. Smack! The man was knocked down to the ground, his face swelling even more. I knew from the beginning that you were trying to scam money. This car is worth 50,000? Are you kidding me? Whether it was an accident or not, it has been through several hands, right? I already said, you can't take my money for free. Since you reached out for it, you have to follow my rules. At this moment, the three men could no longer act arrogantly and were secretly hoping that Su Ayahan would let them off the hook. At this time, money no longer mattered. Chapter 147. Recently, a major upheaval occurred in the northern region martial arts community due to an invitation from Dingchan Temple, where several sects, including Iron Palm Sect, Qingliang Temple, and Shengwando, united to exorcise demons. Although the strongest sect in the northern region, Divine Sword Manor, along with 7-Star Pavilion and 5 Tiger Gate, did not participate, it still caused a huge stir. In no time, the name Su Ayahan began to spread wildly in the northern region martial arts community, becoming a topic of conversation for many during their training. And under the influence of some interested parties, Su Ayahan was branded as a bloodthirsty demon. In Yolong Village, Su Ayahan had already prepared to head to Dingshan Temple, intending to completely erase the so-called Dingshan Temple from the Chinese martial arts community. Just as Su Ayahan was about to set off, Ding Feng's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Brother Ding. Little brother, you've stirred up a hornet's nest this time. I've heard that many sects in the martial world are eyeing you, wanting to eliminate you quickly. Are you planning to go to Dingshan Temple now?" "That's right. Since others have provoked me, I must let them know that there are consequences for provoking the wrong person. Little brother Su, I know your strength is considerable. But this time, Dingshan Temple is a den of tigers and dragons. Many strong figures from various sects are there. It's clearly a trap. If you go, they will definitely attack you en masse, and you'll be in danger." Chapter 148. The leader of the Iron Palm sect's words made the hundreds of martial artists around frown, all glaring at Su Ayahan in anger. And many were even preparing to take action. "Iron Palm leader, are you serious? If such a thing happens, why have we never heard of it before?" The master of the Iron Palm sect had a flicker of imperceptible brilliance in his eyes as he looked at Su Aohao and took a couple of steps forward, saying, "I believe everyone understands that Su Aohao's cultivation is not weak. He is considered a strong figure in the northern domain. Therefore, he operates with great secrecy, and almost no one can catch him off guard. Thus, the martial world has always failed to perceive him. Today, this great demon has come to us voluntarily. As long as we act together to cripple his martial arts, the truth will naturally come to light after strict interrogation." It must be said that the master of the Iron Palm sect had a strong ability to incite emotions, controlling the atmosphere very well. In just a few short sentences, he had stirred up immense hatred and a desire for swift execution against Su Aohao among everyone present. Su Aohao stood with his hands behind his back, watching the indignant crowd around him and listening to the shouts of anger coming from all directions, finally focusing his gaze on the master of the Iron Palm sect. "You really have put in a lot of effort to push me to the opposite side of the entire Northern Domain martial arts community. Everything you said is known only to you. Is it just based on your words?" Chapter 149. Su Aohao strikes forcefully, and more than half of the 20 little monks instantly perish on Dingshan Mountain. The remaining ones, even if they still breathe, have their meridians completely severed and their cultivation dissipated. Even if they survive, the best outcome is that they become ordinary people with no possibility of further cultivation. The martial artists around, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be astonished. What terrifying internal power, what fierce palm technique, what incredible speed, and what a handsome figure. They never expected that the treasure of Dingshan Temple, the Vajrat demon subduing formation, would be so easily broken. This person's cultivation is undoubtedly at the Grandmaster level. It seems that capturing him will come at a cost. Indeed, he is the great demon. He takes lives at a whim. Everyone was shocked, while the spirit stone of Dingshan Temple and the abbot of Qingliang Temple looked at Su Aohao with astonishment, saying, "Is that the 1,000-leaf hand of the Buddha? How could he possess the Buddhist techniques and have cultivated to such a profound level? Could this person have some connection with the Shaolin Temple in the Central Plains?" At this moment, those who thought of the Shaolin Temple felt a bit worried. After all, Shaolin Temple is one of the great powers in Huaxia, with many experts, including transcendent grand masters who have reached the limits of martial arts. Chapter 150. As the spirit stone approached Su Aohao, he pointed out, and the lightning power that struck fear into him came forth. His face changed, and it was already too late to dodge in midair, so he could only manifest golden light all over his body and strike out with a palm. Crack! The lightning power emitted by the lightning finger directly pierced through the spirit stone's limitless palm force, crashing into the spirit stone's chest. Buzz! A sound like a bell rang out, and the golden sheen surrounding the spirit stone quickly faded. The lightning power surged into the spirit stone's body. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the spirit stone fell to the ground. Due to the lightning power, the true chi within the spirit stone was forced back into his dantian and could not be utilized. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As the spirit stone fell, the attacks from others also approached Su Aohao. Demon, subduing palm. With an angry shout, Su Aohao Han's palms waved repeatedly in midair, and giant, true chi hands appeared, shattering the attacks of several people and sending them flying out. As soon as Su Aohao Han used his cultivation techniques, the combined attacks of several people had no effect at all, and the siege was directly broken. At this moment, everyone surrounding Su Aohao Han was shocked beyond measure, and they had a renewed understanding of his strength. Chapter 151. Su Aohao Han's overwhelming slaughter led to the annihilation of Dingshan Temple, which was henceforth removed from the Huaxiao martial arts community. In a scripture building of Dingshan Temple, Su Aohao Han's figure appeared, looking around. He saw rows of bookshelves filled with many scriptures, but on a separate shelf, there were only a dozen thin, ancient books. Su Aohao Han's eyes lit up as he walked over, picking up one of the books, titled Tiger in Crane Double Form. He picked up another, which was titled Arhut, Subduing Tiger Fist. One after another, he found that these were all common foundational martial arts in the martial arts world, offering no appeal to Su Aohao Han, until he finally saw the purpose of his visit in the last book. He saw a light blue thin booklet with 4 big characters written on it, Vajra Body. Su Aohao Han's purpose in coming here was for this technique, as he had always felt something unusual about this technique after fighting with several monks from Dingshan Temple. Flipping through the martial arts text page by page, Su Aohao Han examined them carefully until he reached the last page, at which point he frowned. So that's how it is. I never expected such a powerful martial art to be merely a fragment. Where do the missing parts of the technique go? If this technique were complete, how terrifying would it be? Chapter 152. Inside the luxurious villa of the Ma family in Kyoto, Ma Fei put down his phone with a grim expression. Failed. Such a flawless plan actually failed. The old man sitting opposite Ma Fei furrowed his brows tightly upon hearing this. What happened? Did the master of Iron Palm sect not succeed? Ma Fei sighed, threw the phone on the table, and plopped down on the sofa. Lamenting, we underestimated that Su Aohao Han. Not only did he annihilate Dingshan Temple, but he also severely injured several sect leaders while fending off the attacks of multiple sects, killing dozens of disciples from various factions. Upon hearing Ma Fei's words, the old man's pupils constricted, and a look of terror appeared on his face. The next moment, he hurriedly spoke. In that case, the plan must be stopped immediately. We cannot proceed any further. Why? Because the plan has failed. From my observation of Su Aohao Han during our last meeting, he is quite extraordinary, with a meticulous mind. If we continue to act, he will definitely sense something, so we must keep a low profile for now. Chapter 153. The news of the master of Shunjian Mountain Villa, Chiu Hai, issuing a challenge to Su Aohao Han quickly spread throughout the entire Northern Domain martial arts community. Except for some old-timers who were not active in the martial world, almost everyone in the Northern Domain martial arts community learned of this news immediately. The master of the Iron Palm sect, who had been severely injured in Dingshan Temple and escaped amid the chaos, also heard the news. Master of Shunjian Mountain Villa, Chiu Hai, I wonder if you have stepped into the mid or late stages of Grandmaster level in these past 10 years. If not, you are bound to lose this battle. I don't know where such a monster has come from. His strength is truly terrifying. In Yolong Village, Su Aohao Han was in the yard play with a bone, teasing the little black dog. Little black dog, go, fetch it back. Woof, woof, woof. What? You're not an ordinary dog? What's the matter? Do you feel insulted by this method? Let me tell you, no matter how smart you are still a dog, understand? Woof, woof. Under Su Aohao Han's teaching, the little black dog reluctantly fetched the bone back and forth, but the disdain and contempt in its eyes were quite obvious. At that moment, the old village chief walked in from the door. Chapter 154. For a full 3 days, which equated to 3 months in the small world, Su Aohan had cultivated his swordsmanship to an extremely profound level. The 30-fold time acceleration in the small world also passed quickly during Su Aohan's training. The time agreed upon in the challenge letter was today. As Su Aohan left the small world, the sky outside was dim, and countless stars were clearly visible. It was just past 3 in the morning when Su Aohan set off from Yolong Village, heading straight for Dingshan Mountain. Since the last time Dingshan Temple was destroyed, there had been a sensation in the martial arts world of the northern region. After several days of fermentation, gradually, 2 voices emerged within the martial arts community of the northern region. Most martial artists regarded Su Aohan as a bloodthirsty demon and wished to eliminate him at once. Some even sought to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Su Aohan. hoping to make a name for themselves in the martial arts world and gain more connections and resources. A small portion of people, however, held a rational view regarding Su Ayahan's annihilation of Dingshan Temple. These individuals had either suffered losses at Dingshan Temple or knew a bit about its usual way of handling matters, so they maintained a calm mindset regarding the temple's destruction, even believing that Dingshan Temple must have committed some heinous acts to invite such a disaster. Chapter 155, Su Ayahan's words sparked much discussion among the crowd, and more people thought that Su Ayahan was being a bit too arrogant. After all, many witnesses had seen Su Ayahan destroy Dingshan Temple, and the martial arts world already knew that Su Ayahan excelled in fist and palm techniques. Now, to face a master who had spent his entire life practicing swordsmanship and to abandon his strongest skills in favor of fighting with the opponent's preferred sword techniques was seen as arrogance and excessive confidence. Qiu Sihai stared at Su Ayahan for a long time, feeling that Su Ayahan's decision was a bit presumptuous, but soon, with a serious expression, he spoke to Su Ayahan. "Good, you have guts. Since you are so confident in your swordsmanship, today I will use the secret techniques of the divine sword manner, the 12 paths, lightning sword, and the falling rain sword technique, to have a spar with you, young brother Su." As Qiu Sihai's words fell, he gestured to a man below who was holding a sword in his arms. The sword in the man's arms was drawn with a sharp sound, landing in Qiu Sihai's hand. Seeing this scene, Su Ayahan's eyes sparkled, and he thought to himself, swordsmanship inner strength, exceptionally domineering, a late-stage Grand Master cultivation level. Indeed, a formidable opponent. Chapter 156, as Su Ayahan's thoughts turned, the yin-yang Qingquan formula within him operated rapidly, and the power of the yin-yang Qingquan formula easily restored his slightly trembling arm to normal. At this moment, Qiu Sihai, with a serious expression, spoke to Su Ayahan. "I truly underestimated you, young brother Su. I didn't expect your sword technique to have reached such an unfathomable level. I've never seen such talent in my life." Su Ayahan calmed his trembling arm and replied casually to Qiu Sihai. "You flatter me, Master Qiu. You're also the most powerful person I have encountered so far, a worthy opponent." "Ha ha, good. Heroes appreciate heroes. Today I, Qiu Sihai, will use my lifelong sword techniques to spar with your powerful swordsmanship, young brother Su." As he spoke, Qiu Sihai slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and a powerful sword aura began to gather around him, resonating from the sword, as if it had a spirit. Drizzling rain, the spirit of all things. Where the sword light falls, vitality soars. The drizzling rain sword technique. Qiu Sihai's long sword began to spin in his hand, and countless sword lights shot out, transforming into solid-like sword curtains sweeping towards Su Ayahan. Chapter 157. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Ayahan nodded slightly, pointed with his finger, and a stream of light appeared, landing on the middle-aged man. The man's mouth instantly opened wide, and then Su Ayahan produced a ball of spiritual spring water, shooting it into the man's mouth. Everyone was extremely surprised, not knowing what Su Ayahan was trying to do. After the spiritual spring water shot into the middle-aged man's throat, he instantly gagged. However, the intense impact left him no room to react. The spiritual spring water flowed directly into his abdomen, transforming into a pure energy. At this moment, the man regained control of his body and hurriedly opened his mouth to try to spit it out, but nothing came out. Even when he tried to dig it out with his middle and index fingers, it had no effect. In desperation, the man looked up at Su Ayahan and asked, "What was that thing you shot in my mouth?" Su Ayahan, with his hands behind his back, smiled at the middle-aged man and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. The thing is very clean. Besides, if I wanted to harm or kill you, it would be a matter of a wave of my hand. There would be no need for such trouble. You lent me your sword, and I accidentally damaged it and couldn't return it to you. So, I thought I'd give you a small gift to help you break through your cultivation bottleneck. Consider it my repayment." Chapter 158. Facing the nearly 100 people around him who were flattering and trying to get close, Su Ayahan naturally understood the reasons behind it. So he smiled and said, "There's no need for everyone to act like this. Although that thing can help one break through their current cultivation level, I only have 2 portions. One I took myself a while ago, and the other I just gave to the fellow who lent me the sword. I'm truly sorry." Originally, everyone surrounded Su Ayahan, hoping to take advantage of the situation and share in the benefits. But upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, all expressions turned to disappointment. At this moment, Chiu Hai, the master of divine sword manner, stepped forward and said, "Today's decisive battle has come to a close. The martial arts world of the northern region cannot be in turmoil. Everyone must understand this. Moreover, with a genius like Brother Su emerging in our northern region martial arts world, it will only be a matter of time before we surpass the other regions. And everyone should feel happy about that." Upon hearing Chiu Hai's words, everyone instantly understood and became excited. Yes, we have a strong warrior like Senior Su in the northern region. We won't have to suffer under the other regions anymore. Who says otherwise? The other regions often bully us with their strength and many experts. I think the pattern should change now. Chapter 159. Watching everyone line up in the group to welcome him, Su Ahan also sent a message. "Thank you, fellow practitioners. As a newcomer, I would like to give everyone a gift, as a meeting gift for entering the martial world." A meeting gift? It won't be a red envelope, will it? Yeah, I've grabbed a lot of red envelopes, but there is nothing to buy, just a bunch of numbers. How boring. Everyone thought Su Ahan was going to send a red envelope, feeling it was uninteresting. With Divine Sword Manor, 7 Stars Pavilion, and 5 Tiger Gate already expressing their stance, no one dared to continue teasing Su Ahan, so nobody showed any interest. Seeing the messages in the group, Su Ahan smiled slightly and began typing on his phone. His speed so fast that it left after images. At the 4 proper times of Z, Wu, Yin, and Yu, return energy to the Dantian and walk the extraordinary meridians. Facing north and backing south, the heavenly plate, the intention follows the 2 fingers to move in the middle. The intention focuses on the Dantian, a yang moves, and recovers to both acupoints. When bowing to Buddha, the palms are pressed together at the chest, and the true Qi rotates within. Qi flows through the governing and conception vessels, warming the Dantian like a stick of incense. The fingertips become the source of power, the mind and spirit unite. The internal breath resonates, mobilizing all the vital energy of the body, channeling internal strength to the fingertips. In a short time, Su Ahan wrote thousands of words fluently, and after sending the content, he typed out another line of words. Chapter 160. After Su Ahan's battle with Chiu Hai, the master of the Divine Sword Villa, he returned to Nyolong village, continuing his lazy life. If he could lie down, he would never sit. If he could sit, he would never stand. After the battle with Chiu Hai, Su Ahan not only resolved the bloodthirsty issue of the destruction of the Dingshan Temple, but also shattered the image of being a great demon in the minds of many in the northern region's martial arts world, ultimately being directly named Sword God by the people of the northern region's martial arts world. For a time, Su Ahan's famed sword, gradually spreading to the martial arts sects beyond the northern region. Slowly, the title of Sword God became known to many powerful individuals. However, the northern region's martial arts world has always been weak, with neither the upper limit of strong practitioners nor the strength of sects able to compare with other regions. Therefore, when the title of Sword God spread to other regions, people regarded it as the northern region's self-aggrandizement, aiming to establish a strong image to encourage the northern region's martial arts world. After all, outside of the northern region's martial arts world, other regions have transcendent grandmasters, strong practitioners who have reached the limits of martial arts. The duel between Dingshan Mountain and Chiu Hai, along with subsequent events, has long become a top-secret document. Reaching the capital. Chapter 161. Bang! The vehicle driven by the younger brother in front was directly knocked off course by a suddenly appearing car, then collided with the roadside barrier and overturned. This sudden scene made Kai Kuan in the rear car's eyelids twitch. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw another car had appeared behind them, speeding towards the vehicle he was in. "Kuan-ge, be careful." The younger brother beside him also noticed the car coming from behind and hurriedly tried to steer the vehicle to the side, but there was no time, and the 2 younger brothers in the back directly shielded Kai Kuan in the middle. Bang! The vehicle shook violently, spun around on the road, and crashed into the barrier. The driver and the younger brother in the passenger seat were both hit in the head, blood pouring out. At this moment, people began to get out of the vehicles in front and behind, led by Sang Biao, a subordinate of Liao Yong from Anchi City, all armed with machetes, charging towards Kai Kuan's vehicle. Kai Kuan was able to sit in his current position not only because of good luck and a clear mind, but also because he had a fearless ferocity. He pulled out a knife from under the seat and coldly said, Chapter 162. Kai Kuan, let's hit the road. As he spoke, Sang Biao stabbed a knife into Kai Kuen's abdomen. Kai Kuen's hands were injured, but that ferocity still allowed him to raise his hands, landing punches on Sang Biao's face. Bang bang. Due to his injuries, the force behind Kai Kuen's punches was noticeably weaker, blood staining Sang Biao's face, making him look like a terrifying executioner. Damn! Sang Biao roared in anger, kicking Kai Kuen, who flew backward, the knife in his abdomen being pulled out in the process. Bang! Kai Kuen fell to the ground, his clothes already soaked in blood. Sang Biao wanted to go up and stab him a couple more times, but at that moment, several cars stopped at the roadside, and dozens of people rushed down with weapons. Damn it, kill this group of bastards. Seeing the dozens of people rushing over, Sang Biao knew continuing would mean death. So he hurriedly shouted, "Retreat." Except for the younger brothers who had already been killed, the rest hurriedly got into their cars, frantically driving away from the scene. Watching Sang Biao flee in his car, Fei Ji shouted to his subordinates beside him, "You guys bring people to chase after them. No need to leave any survivors." Saying this, Fei Ji quickly ran to Kai Kuen's side. Looking at the blood-soaked Kai Kuen, he roared. Chapter 163. Su Ayahan saw Kai Kuen's vitality gradually beginning to recover bit by bit, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Su Ayahan's increased cultivation and medical skills, it would have been difficult to achieve this, as Kai Kuen had just entered a state of death, and ordinary medical skills would not be able to save him. Fortunately, Su Ayahan's cultivation had greatly increased in a short time, along with his medical skills. However, just as Su Ayahan thought Kai Kuen would awaken soon, suddenly, a strange fluctuation appeared in the entire rescue room. Su Ayahan felt a cold sensation in the surrounding air. Emitting waves, and a chilling aura suddenly surrounded Kai Kuen's hospital bed. This was due to Su Ayahan practicing the Yin-Yang Qingquan technique. Because of the uniqueness of the technique and the reason for cultivating immortality, he was able to sense all of this. If he were a martial artist, even if he reached the limits of martial arts, he probably wouldn't feel this strange change. Understanding all of this, Su Ayahan realized that something special must have happened in this ward, and that aura made him feel no inclination to resist at all. Chapter 164. In that instant, Su Ayahan felt a power suddenly spread throughout his body, filling every corner of himself. Just as he was about to reach for the ghostly messenger in his consciousness, the ghostly messenger suddenly sensed that Su Ayahan had changed, as if he were an exalted immortal, emanating an inviolable mysterious aura. In a moment of panic, the ghostly messenger waved the iron chains in his hand, trying to resist the terrifying aura while attempting to bind Su Ayahan. However, when the iron chains were activated and prepared to approach Su Ayahan, they suddenly lost their original abilities, lying quietly in the ghostly messenger's hand. The ghostly messenger close to Su Ayahan was completely frightened by this scene, while another ghostly messenger behind him realized something was wrong and swung the long whip in his hand, curling it towards Su Ayahan like a spirit snake. Unfortunately, just as his infallible magical long whip was about to approach Su Ayahan, it was suddenly blocked by a mysterious force. Buzz! The long whip emitted a rumbling sound, as if encountering something terrifying, directly losing all its abilities and becoming an ordinary long whip. Chapter 165. Su Ayahan walked out of the rescue room and saw a group of doctors and several security guards confronting Li Daxing, Fei Ji, and others. "You all step aside. This is a hospital, and you can't act recklessly. Once the patient is in the hospital, I have the right to protect them. If something happens because of your actions, you won't be able to take responsibility." The airplane looked at the doctor who was speaking and said coldly, "We know this is a hospital, and we also know you are here for the patients, but we are not here to cause trouble today. However, before Hangge comes out, no one is allowed to go in. Anyone who disagrees can try." As the airplane finished speaking, over 20 of his subordinates stepped forward, staring intently at the hospital security personnel across from them. Under the domineering demeanor of the airplane and the unfriendly gazes of dozens of people around, even the doctors, not to mention the few security guards holding rubber sticks, nervously swallowed their saliva and did not dare to step forward. At this moment, the door of the rescue room suddenly opened, and Su Ayahan walked out. Upon seeing this scene, Su Ayahan said, "Li Daxing, airplane, do not cause trouble in the hospital." After speaking, Su Ayahan looked at a few doctors and said, Chapter 166. Su Ayahan focused on studying alchemy methods in the small world, familiarizing himself with the characteristics of each spiritual herb and diligently researching the true meanings of alchemy. The next morning, Su Ayahan left the small world. In the courtyard, when Black Egg saw Su Ayahan appear, he happily circled around him, wagging his tail nonstop. Little Black Egg, have you been watching the house well these days? Did the little female dog in the village get into trouble again? Whiff, 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 whiff. What? The little female dog has been locked up? Woof, woof, woof. What? Frothing at the mouth? Damn, Black Egg, you are too fierce. The guard dog made someone froth at the mouth? Take it easy. Be careful that the old village chief brings people to catch you and stew you in a dog meat hot pot. Whiff, 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 whiff. After being scolded by Su Ayahan, Black Egg lay down in the yard, looking wronged like a child who had done something wrong. Ding ling ling. The phone rang, and Su Ayahan saw it was a call from Kai Kuan, and he directly answered it. Hello. Hello, Hangul. How are you? Are you feeling better? Thanks to you. Hangul, I'm fine now. I heard airplanes say you have something to ask me. Chapter 167, Su Gang received a call from Su Ayahan and hurried to Su Ayahan's house. Hangul, you call me for something, right? Su Ayahan looked up at Su Gang, who, as before, was holding a large steamed bun, eating and talking as he walked in. Su Ayahan noticed Su Gang, and his eyes lit up because he found that Su Gang's true energy had grown significantly compared to a while ago, approaching the acquired realm of cultivation. For someone like Su Gang, who hardly put any effort into cultivation and spent most of his time eating, this was a tremendous breakthrough. Moreover, Su Ayahan also discovered that in just about 20 days, the power contained within Su Gang had seemingly undergone another huge enhancement, becoming even more terrifying than before. Gongzi, how has your cultivation been lately? You haven't been slacking off, have you? Hee, Hangul, I've been working hard, although my true energy hasn't increased much. I've already mastered the Diamond Holy Hand and the Ao Yin Bone refining technique very well. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. As Su Gang spoke, he clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged like a divine dragon clinging to his arm, giving off a fierce and domineering feeling. Chapter 168, Ouyang Jing picked up his teacup and took a sip, exuding the aura of an upper-class individual as he said, "We don't need to know where he is, because it won't be long before he comes to Anshi City himself." Oh, have you made arrangements in advance? I've made some simple arrangements, but I don't know if he will associate it with me because of that incident, which could lead him to Anshi City. Right now, I only have a 70% certainty. The three of them nodded upon hearing Ouyang Jing's words, their eyes revealing strong killing intent as they said, 70% is enough. Let's work together this time to eliminate this unparalleled genius who has emerged in the North region, clearing the obstacles for our plan. In the central urban area of Anshi City, on the most prosperous street, countless luxury cars roared, revealingly dressed, beautiful women and shady men loitered in groups, with countless neon lights flashing continuously. The vibrant nightlife here is a paradise for young people, but also a hell for them. Too many people indulge in a life of debauchery every night, with many unable to extricate themselves, and quite a few suffer injuries from offending others, with some even becoming disabled. Chapter 169, Kai Kuan heard the arrogant curses from behind and turned around, and Su Gang naturally heard it too. Looking at the five extremely arrogant and carefree young men, Su Gang frowned and said, Kai Kuan, were they just insulting us? Gang Gu, don't be impulsive. The important matters come first. Let's deal with these punks after we finish the main business. But just as Kai Kuan finished speaking, Su Ayahan's figure suddenly appeared from the side and stood in front of the two. Don't hold back. Start causing a ruckus now, as much noise as you can, and draw out the important people. Kai Kuan was stunned the moment he saw Su Ayahan, and when he heard Su Ayahan's words, he trembled. What do you mean? Draw out the important people? Could it be that Han Ji's target is not Liao Yong and Sang Biao, but someone else? Suddenly, a light flashed in Kai Kuan's eyes as he realized Su Ayahan's purpose. People like Liao Yong, although not low in status, were not even in Su Ayahan's eyes. The most likely target for Su Ayahan was Ouyang Jing, who was referred to as the king of the North region. At that moment, Kai Kuan was truly grateful that he had chosen to follow Su Ayahan on this journey. Otherwise, he would end up like Jin Yi and Scar Dragon, forever without a chance to rise. Chapter 170, Liao Yong's subordinates were scared away, rolling and crawling, and Su Gang did not hesitate at all, directly rushing towards the second floor. Seeing this, Kai Kuan quickly followed with his subordinates. Meanwhile, in a corner of the bar, Su Ayahan sat quietly. He was waiting for Ouyang Jing's appearance, believing that Ouyang Jing would not easily let go of everything he had worked so hard to obtain. While Su Ayahan waited, A sudden sound of something cutting through the air came, and a ball flew swiftly towards Su Ayahan. Su Ayahan reached out and easily caught the rapidly flying ball in his hand. Looking at the paper ball in his hand, Su Ayahan opened it directly and saw that the note read, "If you want my life, let's see if you can catch me." Upon seeing the content, Su Ayahan couldn't help but frown. Then, he expelled true energy from his palm, and the note turned to ashes under the scorching true energy. Su Ayahan, who had originally been sitting, was now at the bar's entrance without anyone noticing. Outside, on the dimly lit street, the once bustling scene had now turned quite desolate, as if a barrier had separated this space and time. Perhaps it's because places like this often experience bloody events. So the night owls who come here have developed a swift escape and self-defense ability. Chapter 171. Kai Kuin felt a collision and was sent flying backward, landing hard on the ground. His whole body ached, feeling as if it might fall apart. He raised his head, looking at Su Gang with shock and urgency. After all, Su Gang was Su Ayahan's good brother, the closest person to him, and also sent by Su Ayahan to help him. If something really happened, Kai Kuin couldn't explain it to Su Ayahan, and he couldn't bear the consequences. Just when Kai Kuin and everyone else were worried, Su Gang suddenly raised his hand and reached into his chest. When Su Gang pulled his hand out, he was holding a handful of ash, as if it had been burned by fire. "So is you, Brother Han is truly amazing. If it weren't for this, I might have been in real danger," Su Gang said, placing his hand back on his chest, where a bullet was firmly lodged in his muscle, the tail of the bullet still protruding outside, with a trickle of blood running down his chest. Although Su Ayahan's talismans could withstand damage, his current cultivation and control over the talismans had not reached a relatively high level. Faced with modern firearms, the talismans were almost completely breached. Chapter 172. Su Ayahan punched one person away, and at that moment, Ouyang Jing pointed his finger from behind, aiming directly at the back of Su Ayahan's head, the killing intent making one's hair stand on end. "Get away from me." Su Ayahan turned around like a war god, exuding a powerful aura as he slapped out. Bang! The two collided strongly, the energy causing their clothes to rustle. Su Ayahan was in midair, spinning rapidly, using the momentum to charge towards another person who had just been forced back below. Ouyang Jing was slapped away by Su Ayahan. His fingers broke, and he flew backward, spitting out blood. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, Ouyang Jing looked up at Su Ayahan in shock. "How is this possible? In just a few days, you've broken through again?" At that moment, Ouyang Jing was extremely shocked by Su Ayahan's breakthrough. He found it hard to imagine how strong one's talent must be to continuously break through in such a short time. Su Ayahan, however, paid no mind to Ouyang Jing's shock and used the rebound force to rush in front of one of the men. His speed was so fast that the man's pupils constricted rapidly. He wanted to raise his hand to resist Su Ayahan, but Su Ayahan was faster. Just as the man was about to attack, Su Ayahan's fist slammed into his chest. Chapter 173. Su Ayahan, I have many experts in the demon sect. If you dare to kill me, the higher-ups of the demon sect will not let you go. Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, Su Ayahan kicked out, directly striking Ouyang Jing's face, causing his slightly raised head to smash against the ground. Bang! In an instant, blood flowed from the back of Ouyang Jing's head. A clear footprint appeared on his face, and blood continued to drip from his mouth and nose, looking extremely tragic. Su Ayahan leaned closer to Ouyang Jing and said softly, "You dare to threaten me with the demon sect when death is imminent? Just a bunch of light-shunning rats. Let me tell you, if anyone from your demon sect dares to come, I'll destroy one as they come." As he spoke, Su Ayahan formed a palm with one hand, using the luck technique of the Iron Palm sect's leader to activate the Iron Palm, and slammed it heavily onto Ouyang Jing's chest. Bang! The force of the palm shattered Ouyang Jing's shirt, leaving a clear palm print on his chest, while the energy penetrated through, leaving a relatively lighter palm print on his back. In an instant, Ouyang Jing coughed up blood, his sternum shattered, his internal organs completely crushed, and he stopped breathing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Su Ayahan took out his phone and took pictures of the four men, especially focusing on the iron palm print on Ouyang Jing's chest. Chapter 174. The leader of the Iron Palm sect was cursing in his heart. He understood very well that no matter how powerful a sect claimed it would not sit idly by regarding this matter. It was just a stance. After all, no one could be with you 24 hours a day, and all the sects were not short distances away from the Iron Palm sect. Even if something happened to the Iron Palm sect and a distress signal was sent by the time others arrived, it was likely that he would be finished. The leader of the Iron Palm sect knew very well that this was not rescue. It was coming to collect corpses. Master Chiao, although my Iron Palm sect still has a bit of a reputation in the northern region, we are not arrogant enough to claim such great credit. You, as seniors, should discern right from wrong instead of believing the one-sided words of a newcomer to the northern region's martial arts world. At that moment, the abbot of the Qingliang Temple, who had previously joined forces with the Iron Palm sect to attack Su Ayahan, suddenly appeared. Umapa, I believe in Master Tai. This matter was not his doing. Su Ayahan probably harbors resentment over the previous attack by the Iron Palm sect at the Dingshan Temple, which is why he said such things. The purpose of this action is to divert the blame. The destruction of Dingshan Temple was a highly sensitive topic in the northern region. The destruction of a sect was a huge event in the martial arts world. Chapter 175. Su Changping held a small notebook filled with the names of workers, along with the number of days worked and hours. Su Changping called out a name, and Su Ayahan distributed money to the villagers based on the number of days worked. When the first villager came forward to receive his wages, he was stunned. That Ayahan, did I calculate my wages wrong? I've only worked for over 10 days. I should only get around 2,000. Why is it so much? Su Ayahan smiled. Uncle, it's not wrong. Because it's hot now. Working under the blazing sun here is quite tough. Look at how much you've tanned. The extra money is a heat subsidy for you. Heat subsidy? I've heard this term when I work in the city before. Generally just a few dozen or maybe $100 at most, but never this much. Uncle, my heat subsidy is a bit higher here. That's normal. If you don't take it, I won't dare to find you for work in the future. The village man realized that Su Ayahan was taking care of them, especially giving them multiple times the amount of money, and he grinned widely, patting his chest. Ayahan, you truly have prospects now. In the future, if you have work, just look for me. Even if there's no pay, I'll make sure to do the job beautifully. Chapter 176. Su Ayahan's straightforwardness left the leader of the Iron Palm sect speechless for a long time. However, Su Ayahan was not worried at all. He knew very well that the other party was a cautious person who cherishes life immensely, not someone who would give up their life for profit. Because if the leader of the Iron Palm sect were truly a ruthless person, he wouldn't have come to find Su Ayahan actively. After more than 10 minutes, the leader of the Iron Palm sect finally replied. Senior, what happened in Dingshan Temple back then was my own idea, and no one else instructed me. I just wanted to use that opportunity to elevate the Iron Palm sect to a higher level. It was not as you imagined. I believe you have misunderstood from beginning to end. Su Ayahan. Oh, really? Well, then there's nothing more to say. Let's just consider it a misunderstanding. Time's up. I need to go feed the dog. My dog is hungry. After saying that, Su Ayahan put his phone in his pocket, found a rock to sit on, closed his eyes, and entered a mysterious state. The yin-yang Qingquan formula within him slowly began to operate, and the spiritual energy around the lake gradually gathered above Su Ayahan's head, entering his body like a divine blessing. Chapter 177. After hanging up the phone, Su Ayahan once again put his phone in his pocket and began to rest with his eyes closed by the lakeside, comfortably enjoying life. Meanwhile, due to the murders of Liao Yong and Sang Biao in Anqi City, the entire underworld began to descend into chaos. At this moment, no one cared about the deaths of Liao Yong and Sang Biao. Instead, many leaders started fighting fiercely for the position of the top boss in Anqi City. Once the authorities fell silent, Kai Kun quickly arranged for people to participate in the chaos of Anqi City, swiftly subduing several small leaders and gradually gaining control over the city. The disappearance of Ouyang Jing caused unrest in the 23 cities of the northern region, with many ambitious individuals sending people to Anqi City, preparing to take a share of the pie. Before taking action, Kai Kun called Su Ayahan to seek his support. But Su Ayahan had no interest in any of it and simply said, I don't want to see Anqi City in turmoil. Although this statement did not indicate any stance, Kai Kun understood immediately. Chapter 178. Ding Feng saw Yuan Yi extend his hand and casually shook hands with him. But as soon as they clasped hands, a sharp pain shot through Ding Feng's palm. He quickly withdrew his hand and saw a drop of blood forming from a needle prick on his palm. Xiao Wu, who was beside Ding Feng, hurriedly stepped forward to support him, while 6 security guards surrounded Ding Feng protectively. What do you want? Xiao Wu glared angrily at Yuan Yi, ready to strike at any moment. Yuan Yi, meanwhile, adjusted the ring on his hand and said apologetically, Boss Ding, I'm really sorry. It might be due to this ring on my finger. Are you all right? Ding Feng wiped the blood from his palm with a handkerchief, staring intently at Yuan Yi. His eyes filled with intense suspicion. He had never had a good impression of the Japanese, and now that this incident had occurred, he felt that things were not so simple. Mr. Yuan Yi, there are many important figures here today, and for safety reasons, I've arranged for quite a few security personnel. You should be careful and not wander around. Otherwise, the security might mistake you for someone trying to stir up trouble. Chapter 179. After receiving Ding Feng's confirmation, Su Ayahan's eyes sparkled with insight, and he finally confirmed that his thoughts were not wrong. He slowly spoke. Brother Ding, you should be familiar with Mr. Jean, right? Familiar? Yes. Didn't he die in a car accident in the end? What is up? Is there something behind that incident? Su Ayahan's eyes glimmered as he softly said, Mr. Jean told me, before he died, that he was looking for someone with a special blood type in Jojo City for an important person in the Fuso Black Dragon Society. After Mr. Jean died, I thought that was the end of it. But today, this coincidental event happened, and to me, it doesn't seem like a coincidence. The Fuso people might still be acting in the shadows. Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, Ding Feng's eyes flashed with fear, and he said in a low voice, Are you suggesting that these Fuso people are targeting me or my granddaughter Ding Xiao, aiming for our special blood? It's highly likely. If I'm not mistaken, they have already taken your blood for testing. If it matches, I suspect you or Xiao will be in danger. Chapter 180. The people of Huaxia truly have a strong inherent flaw. This banquet is not a place for you, and your attire has brought a very bad influence to today's event. Do you know that? Yuan Ye's words were extremely harsh, not only looking down on Su Ayahan, but even implicating the entire Huaxia nation. Su Ayahan set down his wine glass and coldly looked at Yuan Yi. Where did these three mad dogs come from, barking at me? It's best to stay away. I'm afraid of rabies, and I don't want you to infect me. Yuan Yi, Lu Sheng Yijian, and Fujiwara Ichiro, upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, had their previous smiles completely vanish, replaced by intense killing intent. You little brat, do you know what you're saying? I know, yes. Did you stuff your ears with donkey hair? You didn't hear that? Really, I just insulted 3 animals. What's the big deal? What? Are mad dogs trying to bite me now? As soon as Su Ayahan finished speaking, Lu Sheng Yijian suddenly dropped the hands he had wrapped around himself, and, using his hand as a sword, discreetly swung at Su Ayahan. Chapter 181. Fujiwara Ichiro's palm was pierced, and his body staggered backward. His face filled with horror as he looked at Su Ayahan. He couldn't believe that with his earlier move, he had failed to stop a drop of mere wine. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng Yijian placed his hand inside his clothing, his aura starting to surge. Upon seeing Fujiwara Ichiro injured, Lu Sheng Yijian was greatly shaken. He understood that if Su Ayahan suddenly attacked from such a close distance, their reaction time would be very short, and there was a high chance they would be killed outright. At that moment, Yuan Yi suddenly reached out to stop Lu Sheng Yijian and said in a low voice in Fuso, This is not the place to fight, and we cannot make a move. Don't forget our purpose. Hearing Yuan Ye's words, Lu Sheng Yijian slowly withdrew his hand from his clothing, coldly looking at Su Ayahan. I really didn't expect that such a young powerhouse would emerge from the northern region of Huaxia. If there's a chance in the future, Lu Sheng Yijian, would definitely like to spar with you. Su Ayahan looked at Lu Sheng Yijian, who was angry yet forcibly suppressing his inner fury, and smiled, nodding. A chance in the future? No need to go through all that trouble. Isn't this an opportunity right now? Come on, let's spar a bit, and let me see what kind of skills you little Fuso brats have. Chapter 182. Mr. Su, I see you sitting here alone and looking a bit bored. Would you like to have a drink together? Su Ayahan smiled, gently raised his arm, picked up the wine glass on the table, and gestured to the woman, then downed it in one gulp. The woman smiled upon seeing this, raised her wine glass to Su Ayahan, and gently took a small sip from the edge of the glass with her red lips. Across the table, Kai Kuan smiled slightly, stood up under the pretext of seeing an old friend, and said, Brother Han, I just spotted an old friend and will go greet him. Su Ayahan couldn't help but understand Kai Kuan's intentions. He could only helplessly shake his head and smile at such behavior. Only Su Ayahan and the woman remained on sight. At this moment, a charming smile appeared on the woman's face, and she became bold again, leaning closer to Su Ayahan and saying, Mr. Su, I'm not good with alcohol. If you drink so fast and accidentally get me drunk, wouldn't that mean you can do whatever you want? Su Ayahan turned to look at the woman in front of him, who had a hint of spring in her eyes, and smiled as he replied. If I get you drunk, the end result will be you eating me. I'd be at a huge loss. Ha ha ha. The woman covered her mouth and giggled, leaning on Su Ayahan's shoulder and exhaling like orchid, saying, Chapter 183. Xiao Wu saw Ding Feng hurriedly walking outside with an anxious expression and instantly realized that something big had happened. He quickly took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, Everyone, stay alert. From now on, no one is allowed to leave Qingchuan Villa. Patrols double up, and anyone suspicious should be controlled first. Just as the anxious Ding Feng reached the entrance of the hall, he seemed to suddenly remember something, stopped in his tracks, and turned to look inside the hall. Soon, he spotted Su Ayahan standing idly with his hands in his pockets. With a glimmer of hope, Ding Feng hurriedly approached Su Ayahan, pulled him aside, and whispered, Su, it's bad. Xiao Xiao was just kidnapped, and the villa surveillance didn't capture the direction they left or who did it. Hearing Ding Feng's words, Su Ayahan was shocked and froze in place. He knew that Ding Xiao Xiao carried the talisman he had crafted, and if she was taken away, he should have sensed the talisman being activated. Realizing this, Su Ayahan muttered, Could it be poison? Because if the talisman was worn and attacked, it would automatically release its hidden energy to block the attack, and the creator of the talisman would sense it being activated immediately. Chapter 184. The two Fusang people hadn't reacted when Su Ayahan suddenly appeared and cut their throats, extinguishing their lives in an instant. More than a dozen people who had been knocked down by the Fusang people also forgot their immense pain and stared wide-eyed in shock at Su Ayahan. Brother Han is Brother Han. Brother Han is mighty. Damn those two bastards hitting my brother. It hurts like hell. I don't know if it still works. Everyone looked at Su Ayahan with immense admiration, as if they were gazing at their most revered idol. Su Ayahan glanced at the crowd and noticed that although a few were seriously injured, there was no danger to their lives. He then asked, Did you see them grab a girl? Yes, there were two Fusang people carrying a woman running that way. Upon hearing this, Su Ayahan didn't hesitate and directly soared into the air, speeding towards the direction the two Fusang people had left. Meanwhile, a voice came through, Brothers, please take care of these two corpses. Thank you. Watching Su Ayahan leave, a few sturdy men gritted their teeth and got up. Chapter 185. The figures of Yagyu Ichijin and Fujiwara Ichiro were completely revealed under Su Ayahan's magical powers, which also surprised the two of them. Yagyu Ichijin looked at Su Ayahan in disbelief and asked, Who are you? How could you break my Eastern ninja technique? Yagyu Ichijin was incredibly shocked because the Eastern ninja technique was very peculiar. Only the top-tier masters in the Huaxia martial arts world could break it with their powerful cultivation. Ordinary martial artists could not completely crack the Eastern ninja techniques. Yet Su Ayahan effortlessly did so just now, leaving him terrified. Su Ayahan looked at the astonished Yagyu Ichijin and revealed a disdainful smile, saying, It's just a mere ninja technique. Didn't you steal it from my Huaxia thousands of years ago? You learned it poorly. It's only good enough to fool ordinary martial artists. But try to deceive me is a joke. Baka, that's utter nonsense. My Eastern ninja technique is an unparalleled divine skill created by my Fusang ancestors. Only those with exceptional talents can learn its essence. How could it possibly be stolen from your Huaxia? That's ridiculous. Chapter 186. Yagyu Ichijin was still in shock from Su Ayahan's sword strike, but at that moment, Su Ayahan moved swiftly, appearing in front of Yagyu Ichijin in an instant. Yagyu Ichijin, awakened from his shock, quickly narrowed his eyes, disregarded everything else, and swung the broken katana towards Su Ayahan. Although it was a broken sword, Yagyu Ichijin's strike caused a violent disturbance in the surrounding air, producing a wide array of sword lights. Facing the dense sword lights enveloping him, Su Ayahan's aura surged, forming a wall of energy around him. The sword lights from Yagyu Ichijin were completely blocked outside his body, unable to approach him even a little. Buzz! At this moment, Su Ayahan brought his index and middle fingers together and suddenly thrust them forward, causing a sword light to emerge from his fingertips, shooting towards Yagyu Ichijin's forehead. In a panic, Yagyu Ichijin raised the half of his katana to block Su Ayahan's sword light. Crack! With a crisp sound, the already broken katana snapped again as the sword light continued unimpeded, piercing through Yagyu Ichijin's forehead. Chapter 187. The two security guards at the back suddenly fell to the ground, startling Xiao Wu, who quickly turned around. Using the flashlight on his phone, he noticed two red lines appearing on the necks of the fallen men. With Xiao Wu's experience and years of career accumulation, He immediately recognized that they had their throats cut by a sharp weapon. Xiao Wu's gaze hardened, and he inwardly cursed, while out of the corner of his eye, he saw two phantoms rushing towards Ding Feng. In a panic, Xiao Wu shouted, "Watch out!" He turned and threw himself at Ding Feng, just as the two phantoms struck at Xiao Wu's back. The moment the two phantoms made contact with Xiao Wu, a golden light radiated from him, making him particularly noticeable in the darkness. Bang! The hands of the two phantoms collided with the golden light on Xiao Wu, producing a muffled sound. Xiao Wu was unharmed, while the two phantoms were sent flying back, revealing their forms. After landing, the two men were pale, blood at the corners of their mouths, and stared in shock at Xiao Wu, who was protecting Ding Feng. Xiao Wu was equally stunned by this scene. Suddenly, he remembered something and reached into his bosom. When he pulled out his hand, he held the talisman Su Ayahan had given him, but it had now crumbled into pieces. Chapter 188. Kai Kuan and Li Dushing stopped their actions and glanced at the middle-aged man, saying, "What's wrong? Not so impressive now, huh? Do you still want to leave?" "Brother Kuan, spare me. I won't leave. I won't leave." Kai Kuan heard the middle-aged man's words, looked at Su Ayahan in the distance, and then said coldly, "Go apologize to Brother Han now. If Brother Han doesn't forgive you, there will be no place for you in the entire Jiuzhou city." The middle-aged man was completely startled by Kai Kuan's words. He knew that all his assets were in Jiuzhou city, and if Kai Kuan set his sights on him, not only would he lose his fortune, but he might also lose his life. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat, disregarding everything else. Hurriedly got up, and, with his blurred vision, ran to Su Ayahan's side. After giving himself 2 slaps, he cautiously said, "Slap, slap, Brother Han. It was my mistake just now. I was impulsive. I hope you, Brother Han, can be magnanimous and let me off this time?" Seeing the middle-aged man's fawning and disgusting appearance, Su Ayahan waved his hand impatiently and said, "Stay away from me. Go do what you need to do." Chapter 189. The incident at Qingchuan Mountain Villa was nothing short of sensational, and because of this event, more than half of the business elites in Jiuzhou City witnessed Su Ayahan's power. That kind of aura that looked down on everything, that kind of dominance that disregarded everything, was shocking. Moreover, because of this incident, after Su Ayahan returned to Nyolong village, he had not shown a smile on his face again, and his eyes were constantly filled with a cold aura. In the small world, Su Ayahan stood by the spiritual spring, waved his hand, and a water arrow flew up, falling into his mouth, instantly filling his body with a cool energy. A wave of turbid energy dispersed from Su Ayahan's body, and the yin-yang Qinquanju in his body immediately felt much smoother. For several days, Su Ayahan practiced in the small world, improving his martial arts, techniques, talismans, and alchemy. This morning, Su Ayahan sat cross-legged in the wooden house in the small world, his whole body floating in the air, with visible energy constantly shuttling through the acupoints in his body. After a long time, all the energy around Su Ayahan suddenly entered his body, and at the same time, a ripple emanated from Su Ayahan's body, spreading out in a circle around him. Chapter 190. Ma Fei was chatting with Zhu Yifan with a smile when Old Li came down from the second floor of the villa, holding an exquisitely long wooden box. Ma Fei took the box from Old Li's hands, smiled as he opened it, and handed it to Zhu Yifan, saying, "Brother Zhu, this is a wild ginseng I accidentally discovered in the black market some time ago. It's very rare, and I bought it directly. It should be helpful for your cultivation." Inside the exquisite wooden box was a ginseng that was as thick as a thumb, looking very human-like, with long roots neatly tied together. Just one glance made Zhu Yifan's eyes light up. "It's actually a 1,000-year-old ginseng? This is indeed a good thing. Such ginseng is extremely rare now. You must have spent a lot of money on this wild ginseng, right, Brother Ma?" Ma Fei showed a kind smile and said, "Brother Zhu, you're joking. Do we need to talk about money in our relationship? This ginseng would be a waste if it stayed with me. It can only be fully utilized in your hands." Brother Zhu, hearing Ma Fei's words, Zhu Yifan smiled as he took the ginseng, closed the exquisite wooden box, and said, "Brother Ma, you are very considerate. Today you invited me over and presented such a precious gift. You must need my help with something, right?" Chapter 191. Zhu Yifan's attack was sharp, with countless leg shadows that made it hard to defend against. The leader of the Iron Palm sect was directly knocked to the ground, his face pale, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The figures in the hall dissipated, and Zhu Yifan arrogantly walked step by step to the leader of the Iron Palm sect. Dan Dan de Sodao. As the leader of a sect, you were actually controlled by a newly risen sword god from the northern martial arts world. I truly feel sorry for you. Zhu Yifan's words were full of disdain for Su Ayahan, the so-called sword god. In his view, a young man in his 20s, no matter how impressive his cultivation was or how monstrous his talent was, how powerful could he really be? Seeing Zhu Yifan's expression, the leader of the Iron Palm sect wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forcibly suppressed the turbulent, true energy in his body, saying, "Haha, that's right. It was Su Ayahan who asked me to kill Ma Fei. And let me tell you, although Su Ayahan is young, he can single-handedly resist the siege of Ouyang Jing and the other 3 leaders of the demonic sect in the northern region and even kill them. Do you really think his title of sword god was earned through flattery?" Upon hearing the leader of the Iron Palm sect's words, Zhu Yifan was also startled, a shocked expression appearing on his face as he spoke. Chapter 192. Ding Wei saw that number 2 was in deep thought and did not dare to disturb him, instead quietly waiting on the side. After nearly 5 minutes had passed, number 2's eyes flashed with brilliance as he slowly spoke. "Ding Wei, you have been out for many years. Due to special reasons, you have not returned. Your daughter may have already forgotten that she has a father, right?" Upon hearing number 2's words, Ding Wei's eyes showed a hint of longing, but it was quickly concealed. With an extremely determined expression, he said, "A father would never want his daughter to forget him, but I have my responsibilities. For the sake of this big family of Huaxia, everything is worth it. Moreover, she is being taken care of by her grandfather, living a prosperous life. I have nothing to worry about, and what I'm doing now is the most important. In comparison, those small family matters can be set aside." Number 2 nodded in appreciation and said, "Yes, this big family is not easy. In recent years, not to mention Kyoto, but in many places in Huaxia, there have been incidents of martial arts forces crossing boundaries. It's time for someone to put them in their place. Ding Wei, from now on, I will give you half a month off. Go home to see your old father and visit your daughter." Chapter 193. Zhu Yifan smiled and said, No. You are mistaken. It's not about us. It's about you. You are you, and I am me, understand?" Upon hearing Zhu Yifan's words, the leader of the Iron Palm sect's expression changed. His eyes filled with great anger as he said in a low voice, "In that case, why didn't you kill me directly in the Ma family villa before, but instead brought me to the Zhu family?" Zhu Yifan smiled and replied, "The reason I didn't kill you is that I want you to become my subordinate, to serve me in the future. If there is something, you will bear the responsibility. If not, you will serve my Zhu family." "Become your subordinate? Serve you? And bear the responsibility myself? Absolutely impossible, you wishful thinker. What I said before was a cooperative relationship. Besides, our Iron Palm sect still has some say in the northern region. Is that so? Stop flattering yourself. If you really had a say, you wouldn't be forced by Su Ayahan to come all the way to Kyoto to kill Emir Ma Fei." After hearing Zhu Yifan's words and seeing his disdainful expression, the leader of the Iron Palm sect clenched his fists tightly, his tone icy as he said. Chapter 194. The leader of the Iron Palm sect smiled upon hearing the words of Abbot Jiecheng. "Indeed, your Qingliang temple has had a hard time these years, and I understand that. So I came today to discuss something with you, which concerns the growth of our sect and the future of the northern martial arts world." The abbot of the Qingliang temple looked at the leader of the Iron Palm sect with some confusion after hearing his words. He felt that the leader was unusually enthusiastic today, and there was a strange vibe that he couldn't quite put his finger on. "Ba, I wonder what the Iron Palm sect is referring to?" After deliberately moving closer to Jiecheng, the leader of the Iron Palm sect lowered his voice and said, "I'll tell you the secret is." Suddenly, he pointed a finger at Jiecheng's chest while swiftly tossing a red poison pill into Jiecheng's mouth with his other hand. Jiecheng reacted quickly, his body swiftly moving backward into a seated position, and he struck out with a palm, colliding with the leader's hand. Bang! The two attacks collided, shattering everything in the Zen room, and the blue bricks on the ground were shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. Chapter 195. Early the next morning, Ding Feng, along with Ding Wei, Ding Xiaoxiao, and Xiao Wu, drove to Nyolong village. The four of them arrived at the village entrance, got out of the car, and walked in. It was past 9 in the morning, and the heat wave hadn't hit yet. The air carried a slight coolness, and with the inconvenient transportation in Nyolong village, the area retained its most primitive environment, with many tall trees adding to the coolness of the hot summer. as they walked through the village. Breathing in the fresh air and admiring the beautiful scenery, Ding Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is truly wonderful. It's the most beautiful and comfortable place I've ever seen. If I could live here, enjoy my old age, fish every day, walk my dog, and grow some green vegetables, it would be a tremendous pleasure. Yes, I didn't expect there to be such a paradise on Earth near Jiuzhou City. It's truly enjoyable," Ding Feng said with a smile. "Actually, from what I understand, with Brother Su's abilities and financial resources, he could easily build a road here. The reason he isn't done so might be to preserve this paradise-like beautiful scenery." Ding Wei nodded as he looked at the surroundings. "Exactly, if the road is built, a place like this will definitely face severe environmental damage within 3 years. Chapter 196. As soon as Ding Wei finished speaking, Su Ayahan was stunned. He hadn't expected Ding Wei to raise a question that directly encompassed the entire martial arts community of China. The most important thing was that it mentioned foreign forces, instantly stirring up a sense of national righteousness. Recovering from his shock, Su Ayahan smiled wryly and shook his head. "Nephew, I really can't answer your question. I haven't even figured out the martial arts community in the northern region, spending my days just growing vegetables and walking my dog, let alone the entire martial arts community of China." Ding Wei felt a bit awkward when Su Ayahan called him nephew, as he was more than 20 years younger, and there was no blood relation, which felt somewhat strange. However, Ding Wei quickly suppressed his embarrassment and smiled as he asked again, "Understanding or not isn't important. What matters is your decision and your attitude." Su Ayahan sensed the seriousness in Ding Wei's words, stared at him for a long time, and then suddenly spoke. "Xiao Xiao said she hasn't seen you since she was a child. After more than 10 years, you suddenly returned, and the purpose is me, right?" Chapter 197. After that, Su Ayahan and Ding Wei did not speak again, but quietly sipped their tea. Approaching noon, Su Ayahan suddenly stood up and said, "It's my first time in Yolong Village. Let us stay here for lunch. Brother Ding and Xiao Xiao really like the food here." Ding Wei also stood up and said, "Uncle Su, then I must trouble you. Is there anything I can help with?" "Actually, I do need your help. You and Haiding go to the lake behind the village and catch fish for me. I'll make you a boiled fish for lunch. I guarantee you won't forget the taste." Ding Wei, hearing Su Ayahan's words and glancing at Haiding by the gate, awkwardly said, "Uncle Su, I'm not very good at catching fish. I don't know if there's a net. It might be easier to use a net to catch one or two." Unexpectedly, Su Ayahan smiled and shook his head. "No problem. You may not know how, but Haiding does. After you catch the fish, bring Brother Ding and Xiao Xiao back for lunch." Ding Wei glanced at Haiding, who had already gotten up at the gate, seemingly waiting for him, and his face turned red. He thought to himself, "I've been outdone by a dog. This is really embarrassing." Chapter 198. Hearing Kai Kuen's words, Su Ayahan understood that Kai Kuen wanted to firmly grasp Anchi City in one fell swoop. "I see you're not just afraid of the other party's tricks. You're preparing to go all out to control Anchi City." Kai Kuen, caught off guard by Su Ayahan's insight into his true thoughts, smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Han, you're impressive. You saw through my mind at once. I indeed want to take this opportunity to eliminate those few bosses because I have already gathered quite a few small leaders in Anchi City. As long as my side grows strong, they will naturally support me. At that time, no matter how envious others are, with Anchi City and Jiuzhou City relying on each other, no one could do anything to us." Originally, Su Ayahan had no interest in these matters, but at this moment, he suddenly recalled what Ding Wei had said. For a new force to have absolute speaking rights in a martial arts community is extremely difficult, especially when facing foreign forces. What is most important at this time? Strength is the most important, followed by intelligence, especially timely intelligence, because otherwise, no matter how strong you are, China is so vast that who can oversee everything? Therefore, intelligence and strength are both indispensable. After all, if you agree to that matter, you won't just be facing one or two people. It could be dozens or even hundreds of various forces. Chapter 199. Just as everyone was discussing and cautiously observing the younger brothers of various forces, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly sounded, and the entire hotel entrance fell silent. Everyone instantly became alert and looked toward the source of the sound. Kai Kuen's face lit up with joy upon hearing the motorcycle noise, and he looked toward the turning point on the street. The sound grew closer, and a flashy motorcycle appeared on the street, speeding toward the hotel entrance. In an instant, Everyone slowly moved toward the hotel entrance. Seeing this scene, Kai Kuin signaled to the airplane beside him. The airplane immediately surrounded Su Ayahan, who had parked the motorcycle at the hotel entrance, protecting him in the center. Su Ayahan elegantly turned and got off the motorcycle, looking at the circle of people around him with a smile on his face. Kai Kuin approached Su Ayahan and said, "Brother Han, the several bosses have all arrived upstairs." Su Ayahan nodded slightly and said, "Then let us go and see what tricks these people are playing." Kai Kuin nodded, turned to the airplane, and made a gesture, then pointed to 4 younger brothers, leading Su Ayahan into the hotel. The people around saw Kai Kuin being so respectful to Su Ayahan and instantly guessed Su Ayahan's identity. It seemed that this young man was the so-called big brother of Jiuzhou City, Su Ayahan. It had to be him, otherwise Kai Kuin wouldn't be so respectful. The big brother of Jiuzhou City, so young and still a rookie. Let's see how you die today. In a hall on the top floor of the hotel, the 5 most powerful bosses in Anchi City gathered, plus Kai Kuin, making a total of 6 people. When Kai Kuin entered the hall, he did not sit in his designated position, but respectfully stood aside, while Su Ayahan swaggered in and took a seat. The 5 bosses present were momentarily stunned by this scene. Kai Kuin, what does this mean? Are you looking for someone else to take the lead? You brought just 4 people, but let a young man sit in your seat. Are you very confident in yourself or in this young man? The only person who can make Kai Kuin behave this way, I believe, is none other than that so-called big brother of Jiuzhou City, Su Ayahan. Listening to the mocking words from several bosses, Kai Kuin was not the slightest bit angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Han Ge is my boss. Today, Han Ge is here to determine the position of the decision-maker in Anchi City. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's better to put away your little schemes early." Bang! One of the burly men slammed the table and stood up angrily, saying, "Kai Kuin, don't be so arrogant. Although you control the entire Jiuzhou City, don't forget this is Anchi City. You need to know your place. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't leave here tonight. TSK, Mad Dog. Others may fear you, but I, Kai Kuin, do not fear you. If you want to act against me, feel free to try." The tension between the few of them was high, but Su Ayahan quietly smoked a cigarette. After a moment, seeing that the bosses hadn't started discussing serious matters yet, Su Ayahan slowly spoke. "I thought it was some important people wanting to be the decision-makers in Anchi City. It turns out to be people like you. You've been here for a while and haven't said a word about business. If you just want to bicker, you could have called instead of coming all the way here." Su Ayahan's words instantly silenced the room, except for a man wearing a gold chain around his neck, who arrogantly retorted, "Su Ayahan, which of these bosses here doesn't have more experience than you? When we were out on the streets, you were still in diapers, right? You have no right to speak here. 9 Fingers, you bastard." Upon hearing 9 Fingers' words, Kai Kuin was about to make a move, but halfway through, he was stopped by Su Ayahan, whose cold gaze fell on 9 Fingers. Feeling Su Ayahan's icy stare, 9 Fingers couldn't help but tremble. He felt as if Su Ayahan's eyes were penetrating him, like a beast ready to devour him. Chapter 200. Under Su Ayahan's cold gaze, 9 Fingers went from being startled at first to feeling increasingly restless, his back already sweating. The other bosses, including Mad Dog and White Hair, were also secretly thinking, Su Ayahan becoming the big brother of Jiuzhou City is definitely not just luck. That aura alone shows he's not a simple character. Just as 9 Fingers felt he couldn't hold on any longer under Su Ayahan's gaze, Su Ayahan suddenly withdrew his eyes. "Let's get down to business." Su Ayahan's calm statement eased the tense atmosphere in the room slightly. The bosses exchanged glances and, at that moment, White Hair suddenly spoke up. "Since Liao Yong and Sang Biao were taken out, Anchi City has been quite chaotic. Now everyone wants a piece of the pie, and no one is willing to back down. If this continues, no one will benefit. So we must divide the territory. Each person manages a section, which will be good for everyone." After White Hair finished speaking, Mad Dog and 9 Fingers both wore smiles, as if they had already known White Hair would say this. A tattooed man in his late 20s sitting beside White Hair then coldly spoke up. Chapter 201. Ko Shu Go instantly understood the stakes involved, touched his bald head, and looked at Su Ayahan, saying, "Originally there were 6 people negotiating, but now 1 big guy is missing. Fortunately, Han Ge is here. I have no objections. Let Han Ge decide on this matter." As soon as Ko Shui Ge finished speaking, the atmosphere became very delicate. "White Hair, Mad Dog, and Nine Fingers stared closely at Ko Shui-gu, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The three of them had previously formed an alliance to use today's gathering to eliminate the most disobedient big guy, then force Ko Shui to take sides, leaving only Kai Kun, who would be easy to deal with. However, now, there was Su Ao Han, and Ko Shui-ji's earlier words clearly indicated he was on Su Ao Han's side. While they all secretly schemed in their minds, Su Ao Han suddenly spoke up. Ko Shui-gu, right? Good. Once Anchi City is unified, you'll be in charge of the business here. The previously calm scene turned explosive with Su Ao Han's words, causing everyone present to change their expressions. Mad Dog, Nine Fingers, and Whitehair all focused their gaze on Su Ao Han, as if they wanted to devour him. Su Ao Han, you really have a big mouth, unifying Anchi City. I wonder if you have the appetite for that. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, overestimating yourself. Don't choke on your ambitions. You think we're just decorations, don't you? Hearing the three of them respond to Su Ao Han, Kai Kun slammed the table and pointed at them, saying, Whitehair, Mad Dog, Nine Fingers, watch your words, otherwise I'll knock your teeth out. Nine Fingers also stood up, pointing at Kai Kun, saying, since you let Su Ao Han speak for you, you have no say here. Who do you think you are? Just as Nine Fingers finished speaking, Su Ao Han suddenly stood up, fingers together, and waved at Nine Fingers before sitting back down. At that moment, everyone looked at Su Ao Han, confused about what just happened. While they were puzzled, a red line suddenly appeared on Nine Fingers' neck, and blood began to seep out. Thud! Nine Fingers collapsed to the ground, breathless. This scene startled both Whitehair and Mad Dog, who instantly jumped up and stepped back several paces. They looked at the gradually opening wound on Nine Fingers' neck, astonished, and then turned to Su Ao Han, who had empty hands, not understanding how he had done it. At this moment, Su Ao Han, as if nothing had happened, lit a cigarette and slowly said, Anchi City will be Kai Kun's territory from now on. Do you agree or disagree? As Su Ao Han's words fell, his gaze directly landed on Whitehair and Mad Dog. Meanwhile, the subordinates of Whitehair and Mad Dog at the door had already noticed the situation inside and rushed in, while Nine Finger subordinates hurried to check on his condition. The Whitehair man saw the younger brothers at the door rushing in, and at the same time, he noticed that there were only 5 people combined on Su Ao Han and Kai Kun's side. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he said fiercely, Brothers, Su Ao Han killed Brother Nine Fingers. Let's go together and avenge him. In an instant, dozens of people pulled out their weapons and charged towards Su Ao Han and Kai Kun. At the same time, Ko Shui-gu saw this scene and prepared to take action with the more than 10 people behind him. But at that moment, Crazy Dog suddenly spoke up. Ko Shui, you'd better think carefully about which side you're on. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to walk out of here alive today. Hearing Crazy Dog's words, Ko Shui-gu hesitated for a moment. After all, the numerical difference between Su Ao Han's side and by Mao's side was too great. If he chose the wrong side, it would be very difficult for him to leave here alive. Chapter 202, just as Ko Shui-gu hesitated, dozens of people had already rushed up to Su Ao Han, watching the crowd surrounding them with weapons ready to take Su Ao Han and Kai Kun's lives. Su Ao Han slammed his hand on the table, causing the tea in the cup to splash everywhere. With a wave of his hand, the tea that flew into the air instantly transformed into countless droplets, shooting out and turning the charging dozens into a beehive. This move from Su Ao Han stunned everyone on the spot. He wasn't an ordinary person. No wonder he could unify the Jiuzhou market. It turns out he had such unpredictable abilities. Seeing the miraculous scene of Su Ao Han waving his hand, Ko Shui-gu, who was initially startled, instantly became resolute. He understood that since they had already fallen out, not siding with Su Ao Han would have dire consequences. Brothers, charge. Kill Su Ao Han and get 2 million. Ko Shui-gu stood beside Kai Kun with more than 10 people, confronting Bai Mao and Crazy Dog's younger brothers. While Bai Mao and Crazy Dog were still in shock over Su Ao Han's earlier display, Su Ao Han patted the shoulders of the 2 younger brothers in front of him, who then made way. Su Ao Han walked directly towards Bai Mao and Crazy Dog. The younger brothers who had not been attacked by Su Ao Han earlier were filled with fear as Su Ao Han approached, instinctively backing away and clearing a path. At this moment, one of the men attempted to sneak attack Su Ao Han, hoping to gamble for a bright future. However, when he raised his weapon high and aimed for Su Ao Han's head, Su Ao Han didn't even turn his head. He simply swung his hand back and slapped the man's face. Slap! The man flew out, and crashed onto a nearby table. Crack! The table shattered, and the man bled from all 7 orifices, dying in an instant. Su Ayahan's powerful strike planted the seed of fear in everyone's hearts. And that fear began to grow. That slap could send a person flying. Gulp! Many watched Su Ayahan retreating in fear, swallowing hard. With every step Su Ayahan took forward, they retreated a step back, not daring to approach him at all. At this point, Bai Mao and Crazy Dog felt their hearts sink. They had arranged for so many people in hopes of taking down the big boss present. But now they hadn't even officially started fighting and were already too scared to act because of Su Ayahan. Seeing Su Ayahan step closer, Crazy Dog took a step back, hiding behind Bai Mao's body, and pulled out a gun from his waist. D. Crazy Dog roared, and the gun in his hand went off, the bullet heading straight for Su Ayahan's forehead. Bang! Crazy Dog thought he could definitely kill Su Ayahan, and that the sky over Anchi City would be settled. But what happened next left him staring blankly, frozen in place. Su Ayahan raised his hand and extended 2 fingers, firmly pinching the bullet between them. Due to the powerful impact, visible shockwaves spread out from the point where the bullet made contact with his hand. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that their legs felt weak, and some even felt their water valves malfunctioning. How is this possible? He is not human. He is not human at all. Bai Mao's eyelids twitched wildly, and his hand, which had been resting on his waist, slowly retreated due to trembling. He never imagined that Su Ayahan wouldn't even be afraid of a gun. This was beyond his comprehension. He also understood that firing a gun now would only infuriate Su Ayahan, leading to certain death. Meanwhile, Koshue Go, standing beside Kai Kuan, wiped the sweat from his forehead, slightly moved his feet closer to Kai Kuan, and quietly asked, "Brother Kuan, who is Su Ayahan?" Chapter 203 Brother Kuan, who is Su Ayahan? Kai Kuan turned to look at the sweating Koshue Go, smiled, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Koshue, it's best not to casually inquire about who Su Ayahan is. But I can reveal a little to you. Do you know Jin Yi and Scar Dragon from the Jojo Market? They went against Su Ayahan, bringing hundreds of people to take him down. But in the end, Su Ayahan took 2 watermelon knives and killed them 7 times in and out without even blinking. In the end, Jin Yi and Scar Dragon were so frightened that they didn't dare to show their faces for half a month." In order to make Koshue Go understand Su Ayahan's strength, Kai Kuan exaggerated a bit. As Kai Kuan spoke animatedly, Koshue Go, who was listening intently, couldn't help but swallow hard and weakly asked, "If you kill for so long without blinking, one to your eyes get dry?" Kai Kuan's eyes bulged as he looked at Koshue Go and said, "I'm talking to you about a person taking on hundreds, and you ask me if his eyes get dry? Do you want me to have Su Ayahan come over and let you ask him yourself?" Koshue Go was startled by Kai Kuan's words and quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, "No, Brother Kuan, I was just joking. Besides, we are family now, family. Who the hell is family with you? Don't try to get close." Hearing Kai Kuan say not to get close, Koshue Go became anxious, rubbing his hands together and saying, "No, Brother Kuan, Su Ayahan just said that once Anchi City is unified, I will be in charge of the business here." Kai Kuan smiled and shook his head. "What Su Ayahan said is correct, but I'm the one in charge. In the future, you'll be responsible for Anchi City, while Feiji will be responsible for Jojo Market. Do you understand this?" Koshue Go was stunned and did not rush to speak because he understood that Feiji was Kai Kuan's subordinate. If that was the case, then his superior would not be Su Ayahan, but Kai Kuan. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Just as Koshue Go was about to speak, Su Ayahan, not far away, suddenly moved. The bullet that had been pinched between his fingers suddenly flew back and instantly pierced Crazy Dog's forehead. Crazy Dog was still in shock and hadn't reacted, collapsing straight down. At that moment, everyone held their breath, and Koshue Go, who had been hoping to negotiate, swallowed the words that had just reached his lips. At this moment, everyone in the entire hall looked at Su Ayahan as if he were a devil. Although fighting and killing were commonplace for these people, the various methods displayed by Su Ayahan were too horrifying, completely beyond their understanding. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Su Ayahan walked up to the white-haired man and slowly spoke. Others usually bring 7 or 8 people to negotiations, but you, on the other hand, have arranged dozens of people here. What? Are you planning to wipe us out and then dominate Anchi City? It's no wonder that the white-haired man was a tough character. Facing the formidable Su Ayahan, who had just killed the 2 big shots, Nine Fingers and Mad Dog, he showed no sign of fear at all. "Su Ayahan, I admit defeat today. Several lives have already been lost here. You wouldn't want to have the enforcement team out in the streets arresting people, would you? My brothers still need to eat. Su Ayahan looked at the white-haired man in surprise and suddenly laughed. Oh, come on. Why didn't you show such kindness when you were dealing with the Diao and his subordinates? You really are something. Now, take out the gun from your waist. Stop hiding it. I noticed at the moment I came in. At this moment, the white-haired man's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and his hand slowly reached for his waist. Su Ayahan, the #1 in Jiuzhou City, truly lives up to his reputation. I've never submitted to anyone in my life, but today I completely submit to you. Chapter 204. The white-haired man's flattery towards Su Ayahan seemed like an admission of defeat in everyone's eyes. Because from the perspective of others, the white-haired man had no room for resistance left. After all, Su Ayahan's performance was too inhuman. But just then, as he pulled out the gun from his waist, intending to hand it to Su Ayahan, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in the white-haired man's eyes, and he instantly aimed the gun at Su Ayahan's forehead. This was actually part of the white-haired man's initial plan. He had seen Su Ayahan catch bullets with his bare hands and knew that shooting from a distance was useless. However, he believed that if he shot at close range, Su Ayahan wouldn't be able to react in time and certainly wouldn't be able to catch the bullet. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Not only did those who didn't know Su Ayahan's true strength jump in shock at the sound of the gun, but even Kai Kuan, who was very confident in Su Ayahan, was startled and immediately drew his own gun, ready to rush forward. But at that moment, everyone gasped again because Su Ayahan did not fall as they had imagined. They saw the white-haired man's hand holding the gun begin to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and fear as he looked at Su Ayahan. Because at that moment, a yellow bullet was suspended at Su Ayahan's forehead, as if frozen in the air. How is this possible? At such a close distance, how could it not go in? Su Ayahan slowly extended his hand, grasped the hot bullet, and looked at the white-haired man, saying, "You are indeed a clever planner, but unfortunately, you missed a chance to save your life. Remember, when you report to King Yama, don't try to play tricks, otherwise, you might not even get a chance to be reborn." As he spoke, Su Ayahan extended a finger and lightly tapped the white-haired man's head before turning around to walk back. After Su Ayahan had taken a few steps, the spark of life in the white-haired man's eyes suddenly faded, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The people around were completely numb from Su Ayahan's miraculous methods. In their eyes, he was no longer a human, but an omnipotent deity. Returning to his seat, Su Ayahan lit another cigarette and looked at everyone around him, who were somewhat afraid of him, and said, "From today on, those of you who are willing to follow Kai Kuan can do so. Let him lead you on the right path to earn a living. If you don't want to, you can seek another way, but you are not allowed to continue down this path. Also, from now on, all troublesome matters in Anchi City and Jiuzhou City will be managed by Kai Kuan. Does anyone have any objections?" Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, everyone glanced at Kai Kuan, then looked at the people beside them, and one by one they threw away their weapons, saying, "We are willing to follow Brother Han." "Yes, we are willing to follow Brother Han." "Stop. Did you hear wrong? It's not following me. I'm just a farmer. Why follow me? Follow Kai Kuan. Let them help you find a good future. Do you understand?" "Understood. Thank you, Brother Han, for taking us in." Su Ayahan nodded slightly, and then turned to look at Koshue Gu, saying, "Koshue Gu, what do you think?" Koshue Gu was startled by Su Ayahan's words and quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead, respectfully saying, "Brother Han, I dare not call you brother in front of you. You can call me Little Ko or Little Shui. Just a title, whatever works. From today on, you follow Kai Kuan and learn a bit. Don't go down the old path, but ensure that the brothers have enough money to support their families. And also ensure that there are no drugs or forced prostitution in Anchi City. Do you understand?" Koshue Gu was completely in a daze, thinking about what to do if he wasn't going to do shady business. Would he sell cold noodles on a small tricycle? Or set up a stall selling socks? 6 pairs for $10? But as much as he thought, he wouldn't dare to ask or say anything now. After all, he felt fortunate that out of the 5 big shots who came to negotiate, he was the only one still alive. He didn't think this opportunity was given by heaven, but rather that he had made the right choice, given by Su Ayahan. Chapter 205. Su Ayahan saw right through Koshue Ji's thoughts and patted his shoulder, saying, "People can do things that benefit society while living decisively. By the way, how's the situation being handled below?" "Don't worry, Brother Han. I just received news from the plane that all the leaders have been taken care of. and everything is under control. Su Ayahan nodded, walking out while saying, "All right, I'm going back now. My dog at home still needs to be fed. You all handle the rest. Brother Han, I'll arrange an event later. Why don't you come over for a drink and have some fun? There are girls." Su Ayahan stopped, turned around, and pointed at Kai Kun, shaking his head with a smile. "Forget it. I'm not interested in that." Watching Su Ayahan leave, Kosha Gu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said boldly, "Brother Kun, why doesn't Brother Han go? Didn't you hear? Brother Han is not interested in that." "Not interested in this? What do you mean? What do you want to say? Brother Han is so good to you. Could it be that you guys? Damn, what are you saying? Today I'm going to castrate you." Chapter 206. Su Ayahan's figure was constantly weaving through the woods. After more than 10 breaths, he appeared in a relatively open area. The trees here were relatively tall, and many of them were so lush that their branches and leaves intertwined in many places, forming a forest world. Here, Haydn was jumping around, occasionally leaping onto some lower tree trunks, chasing a beautiful golden-haired monkey. The golden monkey kept jumping between the trees, dodging back and forth. Although Black Egg was powerful, it really had no way to deal with the golden monkey in this jungle, making it anxious and barking incessantly. "Chirp, chirp. Woof, woof, woof." Su Ayahan saw Black Egg and the golden monkey continuously barking at each other and quickly moved in front of Black Egg, directly sending a message into its mind. "Black Egg, what's wrong?" "Master, this little guy has been appearing in the village frequently lately, and he has been stealing watermelons from the field you planted, just happened to run into me." Su Ayahan was startled by Black Egg's meaning, as he had set up formations around that area, ensuring that the spiritual energy wouldn't leak out and preventing all animals from noticing anything unusual. In fact, because of the formation, animals with insufficient intelligence couldn't even detect that location. But how could this little monkey accurately enter multiple times to steal watermelons? It was truly strange. Thinking of this, Su Ayahan looked up at the golden monkey in the tree, and upon seeing Su Ayahan's appearance, the golden monkey thought it was a helper sent by Black Egg, baring its teeth at him. Seeing the little monkey, Su Ayahan couldn't help but show a hint of affection, as this little golden monkey was extremely beautiful, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence, giving off a particularly pleasant vibe. How could a golden monkey appear here? I've never heard of it before. Could it have wandered here from the other side of the mountain? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the golden monkey began to chirp loudly, picking wild fruits from the tree and throwing them at Su Ayahan. Seeing the scene, Su Ayahan extended his hand and activated his technique towards the golden monkey. A powerful pulling force emerged, causing the golden monkey, which was throwing fruits from the tree, to lose control and drift towards Su Ayahan. Grabbing the golden monkey by the neck, Su Ayahan smiled and said, "Little guy, you're quite mischievous. Seeing you're so intelligent, why not join me? I can teach you the method of longevity. How about that?" The little golden monkey struggled continuously in Su Ayahan's hand, roaring loudly, "Chirp, chirp, 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 chirp." The little guy was quite strong-willed and looked rather cute. "Since that's the case, I'll reward you with a bit of spiritual spring water. It's our fate." As he spoke, Su Ayahan produced a ball of spiritual spring water that twirled in his hand. Then, with a wave, he directly tossed the spring water into the golden monkey's mouth. The golden monkey, which had been struggling violently, instantly quieted down the moment the spring water entered, its eyes widening. Su Ayahan also patted the little golden monkey's head and then placed it on a nearby crooked tree. "From now on, you're not allowed to steal my watermelons anymore. If you really can't find food, come to the village below the mountain to find me." Su Ayahan wasn't sure if the monkey could understand him. After saying this, he patted Black Egg's head and said, "Let us go, Black Egg, home." Black Egg, feeling dissatisfied, glanced at the little golden monkey, barked a couple of times as if to say it would let it go this time, then turned and followed Su Ayahan down a mountain. It wasn't until Su Ayahan's figure disappeared that the little golden monkey finally came back to its senses from the shock of the spiritual spring water, its lips moving as if savoring something. Chapter 207. After a long while, the little golden monkey looked around, and when it didn't see Su Ayahan, it became anxious, scratching its ears and cheeks, barking nonstop. "Chirp, chirp." After jumping around the big trees anxiously a few times, the little golden monkey dashed towards the direction Su Ayahan had left, continuously leaping between the trees. Su Ayahan and Black Egg descended the mountain quickly, with Su Ayahan covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters in a single step, while Black Egg frantically chased behind him. Back at home, Su Ayahan comfortably lay under the grape tree, brewing a cup of tea and enjoying life. Not long after, while he was resting with his eyes closed, he heard Black Egg barking madly again. Black Egg, what the hell do you want? Have you eaten too much every day? Or is the little female dog in the village not satisfying your appetite? Su Ayahan casually cursed a couple of times, but at that moment, Black Egg continued to bark, which puzzled Su Ayahan. He got up and looked toward the gate of the courtyard. When he looked, Su Ayahan was stunned in place. He saw that the little golden monkey had appeared at some point, squatting on the top of Su Ayahan's house, baring its teeth and throwing things at Black Egg. Chapter 2:08. About 10 minutes later, the little golden monkey suddenly shook its body, raised its head, and looked at Su Ayahan with its bright black eyes. Chirp, chirp. What is going on? What did you do to me? Su Ayahan. Nothing much. Just opened your intelligence, making you smarter and closer to the way of heaven. Chirp, chirp, chirp. How can you communicate with me? Do you understand monkey language? Closer to the way? What does that mean? I don't understand at all. What was that thing you gave me to drink before? Can you give me some more? I'm willing to trade it with the best wild fruits from the mountains. Su Ayahan sensed the little golden monkey's meaning and smiled as he spoke. I suddenly have an interesting idea. Why don't you follow me from now on? How about that? Chirp, chirp. Follow you? What is the benefit of following you? Su Ayahan. I can give you great fortune. Perhaps you'll even meet your monkey ancestors if you're lucky. Ancestor? What does that mean? What is the fortune you're talking about? Su Ayahan. I'm just guessing. And besides, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. As for fortune, it means you'll become stronger than your kind. The little golden monkey had its intelligence opened by Su Ayahan, greatly enhancing its intellect. Now, hearing Su Ayahan's words, it showed a very human-like expression of contemplation, and after a moment of consideration, it happily jumped on his Su Ayahan's shoulder. Chirp, chirp. Okay, I'll follow you from now on, but you have to give me that kind of water again. Su Ayahan. Sure, you can live in my house from now on. Just keep an eye on the house for me. First, I'll give you a name. Let us call you Great Sage. When the time is right, I'll teach you some powerful things. As he spoke, Su Ayahan waved his hand, and a ball of spiritual spring water appeared, shooting into the little golden monkey's mouth. Chirp, chirp. Thank you, master. The little golden monkey was incredibly happy, feeling that the spiritual spring water was greatly beneficial to it. Seeing the little golden monkey's joyful appearance, Su Ayahan stroked his chin and murmured, since we're both monkeys, why don't you ask me if the things I teach you can lead to longevity? You didn't even cheer loudly when you got a name. If one day you encounter your ancestor and get beaten up, don't come looking for me. At that moment, Su Ayahan looked at the little golden monkey doing flips on the roof, joyfully dancing around, and he thought of the revered character from Journey to the West. Suddenly, he felt a sense of déjà vu, wondering if it would achieve such accomplishments. I don't even know if your ancestors really exist. If they do see you and know your name is Great Sage, would they strangle you? With the addition of a new member, the once quiet courtyard suddenly became lively again. The little golden-haired monkey couldn't stay still, jumping up and down, picking grapes to eat from the grapevine, and stealing watermelons and cantaloupes from the vegetable garden. Black Egg, on the other hand, kept an eye on the little golden-haired monkey 24 hours a day, but unfortunately, the monkey was too agile. Although Black Egg was powerful, he couldn't do anything about the little golden-haired monkey. So the two often chased each other around the courtyard, attacking one another. When Su Ayahan saw the fruits that the little monkey had ruined, he directly caught the little monkey and gave it a good lesson. In the end, the little monkey was taught to obey Su Ayahan, and without his command, it dared not touch anything in the courtyard. Su Ayahan even managed to get the little golden-haired monkey to willingly do some tasks within its capabilities. Thus, for several consecutive days, Su Ayahan played with the little monkey while at night he entered his small world to cultivate. Meanwhile, in the Clear Spring Villa, Ding Wei held his phone in hand, with several edited images and a piece of text on the screen. After hesitating for a long time, he pressed the send button. At the same time, at Su Ayahan's home, Su Ayahan's phone notification rang. He took out his phone, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. Upon seeing the contents on the phone, a violent anger and intense killing intent erupted from Su Ayahan. Chapter 209. The images and text that Ding Wei sent to Su Ayahan's phone were about a tragic incident caused by the people of Fusang on the border of Huaxia. The images were unedited, vividly showcasing the bloodshed and brutality of the scene. Such content incited immense rage and made Su Ayahan's killing intent intensify. With a hint of helplessness, he murmured, Ding Wei, I have to admit that you have tapped into something deep within my heart. With a sigh, Su Ahan stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back, deep in thought. Black Egg and the little golden-haired monkey also stopped their antics, as if sensing Su Ahan's emotions, and quietly stayed to the side. It was unclear how long it had been, but eventually, Su Ahan came to his senses and pulled out his phone to call Ding Wei. Hey, I'm heading to the capital tomorrow. After saying this, Su Ahan hung up the phone. Ding Wei, who was in Clear Spring Villa, revealed a delighted smile upon hearing Su Ahan's words. A dragon cannot hide in a small place. You will eventually soar to the sky. Following this, Ding Wei sent a mysterious short message. The content was simple. Su Ahan will enter the capital tomorrow. The next morning, Su Ahan entrusted his family matters to Su Gang, and he gave strict orders to Black Egg and the little golden-haired monkey not to cause trouble. Otherwise, there would be no more spiritual spring water to drink. After completing all this, Su Ahan rode his motorcycle to Clear Spring Villa, and together with Ding Wei, they set off for the capital. The capital, the heart of Huaxia, is the center of the entire Huaxia, with a large population. Anyone and any force that comes here must restrain their edge. This is because there are not only high-ranking officials, but also many forces from Huaxia that have offices here. Moreover, among the 6 strongest families in Huaxia, 3 of them are based in the capital. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the capital is filled with strong individuals and experts. In a courtyard in the center of the capital, Ding Wei brought Su Ahan to the entrance, where they went through layers of strict checks before finally entering. In the ancient courtyard, a benevolent old man was brewing tea. The moment Su Ahan saw him, even with his already different state of mind, he couldn't help but feel a wave of excitement. The number 2 of Huaxia, what a kind and amiable elder. His gray hair the result of his hard work for Huaxia. Seeing Ding Wei and Su Ahan come in, the old man smiled and said, "You're here, come sit down. How about tasting the tea I brewed?" Ding Wei nodded at Su Ahan, walked to the old man's side, and respectfully took a seat. The old man personally placed 2 cups of tea gently in front of Ding Wei and Su Ahan, then began to carefully scrutinize Su Ahan. Su Ahan, such a young talent. It is a blessing for Huaxia to have someone like you. After taking a seat, Su Ahan calmed his emotions, no longer feeling the earlier excitement, and offered a warm smile, saying, "You are the true blessing for Huaxia. I am merely a farmer at best. No need to be too humble. The vegetables and fruits you grow are truly extraordinary. You could do anything differently from others. I don't have anything special. I have been a farmer since I was young, so I am quite familiar with farming." Ha ha ha. A person with skills, yet not arrogant. Good. Since you're willing to come to the capital, Ding Wei must have told you everything, right? You are somewhat aware of the current situation in Huaxia? Yes, I understand a bit. The number 2 nodded, picked up a document and an ID from the table, and handed them to Su Ahan. Before you arrived, I had already prepared your documents. The beginning is always difficult, and this is a challenging task. From now on, it will depend on you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can contact me directly. In the future, you will only be accountable to me and number 1 in Huaxia. Su Ahan took the documents and began to read carefully. They contained various matters Su Ahan would face, as well as a comprehensive introduction to the new force being established. Chapter 210. After roughly 5 minutes, Su Ahan finished reading the materials in his hand, then opened the red ID. Upon opening the ID, the first thing that caught his eye was a photo of Su Ahan with a clear steel seal above it, and his name below. What shocked Su Ahan the most was the title beneath his name, Master of Huaxia's First Door, with the rank of General, and a clear red special seal below it. On the other page of the ID was a passage. All individuals of Huaxia's First Door should bear the responsibility of unifying the martial arts community of Huaxia, to resist foreign enemies, and to eliminate forces and individuals that shake the foundation internally. This is the duty at hand. Act accordingly. This passage weighed heavily in Su Ahan's eyes, especially the 4 words "act accordingly," which reflected that this Huaxia's First Door was practically in existence with nearly limitless power. Closing the ID, Su Ahan looked at number 2 and said, "This task is indeed extremely challenging. After all, Huaxia is vast and rich, and the martial arts community has a history of thousands of years. But I just saw in the documents that it should have about 30 members already, right?" Number 2 looked at Su Ahan with an appreciative expression and said, Chapter 211, Facing the Inspection. Ding Wei smiled and took out his ID to present it to the officer, glancing at Su Ayahan nearby. After checking Ding Wei's ID, the officer turned his gaze to Su Ayahan. Sir, I apologize, but please show your ID. Su Ayahan casually handed over the identification he had just received. The other party took the document, opened it, and it was clear that the strong figure trembled slightly at that moment. After examining the document carefully, the man raised his head in shock to look at Su Ayahan, then returned the document and gave a respectful salute. Su Ayahan also returned a not-so-standard salute and then passed through the checkpoint, walking inside. Master Su, your identification is really effective. Mine seems a bit insufficient. I say, Ding Wei, are you mocking me? If your identification were shown in Jiuzhou City, it would cause a major earthquake. Everyone would have to drop what they're doing to see you. Ding Wei shook his head and said, forget it. It's better to keep a low profile. I don't want to bring trouble to my father and Xiao Xiao. Seeing Ding Wei's expression when he mentioned his father and Xiao Xiao, Su Ayahan suddenly said, how about I transfer you over to work with me? Ding Wei was taken aback, stopped in his tracks, and looked at Su Ayahan in surprise. After a moment, he replied, Master Su, I think it's better to forget it. You, the #1 sect in Huaxia, are all martial cultivators, facing not ordinary people. Besides, the administrative staff are already arranged. I don't have that capability. Seeing Ding Wei's serious demeanor, Su Ayahan patted him on the shoulder and said, I understand. The two passed through multiple security checkpoints and finally took an elevator down to a world several dozen meters underground. Stepping out of the elevator, Su Ayahan saw a hall with a corridor leading to numerous rooms. Following Ding Wei, they crossed the corridor, and a huge venue reappeared before Su Ayahan's eyes. In the venue, 30 people were gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. The appearance of Ding Wei and Su Ayahan immediately attracted everyone's attention, and in an instant, all 30 people surrounded them. Ding Wei looked at the crowd with a serious expression and said, in the past year, you all Haven Tea known what you're supposed to do. Every day has been nothing but eating and cultivating, and some even want to quit. Today, you will understand what you will do in the future. This person, Su Ayahan, will lead you from now on, and he will tell you the specifics. After finishing his words, Ding Wei stepped back a little, standing straight beside Su Ayahan. Hearing Ding Wei's words, the 30 people looked at the 20-something Su Ayahan in disbelief, their expressions full of astonishment. What? He is our leader? Damn it, how can this be? A kid who hasn't even grown up yet. What ability does he have to lead us? Yeah, it can't be another case of nepotism, right? I came here wanting to do something for Huaxia, and if it's like this, I'd rather go home to farm. Right, if it doesn't work out, we can quit and divide up the assets here. We can do whatever we want. Faced with the crowd's murmurs, Su Ayahan didn't get angry, but instead smiled and said, in over a year, you've willingly come here and Haven Tea left, which shows you're passionate about doing something for Huaxia. I appreciate that. However, I don't need arrogant people here. I only need those who will obey orders and are wholeheartedly willing to contribute to Huaxia. If anyone finds it unacceptable to be led by someone in their 20s, you can leave at any time. Su Ayahan's words were quite direct. Those who didn't want to stay could leave right now. After speaking, everyone looked at their companions, seemingly waiting for the first person to leave. At that moment, Su Ayahan spoke again. Look at you now, hesitant and indecisive. You're just a bunch of trash, thinking you're impressive, but your cultivation is nothing in the martial arts world of Huaxia. Following me would be a disgrace to me. As soon as Su Ayahan's words fell, the entire underground space fell silent, and everyone stared blankly at him. The scene became quiet. Even Ding Wei behind Su Ayahan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, these people had no background and were all strictly vetted. Finding such people in Huaxia was not easy. In today's society, which is based on interpersonal relationships, it is difficult to find someone with a clean background, no connections, and good cultivation. If these people left in anger, then over a year of effort would be wasted. No one expected that the newly arrived Su Ayahan would directly shatter this group's proud self-esteem with his words. However, to Ding Wei's surprise, none of the 30 people left. Instead, they began to roll up their sleeves, looking at Su Ayahan with hostility, as if they wanted to fight him right away. Kid, you dare to insult us? I see you're quite bold. If you don't apologize today, you won't be able to leave. Looking at the 30 people who were aggressive and seemed ready to take his life, Su Ayahan smirked coldly and said, a bunch of trash. Wanting me to apologize? Dream on. Let us see what you can do to me. As soon as Su Ayahan finished speaking, 7 or 8 figures shot out from the crowd, their palms exuding powerful energy as they charged towards him. Kid, you brought this on yourself. Damn it, watch me crush this little brat. Facing the scene, Su Ayahan casually waved his hand, and a powerful aura erupted, directly sweeping away the 7 or 8 people attacking him. The 7 or 8 people were sent flying, landing in a disheveled state. This scene stunned everyone who had been righteous with indignation, leaving them in shock as they first looked at the 7 or 8 people who had fallen to the ground, and then at the relaxed Su Ayahan. What just happened? Something's not right. This kid is not simple. Everyone, don't be careless. Everyone was shocked beyond measure by Su Ayahan's display of strength, and they instinctively took a step back. The 7 or 8 people who had just charged at Su Ayahan were all at the late stage of the acquired realm to the perfected acquired realm. They were not weak, yet such a group couldn't withstand a single move, making everyone hesitant to act recklessly. Su Ayahan knew very well that although these people had the heart to serve Huaxia, they had not undergone any discipline. If he didn't completely earn their respect, managing them in the future would be truly difficult. I said you were a bunch of useless trash. Are you convinced now? Su Ayahan said, his gaze landing on the 3 men at the back of the crowd. These 3 were relatively older, probably in their 30s, and Su Ayahan noticed them because they were the highest in cultivation among everyone, having reached the innate realm. Sure enough, when Su Ayahan focused on the 3, they looked at him with a hint of seriousness. Can I see his depth? It's hard to tell. He completely feels like an ordinary person. The opponent's cultivation might have reached the perfected innate realm. Such a young, perfected innate realm is truly a genius. So what if he is a genius? The 3 of us joining forces might not be unable to defeat him. After they finished speaking, the true energy within them began to surge, and their gazes fell on Su Ayahan, staring intently at him, ready for battle. Chapter 213. Upon sensing the aura of the innate realm, the crowd, who had been angrily glaring at Su Ayahan, turned to look behind them. In an instant, everyone changed their expressions and retreated, clearing a large space. They knew that the 3 individuals had solid innate realm cultivation, with formidable strength, and had always been the unchallenged presence among them. Now that they had angered these 3, everyone felt that Su Ayahan would definitely suffer a great loss. Su Ayahan, whether you're a genius or came here because of connections, becoming the head here, you just insulted us verbally, and we won just take it. That's right, Su Ayahan. Today the 3 of us challenge you. If you lose, you must apologize to all of us and roll back to where you came from. We don't need you here. Seeing the arrogance of the 3, Su Ayahan smiled faintly and said, all right, I will only use one move. If I cannot defeat the 3 of you within that move, I will leave here, voluntarily resign from my current position, and apologize to each of you. But if you 3 cannot withstand my one move and end up suffering a crushing defeat, then what will happen? Chapter 214. From today on, those who remain here will be members of Huaxia First Sect. Those who are unwilling to stay have one last chance to leave now. After Su Ayahan finished speaking, his eyes swept over everyone with a captivating light. Under Su Ayahan's gaze, everyone felt a sense of oppression and then exchanged glances, unsure of what decision to make. At this moment, one of the 3, who had the highest cultivation, looked up at Su Ayahan in shock and said, you're not at the innate realm. You're at the master realm? Su Ayahan glanced at the surprised expression of the other and directly unleashed his cultivation, which belonged to the late stage of the Grand Master realm. A powerful aura instantly swept through the entire underground space, leaving everyone astonished and retreating repeatedly. After retreating more than 10 steps, they could no longer stand firm and collapsed onto the ground. This aura, what a terrifying aura. This is not something the innate realm could possess. Not even the mid-stage of the Master realm. I didn't expect Su Ayahan to be so young and yet have such terrifying cultivation. Chapter 215. Are you clear now? The 3 were shaken by Su Ayahan's voice and quickly stood at attention. We are clear. After saying this, Su Ayahan looked at the 3 and asked, all right, who is in charge of your work? Hearing Su Ayahan's words, the woman in the middle, Zhang Jing, stepped forward respectfully and said, reporting to the sect master, I am responsible for the administrative work. Nodding slightly, Su Ayahan spoke, all right, from now on, all administrative and living affairs of Huaxia First Sect will be entirely under your responsibility, and you will report directly to me, providing no information or documents to anyone. If you lack manpower, just talk to Ding Wei. He will help you. Also, register everyone's identity information as confidential and issue documents for everyone. After briefly arranging the work for the three, Su Ayahan turned to the three men at the innate realm and said, "Starting today, you three are the captains of Huaxia First Sect. No matter what your original names were, they will no longer be used. From today on, you will be called Long Yi, Long Air, and Long San, each leading 9 people." Hearing Su Ayahan's arrangement, the three smiled broadly and respectfully bowed. Chapter 216. 30 people collectively breaking through their realms. Such a scene was truly shocking. Even the spiritual energy in the entire underground space began to thicken. Time passed second by second, and the group that previously had only early-stage postnatal cultivation directly broke through several small realms through continuous breakthroughs, reaching the late stage or even perfected postnatal realm. Moreover, more than 10 people who originally had late-stage and perfected postnatal cultivation also began to break through small realms, directly pushing toward the innate realm. Long Yi, Long Air, and Long San, under the impact of the spiritual spring water, only broke through one small realm. Long Yi reached the late stage of the innate realm, while Long Air and Long San reached the mid-stage of the innate realm. Once everyone stabilized their breakthroughs and opened their eyes, they got up and, feeling their current cultivation, all joyfully bowed respectfully to Su Ayahan. "Thank you, Sect Master, for the holy water that helped us break through our cultivation realms." Su Ayahan waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite with your cultivation breakthroughs. You want to embarrass me when you go out to do tasks in the future. Moreover, this is not holy water." Chapter 217. With the establishment of Huaxia First Sect. Logically, if Su Ayahan wanted to establish authority, he should indeed target a martial arts sect to effectively deter some ill-intentioned people. However, Su Ayahan chose the family of the richest in Daxia precisely because the overall strength of Huaxia First Sect, apart from Su Ayahan himself, was too weak. If they rashly attacked a martial arts sect, it could provoke a backlash, leading to adverse effects and chaos. Secondly, although the Ma family, the richest in Huaxia, was not a force in the martial arts world, their reputation in Daxia was not weak at all, and they had cooperated with many sections. In a sense, targeting the Ma family could serve as a warning to others. Su Ayahan's firm choice of the Ma family could not be without some selfish motives, as the matter of 10 billion was right there. Although treating Ma Tingyun was easy for Su Ayahan, given his temperament, no one could make Su Ayahan work hard for nothing and still live well in the end. Calling Zhang Jing over, Su Ayahan issued a mysterious command to investigate everything about the Ma family, especially their secrets with foreign forces. Upon hearing Su Ayahan's command, Zhang Jing looked at him in shock, as she had guessed a little bit in her heart, and she could not understand it from her inner perspective. Chapter 218. Inside the Ma family villa, Long Yi led people to break open the villa's main door and charge inside. Inside the villa, Ma Fei Old Li, a middle-aged man, and 2 perfected innate elders sent by Zhu Yifan from the Zhu family were sitting together drinking tea. When Long Yi and the others entered the villa, they immediately arranged for people to guard the entrance. Anyone who tried to leave without the sect master's order would be killed on the spot. In the hall, the middle-aged man drinking tea with Ma Fei saw Long Yi and the others rush in, put down his teacup in anger, and stood up saying, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into someone else's residence? This is simply lawless." Long Yi coldly said to the other party, "You better sit down obediently now. Otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you when something happens later. It's simply lawless. You are not qualified to speak to me. Let your leader come out to talk to me." Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, Su Ayahan stepped in, looking faintly at the middle-aged man, and said, "The first door of Huaxia conducts business. Unrelated personnel step aside." The middle-aged man was infuriated by Su Ayahan's words. And at that moment, Ma Fei smiled and stood up, saying, "Su Ayahan, do you know who this person is? He is the deputy director of the Kyoto Law Enforcement Bureau. You should be careful with your words and actions. Otherwise, you might end up eating a few days of cornmeal buns." Hearing Ma Fei's words, Su Ayahan glanced at the middle-aged man, then at the 2 innate realm perfected men who were still drinking tea, and couldn't help but frown. Su Ayahan noticed that Ma Fei seemed to know in advance that he was coming and had invited the people present. It was obvious that someone was tipping them off. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Su Ayahan coldly said to Ma Fei, "The Ma family has expanded its business significantly in recent years and has invested in many industries overseas. I have plenty of evidence of your collusion with overseas forces to frame the martial arts world of Huaxia. You can take a look and then surrender obediently and come with us." As he spoke, Su Ayahan threw the documents in his hand, which landed steadily in front of Ma Fei. Ma Fei ignored the documents in front of him and said with a serious expression, "Printing some documents randomly to frame my Ma family, Su Ayahan. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. You are really going to great lengths for that billion." Su Ayahan didn't want to entangle further with the other party and directly gave the order, "Take Ma Fei away from me. Anyone who dares to stop will be killed on the spot." Upon receiving the order, he led his men toward Ma Fei, at which point the two elders, who had been sitting and drinking tea, suddenly stood up and looked at Su Ayahan, saying, "Young man, no one dares to act recklessly in Kyoto. The Ma family is protected by my Zhu family today. No one can touch a hair on a Ma family. I advise you to leave quickly." Seeing the two innate perfected elders from the Zhu family acting so arrogantly, Su Ayahan moved and appeared in front of the two in the blink of an eye. The pupils of the two elders from the Zhu family rapidly contracted because Su Ayahan's speed was too fast to the point where they could barely see him. Shocked, the two were about to raise their hands to attack Su Ayahan, but their speed was clearly no match for Su Ayahan. Before they could raise their hands, their necks were tightly gripped by Su Ayahan. "I just said, unrelated personnel should step aside. Did you take my words as a breeze? We are from the Zhu family. If you dare to harm us, the Zhu family will never rest until we settle this with you. There will be no place for you in Kyoto." Hearing the words of the two elders, Su Ayahan said, "You really have courage, threatening me, huh? Let me tell you, even if it's the king of heaven, he can't protect you today." Crack! As Su Ayahan finished speaking, he exerted force with his hand and directly broke the necks of the two innate perfected elders from the Zhu family. Chapter 219. Su Ayahan showed no hesitation and directly broke the necks of the two elders from the Zhu family, which startled Ma Fei, the middle-aged man, and old Li. "Su Ayahan, you dare to kill someone from the Zhu family? You are finished. The Zhu family will definitely not let this go. It's lawless. To commit such an act in broad daylight, you will have to pay the price for this today," the deputy director of the Kyoto Law Enforcement Bureau said as he took out his phone to make a call, clearly intending to mobilize forces to apprehend Su Ayahan. Meanwhile, Oldie beside Ma Fei also had a gloomy expression and said, "Su Ayahan, this is Kyoto, not Jiuzhou City. If you remain stubborn, you need to think clearly about the consequences." Facing the words from the three, Su Ayahan took out his credentials, opened them, and placed them in front of the two, saying, "Look carefully. The first door of Huaxia conducts business. I am not representing myself now." Once again, unrelated personnel step aside. When Ma Fei and the deputy director of the Kyoto Law Enforcement Bureau saw the credentials with the steel seal and the bright red stamp, they trembled all over and muttered in disbelief. The leader of the first door of Huaxia, Su Ayahan, the rank of a general. Chapter 220. Su Ayahan's actions went smoothly, taking Ma Fei away, all thanks to the two elders, number 1 and number 2, who held off the pressure from all sides for Su Ayahan. After Su Ayahan returned to the base with Ma Fei and Old Li, news broke in Kyoto, causing a huge explosion. The richest man in Huaxia, Ma Tingyat, died of illness, and his son, Ma Fei, was arrested. Countless assets in Huaxia were frozen in less than half an hour. At the same time, the deputy director of the Kyoto Law Enforcement Bureau surrendered, confessing all his violations and past wrongdoings, leading to the arrest of a large number of people. All the media reported this, causing a stir online, and various groups and families were secretly spreading various speculations, creating a major earthquake that left many people anxious and unable to sleep at night. In the base of the first door of Huaxia, Su Ayahan arranged for Long Yi to interrogate Old Li and Ma Fei, with all the evidence naturally stemming from the clues investigated by Zhang Jing, mainly concerning all the martial arts sects and forces that the Ma family had previously collaborated with. At this moment, Ding Wei came to Su Ayahan's office and spoke very seriously. Chapter 221. Zhang Jing held the documents and placed them in front of Su Ayahan. "Leader, this is the result of my investigation. The signal source is here. The other party seems to be deliberately concealing it, making it impossible to finally determine who it is." Su Ayahan opened the documents and carefully examined them for a long time, a strong killing intent flickering in his eyes. "Su Peng Wang Tao, One of them leaked our plan before the operation, which is why Ma Fei was able to make many arrangements in advance and invited the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau to his home. And even the people from the Zhu family appeared. Leader, actually, when you told me before, I was still a bit skeptical, but now I'm sure someone leaked the news. What should we do now? You let Su Peng and Wang Tao come to me. I have something to ask them. Zhang Jing nodded at Su Ayahan's words and turned to leave. Not long after, Su Peng and Wang Tao arrived at Su Ayahan's office. Leader, you called for us? Cool, me. Sit. The two sat across from Su Ayahan, who smiled and looked at them, saying, I heard that during the first operation of the first door of Huaxia, someone leaked the news before the operation. Do you two know about this? As soon as Su Ayahan finished speaking, different expressions appeared on the faces of Su Peng and Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked incredibly surprised, glancing incredulously at Su Ayahan and then at Su Peng beside him, with a look of deep disbelief in his eyes. After hearing Su Ayahan's words, Su Peng's eyes flashed with an unnatural look that quickly faded. But this scene did not escape Su Ayahan's sharp gaze. Master Wei, Wang Tao was about to speak when Su Ayahan raised his hand to interrupt, saying, Go notify everyone at Huaxia First Sect to assemble immediately. After the two left, Su Ayahan murmured with a serious expression, just after establishing Huaxia First Sect, an internal traitor has already appeared. This shows that some forces have extended their hands too far. It seems the martial arts world in Huaxia has truly reached a point where it must be properly dealt with. In the underground space of the base, everyone stood straight together. Su Ayahan looked at everyone and spoke with a cold tone. I originally thought the establishment of Huaxia First Sect was the beginning of the revival of the martial arts world in Huaxia. I didn't expect that just after its establishment, during the first operation, an internal traitor would emerge. This disappoints me and is unacceptable. Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, everyone present was taken aback and looked at the people beside them. Who is the traitor? Find out who the traitor is and kill him. Watching the crowd murmur and curse, Su Ayahan smiled slightly and suddenly pointed at Su Peng, saying, Su Peng, will you confess yourself? Or do you want me to use means to make you speak the truth? Su Ayahan's words not only surprised Su Peng, but also made Wang Tao and Zhang Jing beside him look at Su Peng with serious expressions. Su Peng felt a wave of anxiety as Su Ayahan pointed at him, his heart racing, but he still said with a serious face, Master, I don't understand what you mean at all. Seeing that Su Peng was unwilling to admit it, Su Ayahan reached out his hand, and a powerful suction pulled Su Peng closer. Since you are unwilling to admit it, I will make you speak. And I also tell you that you have lost a chance. As he spoke, Su Ayahan formed a seal with his fingers, and a rune pattern appeared in his palm, which he then pressed directly into Su Peng's mind. Su Peng, who was originally resistant, suddenly fell silent at that moment, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes. Tell me, during our first operation at the Ma family's villa, who leaked the information? The crowd was puzzled about what Su Ayahan had just done, looking at him, and Su Peng with confusion. At this moment, Su Peng, facing Su Ayahan's question, suddenly spoke in a daze. It was me. Wow. Upon hearing Su Peng's simple admission, everyone was in an uproar, looking at Su Ayahan with fearful eyes. Without paying attention to the surprised crowd, Su Ayahan continued to ask, Who are you working for, and why are you doing this? When did it start? 6 months ago. Zhu Yifan from the Zhu family found me and used threats and inducements to make me serve him, gathering intelligence for him because I took 50 million from him. Once Su Peng finished speaking, Su Ayahan turned to Zhang Jing, his eyes filled with inquiry. Zhang Jing stepped forward, bowing her head, and said, 6 months ago was when we selected administrative personnel for Huaxia First Sect. I failed to detect this issue, and I take responsibility. Su Ayahan turned his head with a blank expression, looked at Su Peng in his hands, and directly threw him to the ground. Break his limbs, cut off his tongue, and throw him at the Zhu family's doorstep. Without a second word, He stepped forward and began to act, while Zhang Jing, with a very bad expression, said, Master, isn't this a bit too much? The consequences could be very bad, and the Zhu family is not to be underestimated. What you're doing will completely anger the Zhu family. Su Ayahan stared at Zhang Jing with his hands behind his back. Too much? If a traitor causes someone here to sacrifice, who will take responsibility? Who will compensate for the brothers who died because of this? Will you take responsibility? Or will the leaker? The Zhu family may be powerful and have complex relationships, but if we are afraid and retreat because of that, then what is the purpose of establishing Huaxia First Sect? Where's the fairness in that? At this point, Su Ayahan's gaze slowly swept over everyone. His voice carrying a hint of dragon-like majesty. Everyone listen to me. Huaxia First Sect will not tolerate traitors and does not need cowards. If you feel you cannot handle this position, are afraid of offending people, or retreat because of someone else's power and status, you can leave now. The words infused with dragon-like majesty echoed in everyone's minds, leaving them unable to calm down for a long time. Long E and others looked at Su Ayahan with resolute faces, their eyes filled with deep admiration. We swear to be loyal to Huaxia, to be loyal to the master. Hearing Su Ayahan's words, Zhang Jing suppressed her inner shock and lowered her head, saying, Master, I just think that since we have just been established, we may not have a chance against the Zhu family. After hearing your words, I realize I was wrong. If we shrink back when faced with difficulties, then the existence of Huaxia First Sect will indeed be awkward. Upon hearing that Zhang Jing understood his meaning, Su Ayahan nodded. From now on, everyone must be tough. No matter who the opponent is, just go for it. If you can't handle it, tell me, and I'll take care of it. At that moment, the kind of overwhelming aura that Su Ayahan exuded made everyone feel deep admiration, providing immense reassurance for the future. In Kyoto, a major earthquake was extraordinary. Many people secretly exerted their influence, but the final result was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, creating huge splashes, yet no one cared, as if a powerful force was suppressing everything. At this time, many began to gradually sense the unusual situation, as some had secretly distanced themselves from the Ma family. As time passed, more and more people felt the abnormality, and those behind them broke into cold sweats, no longer daring to say a word for the Ma family, all retreating like turtles. At this moment, Ma Fei and Old Li, who were imprisoned by Huaxia First Sect, were also executed on the spot due to being exposed for funding overseas rogue forces. At the moment of his death, Ma Fei truly began to regret. He regretted that he should not have challenged Su Ayahan. He regretted not giving Su Ayahan the 10 billion medical fee, and he regretted repeatedly attacking Su Ayahan, losing one chance after another to save his own life. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. The Ma family, which had stood at the pinnacle of the Huaxia business world for nearly a decade, collapsed completely before everyone's eyes. In the old Zhu family mansion in Kyoto, a man with broken limbs, no tongue, and on the brink of death was thrown at the doorstep, covered in blood, convulsing from pain. This man was Su Peng, whose limbs had been broken and tongue cut off by Long Yi. When the news reached Zhu He, the head of the Zhu family, he was furious and immediately called for Zhu Yifan. Father, you called for me? Do you recognize this person? Zhu Yifan heard his father Zhu He say, glancing at Su Peng lying on the ground, a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Father, this person is someone I secretly brought to our side. He can provide us with a lot of intelligence. What exactly happened? Zhu He slammed the table in anger, speaking with a chill in his voice. For a mere Ma family, my Zhu family has lost 2 innate perfection realm experts. This is a humiliation my Zhu family has not faced in decades. And now, they openly break this person's limbs and throw him at the entrance of my Zhu family. This is clearly a declaration of war against us. Hearing Zhu He's words, Zhu Yifan was also taken aback, walking directly to Su Peng, who was looking at him with hope and suddenly struck with a palm, ending the other's life. Chapter 224. In a small world, Su Ayahan looked at the cauldron he had bought for 1 yuan from the antique market, and began to constantly simulate the techniques and sequence of alchemy in his mind. A true alchemist would have spiritual fire within their body, which could enhance the properties and spiritual power of the pills. However, Su Ayahan had not yet reached the golden core stage, and it was impossible for him to generate spiritual fire on his own unless he tamed a natural spiritual fire. But for Su Ayahan, who couldn't truly fly, finding spiritual fire was almost as difficult as reaching the sky. However, there were many methods in Su Ayahan's small world, one of which was to use fire attribute formations and then utilize the unique properties of true energy to refine pills. Although the pills produced this way wouldn't reach a high level, they were still techniques of cultivators and would be considered miraculous pills for martial cultivators. The pill Su Ayahan wanted to refine was called True Sun Pill, a pill used by cultivators in ancient China that could enhance the cultivation of those in the bigger realm. And even the top-grade True Sun Pill could enhance the cultivation of those in the golden core realm. Now, without spiritual fire in his body. Su Ayan could not truly refine a true sun pill with full potency, but a weakened version of the true sun pill would still have terrifying effects for martial cultivators. Stabilizing his mind, Su Ayan began his first alchemy attempt in life. After inscribing a formation on the ground, the heat in the air began to converge towards the center of the formation. Picking up the cauldron, Su Ayan continuously formed seals with his hands, sending streams of golden light into the cauldron. As time passed, the rust on the cauldron began to fall off automatically, revealing its true form. The cauldron was covered with countless formation patterns, giving a mysterious feeling. Seeing the cauldron transform into an alchemy furnace, Su Ayan placed it directly on the inscribed formation, casting several hand seals, causing beams of light to imprint onto the alchemy furnace, which instantly began to hum. Heaven, earth, and humanity unite. Essence gathers 1,000 kilovolts. Command. As Su Ayan's hand seals and incantations fell, the formation on the ground began to release a large amount of heat, as if a blazing flame was wrapping around the alchemy furnace. Extending his hand, Su Ayan waved towards the location of the spiritual herbs, and a precise suction force appeared, drawing dozens of spiritual herbs into his hands. Following the order, Su Ayan began to throw the spiritual herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one. The powerful heat and true energy instantly refined the spiritual herbs into clusters of spiritual liquid. Su Ayan strictly followed the steps he had learned, but even so, during his first alchemy attempt, he still encountered problems. When he added the third spiritual herb into the alchemy furnace, the furnace suddenly experienced violent shaking. Feeling the scene, Su Ayan hurriedly utilized the yin-yang Chinquan technique to stabilize the spiritual liquid within the furnace. Unfortunately, everything Su Ayan did was in vain. The intense shaking caused the temperature within the alchemy furnace to lose balance, and the spiritual liquid completely vaporized, disappearing from the alchemy process. What happened? Why did it fail? Is the temperature of the furnace too high? Su Ayan closed his eyes, seriously contemplating everything he had just done, not overlooking any detail. Although Su Ayan wasted a lot of time due to failure, the time enhancement in the small world made this time negligible for him. Time passed little by little in the small world, and after numerous failures, Su Ayan finally succeeded after experiencing dozens of failures. After throwing all the spiritual herbs into the alchemy furnace, it began to emit a mysterious aura, accompanied by a rich fragrance. Chapter 225. Sensing the situation in the alchemy furnace, Su Ayan began to form hand seals. This was the final step after successful alchemy, which was to harvest the pills. As Su Ayan's hand seals fell, a radiance soared from the furnace, and the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly gathered and surged into the alchemy furnace. At a critical moment, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Su Ayan's eyes shone brightly as he quietly shouted, "Pills formed," with a wave of his hand. 3 completely green pills flew out from the furnace, and a prepared porcelain bottle in his hand caught the 3 pills. Feeling the medicinal power of the pills, a smile appeared on Su Ayan's lips as he murmured, "With these pills, combined with the spirit's spring water, I will soon be able to produce a large batch of powerful warriors. At that time, integrating the martial arts world of Huaxia will be much easier." After putting away the 3 pills, Su Ayan continued to work, constantly refining pills. With the experience of successfully refining pills, Su Ayan became increasingly skilled, and batches of pills began to be produced continuously. From initially refining 3 pills per batch to later refining 6, a full month passed in the small world, and Su Ayan was now able to produce 9 pills in one batch. Chapter 226. Su Ayan returned to Nyolong village with Long, Yi, and the others. And half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Long, Yi, and the others had gone from being beaten black and blue by Su Gang every day to barely being able to fight him for more than 10 rounds together. However, although the 3 of them were agile, their attacks on Su Gang felt like tickling him and did not hurt him at all. This was also the most frustrating part for the 3 of them. They even suspected that Su Ayan had taught Su Gang supreme techniques and body training methods, which gave him such terrifying combat power. Of course, Su Gang did not use his full strength. If he unleashed all his power, Long, Yi, and the others would probably have to meet the King of Hell with just one punch. Because of this kind of practice, the combat power of Long, Yi, and the others greatly improved, And the supreme techniques Su Ayan had given to the first school of Huaxia were also learned by the three to a very deep level. And after being beaten every day, their defensive abilities had also reached a very high level. In the small world, after Su Ayan's cultivation breakthrough, he did not leave the small world but took out the true sun pills he had refined. Su Ayan was now preparing to use these true sun pills to enhance his strength, aiming to elevate his cultivation to the perfection stage of the bigger realm, which is the so-called limit of martial arts cultivation in the martial arts world. A true Yang Dan appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Su Ayan directly tossed it into his mouth. The medicine melted instantly upon entering, flowing into his abdomen, and a powerful medicinal force immediately emanated, intertwined with pure spiritual energy that began to flow within Su Ayan's body. Feeling this, Su Ayan quickly operated the yin-yang Qingquan formula, guiding the medicinal force and spiritual energy to impact his cultivation level. Soon, the medicinal power of one true Yang Dan was exhausted. But Su Ayan's cultivation did not break through. Opening his eyes, Su Ayan murmured, "A true Yang Dan not refined with spiritual fire is truly lacking by a significant margin. If it were a top-grade true Yang Dan refined with spiritual fire, it would definitely allow me to achieve the perfect state of the bigger realm in one go." Although he did not break through, Su Ayan did not give up. He directly took out 5 true Yang Dan and swallowed them in one go. The moment the spiritual medicine flowed into his abdomen, the combined immense medicinal power erupted, and Su Ayan hurriedly began to operate the yin-yang Qingquan formula again, guiding the powerful medicinal force to impact his cultivation level once more. Under the special effects of the yin-yang Qingquan formula and the strong impact of the medicinal power, a sound of a bubble bursting suddenly appeared within Su Ayan's body. Pop! With the emergence of this sound, Su Ayan's aura completely changed, and his cultivation instantly stepped into the perfect state of the bigger realm, just one step away from the golden core realm. At that moment, all the spiritual energy within Su Ayan's body began to completely liquefy, flowing like a great river, powerful and vigorous. Feeling the immense energy hidden within the liquefied spiritual energy in his body, Su Ayan was extremely satisfied. At the same time, as Su Ayan's cultivation broke through, the spiritual energy in the small world instantly became much denser, and even the spiritual spring water rose up in a mist, with the spiritual energy contained in the water significantly enhanced. Similarly, the area of the small world expanded once again, and Su Ayan could clearly feel all of this without stepping out of the small wooden house. Stepping out of the small wooden house, Su Ayan looked at the small world before him, revealing a smile as he murmured, "Just one step away from the golden core realm. With the existence of the small world, it won't be long before I become a top figure among the land immortals, and then I can fly with my sword, truly achieving freedom at will." Now, according to the classification of the martial arts world, Su Ayan's cultivation had reached the limit of martial arts. This realm has no levels in the martial arts world. It is just one realm, which is the liquefaction of spiritual energy within the body. Once the liquefied spiritual energy is refined to a certain extent, he can fully condense the golden core. Once the golden core is formed, Su Ayan will completely step out of the realm understood by martial cultivators and become a land immortal, thus entering the golden core realm of the ancient Chinese legendary cultivation stage. Chapter 227. That day, Long Yi and the other two were practicing against Su Gang, and the 4 of them were fighting fiercely. Su Gang relied solely on his physical body and suppressive power to counter the combined attack of Long Yi and the others. Although Long Yi and his companions were not as strong as Su Gang, who was deliberately suppressing himself, their agility was much greater, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. At this moment, Su Ayan's figure appeared rapidly beside them, each step covering dozens of meters, quite bizarre. "How has your training been during this time?" Su Ayan's voice prompted the 4 to quickly turn around. Su Gang had a big smile on his face, scratching his head and foolishly grinning at Su Ayan. Meanwhile, Long Yi and the others respectfully saluted, saying, "Greetings, Sect Master." After glancing at the 3, Su Ayan nodded and said, "It seems you are all working hard. Your foundations are much more stable than before." Long Yi said with a bitter smile, "Sect Master, there's no choice. Su Gang is just impossible. He completely disregards reason and bullies us every day, leaving us bruised and battered." It's impossible for our foundations not to stabilize. That's right, Sect Master. Su Gang is so powerful. Why not let him join the first sect of China and set up a war god position? That way, the strength of our first sect of China could instantly improve a great deal. Chapter 228. Su Gang, who had the medicinal pills flowing into his abdomen, also felt a surge of medicinal power and spiritual energy erupting within him. However, Su Gang did not sit cross-legged to cultivate. After being stunned for a moment, he grinned at Su Ayahan and continued munching on the big pancake in his hand. At this moment, the cultivation method within Su Gang began to slowly operate on its own, guided by the medicinal power. It was unclear whether it was because Su Gang had no distractions or because his foundation was too solid, but without actively cultivating, Su Gang surprisingly began to break through slowly, his cultivation soaring towards the innate realm without any hindrance. Seeing this scene, Su Ayahan smiled and nodded, lying down under the grape trellis, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Su Gang, seeing Su Ayahan lying down and closing his eyes, while eating the big pancake in his hand, turned to Hey Dan and said, "Hey Dan, go catch 2 fish from the lake. Let Han go cook fish for us later." Who knew Hey Dan rolled his eyes at Su Gang, turning his butt towards the courtyard gate. Su Gang scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Da Sheng beside him. "Little hair monkey, can you catch fish?" Zhi. You're the little hair monkey. You're the little hair egg. Your whole family is hair egg. I'm called Da Sheng. Chapter 229. Brother Chiu, it's been a while. Your swordsmanship has improved quite a bit. As Su Ayahan's words fell, a burst of laughter came. Su old brother, long time no see. Your cultivation seems even more terrifying. I can't see through you at all. As the voice approached, a figure flew over the water's surface at an extremely fast speed, appearing beside Su Ayahan in the blink of an eye. Looking at the appearance of Chiu Si-hai, the master of the Divine Sword Villa, Su Ayahan took out a cigarette and offered it to him, saying, "Brother Chiu, you're usually a busy person. Coming here today must mean you have something important to discuss." Chiu Si-hai glanced at Hey Dan and Da Sheng, who were playing around the fish, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "Su old brother, this place is truly a paradise. Even these pets feel different." Su Ayahan casually looked at Hey Dan and Da Sheng and said, "Perhaps these little fellows have been around people for too long and have naturally learned a lot. I really envy your life, Su old brother." Su Ayahan smiled without speaking and continued to prepare the bait for fishing. Chiu Si-hai glanced at Su Ayahan and then calmly spoke. Chapter 230. As he spoke halfway, a dominating aura emanated from Su Ayahan, who continued at that time. "No matter what forces or sects stand against me, against China, then I'm sorry, Su Ayahan, will definitely clean up these parasites and garbage for China." Su Ayahan's imposing manner startled Chiu Si-hai, who took a long time to come back to his senses and excitedly said, "Brother Su, China has been able to develop steadily over the past few decades, which has allowed the martial arts world's strength to improve more than double compared to 100 years ago. If you do this, it would be equivalent to causing a regression in the martial arts world. The greater the loss for the martial arts world in China, the happier those overseas forces will be. Even if the martial arts world in China unites, what do we have to fight against those overseas forces? It would likely be difficult to cope." The voice of Chiu Si-hai, who was speaking, even carried a hint of urgency. Little did he know that Su Ayahan was completely indifferent to Chiu Si-hai's words. With a domineering wave of his hand, he said, "It doesn't matter. Even if the entire martial arts world of Huaxia is destroyed, as long as I have a few years, I will rebuild a stronger Huaxia Jianghu." If Su Ayahan's previous words had given Chiu Si-hai tremendous shock, then his current words had completely stunned Chiu Si-hai into silence. Chapter 231. Su Ayahan looked at the sharp sword aura emanating from Chiu Si-hai, but remained unmoved in his seat. Faced with such a scene, Chiu Si-hai quickly felt for his waist, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand, gleaming coldly, with buzzing sounds of sword cries, charging directly towards Su Ayahan's chest. When the sword tip arrived in the blink of an eye, Su Ayahan extended his hand, pinching it with 2 fingers, firmly holding Chiu Si-hai's sword in between. Chiu Si-hai was taken aback by the immense power he felt from the sword, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. However, with strong battle talent, Chiu Si-hai reacted swiftly. He would not let his weapon be controlled by the opponent, nor could he face the opponent so closely. After all, he could not abandon the long sword in his hand. Only with the sword could his combat power be maximized. Suddenly, Qiu Shihai's internal sword aura erupted, and the true qi surged from the long sword, creating dozens of phantoms that charged straight at Su Aohan's face. Sword technique following the form. Good. With a flick of his fingers, the sword emitted a series of sword cries, and at the same time, the dozens of sword shadows that had appeared were destroyed by the sound of the sword cry just as they were about to reach Su Aohan's face. Dissipating in the air. Chapter 232. It's really like a small knife scraping the buttocks. I've opened my eyes. Qiu Shihai sighed, taking a deep drag from a cigarette, then continued to look at the distant lake's surface and said, according to legend, 1,000 years ago, a genius appeared in the martial arts world of Huaxia, who was none other than Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of the Wudong sect. It is said that in his old age, he broke through the limits of martial arts using the innate energy that he had not lost, stepping into the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals. It is said that in that realm, lifespan is greatly extended, and with a wave of the hand, one can split mountains and rivers, harnessing the great forces of heaven and earth for oneself. Since him, no one in Huaxia has been able to break through the limits of martial arts and reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. As he spoke, Qiu Shihai's eyes were filled with great admiration, and he sighed deeply. Su, my younger brother, you're just over 20 this year, and with your current cultivation, you still have over 100 years. During such time, breaking through the limits of martial arts and stepping into the realm of terrestrial immortals should not be difficult. You might be the only one in the modern martial arts world of Huaxia with a great chance to reach that realm. Hearing this, Su Aohan simply smiled slightly. For to him, breaking through to the so-called terrestrial immortals, which is just the golden core stage, is not a difficult task at all. Chapter 233. After refining the pill and making a breakthrough, Su Aohan calculated the time and felt that Long, Yi, and the others should be about to finish their seclusion. So he directly left the small world. In the yard, under the grapevine, there was a large watermelon cut open on the table, and Su Gang was happily devouring it. The little golden-haired monkey, De Sheng, was round-bellied, riding on Su Gang's neck, quietly watching him eat the 20-pound watermelon cleanly. Meanwhile, Hey Dan was lying on the ground with all four limbs in the air, his belly round like a ball, as if he was about to explode. Seeing Su Aohan come out, Su Gang grinned and said, Brother Han, why have you been missing for the past few days? I couldn't find you anywhere. What's up? Looking for me? For something? Not much. Just bored alone without anyone to practice with. When will Long, Yi, and the others come out? It's really been so boring these past 10 days. I want to find someone to beat up. Hearing Su Gang's words, Su Aohan couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had gotten addicted to hitting Long, Yi, and the others. He glanced at the room where Long, Yi, and the others were, then said soon, they should be out today. By the way, Gangzi, what happened to Hey Dan? What did you feed him? Chapter 234. Seeing Long, Yi, and the others leave with the pills, Su Gang was stunned for a moment, scratching his head and said, Brother Han, they've left. And now I can't find anyone to practice with. Who am I supposed to beat up now? Su Aohan casually replied, Gangzi, if you have nothing to do, you can go to the mountains. There's a waterfall there. I took you there before. You can use the power of the waterfall to greatly enhance your physical strength. Su Gang nodded upon hearing Su Aohan's words and continued eating. Just then, Su Aohan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the yard's entrance. There was no one there, only two clear footprints left on the ground, indicating that someone had just been standing there. Frowning, Su Aohan was quite surprised. He couldn't understand how someone could approach him within 10 meters without being detected. Suddenly standing up, Su Aohan took a step and instantly crossed dozens of meters. Appearing next to the two footprints, examining them closely, he saw that the hard ground had two footprints that sank 5 or 6 centimeters deep, with no signs of disturbance around them, as if the footprints had originally been there, showing that the opponent's control over their internal energy had reached a very profound level. Chapter 235. In the eyes of the mysterious person, Su Aohan's current cultivation and status had reached a terrifying level. However, to oppose the entire martial arts world of Huaxia was something no one could do, and Su Aohan was no exception. The reason he came to find Su Aohan and try to guide him with these words was to use the power in Su Aohan's hands to suppress the martial arts world of Huaxia. When Su Aohan heard the mysterious person's words, he did not refute, but said calmly, whether I can resist the entire martial arts world is not your concern. Moreover, I tell you that there will never be a shortage of righteous people in the martial arts world of Huaxia. Do you think I am fighting alone? I see that your cultivation has also reached the limit of martial arts. Your status in the demon sect is probably not low, right? Today, I advise you to regulate everyone in the demon sect, and in the future, accept supervision from Huaxia's first school, where you will bear the consequences. Little did he know, Su Aohan's words caused the mysterious person to shoot two unfriendly glances from beneath his mask. I initially thought that you, the leader of Su, were a young hero and a person who knows the times. But today, it seems you are just a small character, relying on your own talent and strength, who is full of arrogance and self-importance. This is too disappointing. Since you are unwilling to cooperate with our demon sect, then you might as well become my nourishment, assisting me on my path to entering the realm of terrestrial immortals. Chapter 236. In an instant when the large hand fell, the mysterious person jumped up again, preparing to evade Su Aohan's attack. However, although the mysterious person was powerful, Su Aohan's unique cultivation method and the suppression of spiritual energy within him left him with little time to do anything else. After a loud explosion, debris flew everywhere as Su Aohan's powerful spiritual hand shattered the rocks within 10 meters on the slope. The mysterious person, unable to evade in time, was also blasted away, spitting out a mouthful of blood that dripped continuously from his mask. The once spirited mysterious person, who intended to use Su Aohan as nourishment on his path forward, now appeared extremely disheveled. At this moment, a look of horror flashed in the mysterious person's eyes beneath the mask, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. Seeing the other party trying to escape, Su Aohan waved his arm, and the spiritual hand reappeared, reaching for the fleeing mysterious person. Trying to escape now? Didn't you want me to be your nourishment? Let me tell you, you're not qualified for that. The escaping mysterious person felt an overwhelming fear as he faced the giant hand reaching out for him again. Chapter 237. It turns out that the book Su Aohan took out, the spiritual consciousness strategy, is a powerful technique for cultivating spiritual consciousness. When cultivated to a deep level, one can instantly see everything within 1,000 or even 10,000 miles. It's not just like seeing the scene in front. Even sounds can be heard clearly. From this secret book, Su Aohan learned that once a cultivator breaks through to the golden core stage, their spiritual consciousness will automatically expand outward, allowing them to clearly perceive everything happening around them, even with their eyes closed, which is entirely different from the perception Su Aohan currently possesses. After reaching the golden core stage, a cultivator's spiritual consciousness will grow stronger with continuous breakthroughs in cultivation. But there will still be a significant gap compared to those who have truly practiced spiritual consciousness. It's like having a radar and a super powerful telescope installed in one's mind, enabling them not only to discover, but also to see even the finest details clearly. Holding the secret manual, Su Aohan entered a small wooden house and began his cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Although his spiritual consciousness would naturally expand outward once he broke through to the golden core period, after practicing this spiritual consciousness strategy, Su Aohan would be much stronger in spiritual consciousness compared to others at the same level. Chapter 238. After cultivating spiritual consciousness, Su Aohan felt an incredible clarity in his mind, a feeling that was hard to describe. Most importantly, Su Aohan realized that with spiritual consciousness, he could clearly sense every move and attacking intention of his enemies, allowing him to react much faster than others, significantly enhancing his attacking power. After taking a quick look around and satisfying his curiosity, he withdrew his spiritual consciousness and comfortably laid down under the grapevine. At that moment, Black Egg returned with the Great Sage. Seeing Su Aohan under the grapevine, Black Egg happily ran over to snuggle up to him, but was immediately rejected by Su Aohan. Go away. Don't come over here. Doing such indecent things in broad daylight in the village and letting the Great Sage watch. Do you still want your dog face? With behavior like this, how do you expect the villagers to think well of you? You're worse than a bandit, disgusting. Woof woof woof. Master, I didn't do anything. It was the Great Sage who insisted on watching. Squeak squeak squeak. Master, don't listen to Black Egg. It was Black Egg who said it wanted to teach me some good things for me to learn. I don't even know what that is. Chapter 239. After being tormented, Black Egg and the Great Sage finally managed to free themselves through self-rescue in the woods. However, The great sage riding on Black Egg's neck felt that the speed was much slower than before. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Black Egg, hurry up. You're too slow. Whiff, 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 whiff. It's your fault. Now I don't even dare to run fast. It hurts when I do. When Black Egg and the great sage returned home and saw Su Ao Han, they didn't even dare to lift their heads and obediently stayed to the side. Upon seeing Black Egg walking with its back legs forming a bow shape and not daring to squat, Su Ao Han decided to forgive both Black Egg and the great sage. In Su Ao Han's yard, 7 or 8 village children were playing with a little golden-haired monkey. The great sage. The great sage was also clever, knowing that as long as he played well with the children, various delicious treats would come his way. The great sage even ended up wearing a complete outfit, which gave Su Ao Han an idea to make a costume for the great sage using tiger-striped fabric. With the presence of the great sage, the home became lively every day, and when parents couldn't find their children, they would head straight to Su Ao Han's house, knowing they would definitely be there. A few days later, Su Ao Han received a call from Chiu Si-hai, the master of the Soar Mountain Villa. Chapter 240. Upon hearing what his father said, Zhu Yifan completely understood that they were preparing to sacrifice a number of Zhu family elites in exchange for control over the northern region. At that moment, Zhu Yifan felt a shock in his heart. As the head of a family with a history of hundreds of years, being kind-hearted was not enough to lead the family to strength in this cannibalistic era. At the Iron Palm Peak in the northern region, where the Iron Palm sect is located, there wasn't dense vegetation, but the unique poplar forest provided a different kind of scenery. At the entrance of the Iron Palm sect, the sect master greeted all the arriving sects and forces with over a dozen disciples. Although this martial arts gathering wasn't initiated by a few major sects, for some unknown reason, all the sects in the northern region, along with some old-timers who usually focused on closed-door cultivation, had come out to participate. Su Ao Han rode his motorcycle all the way from Juzhou City to the foot of Iron Palm Peak, parked the motorcycle by the roadside, and walked into the mountain, disappearing into the forest after a few steps. Inside the main hall of the Iron Palm sect, the Qingliang Temple, Shueshan sect, Funu sect, Northern Region Zhong family, and Flying Eagle sect had already seated themselves early on. Chapter 241. Seeing that everyone began to speculate, the Iron Palm sect master still smiled and said, "Everyone has traveled a long way. Please have some tea and snacks. And it's also a good time to listen to the opinions of Master Chiu and the esteemed seniors." After speaking, the Iron Palm sect master picked up the teacup beside him and began to drink tea, while the martial artists present either drank tea or ate snacks, quietly voicing their doubts. Chiu Si-hai glanced at the teacup in front of him, lightly touched the edge with his finger, and a ripple appeared in the teacup. Seeing that nothing changed, he felt relieved enough to lift the cup and drink. At that moment, an elder sitting at the front, who had reached the early stage of Grandmaster, put down his teacup and suddenly stood up to speak. "I, Zhou Weinian, have spent a lifetime reaching the Grandmaster realm. Now that I am old and frail, it is already hopeless for me to advance to the mid-stage of Grandmaster. My cultivation has reached its limit, but I have too many regrets in my heart. The northern region where we are located in Huaxia is inherently barren, and the cultivation resources are significantly less compared to other regions. For this reason, we have always been at the bottom. How I wish to see someone in the northern region surpassing the Grandmasters and reaching the peak of martial arts. I think the proposal from the Iron Palm sect's leader today is excellent, to select a leader for the alliance, which would allow for better distribution of resources. This would be beneficial for the northern region and is a great opportunity for it to rise. You wouldn't want to end up like me, stuck at a certain realm, leaving a huge regret in your heart, right? So I support the leader of the Iron Palm sect's proposal." As Zhou Weinian's words fell, the two elders beside him also spoke up. "That's right, we are old, and the future world belongs to you. I also support the establishment of a leader for the northern martial arts community." The three elders expressed their support for the Iron Palm sect's leader's proposal. At this moment, the abbot of the Qingliang Temple, the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, the leader of the Funyo sect, the head of the Zhong family from the northern region, and the leader of the Flying Eagle sect all stood up simultaneously to express their support. "We also support this proposal to elect a leader to lead the northern martial arts community to rise." Seeing so many people supporting the Iron Palm sect's leader's proposal, many sect leaders felt a great sense of passivity and began to calculate their own gains and losses. Chiu Si-hai, the master of the Divine Sword Manor, looked at those supporting the Iron Palm sect's leader with a hint of sword intent in his eyes. Even the leaders of the Five Tigers sect and the Seven Stars Pavilion looked incredulous. They couldn't understand when the Iron Palm sect leader had gained such a strong influence. With so many people supporting him, leader of the Iron Palm sect, let's not discuss whether your proposal is good or not. You just said you don't want to take the position of a leader. But there are people here who can competently take on the role of the Northern Martial Arts community leader. Their identity and strength are both unquestionable. Could you please name them for everyone to hear? The leader of the Iron Palm sect looked around at everyone in the hall and smiled as he said, "The person I am referring to is Chiu Si-hai, the master of the divine sword manner. He not only controls the strongest sect in the northern region, but his personal cultivation has also reached the late stage of Grandmaster. In terms of qualifications and strength, this position of leader should belong to Master Chiu." As soon as the Iron Palm sect's leader finished speaking, the hall fell into a dead silence. Many sect leaders stared intently at Chiu Si-hai, and even the people from the Five Tigers sect and Seven Stars Pavilion frowned as they looked at him. See what I told you? Some people want to be the leader, fearing strong backlash, and then use others to voice it, but ultimately their ambitions will be exposed. I didn't expect Master Chiu to harbor such ambitions. Yes, I misjudged him before. Hearing the chatter in the hall, Chiu Si-hai looked at the leader of the Iron Palm sect with a powerful aura in his eyes. Leader of the Iron Palm sect? What do you mean? Master Chiu, what I mean is to let you be the leader of the Northern Martial Arts community, to lead everyone to let it soar. In the future, we will all follow your orders, and all resources will be handed over to you for unified distribution. Chapter 242. The words of the Iron Palm sect's leader once again made everyone in the hall frown. Following orders? Handing over all resources? This is equivalent to putting the lifeline and future of their sect entirely in someone else's hands. In an instant, many sect leaders began to prepare for action. After all, which one of them wasn't proud and arrogant? How could they submit to others? Chiu Si-hai, I didn't expect all of this to be your design. I, as an old man, refused to accept it. A voice rang out, and an elder leaped high, his palm infused with powerful true energy, striking toward Chiu Si-hai. Faced with this scene, Chiu Si-hai also raised his palm to meet it. Bang! The two palms collided together, and the sound of Chiu Si-hai's clothes flapping in the wind could be heard, yet he remained rooted to the spot. The elder in the air was sent flying backward, and after landing, he staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself. His face turned red as he pointed at Chiu Si-hai and said, "I am no match for you alone. But with so many like-minded individuals in the Northern Martial Arts community, they will not agree." As the elder spoke, most people began to draw their weapons, circulating their true energy, preparing to take action against Chiu Si-hai. Chapter 243. Just as the leader of the Iron Palm sect's words fell, Zhou Weinian immediately spoke up. Leader of the Iron Palm sect, what Master Su? Please clarify. Could it be that the sword god Su Ayahan has an unknown identity? Zhou Weinian's words made Su Ayahan suddenly turn around, his eyes locking onto Zhou Weinian, seemingly trying to see through him. Although Zhou Weinian felt an immense pressure from Su Ayahan's gaze, he appeared quite confident, not caring about Su Ayahan's stare, and instead turned to await the Iron Palm sect leader's response. At this moment, the leader of the Iron Palm sect took a step forward and addressed everyone in the hall. You may not know, but Su Ayahan is currently a government employee, and I'm sure you've all heard of the first sect established by Huaxia, right? Su Ayahan is now the leader of that first sect. I would like to know if Master Su is here today representing his personal identity or as the leader of the first sect of Huaxia. The leader of the Iron Palm sect's words caused many to change their expressions, as in the martial arts community, most sects did not want to associate with the government. Now that they heard of Su Ayahan's identity, many felt a sense of estrangement from him instead of the previous admiration. Chapter 244. Su Ayahan. Let go of the leader of the Funyo sect. The leader of the Iron Palm sect, the abbot of Qingliang Temple, the leader of the Flying Eagle sect, the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, and the head of the Zhong family from the northern region, a total of 5 sect leaders and family heads, along with Zhou Weinian and the other 2 elders, all charged at Su Ayahan simultaneously. Faced with this scene, Su Ayahan opened his mouth and unleashed the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon, shouting, "Get lost!" Boom! A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Su Ayahan, spreading outward. The 8 people charging at Su Ayahan, feeling the aura emanating from him, along with the sound wave that penetrated into their consciousness, changed their expressions dramatically. However, being in the air, They had no way to dodge and could only resist with all their might against Su Aohan's overwhelming wave of energy. Bang! The 8 were directly blasted away by the powerful aura. After landing, except for Zhou Weinian and the 3 elders who were strong enough to withstand Su Aohan's wave, the rest coughed up blood, their true energy churning uncontrollably. At this moment, the shock Su Aohan brought to everyone was beyond words, and all eyes were filled with horror as they looked at him. Chapter 245. The leader of the Funyo sect suddenly collapsed and died, causing Su Aohan to frown. Was it actually the mother-child dual cursed poison? Realizing this, Su Aohan wasted no time and directly released his spiritual consciousness. In an instant, the entire area within 100 meters around the Iron Palm sect's main hall appeared in Su Aohan's mind. In the blink of an eye, Su Aohan clearly saw that dozens of people had already ambushed around the main hall of the Iron Palm sect. Among them, 2 had reached the Grandmaster level. 2 were Masters, 6 were Innates, and the rest were all at the acquired stage. Such a force could be considered incredibly powerful in the northern region. And since all the representatives of the sects in the northern region were in the hall, these people were definitely not from the northern region. At that moment, Su Aohan saw one of the Grandmasters holding a small box, which contained a bug identical to the one spat out by the leader of the Funyo sect, but larger. Without any hesitation, Su Aohan turned and reached out to the Iron Gate Master, unleashing a surge of energy that pulled the opponent toward him. Purple Star North Dipper, Crimson Cloud Charge. He condensed a mysterious rune with one hand and struck it into the chest of the Iron Palm sect leader. Chapter 246. Su Aohan looked toward the entrance of the hall with confusion as he saw wisps of fog, hard to discern with the naked eye, drifting into the hall. Su Aohan, whose spiritual sense detected this scene, was also filled with great doubts, as there were no special entities around the hall that could produce such eerie fog. Just as Su Aohan was about to dash out of the hall to capture the sneaky individuals outside, several disciples near the entrance suddenly collapsed without warning, their bodies limp. Thud thud. Soon after, more and more people in the hall fell down, showing no symptoms. Faced with this scene, Su Aohan was extremely puzzled, as he detected no poisonous elements in the fog. However, as a master of medicine, Su Aohan quickly thought of a possibility: symbiotic poison. This meant that something could be non-toxic on its own, making it difficult for even the most astute to discern. But when this non-toxic substance came into contact and fused with another non-toxic thing, it could produce a lethal toxin that caught people completely off guard. In an instant, Su Aohan's gaze fell upon the snacks and tea on the table. Chapter 247. All right, old man, stop gesturing. As long as I'm here, none of you will leave alive today. Sun Shan and Sun Chuan's small movements were seen through by Su Aohan, leaving them embarrassed as they glanced at Qiu Sihai and the others behind Su Aohan. They waved their hands and commanded, everyone attack together. Eradicate Su Aohan and Qiu Sihai, leaving no one behind. In an instant, everyone charged toward Su Aohan and the others behind him. Meanwhile, the 2 brothers Sun Chuan and Sun Shan, along with Zhou Weinian and 3 others, 5 Grandmasters in total, launched a fierce attack on Su Aohan. All-encompassing palm, great success fist, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning leg. Powerful attacks descended upon Su Aohan one after another. Qiu Sihai and the others looked at the approaching assailants with pale faces. He knew that even if he risked being poisoned or severely injured, he could rely on his formidable strength to fend off the surrounding attacks. However, with so many people, Qiu Sihai couldn't possibly eliminate them all in one move. What would happen if the poison took effect? At that moment, Su Aohan emitted a powerful aura that swept around him. Those charging at him suddenly felt their bodies involuntarily retreating, their internal energy suppressed by the immense pressure of Su Aohan's aura. Su Aohan brought his index and middle fingers together, raising them like a sword. In that moment, he was an invincible swordsman. Sword light traverses the heavens. All submit to the sword. With a furious shout, Su Aohan swung his hand outward, and in an instant, countless beams of sword light shot out densely in all directions. Sun Shan, Sun Chuan, Zhou Weinian, and others, seeing Su Aohan's terrifying move, were filled with immense fear. They waved their hands repeatedly, trying to block the horrifying sword light. If Su Aohan hadn't broken through to the peak of martial arts, they might have had a chance to survive against this move, but unfortunately, after Su Aohan's breakthrough, his strength was far too overwhelming. and coupled with the peculiarity of his techniques, they had no opportunity at all. The sword light spread out like a tornado, enveloping everyone, whether the grandmasters in the air or those rushing toward Chiu Sihai on the ground, who all came to a standstill, unable to move. Su Ahan slowly retracted his hand, and at that moment, a flash of light passed through the hall like a moment of reflection, and then Sun Shan and the others, along with the dozens he had brought, all collapsed, their lives extinguished. Some were even cleaved apart by the dense sword light. The horror and bloodiness of the scene, if described, might mean this chapter would never be seen again. Zhou Wunyan and the three elders, the leader of the Snow Mountain sect, the master of the Flying Eagle sect, and the abbot of the Qingliang temple from the Zhong family in the northern region, all stared wide-eyed, their faces showing a hint of regret and frustration, ultimately looking at Su Ahan with unwillingness as they breathed their last. The two brothers Sun Shan and Sun Chuan were now drenched in blood, their bodies swaying as they spoke. Why, you have reached the peak of martial arts? Ha ha ha. I never expected that at such a young age. Your cultivation would be so terrifying. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Master, you miscalculated this time. Spitting blood, they fell to the ground and died after shouting their last words. Behind them, Chiu Sihai and those disciples who had been poisoned but had not lost consciousness were stunned, watching Su Ahan's sword strike, seeing dozens of people instantly perish under a single sword, all displaying expressions of disbelief. One sword, just one sword. The sword god truly descended from the heavens. Who in the world could withstand such a strike? Chapter 248. Ignoring the shock of everyone. Su Ahan waved at the corpses of Sun Shan and Sun Chuan, and two porcelain vials flew out from their chests, landing in Su Ahan's hands. He opened the vials, took a gentle whiff, and then tossed them to Chiu Sihai, saying, "This is the antidote. Help everyone detoxify." After more than 10 minutes, everyone was cured of their poison and regained their ability to move, their internal energy flowing freely. Looking at the over 100 dead and injured around, Chiu Sihai sighed. It's one thing for the Zhu family members to die, but the leaders of these sects were controlled and brought dozens from their sects to their demise. This is a huge loss for the martial arts world of the northern region. What the owner of Chiu said is correct. This time, the Iron Palm sect, Qingliang temple, Snow Mountain sect, Flying Eagle sect, Funyo sect, Zhong family from the northern region, and the three elders Zhou Wunyan have suffered a tremendous loss in the martial arts world of the northern region. Su Ahan looked at the few of them and pointed at the corpses on the ground, saying, "Please handle this matter. Also, these sects must be investigated thoroughly. Anyone involved in this matter must not be spared." Although Su Ahan's words gave a feeling of extreme cruelty, Chiu Sihai and the others understood that if they didn't act decisively at this moment, any oversight could lead to unimaginable consequences. Chapter 249. Su Ahan returned to Nyolong village and immediately contacted Zhang Jing. "Hello, has there been any movement from the Zhu family in the past couple of days?" Reporting to the sect master, "There hasn't been any movement from the Zhu family. It's just that Zhu Yifan left the Zhu family this morning with 2 disciples and took a flight to the southern region. The specific destination is still unclear." Hearing Zhang Jing's words, Su Ahan suddenly had a bad premonition because he thought of the poison. And Zhu Yifan just happened to go to the southern region at this time. After pondering for a moment, Su Ahan asked, "Has the intelligence system in the southern region been established?" Reporting to the sect master, although an intelligence office has been established there with Ding Wei's cooperation, due to manpower issues, they might not be able to do much. What about Long Yi and the others? Have they come out of seclusion? Everyone is still in seclusion. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Su Ahan lay back in his chair and murmured, "Zhu family, you're next." Lying under the grapevine, Su Ahan moved his hand, and the 9-layered demon suppression tower appeared in his palm, spinning rapidly. The first layer was fully opened, and the second layer had partially opened. It was time to completely open the second layer. As he spoke, Su Ahan suspended the 9-layered demon suppression tower in front of his chest, forming hand seals, and the Yin-Yang Qinquan technique circulated rapidly within him. Mystical runes and energies were poured into the 9-layered demon suppression tower by Su Ahan, and with spiritual energy continuously surging towards the second layer of the 9-layered demon suppression tower, the second layer began to emit dazzling light. Seeing the scene, Su Ahan's hands moved even faster, and the spiritual energy within him surged towards the 9-layered demon suppression tower recklessly. As time passed, Su Ahan's complexion began to pale, and the spiritual energy within him was reaching its limit. At this moment, Su Ahan understood that if he didn't open the second layer of the 9-layered demon suppression tower in one go, then all his efforts today would be in vain. With a gritted teeth, Su Ahan sent all the spiritual energy in his body towards the second layer of the 9-layer demon suppression tower. The heavens have 3 treasures: sun, moon, and stars. The gods of heaven and earth are shocked. If there are evil spirits and demons, all stars are at my command. With Su Ahan's furious shout, his eyes turned blood red, and the last trace of spiritual energy was exhausted, causing him to collapse onto the reclining chair, breathing heavily. Buzz. At this moment, both the first and second layers of the 9-layer demon suppression tower began to emit a golden glow, swirling above Su Ahan's head, and a shower of golden light fell, making Su Ahan feel the originally exhausted spiritual energy within him begin to revive little by little. Phew, that was too dangerous. Fortunately, it succeeded. I didn't expect the second layer to be so difficult to open. What kind of treasure is this 9-layer demon suppression tower? If the second layer is this terrifying, what about the third layer? The fourth layer? The 9th layer? It was unknown how much time had passed. But Su Ahan's previously exhausted spiritual energy from opening the 9-layer demon suppression tower had completely recovered, and his cultivation had made a slight improvement, getting closer to the golden core realm. Feeling all this, Su Ahan was extremely happy. He didn't expect that after opening the second layer, the 9-layer demon suppression tower would actually gain self-awareness and have such capabilities. Just as he was about to retract the 9-layer demon suppression tower at that moment, as soon as the thought arose, the 9-layer demon suppression tower suddenly transformed into a stream of light and flashed into Su Ahan's forehead, disappearing without a trace. Su Ahan touched his forehead, but felt nothing. So he entered the sea of consciousness with his divine sense. He saw the 9-layer demon suppression tower floating in his sea of consciousness, emitting a golden glow, nourishing Su Ahan's divine sense and soul. Chapter 250. Looking at the golden light emitted by the 9-layer demon suppression tower, Su Ahan clearly felt that his divine sense and soul were gradually becoming more solid. He stretched out his hand, and with a thought, the 9-layer demon suppression tower appeared in his hand. With another thought, the 9-layer demon suppression tower instantly disappeared and returned to Su Ahan's sea of consciousness. Surprised, yet extremely happy, Su Ahan knew that with the existence of this 9-layer demon suppression tower, the strength of his soul and divine sense would continuously grow, becoming stronger and stronger. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and Su Ahan saw it was a call from Kai Cohen, so he answered directly. Hello, Honggu. The motorcycle has been found. That's good. Honggu, how should we deal with the kid who stole the motorcycle? Should we bring him to apologize to you and give him a lesson? No need. I don't have time for that. You handle it yourself. By the way, bring the motorcycle to me. I need it in the next couple of days. After hanging up the phone, Su Ahan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and murmured, it should be about time. It's time to act. But I wonder if Zhu Yifan's departure indicates that the Zhu family has sensed something or what. In the base of the first sect of Huaxia in Kyoto, more than half a month had passed. Long Yi and the others, with the powerful effects of the spiritual spring water and true yang pill, made another breakthrough in their cultivation. Long Yi's cultivation surged into the perfection of the Grandmaster realm, while Long Air and Long Sand's cultivation reached the late stage of the Grandmaster realm. Such a speed of breakthrough was terrifying. If those in the martial arts world who consider themselves geniuses knew about it, they would probably feel ashamed to death. After such a long period of impact, the other 27 people also made breakthroughs one after another under the influence of the true yang pill and spiritual spring water. Among the 27, 7 entered the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, while the rest all reached the late stage or even perfection of the innate realm. In a short time, the strength of the first sect of Huaxia had increased exponentially in less than 2 months. At the entrance of the base, the roar of motorcycles sounded, and the security personnel were extremely vigilant. But when they saw that the person coming was Su Ahan, they all showed expressions of admiration. After going through several electronic verifications, Su Ahan entered the base. Upon seeing Su Ahan, everyone who had just come out of seclusion respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Sectmaster. Gently waving his hand, Su Ahan nodded and said, Good. Everyone's progress has been great. You haven't wasted your time during this period. Since your strength has explosively increased, It is also time to thoroughly establish the reputation of the first sect of Huaxia. After Su Ayahan finished speaking, everyone looked at him with anticipation. With their increased strength and the ultimate secret manuals left by Su Ayahan, their combat power was now overflowing, and everyone was eager to prove themselves. Looking at everyone's eager expressions, Su Ayahan pointed at Long Yi and said, Long Yi, take 2 brothers with Grandmaster Cultivation to the southern region to check the situation of the Miao family and find Zhu Yifan from the Zhu family. If you can bring him back, do so. If not, just eliminate him. You can contact Zhang Jing. She will provide you with specific intelligence. Long Yi bowed and said, Yes, Sectmaster. Then Long Yi selected 2 men with master-level cultivation and left the base, heading towards the southern region. Sectmaster, are we going to take action against the Zhu family? One asked. The Zhu family has been in Kyoto for hundreds of years. If we act against them now, will it lead to negative consequences? Will the higher-ups intervene to stop us? Xia Ayahan had already considered these concerns and arranged for people to handle the situation. After all, Kyoto was not like other places. Some actions required a clear stance. Chapter 251, Hearing the doubts and worries of everyone. Xia Ayahan said calmly, I have made arrangements in advance, and the evidence of the Zhu family's recent actions is already solid. Even if they want to deny it, they cannot. Long Air, follow the order. At your command. From now on, monitor every move of the Zhu family. Anyone leaving the Zhu family must be intercepted secretly. Not a single person is allowed to leave alive. Understood. Once Long Air left with his team, Longsen looked at Xia Ayahan and asked, Sectmaster, what should I do? Stay on standby and wait for the order to charge into the Zhu family. If anyone resists, kill them on the spot. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Kyoto Center, Ding Wei and Zhang Jing were reporting their work to number 2. Are you saying that all the sects in the northern region are now jointly supporting Xia Ayahan? Yes, leader. Insect Master Xia discovered a huge conspiracy during the martial arts conference in the northern region. All the evidence is here. As Zhang Jing spoke, she placed a stack of documents in front of number 2. Number 2 picked up the documents and reviewed them carefully. After a long time, he put them down and said, the Zhu family's ambitions can no longer be contained. It seems Sect Master Xia is also preparing to take action. Ding Wei, what do you think about this? I believe if Sect Master Xia moves against the Zhu family, the 2 leading schools, Shaolin and Wudong, won't stay silent. And the other 2 families in Kyoto, the Mo family and the Shangwan family, also won't remain indifferent. Number 2 nodded. Indeed, one action can trigger a chain reaction. I guess I need to get active again. Some things must be done, and we should trust that Sect Master Xia has that capability. Ding Wei and Zhang Jing exchanged glances, feeling immense admiration for Xia Ayahan. It was as if he had a special authority to act against anyone he wished. Inside the main hall of the Zhu family's residence, the head of the family, Zhu He, looked down at the 4 elders with a grim expression and said, Sun Shan and Sun Chuan have fallen at the Iron Palm Peak in the northern region, and our Zhu family's dark arts have lost half their numbers, severely weakening our strength. Following Zhu He's words, the 4 elders below trembled, and one of them spoke up. Head, the loss this time is so great that not only did we fail to take control of the northern region's martial arts world, but we also helped Xia Ayahan instead. This incident has significant ramifications. Head, did Zhu Yifan leave home suddenly because of your orders? Or did he go out on his own? Hearing their words, Zhu He's eyes turned cold as he replied, What? My son Zhu Yifan can't even go where he wants without reporting to you? Little did Zhu He know that his imposing manner did not intimidate 2 of the elders below. Head, Zhu Yifan leaving at this time, after the incident with the Sun brothers, seems a bit too coincidental, doesn't it? Zhu He fixed his gaze on the 2, his voice low and tense. Yifan left because I told him to. What? Are you 2 trying to use this opportunity to remove me as head of the family? Do you have enough votes? By the end of his statement, Zhu He nearly shouted, and a powerful aura pressed down on the 2. The position of head of the family is supervised by the 4 great elders, and if more than half express dissent, the final decision on the head's position will be made by the ancestor. Although we haven't obtained the ancestor's consent, we have received another piece of news that the first sect of Huaxia has secretly arranged people to monitor our Zhu family. This is clearly a preparation to strike against us. And at this moment, you let Zhu Yifan leave. Are you afraid of something? Or are you leaving yourself an escape route? Is your son's life really more valuable than ours? Chapter 252, with a loud bang. Zhu He smashed the table in front of him into pieces and then shouted angrily, What are you two trying to do? As long as I am the head of the Zhu family, you two cannot act recklessly. You are still the head, but we believe you are no longer qualified to continue in this position. Before Zhu He could speak, the other two elders suddenly stood up, Elder 1, Elder 3. Until the ancestor has made a decision, the head is the head. You cannot act against him and ruin the Zhu family's centuries-old rules. The first and third elders wanted to take advantage of this excellent opportunity to challenge Zhu He and change the head. But the second and fourth elders stood up to support Zhu He, creating an awkward situation. At that moment, the main entrance of the Zhu family's courtyard suddenly made a loud noise, and the two doors flew several dozen meters into the courtyard, crashing into a flower bed. Zhu He and the four elders in the hall were momentarily stunned by the loud commotion. What happened? Who was causing such a ruckus outside? Zhu He roared, and a Zhu family disciple rushed in, bowing respectfully, "Head, it's bad. The people from the first sect of Huaxia have collapsed the main gate." Hearing this, Zhu He and the four elders changed their expressions simultaneously. How dare the first sect of Huaxia act so brazenly against the Zhu family? Did they think that after defeating the wealthy Ma family, they could act without fear? Today, I will see what capabilities this newly established first sect of Huaxia has. Zhu He walked outside while pointing at the disciple who had just delivered the message. Notify all Zhu family disciples to gather. I want them to know the might of the Zhu family. At this moment, in front of the Zhu family's courtyard, Long Air and Long San, along with 25 others, had surrounded the main entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the inner courtyard, more than 10 Zhu family disciples stood ready to block Long Air and the others' entry. As Xia Ayahan stepped into the Zhu family's main gate and saw this scene, he calmly stated, "Kill anyone who tries to stop the first sect of Huaxia from carrying out its business." Long Air and Long San nodded slightly, leaping high into the air and directly pouncing on the Zhu family disciples guarding the entrance. Just then, a furious voice shouted, "I dare anyone to touch my Zhu family disciples." As the voice fell, two figures charged towards Long Air and Long San. The four individuals, all in midair, struck out their palms at each other. Bang! Bang! After two muffled sounds, Long Air and Long San were sent flying back, and as they landed, they quickly retreated. At that moment, Xia Ayahan placed his hands on their shoulders, dissipating the powerful impact. The two elders of the Zhu family on the opposite side flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, Zhu He appeared with the Zhu family disciples, and all the remaining hidden guards of the Zhu family gathered around. Zhu He first glanced at Xu Ayahan and found that he couldn't see through the opponent at all, although he had heard some rumors before. He felt deep down that Xu Ayahan's cultivation could not possibly surpass his own. He believed the reason he couldn't see through him was that Xu Ayahan practiced a technique to conceal his presence. Then Zhu He's gaze slowly turned to Long Air and Long San. When he clearly saw the cultivation levels of the two, it was as if a thunderclap had sounded in his heart. He then looked at the other members of the so-called number 1 sect in Huaxia. When he saw that the lowest cultivation level among them was already at the late innate stage, he couldn't help but take a deep breath in shock. Chapter 253. The number 1 sect in Huaxia was initially organized with extreme secrecy, and almost no one heard any rumors until later when these individuals were recruited, and the outside world gradually caught wind of it. When these 30 people arrived in the capital, Zhu He had used a lot of connections and spent considerable financial and material resources to investigate them, aiming to understand their specific strengths and backgrounds. However, he later received news that the most powerful among them was merely at the innate level, and most were still at the early acquired stage. From that moment on, Zhu He had no worries and never regarded this so-called number 1 sect in Huaxia as anything significant, as he believed that relying on these people to integrate the martial arts world in Huaxia was nothing but a pipe dream, just a bunch of rabble. But what had happened to these people standing before him now? In such a short time, their cultivation had skyrocketed to such a terrifying level. Masters, the weakest among them, was at the late innate stage. What on earth had happened? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhu He arrogantly spoke. Is my Zhu family no longer a deterrent in the capital? Are any stray cats and dogs allowed to come here to show off? Xu Ayahan paid no attention to Zhu He's ambiguous words and instead said to Long Air and Long San beside him, "Get everyone ready. If anyone resists, do not hold back. Kill without mercy." As soon as Xu Ayahan's words fell, everyone, including Long E and Long Air, shouted in unison, "Kill without mercy." Kill without mercy. The overwhelming momentum and powerful aura made many members of the Zhu family feel a chill and immense psychological pressure. Zhu He also had a cold expression, staring intently at Su Ayahan, and said, "You are Su Ayahan, the leader of the number 1 sect in Huaxia, right?" Hearing Zhu He's words, Su Ayahan finally looked at him and said, "The number 1 sect in Huaxia is here to do business. All members of the Zhu family are to give up resistance and come with us to accept an investigation. If you do not cooperate, the consequences will be borne by your Zhu family." Su Ayahan's words completely incited anger among all the members of the Zhu family. As the head of the Zhu family, Zhu He naturally had to display the demeanor of a family leader. "Su Ayahan, don't think that just because you're the leader of the number 1 sect in Huaxia, you can look down on everyone. Today, I will let you know that the foundation of a century-old family is not something you can imagine." As his voice fell, the aura belonging to a grandmaster at the peak level erupted from Zhu He. Boom! A wave of energy swept outward, causing the surrounding people to change color and retreat. Zhu He soared into the air, quickly lunging towards Su Ayahan. Eightfold shaking of the earth. In the air, Zhu He struck out with his palm, powerful palm force condensing into a clear chi tornado, one stronger than the last, rushing towards Su Ayahan. Su Ayahan seemed to ignore this scene entirely, standing casually with his hands behind his back. When Zhu He's attack approached him, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible wall of air, unable to get close to Su Ayahan at all. The powerful attack, unable to reach Su Ayahan, split into two and crashed into the ground far away. Boom! The bluestone bricks on the ground were shattered into flying debris, and even the surrounding buildings trembled violently. Zhu He was completely stunned by this scene, his eyes filled with disbelief as he murmured, "How can this be? It's impossible." Although shocked, Zhu He still felt a hint of bad premonition in his heart, but he waved his hands, and his aura underwent a significant transformation. This was the Zhu family's legendary skill, Shadow Clone. As the head of the Zhu family, known for its dominance in the Huaxia martial arts world, Zhu He, a true grandmaster at the peak level, naturally had his pride. Although he was shocked by Su Ayahan's earlier performance, he would not be intimidated by such a thing. Shadow Clone. In an instant, more than 10 clones of Zhu He appeared, charging towards Su Ayahan from various directions. Chapter 254. The Shadow Clone technique vividly showcased Zhu He's grandmaster peak strength, and no one dared to approach even half a step. Facing the more than 10 figures of Zhu He, Su Ayahan showed a hint of curiosity and surprise. The Zhu family's ability to stand firm in the capital for hundreds of years indeed had its hidden cards. However, although Zhu He's Shadow Clone technique was incredibly powerful in the Huaxia martial arts world, it was just ordinary in front of Su Ayahan. After all, in Su Ayahan's small world, there were countless martial arts secrets, and techniques surpassing the Shadow Clone were innumerable, not to mention various immortal cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Su Ayahan aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers, and sharp sword energy erupted from around his body. Sword light crisscrossed, although he held no sword. The moment Su Ayahan made his move, a buzzing sound of swords rang clearly in the air. At that moment, dense sword light surrounded Su Ayahan, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as impenetrable. Figures flickered in the air, sword light intertwined, and the impact from the two attacks forced the surrounding people to retreat again and again, with many even leaping onto the rooftops, all displaying expressions of horror. Chapter 255. Upon learning that the ancestor was coming out of seclusion, Zhu He disregarded his injuries and pushed away the second elder and fourth elder who were supporting him, loudly saying, "All disciples of the Zhu family welcome the ancestor out of seclusion." In an instant, all the disciples of the Zhu family knelt on the ground, hands pressed to the ground, and shouted in unison, "Welcome the ancestor out of seclusion. Welcome the ancestor out of seclusion." Su Ayahan completely ignored the others, as in his eyes, only the Zhu family ancestor could barely be considered a rival. Looking up, he saw a phantom quickly flash by, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, appearing beside Zhu He. Seeing the appearance of the Zhu family ancestor, even with Su Ayahan's resolute mindset, he couldn't help but feel a chill. The ancestor was slender, wearing a blue robe, with hands resembling chicken claws, so thin that bones were visible, like the hands of a dried corpse. The other person's face was similarly gaunt, with high cheekbones and hair that was white and disheveled. His eyes were somewhat sunken, But the sense of weariness and the occasional flicker of vitality gave others a strong sense of pressure. If someone who didn't know him saw him, they would think that some ancestor had crawled out of coffin. Chapter 256. As Zhu Long's voice fell, his emaciated body instantly transformed into a shadow, appearing directly in front of Su Ayahan. His hands, resembling withered bones, seemed to turn into thousands of arms like the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, attacking Su Ayahan's vital points with a chilling momentum. The moment Zhu Long made his move, Su Ayahan couldn't help but admire him. This was clearly a variation of the Zhu family's divine skill, the Phantom Clone, applied to his hands, increasing the power of his close-range attacks, making them even more unpredictable. If Su Ayahan hadn't previously broken through to the limits of martial arts and cultivated his divine consciousness, he might have felt flustered in front of a veteran like Zhu Long, who had stepped into the limits of martial arts for decades, and could even have suffered losses. However, now Su Ayahan was completely unperturbed by Zhu Long's powerful attacks because his strength was the source of his confidence. Su Ayahan's hands suddenly erupted with force, striking rapidly and creating afterimages, while his hands contained spiritual energy that suppressed Zhu Long's inner strength. Vudra's sacred hands, with a series of muffled sounds. The already shattered bluestone bricks on the ground turned to dust under the pressure of the two men's powerful energies, scattering in all directions. Chapter 257. The Zhu family disciples gasped as they saw their ancestor injured and spitting blood, all retreating in fear. They truly felt terror at that moment, because if even the ancestor couldn't endure, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The pride of being Zhu family members had completely vanished from their hearts. On the contrary, many began to make plans for the future, even preparing to escape. Zhu He, the head of the Zhu family, and the second elder originally planned to let Su Ayahan and their ancestor fight to a standstill, allowing him to take the opportunity to kill both. At that time, he would unite with the second and fourth elders to eliminate the great elder and third elder, ensuring that the Zhu family remained under his control. But now, seeing that their ancestor couldn't gain any advantage over Su Ayahan, not to mention a mutual destruction, after fighting for so long, he hadn't even touched the hem of Su Ayahan's clothes. At this moment, Zhu He began to feel anxious. As long as the ancestor died, they would have no hope left. The previously opposing Great Elder and Third Elder also stopped considering the head position and began to think about how to save the Zhu family. Cough, 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 cough. Chapter 258. With Zhu Long being killed and the head Zhu He and four elders also slain on the spot, the Zhu family members who were still engaged in fierce battles with Long Air and Long San instantly lost their fighting spirit. In this moment, all the Zhu family members were like stray dogs, desperately wanting to escape for their lives. Faced with such a scene, Su Ayahan directly took action, like a reaper of lives, ending one life after another. With Su Ayahan's involvement, no one from the Zhu family escaped. They were all killed. Even the women and children of the Zhu family were captured for strict investigation. Su Ayahan was not a soft-hearted person. In his view, being kind now would only sow the seeds of future troubles. Therefore, for Su Ayahan, rooting out the problem was the permanent solution. With the Zhu family annihilated, all resources and properties were moved to the first sect of China. Various antiques, jade artifacts, gold, silver, emeralds, and thousands of precious herbs were loaded onto several carts. Even the various martial arts books and divine skills collected by the Zhu family were swept clean and became part of the collection of the first sect of China. The news of the Zhu family's extermination reached the second-in-command first. When this elder learned from Ding Wei that the Zhu family had been completely wiped out, he was momentarily dazed. Chapter 259. Meanwhile, as the Mo family and the Shangguan family in Kyoto were anxious and fearful, several major orthodox sects in the martial arts community of China received the news of the Zhu family's annihilation. The Shaolin, Wudong, Qingsheng, and Fuhu sects all felt a huge wave forming within the martial arts world of China, and it was coming on strong. While various sects were discussing this matter and trying to stabilize their own authority, Su Ayahan had Zhang Jing convey a slogan to the martial arts community. Chinese martial artists, chaotic tide, ambitious and arrogant, carrying a mission, emerging in one day, treading the heavens and rectifying the path. As soon as this slogan was released, within a day, it spread throughout the entire martial arts community, becoming widely known. This slogan stirred up tremendous waves across the martial arts world, igniting the blood of many martial artists. In the Mo family of Kyoto, the head Mo sat with a worried expression at the head of the table, with the elders and high-ranking members of the Mo family below him. Speak up, what do you all think about this matter? As Mo's voice fell, the hall fell into a long silence. Head, the momentum of the first sect of China is now unstoppable, and the slogan they shouted has also reached a high point. It is better for us to observe the changes for now. Yes, if we rashly oppose the first sect of China at this time, we risk being condemned by the martial arts community and even the risk of our family being exterminated. Bang! I disagree. My Mo family has been low-key enough over the years. This is an opportunity, a chance for the Mo family to rise completely. A chance to rise? Zhu Long from the Zhu family was killed by that sword god Su Ayahan. Do you think you're stronger than Zhu Long? Even so, we can't do nothing. Can we? Mo looked at the discussions among the people below and slowly spoke. The Mo family cannot do nothing. While this appears to be a calamity, it is also a huge opportunity. The first sect of China knows what they want. And I believe you all understand that my Mo family has contributed greatly to China in the past. Although we have been neutral these years, it is also due to the influence of the overall environment, and I believe those above are well aware of this. Head, what do you mean? What I mean is to prepare a banquet for me now and send someone to personally invite the leader of the first sect of China, Su Ayahan. I want to take the lead. Head, do you mean we should show goodwill to Su Ayahan? Mo's expression changed from worry to one filled with dominance as he said, No, this is not called showing goodwill. At this time, my Mo family can also stand up to do something for China. What our ancestors could do decades ago, we as their descendants can do the same. Mo's words made the members of the Mo family below show a hint of guilt. After all, during that calamity in China, the Mo family had sacrificed many people. And even the Mo family's top expert at that time had fallen in that disaster. Thinking of this, everyone looked up at Mo, their eyes showing determination. Just then, a loud laughter rang out, and with the laughter, a figure flew rapidly into the hall and stood beside Mo. Ha ha ha, Mo, I didn't expect you to still be so passionate. This idea is good, and I fully agree. Seeing the person who appeared, Mo smiled and said, I said, who dares to swagger into my Mo family? It turns out to be brother Shangwan Li. Shangwan Li was about 8 meters tall, with a resolute face that looked like he was in his 50s, but his actual age was much older. The members of the Mo family bowed and greeted him, saying, We meet the head of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Li returned the gesture and then turned to Mo, saying, There is no need for you to send someone to invite Master Su Ayahan. Mo looked at Shangwan Li in confusion and asked, Why? Is your Shangwan family also preparing to take action? Shangwan Li laughed heartily. Ha ha. If I allow your Mo family to do good for Huaxia, does that mean the Shangwan family can't do it? You know very well that our ancestor from the Shangwan family fought to the death with the little devils back in the day. Our roots are solid. After hearing Shangwan Li's words, Mo smiled and said, Your ancestor from the Shangwan family sacrificed for the country, and my Mo family is the same. Master Su must come to my Mo family first. No way. He comes to my Shangwan family first. He comes to my Mo family first. He comes here. Do you want to get beaten up? Damn it. Who is afraid of whom? Come on. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the members of the Mo family hurriedly stepped forward to pull them apart. Calm down, calm down. It's not worth it over this. How about we place the invitation from Master Su in a public spot and both family heads attend at the same time? This way, we can communicate simultaneously and show Master Su our sincerity. Only then can we move forward in the transformation of the martial arts world. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Li and Mo instantly quieted down. They coughed twice to ease the awkward atmosphere before speaking. Ahem. Actually, it doesn't matter where we go. All right, that's a good idea. Let us settle it outside then. I'll leave first. Mo, remember to arrive early. Watching Shangwan Li leave, Mo remained quiet for a long time before murmuring, who said Huaxia's #1 family is fighting alone. At this rate, those righteous factions that have been enduring will definitely choose sides. Women not only raised this so-called Wang Xiao to an incredible height, but also belittled Su Ayahan to nothing. Su Ayahan didn't even look at the woman and pointed at Wang Xiao, saying, in this day and age, you're just a chicken in a dog kennel, thinking you're a Tibetan mastiff. You, come over and pick up the money for me. The woman and Wang Xiao didn't expect Su Ayahan to be so persistent about having them pick up the money. Wang Xiao's face darkened. He pushed the woman he was holding away and walked a few steps in front of Su Ayahan, coldly saying, Kid, Do you have the guts to say what you just said again? Su Ayahan looked at this so-called Wang Xiao indifferently and said word for word, I said for you to pick up the money on the ground. As soon as Su Ayahan finished speaking, Wang Xiao suddenly raised his fist and swung it at Su Ayahan's face. Kid, I see you've never been in a fight before. Facing the fist coming towards him, Su Ayahan extended his hand and grabbed Wang Xiao's fist, simultaneously applying a bit of force. The moment Wang Xiao felt his fist being gripped by Su Ayahan, he was startled, and then he began to feel pain in his hand, which became increasingly unbearable. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? Who my father is? You can't afford to mess with the Prince Association. I advise you to think it through. The opponent thought that mentioning a bit of status would definitely work in Kyoto, as almost no one dared to provoke people from the Prince Association. It was precisely because of this that these idle people became increasingly arrogant and lawless. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, the pain in his hand became even more pronounced. Unable to endure the pain, Wang Xiao couldn't help but kneel down. Su Ayahan was completely unyielding to the opponent and calmly said, pick up the money on the ground. As he spoke, he increased the pressure in his grip. Wang Xiao let out a cry of pain, but his sense of superiority still made him angrily lift his head and curse at Su Ayahan. You little bastard. You're looking for death. If I don't kill you today, I won't be called Wang Hua. Upon hearing this, Su Ayahan's eyes flashed coldly, and he twisted his arm, causing Wang Hua to be pulled backward. At the same time, he reached out with his other hand and slapped Wang Hua across the face. Slap, 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 slap. You want to kill me, huh? You want to be my father? Huh? You're young and not learning well. Today, I'll be your parents' good teacher. After a series of slaps, Wang Hua's face was swollen, and he lost more than 10 teeth, blood dripping continuously from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. The woman who was previously with him was completely stunned, ever since she got involved with Wang Hua. She had seen the power of the Prince Association and had never seen Wang Hua suffer. Wang Xiao's screams jolted the woman back to reality, and without thinking, she rushed over to scratch at Su Ayahan. After all, she had worked hard to get close to a prince like Wang Hua. She understood that as long as Wang Hua didn't abandon her, she could walk through Kyoto and even Huaxia, getting anything she wanted. Just as the woman rushed to Su Ayahan and attempted to scratch his face, Su Ayahan suddenly looked up, his eyes radiating a chilling brilliance, and he opened his mouth to say one word, scram. The voice startled the woman so much that she almost lost control of her bladder. And Su Ayahan's gaze frightened her into retreating, her lips trembling and her face pale, unable to speak. Ignoring the woman, Su Ayahan turned back to Wang Hua and said, last chance, pick up the money. At that moment, Wang Hua no longer dared to act arrogant. He suddenly realized that Su Ayahan's ruthless methods meant that if he didn't do as told, he could really be killed or seriously injured on the spot. Enduring the pain in his arm and face, Wang Hua slowly reached out and began to pick up the money on the ground. Seeing that the other party had picked up the money, Su Ayahan released him and then said, put the money in your pocket and take that rabid dog of yours and get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Wang Hua had never felt such a strong sense of humiliation. But he had no choice but to listen to Su Ayahan. He wanted to put up a fight, but he knew very well that if he continued to act tough at this moment, he could very well end up in a dire situation. He stuffed the money into his pocket, enduring the immense pain as he stood up, and at that moment, the woman overcame her inner fear, hurriedly running over to support Wang Hua as they walked step by step towards a sports car. Although many people at a distance were watching the scene from beginning to end, no one stepped forward to stop it. After all, Wang Hua's sports car was parked at the hotel entrance, and many luxury cars behind him dared not voice their anger for some reason. Therefore, everyone could understand that this person's identity was not simple. This kind of thing was like gods fighting. It was best for mortals not to seek death. Just as Wang Hua was leaving, Su Ayahan clapped his hands and was about to enter the hotel when Shangguan Li and Mo Bai walked out from the hotel entrance, their gazes instantly landing on Su Ayahan. To invite Su Ayahan, they had done their homework on him. Although the information was classified and no one could access it, the photos were relatively easy to find. Master Su, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shangguan Li, the current head of the Shangguan family. Hello, Master Su. I am Mo Bai, the current head of the Mo family. Thank you for taking the time to join us today for our humble banquet. When Su Ayahan saw the two, He smiled knowingly because Shangguan Li and Mo Bai before him matched the results of his investigation. Both had reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm. One shouldn't strike a smiling face. Su Ayahan nodded to the two and spoke calmly. Since both of you have so kindly invited me, I cannot refuse. Although it was the first meeting among the three, they chatted and laughed as they walked into the hotel, heading straight to the Supreme Room on the 9th floor. The 9th floor of the Shenzhou Grand Hotel had been reserved by Shangguan Li and Mo Bai, and aside from the waitstaff, there was no one else there. After they sat down, various dishes and fine wines were served one after another. Once all the dishes were on the table, Mo Bai waved for the waiting staff to leave. Master Su, the main purpose of our invitation today is to discuss the future direction of the martial arts world in Huaxia. Yes, after all, the Zhu family has been wiped out by you, and the impact of this event on the martial arts community is immeasurable. I believe many sects will target you. Master Su, hearing their words, Su Ayahan picked up his chopsticks and grabbed the turtle head that had just turned in front of him. After taking a bite, Su Ayahan nodded slightly and said, "Is this old turtle head or old tortoise head? The taste is unique. Head of Shangguan, head of Mo, you must be regulars here, right? How is the food here?" Mo Bai and Shangguan Li looked puzzled at first, but then nodded in terms of dishes and flavor. If this place says second in Kyoto, no one would dare claim the first. Su Ayahan, hearing their words, put down his chopsticks and smiled. That's right. The dishes here are indeed impeccable, but no matter how delicious they are, they hold no appeal for me. And places like this, where the diners are either rich or powerful, merely represent a certain level. However, the places where the masses can fill their stomachs are those small stalls and diners on the streets. Can we do without this Shenzhou Grand Hotel? Or can we do without those millions of small diners? Su Ayahan's words made both Mo Bai and Shangguan Li tremble slightly. They seemed to understand a bit of Su Ayahan's true thoughts. Chapter 263. Although Su Ayahan only hinted at some issues regarding food, the two family heads clearly felt the deeper meaning behind it. Master Su, to be honest, we invited you here today to have a heart-to-heart. The Mo family and the Shangguan family have shed blood for Huaxia, so we support the first sect of Huaxia. Indeed, the Zhu family once ran amok in Kyoto because their ancestor was still alive, with a martial arts limit that no sect dared to provoke easily. Now that they have fallen, it should not be difficult to change the status quo of the Huaxia martial arts world centered around Kyoto. As they spoke, their eyes never left Su Ayahan, seemingly trying to glean something from his expression. Su Ayahan, hearing their words, said calmly, "The establishment of the first sect of Huaxia is not a joke. If I can't handle the Huaxia martial arts world, I would rather go home and farm my land." At this point, Su Ayahan lit a cigarette, looking intently at Mo Bai and Shangguan Li as he continued, "From tomorrow, your two families will issue a statement to the entire Huaxia martial arts world. Say what you need to say. I want everyone in the martial arts community to know that the first sect of Huaxia is determined to do its part." Su Ayahan's words were very straightforward and carried a strong sense of arrogance, but Mo Bai and Shangguan Li did not show the slightest displeasure. Instead, they raised their glasses and said, "The emergence of a talent like Master Su in the Huaxia martial arts world is truly a blessing for the martial arts community. Yes, we will follow you, Master Su, to completely overturn the current state of the Huaxia martial arts world, starting from the northern region." Just as Shangguan Li finished speaking, Su Ayahan shook his head and said, "The northern region is no longer needed, as it has reached a consensus. Now you are on the same front." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Li and Mo Bai suddenly remembered the news from some time ago about the Iron Palm sect and the Flying Eagle sect in the northern region being wiped out because of the martial arts conference. In an instant, they understood that Su Ayahan was using that incident to firmly grasp the northern region through strong measures. Cough, cough, cough. I mean, let's unite the northern region first to deal with the eastern region. After finishing his drink, Su Ayahan stood up and said, "You don't need to worry about these matters. After you finish what I instruct you to do, contact Zhongjing. The border is often disturbed by overseas forces. That's where your focus should be." Just as Su Ayahan was about to leave, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Originally planning to depart, Su Ayahan suddenly smiled and sat back down. "It seems I can't leave. It looks like a good show is about to unfold." Before long, the door was violently kicked open, and a group of more than 20 people rushed into the room. The moment they entered, Wang Hua, who had previously been beaten by Su Ayahan, and the woman beside him spotted Su Ayahan. The woman pointed at Su Ayahan and shouted, "That's him." He's the one who beat Wang Xiao like this. Wang Hua pushed away the woman supporting him and took a few steps forward, saying, "Please, I don't want to talk anymore. I just want to." Wang Hua's speech was slurred because many of his teeth had been knocked out by Su Aihan, making it hard to understand what he was saying. Before he could finish, a handsome man about 8 meters tall pushed Wang Hua aside and looked at Su Aihan, saying, "So, you're the one who beat Wang Hua?" Su Aihan calmly glanced at him and replied, "I find you to be quite the idiot, don't you? Didn't those two just make it clear enough? Are you out of lines? Or do you think asking like this will make you look cooler? Damn, what a stupid jerk." Chapter 264. Su Aihan's sudden outburst left everyone frozen in place. Has this guy gone crazy? How dare you insult Chu Xiao as a fool? I see he won't be able to leave Kyoto alive. I didn't expect someone would actually dare to confront our prince. Today will be lively. Chu Xiao, standing in front of Su Aihan, heard Su Aihan's words and said with a sullen face, "Do you know who I am? Oh, trying to pressure me with your identity? Fine, tell me. I want to know who you really are." Chu Xiao looked at Su Aihan and said word by word, "Listen carefully. My name is Chu Tianxiong." Upon hearing the name, Su Aihan looked at him with a hint of surprise and said, "What? Your name is Chu Tianxiong?" Chu Tianxiong thought that Su Aihan must have heard of his name and would be intimidated, so he proudly said, "That's right. I am Chu Tianxiong. What's there to be proud of? I haven't heard of you. I don't know you." Su Aihan's words not only made Chu Tianxiong feel like vomiting blood, but also made everyone around feel an impulse to curse, as this way of speaking was truly insulting. Chapter 265. Originally furious. Shangwan Li and Mo Bai were shocked by Su Aihan's words. "Who feeds you? Who feeds you?" This sentence caused a huge shock in their hearts. Every day they open their mouths to eat. Whose food are they eating? As the words echoed in their minds, the three men had already rushed forward, their calloused hands carrying immense strength towards Shangwan Li and Mo Bai. Although the three had strong external martial arts skills, in front of Shangwan Li and Mo Bai, they were no better than kindergarten children. Shangwan Li casually waved his hand, and the three were sent flying, spitting blood, already unconscious in midair, crashing to the ground like corpses. Chu Tianxiong and Wang Hua, seeing their three top-notch thugs taken down without any reaction, were also shocked, looking at the two old men, Shangwan Li and Mo Bai. Shocked as they were, Chu Tianxiong still held a proud demeanor and said, "All right, I didn't expect you to be skilled." Saying this, Chu Tianxiong turned to Su Aihan and coldly said, "Kid, I've remembered you. This matter isn't over. I, Chu Tianxiong, tell you here from now on, you won't be able to leave Kyoto. I mean it." After saying this, Chu Tianxiong turned to leave, but at that moment, Su Aihan suddenly said, "Wait, you think you can just leave after acting tough? Do you think the world revolved around you?" Chu Tianxiong turned to look at Su Aihan, his eyes filled with strong warning, while Wang Hua stepped forward, pointing at Su Aihan, and said, "You little brat, don't be ungrateful, or else." But before Wang Hua could finish, Su Aihan reached out and grabbed the finger that was almost poking his face. Crack! Su Aihan directly broke Wang Hua's finger, maintaining a stoic expression while staring straight at Chu Tianxiong. With his finger broken, Su Aihan didn't let go, and Wang Hua's arm twisted in pain, revealing an expression of great agony. "I'll let go." Chu Tianxiong didn't expect Su Aihan to be such a tough guy, showing no fear of Kyoto. "What do you want?" "I don't want anything. I just think you threatened me, and letting you leave like this will keep me up at night, so?" Su Aihan's voice trailed off, and he glanced at Wang Hua, who was kneeling on the ground due to his broken finger, and then looked at the woman Wang Hua was with, continuing, "You break his other hand's finger, and I'll let you go." Hearing Su Aihan's words, Chu Tianxiong's eyes flashed with intense anger as he coldly said, "Are you sure you want to do this? Think carefully about the consequences. No time for chit-chat. If you don't want to leave, I can break your arm. Think about it." Pushed to the limit by Su Aihan's words, Chu Tianxiong raised his hand and slammed it towards Su Aihan's face. Unfortunately, his movement looked like slow motion to Su Aihan, who easily caught his fist and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Chu Tianxiong's arm was directly twisted by Su Aihan, and the immense pain made him kneel on the ground, contorting his body, sweat pouring from his forehead. The remaining followers of Chu Tianxiong and Wang Hua were completely stunned by the scene, watching Su Aihan swallow hard. Su Aihan initially just wanted to teach them a lesson, but seeing their behavior, he felt that getting rid of these brainless second-generation rich kids was one less problem. You guys call the family of the Chu Tianxiong and this Wang whatever to come pick them up? Do it now. After hearing Su Ayahan's words, everyone hurriedly took out their phones to contact Chu Tianxiong and Wang Hua's families. Chapter 266. Watching the others make phone calls. Su Ayahan smiled and said to Shangguan Li and Mo Bai, "Your two families don't seem to be doing well in Kyoto. The heads of two major families can't even handle these kids." Shangguan Li and Mo Bai felt a bit awkward and could only smile bitterly. "Su Master, please don't mock us. You know we are a martial arts family. Although we have businesses and many connections in the secular world, our focus is always on martial arts. Moreover, with our status, it's impossible to have much contact with these little brats. Yes, this focus can never change. And it's something every head of the family must adhere to. Otherwise, people's hearts will get lost in the bright lights and wine of the city, and martial arts will gradually be forgotten." Hearing their words, Su Ayahan nodded in agreement, secretly thinking, no wonder a family can pass down for such a long time without decline, not getting lost in the secular world's temptations. With such thoughts, it's destined the family won't decline. While thinking about these things, Su Ayahan also released Wang Hua and Chu Tianxiong's hands and sent a message to Long Air on his phone, asking him to bring people to the Shenzhou Grand Hotel. Chapter 267. No one is allowed to leave without my orders. Su Ayahan's cold voice fell, and over 10 people rushed in through the door, led by Long Air. The sudden appearance startled everyone, and once they reacted, they angrily questioned their identities. Wang Hua's father arrogantly pointed at Long Air and said, "Who are you? Law enforcement. Arrest them." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Air directly slapped him. "Slap. You fat bastard, shut up, or I'll make you eat shit." After dealing with him, Long Air tidied his clothes and hurriedly walked to Su Ayahan, respectfully bowing. Long Air, leader of the second group of Huaxia's first gate, reports to the master, "Please give your orders." The scene displayed by Long Air left many people in a state of confusion, while Chu Tianxiong's mother, Wang Hua's father, and the families of the other two men were shocked as they looked at Su Ayahan and Long Air. At this moment, the words Long Air had just said echoed in their minds. The leader of the first sect in Huaxia. The leader of the first sect in Huaxia. The law enforcement team, which was originally prepared to take action, hesitated at the name of the first sect in Huaxia, pulling back their legs as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats. Chapter 268. Su Ayahan repeatedly shocked both the secular world and the martial arts community in Kyoto, to the point that people felt a sense of dread at the mere mention of his name. At this moment, Su Ayahan was in the base of the first sect in Huaxia, addressing the gathered 27 individuals. This time, the first sect in Huaxia has made a strong move to eliminate the Zhu family. Everyone's performance was good, but your cultivation is still insufficient to compete against strong enemies. However, rewards are due for contributions. After speaking, Su Ayahan took out a number of Jinyang pills and continued, Long Air and Long San will each receive 3 Jinyang pills, while the rest will each receive 2. This is your reward for this time. I hope you won't let me down. As his words fell, Su Ayahan waved his hand, and all the pills quickly flew up, landing steadily in each person's hands. Everyone was extremely excited to receive the Jinyang pills. "Thank you, sect leader. We will not disappoint your nurturing." Su Ayahan waved his hand and turned to leave. The crowd looked at his back with admiration, and, at that moment, they silently vowed to quickly raise their strength and not let Su Ayahan handle everything personally. After leaving the base of the first sect in Huaxia, Su Ayahan planned to return to Nyolong village for a few days of leisure. The reason Su Ayahan didn't take immediate action to continue reorganizing the martial arts community in Huaxia was that he was betting that some sects would inevitably jump out due to the Zhu family's incident. At that time, he could take the opportunity to root out all the sects with the same intentions in one go. After returning for a full week, Su Ayahan spent each day wandering in nature, fishing with Haidin and Dasheng, swimming in the river, and practicing in the mountains. One day, while comfortably lying under a grapevine and drinking tea, Su Ayahan received a text message on his phone. Upon pulling out his phone and seeing the message content, he frowned deeply. The message was from one of the 2 individuals who had followed Long Yi to the south region to investigate Zhu Yifun's whereabouts. It stated that the 3 of them had been ambushed by the Miao family in the south region, and to escape. Long Yi had been severely injured and was in critical condition. Seeing the message, Su Ayahan became furious. Long Yi and the other two were sent to the South region on his orders and were part of the first sect in Huaxia. Now that they had encountered such a situation, as the leader of the first sect in Huaxia, he naturally had to demonstrate his value as the sect leader. He directly called Zhang Jing. Hello, immediately locate the positions of Long, Yi, and the other two. Also, notify everyone who has exited seclusion to be on standby. Once the location is confirmed, head straight to the destination. Zhang Jing received the message and immediately understood that Long, Yi, and the others were likely in trouble. So she mobilized everyone to start tracking the signal source of Long, Yi, and the others. At this moment, in the base of the first sect in Huaxia, Long Air and Long San had used 3 pills to make another significant breakthrough in their cultivation, stepping into the perfect realm of the Grandmaster stage. Just one step away from the Great Grandmaster stage. Meanwhile, another 10 individuals had exited seclusion and under the powerful effects of the Jinyang pills. Their cultivation surged to the mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm, with their combat power multiplying several times. Receiving the order, Long Air and Long San, along with the 10 who had exited seclusion, had already boarded a vehicle, racing towards the south region. At the same time, Su Ayahan was riding a motorcycle, speeding towards the south region like a gust of wind. The south region is a unique place in Huaxia, home to the righteous Wudong, as well as poison sects that are not favored by the martial arts community. The Miao family is a standout among them, and their unique goo poison makes martial artists turn pale at the mention of them. Because of this, the once mighty Miao family faced the wrath of the martial arts community and was attacked by many sections. The battle was truly tragic, with countless righteous individuals dead or injured, and the Miao family suffered the loss of 2/3 of their clan. In the end, they were forced back into the poison fog forest in the Toxic Mountains. And had it not been for the unique defense provided by the poison fog forest, the Miao family would have likely been exterminated long ago. Chapter 269. Although many remnants of the Miao family escaped into the poison fog forest, the righteous individuals despised them, and despite the dangers of the forest, they continued their pursuit relentlessly. In the end, out of necessity, the Miao family has since resided in the poison fog forest for generations. Facing the anger of the various sects in the martial arts community, they could only promise to refrain from stepping into the world of martial arts for 100 years, which calmed the anger of the martial artists in Huaxia. After all, the poison fog forest is fraught with danger, and many martial artists have lost their lives there. When both sides had a way out, no one wanted to risk their lives. In a hidden forest at the southernmost tip of the south region, there is a concealed cliff with an entrance just large enough for one person, hidden behind a large tree. Inside the concealed cave, Long Yi's face was pale. Blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth, and he was already on the brink of life and death. Captain, you have to hold on. I have already sent a message to the sect leader. Based on the timing, the sect leader should arrive soon. Yes, Captain, hold on. As long as the sect leader comes, you'll be saved. Long Yi struggled to use his internal energy to suppress his injuries and the poison in his body. Perhaps due to the strain, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Cough, cough, cough. You guys should leave me and go find the sect leader. I can't use my internal energy right now, and I've been poisoned by them. They will probably catch up soon, and if we hide here, you won't be able to escape. Hurry, go back and tell the sect leader to avenge me. Just then, a series of sounds of air being cut through came from outside the cave. The two of them ignored Long Yi and quickly crouched at the cave entrance to look outside, only to see more than 10 people in black long robes leaping through the trees, landing not far from the cave entrance. The two were shocked. The enemy had indeed caught up. However, it was already too late to escape, so they decided to defend using the narrow entrance of the cave, hoping to hold out until Su Ayahan arrived. At this moment, the people outside had discovered the cave entrance, and one person rushed toward it at high speed. But as he reached the entrance, he was attacked and sent flying. They're here. In an instant, more than 10 people surrounded them. But the entrance was too narrow for more than one person to pass through at a time, rendering their numbers useless. Blast the entrance open. Several people began to bombard the cave, with debris flying everywhere. The leader watched as the cave was gradually buried under falling stones and quickly ordered, "Stop blasting. Change tactics. Use poison to kill them." Meanwhile, several hours earlier, on the other side, after a frenzied journey, Su Ayahan finally stepped into the south region, getting closer to the poison fog forest. It was at this moment that Su Ayahan received a message from Zhang Jing, confirming the locations of Long, Yi, and the other two. Seeing the location on his phone, Su Ayahan glanced at the forest beside him, directly storing the motorcycle into his small world. He then soared into the air, speeding deep into the forest. At this moment, in the cave where Long Yi was located, many poison pills were thrown in by the opponent, and for a time, poison filled the cave. Ha ha ha! The first sect of Huaxia, in this southern region, is the world of my Miao family. Anyone who dares to challenge the authority of my Miao family will only meet death. I advise you to come out obediently. Who knows, if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your lives. As the leader's words fell, a cold voice suddenly rang out. What a big mouth. Accompanied by this voice, a fierce sword light enveloped everyone. More than a dozen members of the Miao family had not reacted before being completely pierced by the dense sword light, turning them into sieves. Ignorant fools. The first sect of Huaxia is not something you can insult. Inside the cave, the team leader said, we may really not be able to wait for the sect leader to arrive. We have let down the sect leader's training and have not contributed to the sect or to the first sect of Huaxia. Even if we die, we must die by our own hands. They will never be able to kill us. At this moment, Long Yi was completely unable to move. All his internal energy used to suppress the toxins and injuries within him. The other two disciples exchanged helpless smiles and said to each other, it's such a pity that we can't see the sect leader one last time to thank him for his training. We can't let the sect leader lose face. And our bodies must not fall into the hands of the enemy. Long Yi looked up at the top of the cave, showing a hint of relief in his eyes. He nodded slightly, then closed his eyes and released the internal energy that was suppressing his injuries and toxins. The two slowly stood up, their true energy bursting forth as they aimed for the top of the cave, preparing to collapse it and bury themselves under the rocks. Just as their attack was launched, a stream of light flew in from the cave entrance, dissipating their powerful attack effortlessly. This scene stunned Long Yi and the others. And then they heard a voice from outside the cave. Useless things. Following me around is truly embarrassing. Boom! With the cold voice's fall, the rubble at the cave entrance disappeared with a loud bang, and then a shadow flashed by, standing before the three. Sect leader? Is it really you? Sect leader? I can't be dreaming, right? The two were overjoyed but forgot that the cave was filled with poisonous mist at this moment. In their moment of excitement, they relaxed their internal energy and immediately fell victim to the poison, their bodies swaying. Su Ayahan extended his hand, and streams of energy appeared as he made a fist. In an instant, all the poison in the cave converged towards Su Ayahan's hand, finally gathering into a dark red sphere. Exhaling forcefully, the sphere flew out of the cave and landed on a hillside, instantly causing the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees to wither and lose vitality, demonstrating the terrifying nature of the poison. Seeing the two collapse on the ground, Su Ayahan pressed on 9 major acupoints on them, a stream of spiritual energy rushing into their bodies, and then fed them spiritual spring water. Watching as their internal energy slowly eliminated the toxins with the help of the spiritual spring water, Su Ayahan turned to look at Long Yi, who was lying on the ground. Upon seeing Long Yi's condition, Su Ayahan couldn't help but frown because Long Yi's state was indeed very poor. His internal organs were damaged. Toxins had entered his body, and he had even been inflicted with goo poison. To have lasted this long showed great willpower. Shaking his head with a sigh, Su Ayahan waved his hand at Long Yi, causing his body to float up. Zhongguan, Qingfeng, Yangqi, Mingmen. Su Ayahan continuously activated the spiritual energy with his fingers, tapping on Long Yi's body. Su Ayahan's pure spiritual energy rushed into Long Yi's major acupoints, activating Long Yi's cultivation to operate on its own. Su Ayahan did not stop but transformed his fingers into claws, reaching for Long Yi's chest, forming a mysterious vortex that gradually extracted the goo worms from Long Yi's body. Poison heart goo. It seems the Miao family's methods in the southern region are quite numerous. A small, red-black worm wriggled in his hand, trying to burrow into Su Ayahan's body, but with a burst of energy from his palm, the worm was crushed to dust. Then, with a wave of his hand, a stream of spiritual spring water appeared, shooting directly into Long Yi's mouth and flowing into his abdomen. Afterward, Su Ayahan took out a top-grade spiritual medicine ginseng that had grown for who knows how many years in his small world, broke off a segment, and placed it in Long Yi's mouth. With a slight movement of his hand, Long Yi who was floating in the air, turned his body, and Su Ayahan slapped the top acupoint on his head, pouring a torrent of spiritual energy into his body. Long Yi's original goo poison was resolved. The toxins in his body were expelled, and his injured internal organs gradually healed. Under the influence of the massive spiritual energy Su Ayahan had transmitted, the ginseng's medicinal properties were fully activated, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Suddenly, powerful waves of energy erupted from Long Yi, who was floating in the air. Feeling this scene, Su Ayahan smiled and nodded, saying, "Fortune and misfortune are interdependent. You could be considered to have gained fortune from misfortune." As soon as Su Ayahan's words fell, Long Yi's cultivation broke through, directly stepping into the perfected realm of a master. After breaking through for various reasons, his cultivation did not stop but continued to rise slowly. Su Ayahan watched this scene, quietly stepping aside to light a cigarette, waiting for Long Yi and the others to fully wake up, not knowing how long it had been. The sound of something breaking through the air came from outside the cave. Su Ayahan scanned with his spiritual sense and immediately realized it was Long Air and Long Sand bringing people, having come according to the positioning sent by Zhang Jing. To prevent Long Yi and the others from being disturbed, Su Ayahan directly transmitted a message to Long Air and Long Sand. Stay on guard. Seeing the traces of battle and the corpses on the ground, Long Air and Long Sand, who were about to enter the cave, suddenly heard Su Ayahan's voice in their minds, revealing a look of relief. In their view, as long as Su Ayahan was there was no problem that couldn't be solved. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Ayahan was now sitting by the campfire at the cave entrance, chatting with Long Air and Long Sand. Suddenly, 3 powerful auras erupted from within the cave, with both of them reaching the mid-stage of the Master Realm. While Long Yi had stepped over the threshold of Master and entered the early stage of Grandmaster, Long Air and Long Sand felt the aura from the cave, all showing expressions of envy. Seeing their expressions, Su Ayahan smiled and said, "You just broke through and need to stabilize your foundation. This will benefit your cultivation in the future. It won't be long before you can break through again and enter the Grandmaster Realm." Long Air and Long Sand were naturally deeply grateful to Su Ayahan. If they hadn't had the determination to stay in the first sect of Huaxia back then, they would have likely had to pay a huge price to step into the Master Realm in this lifetime. Not long after, Long Yi and the 3 walked out of the cave, kneeling on the ground with a thud, and said to Su Ayahan, "Thank you, Sect Master, for saving our lives." "Get up," Su Ayahan replied. "As the Sect Master of the first sect in Huaxia, ensuring your safety is only natural. Just remember to do more for Huaxia. Rest assured, Sect Master, we will always follow you and use our strength to protect Huaxia." Su Ayahan nodded, waved his hand, and an energy lifted Long Yi and the others up. Then Su Ayahan pointed to a nearby rock and said, "Come, sit down. I have something to ask you." After the 3 sat down, Su Ayahan asked, "Tell me about the situation here. Why did this happen? And where is Zhu Yifan now?" The 3 of them showed expressions of shame and said in low voices, "Sect Master, when we first arrived in the southern region, we contacted the informants mentioned by Zhang Jing and learned about Zhu Yifan's whereabouts. He went to the poison fog forest, led there by the Miao family's people. We wanted to investigate at the Miao family, but we were ambushed by them. After a fierce battle, we killed 8 members of the Miao family, but just as we were preparing to act again, we were confronted by Miao family experts. After another fierce battle, although we managed to escape, we were seriously injured." At this point, Long Yi sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "Later, we kept evading the Miao family's pursuit, but I was injured by a Miao family expert and was poisoned. I could only hide in this deep mountain forest. However, they tracked us all the way and we couldn't shake them off." Hearing what Long Yi said, Su Ayahan spoke. "So you still don't know where Zhu Yifan is in the poison fog forest?" "We don't know, but according to the information, he did come here a few days ago, accompanied by 2 others, and entered the poison fog forest with the Miao family." Chapter 272. After listening to Long Yi, Su Ayahan couldn't help but think, the Miao family's influence in the southern region is quite strong. I wonder if they have noticed our arrival. "Sect Master, from our investigation, the Miao family's base is in the center of the poison fog forest, which is filled with miasma all year round, and there are many poisonous insects and snakes inside. It won't be easy to enter and find the Miao family. Su-Aahan smiled slightly and said, "It's just miasma, no big deal. We'll rest tonight, and tomorrow we'll strike directly at the Miao family's base in the poison fog forest." Upon hearing this, Long, Yi, and the others were invigorated and shouted, "All right, we will follow the sect master to strike." At night, the forest was eerie and terrifying, with the occasional sounds of wild beasts. Long, Yi, and the others sat cross-legged, practicing their internal techniques to reach their peak state. Meanwhile, Su-Aahan furrowed his brow and looked towards the distant jungle. "There are even people from the demon sect? Does the Miao family still have contact with them?" As he spoke, Su-Aahan silently disappeared from his spot and rushed towards the dense forest. At this moment, in the dense forest, an old man with a wrinkled face and a skull-headed cane suddenly turned and fled into the distance, his eyes flashing with light. Chapter 273, his previously swift movement slowed down due to the miasma. Su-Aahan possessed divine consciousness, so it didn't hinder him. But Long, Yi, and the others lacked divine consciousness and were unable to move quickly through the dense forest. Just then, Su-Aahan suddenly stopped and said to the others, "Everyone be careful. There are many strange poisonous snakes ahead." Due to the miasma, Long, Yi, and the others could only rely on their senses to judge their surroundings. After walking nearly 100 meters forward, Su-Aahan's expression suddenly changed, and he pointed to the side. His finger pierced through the thick miasma and directly split a strange poisonous snake that was rapidly approaching a disciple's neck in half, causing it to fall to the ground. The snake had a triangular head, was only about 40 centimeters long, and was entirely grayish-green. This bizarre color provided excellent camouflage in the forest, making it difficult for even martial artists to identify. What surprised Su-Aahan the most was that about 10 centimeters from the snake's head, it had a pair of small wings. This strange creature completely overturned Su-Aahan's understanding. A snake with wings? He had never even heard of such a thing. Everyone be cautious. This poisonous snake is extremely venomous and can fly short distances in the air. Upon hearing Su-Aahan's words, Long, Yi, and the others all changed their expressions, as a flying snake was not easy to defend against. So, everyone immediately gathered together, back to back, with their nerves tensed, carefully sensing their surroundings, afraid of an unexpected attack from the poisonous snakes. Su-Aahan's divine consciousness had already enveloped the area, clearly revealing the distribution of these strange poisonous snakes. It could be said that wherever Su-Aahan's divine consciousness could cover, there were shadows of poisonous snakes. He couldn't determine the exact size of their territory, but he saw areas where the snakes were less dense. Just as Su-Aahan was about to lead everyone through the area with fewer snakes, suddenly, the surrounding poisonous snakes seemed to have caught a whiff of delicious food. Their wings began to tremble violently, producing a harsh hissing sound. Everyone was startled by this sudden noise, and it was at that moment that dozens of poisonous snakes simultaneously shook their wings, launching themselves towards the group. Faced with this scene, Su-Aahan couldn't care about anything else. He brought his fingers together and waved his hand outwards. In an instant, a dense array of sword lights flashed. The sword lights Su-Aahan unleashed swept through the air with overwhelming force, directly turning all the poisonous snakes that lunged at them into a pulp. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Even the surrounding trees were reduced to countless fragments due to Su-Aahan's strike. It was unclear whether the powerful sword intent intimidated the strange poisonous snakes or for some other reason. But at that moment, the other snakes hissed from a distance. Yet they dared not approach. "Everyone be careful. Follow me." Su-Aahan led the group quickly deeper into the forest. Half an hour later, they encountered a vast swamp, where mud bubbles erupted as if the water was boiling, continuously bursting and releasing wisps of miasma into the air. This was the area with the thickest miasma. If they could pass through here, they should reach the Miao family's hiding place. Su-Aahan scanned the area with his divine consciousness. The swamp was quite large and irregularly shaped, extending into the distance. However, Su-Aahan noticed that one section of the swamp was relatively narrow. With his current cultivation, escorting everyone through this swamp was still manageable. "Follow me. We can cross the swamp by going 80 meters from here. Everyone, stay safe." Although Long, Yi, and the others couldn't see clearly due to the miasma and their sensory abilities were limited, their cultivation was not weak. After Su-Aahan gave the order, they immediately soared into the air and shot towards the opposite side. Su-Aahan, meanwhile, hovered above the group, carefully scanning the surroundings with his divine consciousness, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 274. Above the swamp. Although the poisonous mist was thick above the swamp, Long, E, and the others had antidote pills in their mouths, so the mist was of no use to them. The distance of over 80 meters was only a matter of a few breaths for these powerful cultivators. However, just as they were about to fly over the swamp, dozens of sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the surrounding poisonous mist, their tips gleaming with a ghostly blue light. Evidently poisoned, Su-Ayahan had already detected this scene with his divine sense. Before the poisoned arrows could get close to them, Su-Ayahan smashed them to pieces with a single palm strike. It was clear that many fine silk threads, as thin as cow hair, were arranged among the trees at the edge of the swamp, indicating that a large number of traps had been set up here. Facing the scene, Su-Ayahan waved his fingers, and a stream of light flashed by, cutting all the silk threads. Instantly, various hidden weapons flew out, and even numerous sharp blades shot up from the swamp. Su-Ayahan exuded a powerful aura, and as he waved his hands, all the blades were propelled by a gust of air, spinning in the sky. 10 meters to the left. Just go down, Su-Ayahan instructed. Long, E, and the others quickly flew over and landed on the ground below. Su-Ayahan waved his arm, sending all the blades into the swamp below, and then he moved and landed beside Long, E, and the others. Around the trees, many spider webs were dense, each hosting a venomous spider. Indeed, this place was fraught with danger. If one were to enter alone, even a Grandmaster-level expert would have a 90% chance of falling. Damn, the Miao family really knows how to choose a location. No wonder, decades ago, so many sects in the martial arts world couldn't wipe them out. This natural barrier is truly impeccable. That was in the past. Now that the sect master has come, the Miao family's good days are over. The group grumbled, while Su-Ayahan scanned the area with his divine sense and walked decisively in one direction. After everyone hurried for more than 10 minutes, Su-Ayahan suddenly stopped because the originally dense poisonous mist had vanished, as if they had entered another world. Not far away, Su-Ayahan saw a large area of buildings resembling ancient houses. Just as Su-Ayahan was about to head over, a thunderous voice echoed in the air. Who dares to come to the Miao family? Hearing the voice, Su-Ayahan smiled slightly. A few breaths later, an old woman with white hair and a cane appeared before Su-Ayahan and the others like a streak of light. Following her, dozens of figures from the distant buildings quickly approached, among them several Grandmaster-level experts. Su-Ayahan looked at the old woman before him and thought to himself, a Grandmaster at the peak level. It seems the Miao family's strength is indeed formidable. With their poisonous methods, this strength can suppress over 90% of the sects in Huaxia. The old woman looked at Su-Ayahan and found herself unable to see through him. To her, he appeared to be an ordinary person. May I ask which sect you experts are from? Why have you come to my Miao family? The old woman's voice was slightly hoarse, carrying an unsettling resonance. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, dozens of Miao family members had approached, standing beside her and gradually surrounding Su-Ayahan and the others. Chapter 275. Su-Ayahan observed the dozens of people who appeared, noting that their cultivation levels range from the acquired to the innate, with 4 of them reaching the Grandmaster level. This made Su-Ayahan frown, as the Miao family had hidden in this poisonous mist forest for decades. Their strength could not possibly be limited to this, and there must be stronger experts yet to appear. With this thought, he quickly scanned the distant buildings with his divine sense. Moments later, Su-Ayahan revealed a faint smile and said to the old woman, I am Su-Ayahan, the sect master of Huaxia's first sect, here to capture the remnants of the Zhu family, Zhu Yifan, and to discuss the matter of your Miao family's attack on members of Huaxia's first sect. The old woman was clearly taken aback, looking at Su-Ayahan with great confusion. She couldn't believe that such a powerful force as Long, E, and the others would follow the orders of a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. You must be Su-Ayahan, the sect master of Huaxia's first sect. Zhu Yifan is a distinguished guest of my Miao family. As long as he is in my Miao family, we must protect him, and no one is allowed to harm him. As for your claim that my Miao family attacked your Huaxia first sect members, that was because you sought to enter our forbidden grounds without reason. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Su-Ayahan smiled and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he said casually, the Miao family's forbidden ground? How ridiculous! In Huaxia's territory, there is no place the Huaxia's first sect cannot go. I'm not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform you. Meow family. All members of Huaxia's first sect, listen up, go in and drag out the remnants of the Zhu family. Anyone who tries to stop you will be killed without mercy. With the order given, Long, Yi, and the others unleashed their auras, preparing to charge through. At that moment, the old woman stomped her cane down, sending ripples spreading outward, and coldly declared, "Let us see who dares to act recklessly on my Meow family's territory." Su Ayahan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and in a blink, he appeared before the old woman, slamming his palm toward her. The old woman was startled by Su Ayahan's strange speed and quickly raised her cane in front of her chest, circulating her true energy to block Su Ayahan's attack. Crack! Su Ayahan's powerful palm force directly broke the old woman's cane, the force unyielding as it struck her chest. Bang! Poof! The old woman was sent flying, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Meow family members were all terrified by this scene. The old woman was a grandmaster at the peak level, yet she was sent flying and severely injured by a young man. Everyone took a step back, fearfully gazing at Su Ayahan. Holding her chest, the old woman tried to get up, but her severe injuries left her unable to fight, and she could only point at Su Ayahan, saying, "Meow family disciples, listen up. Resist the foreign enemies and eliminate all intruders." The previously fearful Meow family members, upon hearing the old woman's command, rushed towards Su Ayahan and Long Yi, throwing numerous poison pills at them. In an instant, the air was filled with toxins, along with the cursed poison aimed at Long Yi and the others. Facing this scene, Su Ayahan coldly ordered, "Kill all who obstruct you." In an instant, Long Yi and the others unleashed their cultivation, charging toward the Meow family members. The poison pills were ineffective, and while the cursed poison was powerful, it was instantly reduced to ashes at Su Ayahan's gesture. The vast difference in cultivation made it impossible for the Meow family members to fight back, and the battle quickly turned overwhelmingly in favor of Su Ayahan and his group. The disciples of the Meow family rushed towards Su Ayahan, but were killed instantly with a snap of his fingers, unable to approach him even a bit. Seeing the Meow family disciples being killed one by one, the old woman looked at Su Ayahan and said, "Su Ayahan, you are an official person. You cannot act this way. You are committing a crime." Crime? If your Meow family could behave properly as part Huaxia, I, Su Ayahan, would welcome you to travel around Huaxia and exchange martial arts insights. Unfortunately, you are controlled by your own selfish desires and still want to manipulate the martial arts world through others. Blame yourselves. Chapter 276. My Meow family hasn't T-stepped out of this poison fog forest for decades, and you martial arts world must keep your word and not destroy my Meow family. Su Ayahan glanced at the old woman and said, "Naive, if you want to complain, go complain to someone else. My Huaxiao's top sect has never said such things. Also, you colluded with the Zhu family to control the major sects with poison. Don't tell me you didn't know. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ayahan waved his finger, and the old woman was killed on the spot. At this moment, dozens of Meow family members were also slaughtered under Long Yi and the others' powerful strength, leaving behind a field of corpses. Without any expression, Su Ayahan led everyone to quickly rush towards the distant building. Inside the central hall of the building, a gaunt and terrifying-looking old man coldly stared at the crowd below, while in his palm, a blood-red poison insect quietly adhered to his hand. Below the hall, Zhu Yifan of the Zhu family was present, and this old man was the current head of the Meow family. The old woman who was killed by Su Ayahan earlier was the head's junior sister. The Meow family has strong enemies invading. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. After speaking, the Meow family head looked at Zhu Yifan and said, "Your demands are unacceptable to my Meow family. Also, you better hand over the Shihuang map. I can spare your life out of respect for your deceased father." Zhu Yifan, feeling anxious, quickly replied, "Meow family head, our two families are in this together. As long as you follow my plan, your Meow family will no longer have to hide in this poisoned fog forest. And I am willing to hand over the Shihuang map to show my sincerity." Ha 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 ha. Previously, your Zhu family could create many opportunities for my Meow family in the capital, but now there are only 3 of you left. If my Meow family still acts according to our previous agreement, then I would be foolish as the head. As for you from now on, you are not to leave the Meow family even a step. Someone, take young Master Zhu back to his room to rest. Without my orders, he cannot step out of the room or see anyone. Just as the Meow family head finished speaking, A voice rang out in the hall. I think that's unnecessary. I, Huaxia's top sect, will take Zhu Yifun's life, and as for your Miao family, it seems there's no need for your existence anymore. With that voice, Su Aihan swiftly flew into the hall, followed by Long, Yi, and the others, who guarded the entrance. Su Aihan's appearance surprised the Miao family head greatly. Where's my junior sister? Su Aihan, with his hands behind his back, glanced at him, especially at the poison insect in his palm, which made Su Aihan frown and withdraw his gaze, saying, Are you talking about that old woman with a cane? Sorry, she insisted on arguing with me. The two types of people I can't tolerate the most are those who argue with me and those who can't win against me in an argument. I couldn't win against her, so I killed her. Hearing Su Aihan's words, the Miao family head looked Su Aihan up and down, then glanced at Long, Yi, and the others at the entrance. With a dark expression, he said, Anyone who dares to kill someone from my Miao family, none of you will leave here alive today. At this moment, Zhu Yifun also quickly said, Miao family head, we have a common enemy. As long as we cooperate, they want to be able to leave alive today. Once we eliminate Su Aihan, Huaxia's top sect will be nothing, and not only can your Miao family escape, but I also have a great hope of rebuilding the Zhu family. Su Aihan looked at Zhu Yifun, a smile appearing on his face. You want to kill me? Destroy Huaxia's top sect, have the Miao family emerge, and rebuild the Zhu family? I think you must be feverish and confused. Just as Su Aihan was speaking to Zhu Yifun, the Miao family head moved and shouted, All Miao family members, heed my command, eliminate the foreign enemies, leave none alive. In an instant, the Miao family members in the hall began to attack, rushing towards Long, Yi, and the others. Although Long, Yi, and the others had detoxification pills in their mouths, they were still somewhat unaccustomed and a bit flustered facing the poison attacks from numerous Miao family members. Meanwhile, the Miao family head was attacking Su Aihan with both hands, the poison insect in his hand emitting a piercing shriek. Chapter 277. Su Aihan sensed something unusual and was closely watching the poison insect in the Miao family head's hand. At that moment, as the Miao family head continued to wave his hands, streams of light spread within the hall. Suddenly, the sound of countless insects flapping their wings appeared at the top of the hall. The once normal ceiling was now crawling with a dense mass of poison insects. Su Aihan suddenly looked up, taken aback. He and T detected the presence of such things at the top of the hall. While being shocked, facing the scene in front of him, even though Su Aihan had powerful cultivation, goosebumps rose all over his body. If someone had a phobia of clusters, they would surely be scared to death. Ha 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 ha. Today, all of you will be the nourishment for my poison insect king. With your blood essence, my poison king will surely advance further. At that time, who in this world can stop me? As the Miao family head's voice fell, the dense mass of poison insects descended upon Su Aihan like a black cloud. Su Aihan's aura surged, and he directly used the Taoist technique he had only learned one palm of the Tao Chi 5 Elements palm. Chapter 278. Hearing Su Aihan's words, the Miao family head coldly replied, Arrogant. I want to see how you kill my treasure, the Poison King. Poison God technique. Corrupt all things. The Miao family head waved his hand, and the Poison King transformed into a red light, emitting a poisonous mist and a foul smell as it rushed towards Su Aihan. While the Miao family head's hands suddenly turned black, aiming directly at Su Aihan's heart. Su Aihan stepped back, extended his hand, and a 9-story magic suppression tower appeared, instantly growing larger. This suddenly appearing tower attracted everyone's attention, and the Miao family head hit the brakes, staring wide-eyed, shocked at the enlarging tower, filled with disbelief. What is this? Why is it getting bigger? Su Aihan didn't care about others' shock. He directly activated the 9-story magic suppression tower. A flash of golden light passed, and the Poison King along with the Miao family head was enveloped, flying towards the 9-story magic suppression tower. The Miao family head and the Poison King began to struggle violently, trying to break free from the powerful pull of the 9-story magic suppression tower. But everything was in vain. What is this? Who are you? No. Chapter 279. Zhu Yifun's heart was pierced, blood splattering in the air, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Su Aihan clapped his hands and was about to leave when his gaze suddenly caught sight of a tattered piece of cowhide corner from the clothing of Zhu Yifun's corpse. At that moment, Su Aihan recalled what the person from the demonic sect had mentioned about the Emperor's map, and his eyes sparkled with insight. He stepped forward to Zhu Yifan's body and pulled the cowhide corner out from under him. Once revealed, it turned out to be a square cowhide map. But due to its age, the writing and lines were not very clear, especially when Su Ayahan saw characters that he did not recognize at all. He concluded that this cowhide map was at least several hundred years old. What could this be? Could it be the Emperor's map that the person from the demonic sect spoke of? After studying it for a long time, Su Ayahan still couldn't make sense of it. The lines were somewhat blurred, and he couldn't recognize any of the characters. Helpless, he directly stored it into his small world. At this time, Long E and the others had already searched through all the buildings, exterminating every last one without leaving a single survivor. Chapter 280. While various sects in the martial arts world were secretly taking action and contacting each other, Su Ayahan was comfortably enjoying life in Yolong Village. Every day, he took Black Egg up the mountain, and the great sage leaped continuously through the jungle, while Su Ayahan felt the breath of nature in the forest. After several days, as night fell, Su Ayahan had just entered the small world when he sensed that the liquefied spiritual energy in his body, which he had been diligently cultivating, seemed to be becoming increasingly uncontrollable. What was going on? Had something gone wrong with my cultivation? Or was this the experience before condensing the golden core? Su Ayahan's cultivation relied solely on his own understanding based on the classics and some experiences recorded in the small world, with no one to guide him, preventing him from thoroughly understanding many subtle aspects. Thus, after entering the small wooden house, Su Ayahan sat cross-legged and began to run the yin-yang Qingquan formula. As the spiritual energy gradually gathered, the liquefied spiritual energy in his body began to converge towards the dantian after circulating through 81 cycles. Upon sensing this scene, Su Ayahan was first startled. After all, uncontrollable spiritual energy in his body was a matter of life and death. However, as more and more liquefied spiritual energy gathered in the dantian, Su Ayahan suddenly thought of a possibility. He had reached a critical point in his cultivation, and the golden core was forming, allowing him to step into the realm of terrestrial immortals. With this thought, Su Ayahan was not only incredibly excited, but also began continuously running the yin-yang Qingquan formula, focusing his divine sense tightly on the changes occurring within his body. As time passed, Su Ayahan's body floated in the wooden house, surrounded by a powerful aura of spiritual energy, radiating a faint golden light, resembling an immortal descending from the heavens. At this moment, most of the liquefied spiritual energy had gathered in the dantian. After being compressed again and again, the spiritual energy formed a vortex in the dantian, being squeezed toward the center of the vortex. At the same time, it seemed as if a wave of spiritual energy turmoil had erupted in the small world. Pure and powerful spiritual energy was drawn toward the small wooden house where Su Ayahan was. The spiritual spring in the small world also increased its water volume, containing more and more spiritual energy, and large patches of spiritual herbs emitted a rich medicinal fragrance under the wash of spiritual energy. If this were seen by cultivators, it would surely lead to a bloody storm. Su Ayahan continued to cultivate in the small world, closely watching the vortex in the dantian that was crazily devouring the massive spiritual energy gathering within. He remained motionless for a full 9 days, when suddenly the vortex in his dantian disappeared, as if heaven and earth were being opened. Numerous glimmers appeared in the dantian, and, as the vortex vanished, it was replaced by a golden sphere the size of a peanut, floating smoothly within the dantian. Like the darkness before dawn, the golden core appeared within Su Ayahan, and he felt an immense calm. After a long time, a powerful aura erupted from his body, threatening to destroy everything around him, spreading outward. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the small world gathered into a spiritual energy waterfall, continuously pouring into Su Ayahan's body from above. An hour later, the wave of spiritual energy subsided, and Su Ayahan's body fell from the air. As he opened his eyes, 2 beams of light shot out from them, flying several meters away. Feeling the situation within his body, Su Ayahan's eyes were filled with excitement. The Golden Core realm truly was extraordinary. It turned out that the realm of terrestrial immortals was so magical, and his strength had increased at least 10-fold. With a Golden Core formed, one could carry the heavens and the earth. In this moment, Su Ayahan felt the power of the Golden Core realm. It was not just the explosive power of the Golden Core within his body or the enhancement of his physical body, but he could clearly sense that he could now harness a thread of the great momentum of heaven and earth for his own use. Chapter 281. After breaking through to the Golden Core realm, Su-Ayan carefully experienced it for half a day. Besides his cultivation strength, enhanced physical body, and the ability to sense the great momentum of heaven and earth, what changed most significantly for Su-Ayan was his divine sense. Previously, Su-Ayan had cultivated the divine sense strategy, and his divine sense had already formed. Now that he broke through to the Golden Core realm, his autonomous divine sense emerged, greatly impacting the original divine sense and making a huge leap. Originally, after breaking through to the Golden Core realm, the autonomous divine sense would extend about 100 meters, increasing with cultivation growth in the later stages. However, now that Su-Ayan had just broken through to the Golden Core realm, his divine sense was already approaching 1,000 meters. It must be said that just this single aspect allowed Su-Ayan to be undefeated among those of the same realm. After all, whether it was tracking movements or discerning an opponent's intentions during battle, the strength of divine sense could allow Su-Ayan to act a moment faster than others. Although it was only a brief moment, in the hands of a Golden Core realm expert, it could determine the outcome of a battle in an instant. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from the small wooden house and reappeared by the spiritual spring in the small world. With Su-Ayan's breakthrough, having crossed the transition from a martial artist to a cultivator, the spiritual spring in the small world expanded again, and the spiritual energy became even denser. Chapter 282. From the bookshelf in the small world, Su-Ayan searched for a long time, and, in conjunction with the characteristics of the demon beasts, carefully selected 3 powerful demon cultivation techniques. The technique chosen for Black Egg was the Divine Power Heavenly Emperor Classic. The technique chosen for the Great Sage was the 9-rank Celestial Technique. The technique chosen for the Koi was the Great River Transformation Dragon Technique. These 3 techniques were extraordinary. Even Su-Ayan himself could not comprehend the later contents, only able to see the first layer. However, this was enough to demonstrate the strength of these techniques. So Su-Ayan prepared to impart the first layer of these techniques to Black Egg, the Great Sage, and the Koi, allowing them to begin their cultivation journey. Black Egg's Divine Power Heavenly Emperor Classic was a supreme secret, focusing on cultivating physical strength, and, after reaching a certain realm, one could punch through the heavens. Being incredibly powerful, the 9 ranks Celestial Immortal Technique of the Great Sage is a secret technique of the Immortals, containing numerous magical powers and transformations, perfectly suited to the Great Sage's character. Moreover, Su-Ayan has his own selfish motives. He wants to see if the Great Sage truly exists. If he does, Su-Ayan wants to have a PK between the little Great Sage and the real Great Sage. The Great River Transformation Dragon Technique of the Koi is a secret classic of the Demon Clan that allows one to cross the Dragon Gate and ascend to become a dragon. Its characteristic is to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, with the law following the force, and the force accompanying the law. In Chapter 283, Su-Ayan arrives at the lakeside, and upon sensing this, the Koi quickly appears on the water's surface, jumping joyfully. Su-Ayan puts his hand into the lake, and the Koi immediately swims over and swallows his hand whole. A ball of spiritual spring water appears in Su-Ayan's hand, which the Koi happily swallows. Watching the Koi's joyful demeanor, Su-Ayan murmurs, "Fortunately, this fish has no teeth, hee." Su-Ayan seems to think of something, standing there in a daze, laughing foolishly. Meanwhile, the Koi keeps devouring Su-Ayan's hand, and spiritual spring water continuously gushes from Su-Ayan's fingertips, directly entering the Koi's throat and then its belly. After a moment, Su-Ayan comes back to his senses, calms the Koi, and then points a finger at the Koi's head, causing a stream of starlight to merge into the Koi's sea of consciousness. Great River Transformation Dragon Technique. As the first layer of the Great River Transformation Dragon Technique gradually merges into the Koi's mind, the Koi begins to spit out a large number of bubbles from its mouth, twisting its body, and its tail keeps slapping the water's surface, clearly in extreme pain. However, Su-Ayan does not stop. He understands that among the Black Egg, the Great Sage, and the 3 little ones, the Koi has the smallest sea of consciousness. So it has to endure unimaginable pain in the face of this powerful technique. In Chapter 284, after studying for a long time, Su-Ayan suddenly has a flash of inspiration looking at the map photo on his phone. Could it really be that, as the person from the demonic sect said before, this map is incomplete and needs to be combined with other maps to derive a precise location? Moreover, there are several strange lines on the map, but only part of it is visible, with many areas in between being broken. Thinking of this, Su Ayahan calls Zhang Jing. Hello, Zhang Jing. The range of that map is too broad, and the lines are not complete. Can we roughly determine the position the map wants to express based on the direction of the lines? And can we piece together the strange patterns? Master, using the super algorithms of computers, it is possible to calculate it, but the estimated range won't be small. If we rely on human search, it will probably take several years, and the strange patterns are designed very intricately. If we want to combine them, there may be no less than hundreds of patterns that can match. Upon hearing Zhang Jing's words, Su Ayahan understands the difficulty involved. The intelligence of ancient ancestors should not be underestimated, especially in relation to cultivation and magical powers, as modern people are far inferior to ancient ones. In Chapter 285, upon hearing the monk and the Taoist priest, Su Ayahan does not rush to answer but smiles at the two and says, "How did you two come to this remote mountain area?" The two, hearing Su Ayahan's words, replied expressionlessly, "I came down the mountain to travel, expand my knowledge, and help the common people solve some difficulties to aid my own cultivation." Su Ayahan almost spits out blood upon hearing the old monk's words, suppressing the urge to laugh, and looks at the monk in surprise, smiling as he says, "Master, you are indeed forward-thinking. You can even speak a bit of English." The monk joins his hands together and says very seriously, "Ba, although we are monks, we must keep up with the times and cannot be disconnected from society. Moreover, we need to learn to connect with the international community." After hearing the monk's words, Su Ayahan feels he has no way to refute him, as it seems quite reasonable. Helplessly, he nods lightly and then says, "That's true. After all, many monks nowadays need to buy a car for transportation and cannot, like Master Xuanzang, sincerely seek the Buddha's teachings step by step." Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, the monk looks slightly stunned. Seeing this, Su Ayahan changes the subject. In Chapter 286, after the monk finishes speaking, Su Ayahan is also amused. "Ba, Master, shouldn't you fly away after saying you believe in science?" "Fly away? Where would I fly to? Why would I fly away?" Su Ayahan shakes his head with a slight smile and says, "It's nothing." He then turns to the Wang family and says, "If you trust me, just do as I say. Otherwise, not only will your son not wake up, but your direct relatives in the Wang family will also be in danger." As Su Ayahan's words fall, the Wang family is startled, but they still find it hard to believe as they cannot understand what it means for a soul to be absorbed away. At this moment, the crippled man speaks up. "Uncle Wang, you know my character. Over the years, I have treated many difficult ailments for the villagers around here. You may not believe me, but you cannot not believe my master." Seeing Su Ayahan speak so seriously and combined with the crippled man's usual conduct in the surrounding villages, the Wang family hesitates for a moment and then says, "All right, if you can really wake my son up, I will give you 50,000. If he doesn't wake up, I won't give you a single cent for all your consultation fees today." In Chapter 287, Su Ayahan sees the Wudong Taoist bowing to him and nods slightly in acknowledgement. "We don't need to search. Tonight is the 15th, the full moon night. He will surely be drawn to the Wang family by the bloodline of his closest relatives. We just need to wait patiently." Just moments ago, Su Ayahan used his spiritual sense to scan the area within 1,000 meters and found no trace of the Wang family's ancestor, likely due to the daytime hiding somewhere. Su Ayahan's words leave everyone stunned, and the Wang family no longer doubts Su Ayahan, as he had just effortlessly flipped over the heavy coffin lid with a wave of his hand and displayed many miraculous feats that ordinary people could not achieve. The head of the Wang family begins to feel anxious. "Master, what do we need to do?" "First, go back and do nothing. You can sleep peacefully in your rooms tonight. Leave the rest to me and these two masters," Su Ayahan says, pointing to the two masters, the Shaolin monk and the Wudong Taoist. At this moment, the crowd has no choice but to listen to Su Ayahan, returning home, each with their own thoughts. In Chapter 288, as the monk rushes towards the zombie also leaps up, arms outstretched, charging directly at the monk. The two meet midair, and the monk tries to deflect the zombie's arms with his palms infused with powerful, true energy. However, he has underestimated the zombie's strength and the hardness of its body. When their arms collide, The monk feels his arm go numb from the impact, yet the zombie's charge does not stop. Its arms crash directly into the monk's chest. The Buddhist sect's indestructible Vajra body technique. Bang! At a critical moment, a golden light radiated from the monk, but the powerful force of the zombie still sent him flying. After landing, the monk staggered back several steps, crushing a tile underfoot and leaving a clear footprint before he barely stopped. His face was flushed, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating internal injuries from the zombie's strike. The monk's robe had already been shredded by the zombie's hands, but thanks to the protection of the indestructible Vajra body technique, he had not suffered any external injuries. Cough cough. Umitba. The power of this zombie is so great that it has reached a terrifying level. Its defensive strength, even surpassing my decades of cultivation in the indestructible Vajra body technique, truly astonishing for this poor monk. Chapter 289. The cripple at this moment carried the patient from the Wong family out and placed him on the ground. Su Ayahan waved his hand, pointed at the patient, and two streams of light flew out from his hand, entering the patient's body. Subsequently, Su Ayahan prepared to completely deal with the immobile zombie, but at that moment, he noticed something underneath the zombie's neck, a pattern-like object revealed by its tattered clothing. Out of curiosity, Su Ayahan pulled down the zombie's clothing, revealing an extremely strange pattern. Seeing that pattern, Su Ayahan's brows furrowed tightly. What is this? Why does it look so much like a corpse-controlling talisman array? Is someone secretly scheming? But the Wong family's ancestor has been buried for 100 years. What exactly happened in Huaxiao a century ago? At this moment, Su Ayahan felt that there was a mysterious organization hidden in the dark of Huaxia, and there might be a huge conspiracy behind it. Coming back to his senses, Su Ayahan pointed at the zombie's forehead, destroying the energy in its throat, and then saw the zombie's body gradually turn to dust, scattering in the wind. The monk and the Taoist were both shocked beyond measure by Su Ayahan's miraculous performance. Chapter 290. After leaving the Wong family, Su Ayahan rode his motorcycle with the cripple back to Nyolong village overnight. Due to the events of the night, the cripple was extremely excited, wide awake, and had no intention of cultivating. Instead, he followed Su Ayahan, incessantly asking questions about cultivation. The fire attribute spiritual energy within the cripple had also become increasingly powerful, having reached the innate realm in terms of strength. However, the cripple's vital energy was not only powerful in combat, but also had healing properties and could be used for alchemy, making it a special existence. Throughout the night, Su Ayahan taught the cripple many things about cultivation, especially regarding spiritual herbs and alchemy. Su Ayahan had begun to subtly impart some alchemical techniques and methods for identifying spiritual herbs to the cripple. The night passed in teachings, and by dawn, the cripple respectfully bowed to Su Ayahan, eager to return home and digest what he had learned. In the courtyard, the great sage and Black Egg also finished their cultivation and came to Su Ayahan's side, appearing extremely excited. Ever since Black Egg and the great sage obtained the cultivation method and learned about the paths of cultivation, they had been practicing intermittently. In just a few days, Su Ayahan could clearly feel that the two little ones were undergoing tremendous changes. Especially, their intelligence had visibly improved, and their emotions began to resemble those of humans. Su Ayahan's task was to feed the little ones spiritual spring water every day, as the breakthrough had made the spiritual energy in the water even purer. Moreover, it contained a hint of the essence of heaven and earth, which martial cultivators could not perceive, but had immense benefits for those who practiced Taoism and immortality. Just as Su Ayahan was feeding Black Egg and the great sage with spiritual spring water, his phone in his pocket beeped with a message. Su Ayahan took out his phone and found that someone in the Northern Region Martial Arts Exchange Group was messaging him. Upon opening it, he saw that it was Chiu Si Hai, the master of the Divine Sword Villa. Chiu Si Hai, Sword God Su Ayahan, Brother Su. Shaolin and Wudong have jointly issued an invitation to hold the Huaxia Martial Arts Conference on the 18th. We are preparing to set off. Do you need to go with us? Today is the 16th, and Su Ayahan naturally remembered the Huaxia Martial Arts Conference on the 18th. Su Ayahan, Chiu Si Hai. The reason for this conference hosted by Shaolin and Wudong is largely due to the extermination of the Zhu family. So I will attend as the head of Huaxia's #1 sect and will not travel with you. Chiu Si Hai. All right, Brother Su, we will set off first. See you at Shaolin the day after tomorrow. The second-in-command also placed great importance on this Huaxia martial art conference and directly called Su Ayahan. The second-in-command's message was clear. There must be no chaos within the martial arts world, and those with ulterior motives must be punished. For Su Ayahan, it might have been difficult to achieve this before, but now that he had broken through to the Golden Core realm with strength as his backing, all problems could be easily resolved. Shaolin Temple is located in the central region and has stood tall as a major sect in the Huaxia martial arts world for 1,000 years, consistently being at the forefront along with Wudong. In the martial arts world, what these two sects say essentially carries weight, and any sect or individual must show some respect to Shaolin. At the entrance of Shaolin Temple, the head of the Prajna Hall, along with more than 10 Shaolin disciples, welcomed the representatives of various martial arts sections. The usually quiet Shaolin Temple was bustling today with people. The southern region Wudong Sect, eastern region Qixia Mountain Villa, northern region Divine Sword Villa, western region Qingqing Mountain, and Fuhu Temple and other major sects arrived one after another. Unknown to anyone, among the crowd from various sects, two strange and mysterious figures blended in, following the martial arts practitioners and infiltrating Shaolin Temple. Chapter 291. In the first martial arts sect of Huaxia in Kyoto, Long Yi received a call from Su Ayahan, instructing Long Yi to bring 10 disciples at the Master Realm to Shaolin immediately. Long Air and Long San, along with the others, stayed behind in Kyoto, as the Zhu family had been exterminated, and the Mo family and the Shangguan family would definitely head to Shaolin. Kyoto could not be left without someone to oversee it. Inside Shaolin Temple, the abbot Yuan Yin, dressed in a monk's robe and looking dignified, addressed the assembly of martial arts sects. Amitba. This poor monk Yuan Yin welcomes all fellow practitioners and friends of the martial arts world to Shaolin. Today, Shaolin and Wudong are jointly hosting this Huaxia martial arts conference, firstly for the exchange of martial arts among the sects, and secondly to address the recent factors causing instability in the Huaxia martial arts world. As soon as Yuan Yin's words fell, everyone understood that this was clearly a judgment conference aimed at stabilizing the hearts of the martial arts community. At this moment, Qiu Sihai, the master of the Divine Sword Villa, stood up as Yuan Yin finished speaking and said, "Abbot Yuan Yin, there's no need to be cryptic. Just say it directly that this is because the first sect of Huaxia exterminated the Zhu family. You Shaolin and the other sects may not know the secrets behind this. But I, Qiu Sihai of the Northern Region Martial Arts world, am very clear about what the Zhu family did in the Northern Region." Chapter 292. Everyone watched as the figure in the sky descended step by step as if walking downstairs, and after landing on the ground of the square, they let out a deep breath, and a sense of shock began to spread among the crowd. The abbot Yuan Yin of the Shaolin Temple, the leader of Wudong Yu Chengfeng, the master of Qixia Mountain Villa Chun Haoyan, and the leader of Qingqing Mountain Yu Jia, all of whom are grandmasters at the perfected realm, watched the scene before them with astonished expressions and palpitating hearts. In their eyes, the ability that Su Ayahan had just demonstrated to walk in midair was something they could never hope to achieve even if they used all their skills. Even Mo Bai, the head of the Mo family, and Shangguan Li, the head of the Shangguan family, although they knew Su Ayahan's strength was terrifying, were now standing in awe, grateful that they had not crossed him. Su Ayahan, the head of the first sect in Huaxia, was invited to attend the Huaxia Martial Arts Conference. Esteemed leaders and fellow practitioners, "Greetings," Su Ayahan said softly, ignoring the shock of those around him. His words seemed to resonate deeply within each person, pulling them out of their astonishment as they began to closely examine Su Ayahan with great shock. Chapter 293. Hearing Su Ayahan's words, Yu Jia, the leader of Qingqing Mountain, scowled and said, "Humph, you're just a young brat who doesn't know better. You think that by destroying one Zhu family, you can suppress the entire Huaxia martial arts world? Today, I will see what skills you use to kill the Zhu family ancestor." As Yu Jia finished speaking, he drew a long sword from a disciple beside him and leaped into the air, unleashing a dazzling array of sword lights that rushed towards Su Ayahan. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed the powerful sword light flickering in the air. Qingqing Falling Swallow, 13 swords. The swordsmanship of Master Yu has truly reached an extraordinary level. Even if Su Ayahan is powerful, he cannot possibly surpass the elder Master Yu. Can he? Who knows? The Zhu family ancestor was said to be at the pinnacle of martial arts, and yet he fell in the northwest. I think, Master, you will have a hard time defeating Su Ayahan. While the crowd was debating, Su Ayahan faced the attacking Ujia, brought his fingers together, and with a casual wave, a beam of sword light burst forth from his fingertips. Chapter 294. As Su Ayahan's words fell, he gestured towards a huge bronze cauldron in the square, which immediately soared into the air. The technique and internal energy he used left the Shaolin monks astonished. Is this the advanced Shaolin skill of controlling the dragon and the crane? Before the crowd could react, Su Ayahan struck the air with a palm towards the airborne bronze cauldron. Bang! Instead of shattering, the bronze cauldron shot up dozens of meters into the sky, emitting a buzzing sound. Is this the great compassion palm? Then, Su Ayahan moved his hands, and countless arms appeared as if he were a 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, continuously leaving palm prints on the bronze cauldron. Is this the great compassionate 1,000-leaved hand? Ignoring the shock of those around him, Su Ayahan's movements became increasingly rapid. As he unleashed a series of palm techniques, finger techniques, and leg techniques, creating a scene that was nothing short of a nightmare for Shaolin. Buddha's hand, Prajna palm, Xiantian finger technique, Moko finger technique, Wuxiang robbery finger. With each ultimate technique Su Ayahan unleashed, the Shaolin monks gasped, their hearts racing. It was hard for them to imagine that so many ultimate skills could belong to one person. Chapter 295. Just as Shaolin was preparing to return to the temple to capture the thieves, they suddenly found that Su Ayahan had vanished. The Shaolin abbot's expression changed as he soared into the air towards the temple. At that moment, Su Ayahan's figure shot back like a flash of light from deep within Shaolin, returning to the square with two middle-aged men in tow. He threw the two men onto the ground and smiled at the abbot Yuan, who was rushing towards the temple, saying, "There's no need to panic. Abbot Yuan, I have captured the intruders who broke into Shaolin." The abbot, mid-flight, turned back to the square, casting a serious glance at the two immobile men from the demonic sect, and then said to Su Ayahan, "Amit Ba, thank you, Benefactor Su, for capturing the thieves." At this moment, Su Ayahan did not look at the two captured men, but instead addressed the depths of Shaolin, saying, "Shaolin truly deserves its reputation as the leader of the martial world, with such high monks stationed here. Since this is the case, why not come out and greet the heroes from all corners of the world?" Su Ayahan's words were light, but when they spread, they resonated like thunder, rumbling above Shaolin. Chapter 296. The old monk, hearing Su Ayahan's words, glanced at the two men from the demonic sect on the ground, and then said, "Amit Ba, this map has been with this old monk for over 50 years. Benefactor Su, do you know why the demonic sect does not come directly to steal, but instead takes advantage of the martial arts conference to commit theft?" Su Ayahan remained silent, looking at the old monk before turning back to Long Yi and the others, saying, "Everyone from the first sect of Huaxia, heed my command. From now on, without my order, no one is to descend the mountain. Those who disobey will be killed on the spot." Although Long Yi and the others were few in number, their cultivation was at least mid-level grandmaster, making them formidable. As Su Ayahan's voice fell, the various sect from the north region, as well as the Shangwan and Mo families from the capital, responded one after another, causing the faces of the Shaolin people to change drastically. "Su Ayahan, this is the holy land of Buddhism. What do you want to do?" "What I want to do. The purpose of the first sect of Huaxia cannot be stopped by anyone. If anyone tries to resist secretly, this place will no longer be a Buddhist sanctuary, but a purgatory of Azura." After finishing his words, Su Ayahan cast a casual glance at Abbot Yuan, then directly beckoned to the old monk. Seeing Su Ayahan suddenly take action, a golden bell radiating with light appeared around the old monk, with Sanskrit characters flowing continuously on it. Boom! The deafening sound of the bell rang out, and a hurricane began to swirl around, gradually forming a tornado. "The Shaolin Golden Bell Shield?" As Su Ayahan murmured to himself. A smile appeared on his face as he transformed his claw into a fist. At that moment, it was as if the momentum of heaven and earth was being drawn by Su Ayahan, and the old monk's nearly invincible state of the Golden Bell Shield was directly crushed by the surrounding force. Bang! The golden bell shattered, and the old monk's monk robe fluttered as he staggered back several steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground. Finally, with an explosive burst of internal energy, the old monk barely managed to stand firm. At the same time that the golden bell shield shattered, the map hidden in the old monk's sleeve flew out, quickly landing in Su Ayahan's hand. Seeing the map being taken away by Su Ayahan, the old monk disregarded his previous injuries and leaped into the air, roaring in anger. Roar! The roar caused cracks to form in the blue bricks on the ground, and disciples from lower-level sects spat blood. Even the grandmasters felt dizzy and unsteady on their feet. Buddhist lions roar. As Su Ayahan murmured to himself, he casually waved a palm towards the old monk, who was charging at him with powerful internal energy. The old monk had no way to dodge Su Ayahan's palm and could only take it head-on, resulting in him flying backward and, unable to suppress the turmoil in his internal energy upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Puffed. Cough, 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 cough. Is this the power of an earth immortal? The gap is actually so huge, there's simply no way to resist. After the old monk was injured and coughed up blood, with one move, Abba Yuan Yin and various senior monks hurriedly approached to check on him, while also surrounding the area to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Su Ayahan, however, nonchalantly took a photo of the map and sent it directly to Zhang Jing, asking her to copy and translate the text and lines on it. Then, with a flick of his hand, the map returned to the old monk. Since you value this map so much and given your age, I want to compete with you for it. I'll return it to you. The Shaolin monks looked at Su Ayahan, but they had no way to respond. Abbot Yuan Yin looked at Su Ayahan with a helpless expression. He had initially thought about having the Shaolin disciples set up the Arhut exorcism array, but after glancing at his ancestral master, he suppressed that thought. After all, he knew that Su Ayahan had reached the realm of Earth Immortal, and sending too many people to confront him would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths. For a master like Su Ayahan, it would be like squashing an ant. Chapter 297. Su Ayahan first defeated the leader of Qingqing Mountain, Yu Jia, with one move, then defeated the abbot of Shaolin, Yuan Yin, with another move, and finally even defeated a high monk who had reached the extreme realm of martial arts in Shaolin with a single strike. Such strength left the hundreds of martial arts experts present speechless. Some people recorded the earlier scene with their phones, but when they checked, they found that the two had moved too quickly for the camera to capture clearly. All they could see were blurred shadows flickering. Su Ayahan's performance left a tremendous impact on everyone. Now, not only did no one dare to oppose Su Ayahan, but even those who merely glanced at him with discontent did not dare to do so, fearing that they would provoke him and be beaten up. Su Ayahan stood with his hands behind his back, slowly scanning the surroundings, then spoke, since this is a martial arts conference held at Shaolin. I'm going to say a few words. First, the martial art classics I possess are countless, not only from Shaolin, but also from Kunlun, Wudong, Fuhu, Qingsheng, Qixia, and other sects, including their signature skills and lost techniques. Su Ayahan's words once again caused an uproar in the square, and many sect leaders felt extremely uneasy. After all, they feared that Su Ayahan would disseminate these martial arts, which would surely lead to chaos in the martial arts world. Chapter 298. When Wudong's leader, Yu Qingfeng, spoke up, many sect leaders looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect that the first to express support for Su Ayahan at the martial arts conference would be Wudong. Abbot Yuan Yin of Shaolin also glanced at Yu Qingfeng and recited a Buddhist chant. Ba, Leader Yu, I wonder if your earlier decision represents yourself or the entire Wudong sect. Naturally, it represents the entirety of Wudong. Back in the day, Wudong's ancestors shed much blood for this land. Now that Lord Su has the ambition to change the direction of the martial arts world, Wudong will naturally support him. Yuan Yin looked at the crowd in the square, preparing to argue again, but at that moment, the old monk who had just been heavily injured by Su Ayahan suddenly spoke. Abbot, Shaolin has been established for thousands of years, and our heritage has never been interrupted. Now that we are in a time of peace, we cannot stand in a special position. I suggest that Shaolin fully support Lord Su and support the #1 sect in Huaxia. Yuan Yin was about to speak, but the old monk interrupted him. I am already in poor health, and today I've been further injured. In the future, Shaolin must prioritize righteousness, or else the incense of Shaolin that has lasted for 1,000 years may be extinguished. Yuan Yin, who had not yet spoken, was taken aback by the old monk's words, feeling that something was amiss, but he still helplessly bowed to the old monk, then turned to Su Ayahan and said, Lord Su, like Wudong, Shaolin fully supports you and the #1 sect in Huaxia. Many sect leaders in the square hoped that Shaolin would take the lead in resisting the existence of the #1 sect in Huaxia. After all, with someone overseeing it, there would be many restrictions. However, when everyone heard Abbot Yuan Yin's words, they all showed expressions of disappointment. The two recognized powerhouses of the martial arts world, Shaolin and Wudong, had chosen to support Su Ayahan, leaving these sects with no way and no courage to voice any dissent. At this time, two sect leaders in the square exchanged glances and nodded slightly, then stood up and said, "The main issue of this martial arts conference is to discuss the extermination of the Zhu family in the capital. Now that the matter is resolved and the martial arts world has reached a consensus, we have urgent matters in our sect, so we will take our leave." After the two sect leaders finished speaking, they prepared to take their disciples and leave. Just then, Su Ayahan suddenly spoke. "Wait." Everyone was puzzled, looking at Su Ayahan and the two sect leaders who were about to leave. "Lord Su, is there something else you wish to teach?" Su Ayahan ignored them and turned to Long. "Bring the materials up, and also, without my command, anyone who dares to descend the mountain will be killed without mercy." Long hurriedly stepped forward and handed a document to Su Ayahan, then led people to seal off several exits of the square. Su Ayahan held the document, glanced around, and said lightly, "The martial arts conference should have the appearance of a martial arts conference. How can we come all this way just to watch the excitement and leave? I have a document here, which our number one sect in Huaxia has spent a lot of time investigating. It contains information about certain sects colluding with overseas forces to exchange intelligence for resources and some secretly interacting with evil cults. Everyone, should such sects be exposed at this martial arts conference in Huaxia?" The crowd gasped in shock, looking at those around them with wary expressions. Some people's faces changed slightly, quietly blending into the crowd, remaining silent. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Ayahan opened the document in his hand. "Five Mountains Sect, Nine Dragons Gate, Qingqing View, Jiangdong Qi Family. I call out the names of the sects and families. Please step forward." In an instant, everyone in the square began to move, retreating towards the surroundings, leaving only a few dozen people in the center. Chapter 299. Seeing the few dozen people isolated in the center, Su Ayahan smiled and said, "Oh, weren't you all in a hurry to leave just now? What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty and trying to escape?" The faces of several sect leaders turned ashen at Su Ayahan's words, but due to Su Ayahan's demonstrated strength, they did not dare to speak loudly and could only calmly say, "Lord Su, is there a misunderstanding here?" "Yes, Lord Su. We are all part of the Huaxia martial arts community, and we had no knowledge of what you just mentioned. Moreover, we support the number one sect in Huaxia." Su Ayahan looked at the document in his hand and said, "Is that so? You all claim to know nothing, huh? Well, let me explain one by one to let you give up hope. The Five Mountains Sect and the Nine Dragons Gate. You have accepted countless riches, thousands of spiritual herbs, and dozens of blood pills from the evil cult, collaborating with them to secretly harm fellow martial artists and eliminate dissenters. Aren't you ashamed?" As Su Ayahan's words fell, the leaders of the Five Mountains Sect and the Nine Dragons Gate were startled, beads of sweat dripping continuously from their foreheads. At that moment, before the two could defend themselves, Su Ayahan continued, "The Qingjing Temple and the Qi family of Jiangdong. Your two families provided intelligence about the martial arts world to overseas countries such as Japan, the US, and India in March, July, and August of last year, resulting in a massacre of many of our fellow martial artists searching for spiritual herbs on the borders of China. You received large sums of money from overseas in exchange for cultivation resources. Isn't it quite enjoyable to be traders?" Chapter 300. Just after the various sects left Shaosher Mountain, the old monk from Shaolin, who had been meditating, suddenly felt something was off. He quickly looked at the old monk beside him. His expression changed drastically as he gently reached out to check the old monk's breath. In an instant, the head of the Dharma hall trembled, and, after a long pause, he spoke. "The Master Ancestor has passed away. The Master Ancestor has passed away." The voice echoed throughout Shaolin Temple, and for a moment, the entire Shaolin was plunged into deep sorrow. Although Shaolin still had many masters, the loss of the strongest one instantly reduced their deterrent power by 70%. Su Ayahan was not concerned about this. After leaving Shaosher Mountain, he took out a pile of elixirs from the small world and handed them to Long, Yi, and the others, instructing them to help everyone improve their cultivation in the shortest time possible. After giving his instructions, Su Ayahan took the two members of the evil cult and left, tossing them onto the ground in a remote location. Pointing at one of the men's heads, Su Ayahan asked, "What is your purpose for coming to Shaolin?" "The purpose is for the Emperor's map." "What is the Emperor's map?" "Be clearer. What secrets does this map hold?" "There are 3 copies of the Emperor's map. When the 3 copies are combined, it is said that one can obtain the method to access the Emperor's mausoleum. It is rumored that it contains the methods to reach the realm of terrestrial immortals." Hearing this, Su Ayahan, now at the Golden Core level, couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. The Emperor's mausoleum? The realm of terrestrial immortals? But according to historical records, the first emperor sought immortality and carelessly consumed elixirs made by alchemists, leading to his early demise. If there were truly a method, the outcome could not have been like this. Thinking of this, Su Ayahan asked again, "Does your evil cult possess a copy of the Emperor's map?" "It is said that one copy is with the Zhu family, which should now be with the first sect leader of China, Su Ayahan. One copy is with Shaolin, and the last one is located in an ancient tomb in the Lingnan mountain range. Our people from the evil cult want to obtain that Emperor's map, but unfortunately, there is a special existence in that tomb that prevents us from acquiring it." Upon hearing this, Su Ayahan's heart stirred. He already had 2 copies. After obtaining the 3rd copy, he could see what astonishing treasures lay within the Emperor's mausoleum that could make the evil cult expend so much effort. After clarifying the location of the ancient tomb, Su Ayahan directly killed the 2 men, soared into the sky, and flew at high speed toward the direction of the Lingnan mountain range. The Lingnan mountain range stretches for 3,000 miles, and it is rarely visited by people. Occasionally, one might see someone working in the mountains, claiming to live in seclusion. In a narrow valley, more than 10 men dressed in black gathered together. "What should we do now? It's been over 10 days. We can't delay any longer. What can we do? That thing inside is too powerful. We have no way to enter the tomb and obtain the Emperor's map. I think we should report it to our superiors. We can't do anything about this strange entity. I don't believe even a master at the peak of martial arts can handle it." Just as the group was at a loss and preparing to make a decision, Su Ayahan's figure descended from the sky, moving with the speed of a shooting star. Yet upon landing, he was as light as a feather, raising not a speck of dust or gravel. "Who are you?" Seeing Su Ayahan descend from the sky, the more than 10 men quickly surrounded him, watching him warily. Looking around at the crowd, Su Ayahan slowly spoke. "I heard there is an Emperor's map here, so I came to get it. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing Su Ayahan's words, the faces of the surrounding men changed, and one of them coldly said, "Who are you? How did you find out about this?" With a snap of his fingers, Su Ayahan smiled and said, "I don't have time to chat with you. Once I go below, you know how I learned about this." Chapter 301. After finishing his words, Su Ayahan casually waved his hand. After a mysterious fluctuation, the bodies of the 10 or so men trembled slightly and then fell silent. After doing all this, Su Ayahan stepped toward a nearby cave entrance that exuded a sinister aura. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, and the standing men fell to the ground, all dead without a single wound. Very eerie. At the cave entrance, Su Ayahan jumped in without hesitation. The depth was over 20 meters, and upon landing, he could distinctly feel the cold air and the musty smell of a place that had not seen daylight for years. Although the ancient tomb was pitch black, for Su Ayahan, it was no different from the outside. Moreover, with his spiritual awareness, he quickly scanned the entire tomb, imprinting all the scenes in his mind. Given the scale, the identity of the tomb's owner must have been extraordinarily prominent during their lifetime. After sighing, Su Ayahan's figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing deeper into the tomb. After more than 10 meters, Su Ayahan saw a large stone door that had been smashed to pieces, and within the door was a burial chamber filled with numerous jars, and more importantly, a variety of weapons. Most had already rusted due to moisture, but some still sparkled with a cold light. Chapter 302. After taking a photo of the pattern on the zombie's neck, Su Ayahan turned to leave the tomb. After all, the most precious item, the Emperor's map, was already in hand. As for the antiques and various treasures, to Su Ayahan, they were no different from items worth 2 coins on the market. Exiting the tomb, Su Ayahan opened the box, took out the Emperor's map, snapped a photo, and sent it to Zhang Jing, informing her to do everything possible to extract the map. After completing all this, Su Ayahan stored the items in the small world, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In Yolong village, at Su Ayahan's home, Haidin and Dasheng had been diligently cultivating ever since Su Ayahan taught them the cultivation methods. The usually mischievous dashing had become much steadier. "Brother Han, when did you come back?" Su Han was lying under the grapevine, eating the watermelons he had grown himself. Su Gang walked in with a big pancake wrapped around a steamed bun, eating heartily. Looking up, Su Han's eyes lit up because Su Gang, who had only reached the innate realm half a month ago, had now actually broken through to the master realm. In shock, Su Han recalled that when he broke through to the Golden Core realm, he used his heavenly eye to observe Su Gang and discovered that Su Gang's physique was indeed extraordinary. After examining him in the small world, Su Han realized that Su Gang's physique was actually the legendary Chaos Overlord body. People with this kind of physique can lead two completely different lives, either living a dull and uneventful life, leaving nothing behind in this world, or after engaging in cultivation, soaring to great heights and becoming a revered powerhouse. Out of curiosity, Su Han used his heavenly eye to look at the cripple, only to find that even the cripple was a saint body of alchemy, meaning he was a natural genius in alchemy, destined to live his life for alchemy. Upon discovering all this, Su Han felt a wave of envy and jealousy. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder if this village had once been favored by the heavens, producing these extraordinary prodigies. Setting aside his shock, Su Han looked at the large pancake wrapped around the steamed bun in Su Gang's hand, feeling a bit helpless. He didn't even know if eating that pancake with the bun would cause choking. "Gongzi, I see your cultivation has reached the master realm, so today I'll teach you something," he said. As the words fell, Su Han pointed, and a piece of starlight entered Su Gang's mind. But at that moment, Su Gang did not stop eating the pancake wrapped around the bun. After a while, Su Gang finally swallowed the food in his mouth and foolishly smiled. "Brother Han, this Star Overlord body technique seems to be much more powerful than the previous Out-Yin bone tempering technique, right? And this Supreme Thunder Fist seems to be much stronger than the Diamond Saint hand." Su Han almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "What do you mean much more powerful? This is a world of difference, okay? How can martial arts ultimate techniques and cultivation methods be compared together? Yes, it is indeed much more powerful. Train hard in the future." After speaking, Su Han took his fishing gear and headed straight to the lake behind the village, where the wooden cabin was a place he particularly enjoyed. The wind blew through the willows, the water surface rippled, and birds chirped incessantly. Su Han sat by the lake fishing, truly enjoying himself. By the water's edge, a koi fish nestled motionlessly by Su Han's feet, and he could clearly feel the great river transformation dragon technique slowly operating within the koi. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Shaolin Martial Arts Exchange Conference had concluded, and many sects left directly by car, or even by plane due to distance. The closer sects returned through the depths of the forest in groups, partly for experience, and partly for a chance to encounter spiritual herbs in the jungle. The Ba Dao sect, not far from Shaolin, had a group of 12 people traveling through the forest when suddenly, leaves began to fall from the sky, descending towards the ground. Noticing something unusual, the master of the Ba Dao sect looked up at the leaves, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with intensity as he shouted, "Be careful." Saying this, he unsheathed his sword and slashed upwards, unleashing a massive wave of sword energy that swept upwards, turning the falling leaves into fragments. Although the master of the Ba Dao sect reacted quickly and struck in time, it was still too late. The last 3 disciples were cut down by the falling leaves. Seeing his disciples killed, the master of the Ba Dao sect looked around in immense anger. He shook his sword, producing a buzzing sound. "All you rats, get out here!" His furious shout made the surrounding leaves and trees rustle, with some trees even breaking from the sound waves. Just then, a sudden sound of breaking air was heard, and dozens of blue-glowing flying daggers flew swiftly towards them. The master of the Ba Dao sect roared, "Overlord of the world." With one slash, countless sword shadows flickered in the air, blocking all the flying daggers, creating a clanging sound. When a master of the Ba Dao sect sheathed his sword, more than 10 masked figures wielding samurai swords appeared in the forest. Upon seeing this, the master of the Ba Dao sect's face changed. "Japanese devils? How dare you come to the central domain to cause trouble, even killing my disciples? Everyone, attack together and kill these bastards." After the master of the Ba Dao sect finished speaking, he charged forward with the remaining disciples towards the group of Japanese devils. Su Han's cold voice made long E on the other end of the phone shutter, and he quickly replied, "Master, they are not from the demon sect. According to the description from the head of Dansang Mountain, those ambushing them are Japanese devils. Based on the time and location, there should be 3 groups, indicating it was premeditated and planned. Boom! Upon hearing Long Yi's words, a surge of energy erupted from Su Ayahan's body, and his face turned ashen as he said, "What? Japanese devils? How could this happen? In the central domain, how did those bastards swagger in? You need to immediately arrange for people to investigate and see if there are any Chinese assisting them, no matter who is involved or how high their status is. Once found out, they must be killed on the spot. Also, tell Zhang Jing that his intelligence system is insufficient, far from enough. This matter must have someone responsible." After finishing his words, Su Ayahan hung up the phone, radiating a cold aura. At this moment, Su Ayahan was extremely furious. The great land of China had actually been infiltrated by Japanese devils, and so many martial artists had been killed, causing him to explode with rage. In Kyoto, within the base of China's first sect, Su Ayahan sat with a dark expression in his seat, facing Long Yi and 3 others, including Zhang Jing, who was in charge of administrative work. Looking at the 4, Su Ayahan coldly said, "It's simply useless. How could those bastards from Japan move freely in the great land of China? Tell me, whose face is this losing?" The most infuriating part was that we didn't even get a hint of information, not a single bit, just after the martial arts conference. China's first sect had just taken this step, and now it had been slapped in the face. Su Ayahan paused for a moment. Looking at Zhang Jing, he asked, "How many people are there in the administrative department now? How far along is the intelligence system?" Replying to the master, "Currently, there are 38 people in the administrative department, responsible for coordinating information from various regions. With Ding Wei's support, we have established liaison points across various places in China, enabling basic intelligence investigation and tracking in all cities." Zhang Jing replied. As soon as Zhang Jing finished speaking, Su Ayahan directly said, "Is that so? Then tell me, where did these bastards from Japan come from? Did they just appear out of nowhere? Why didn't we get any information beforehand? The lives of those hundreds of Chinese martial artists cannot wash away the shame of China's first sect with blood." Hearing Su Ayahan's words, Zhang Jing and Long Yi, along with the others, all lowered their heads, feeling so ashamed they couldn't lift their heads. After seeing their expressions, Su Ayahan let out a long sigh and then said, "With so many Japanese people coming to the central domain, there must be some traces. Zhang Jing, you must immediately contact the intelligence personnel to investigate how they arrived in China, leaving no stone unturned. Long Yi, many people are still in seclusion. Now that they have emerged, their weakest strength should have reached the early or even mid-stage of the Grandmaster realm. I have a task for you. First, let people assist Zhang Jing and eliminate everyone who has had contact with the Japanese people who enter Huaxiao this time. Second, investigate those who acted relatively slowly after I issued the first order of Huaxia, to see if there are any with ulterior motives trying to cause trouble or to give Huaxia's first door warning. As long as you clarify the situation and identify them, take action regardless of who they are." Everyone nodded and respectfully saluted Su Ayahan before carrying out their tasks. At that moment, Su Ayahan received a message on his phone from Yu Qingfeng, the head of the Wudong sect, stating that traces of the Japanese people had been discovered in the Shenangjia area, which is near the central and southern regions. Without any hesitation, Su Ayahan directly headed towards Shenangjia in the southern region, flying at high speed, faster than any means of transportation. Upon arriving at Shenangjia, Su Ayahan looked down at the vast forest and undulating mountains, which is known as one of Huaxia's 3 major forbidden zones. This place contains precious plant species in Huaxia and is home to thousands of biological species, making it a specially protected area. After a sigh of admiration, Su Ayahan dove straight into the depths, while his consciousness spread out like radar, scanning all the places he passed. After more than 10 minutes, Su Ayahan discovered over 30 Japanese people by a small river in a dense forest. The Japanese people, thinking no one could find them, were happily eating and chatting, unaware that a figure was rushing towards them. Su Ayahan descended at high speed. Although he was fast, he landed as silently as a feather. When Su Ayahan appeared before the Japanese people, they were all stunned, their eyes wide open, frozen in place as they stared at him. What? Daytime is empty, and nighttime is empty too? Hearing the Japanese people chatter, Su Ayahan scanned the area and finally focused on the highest-ranking man among them. Chapter 306. seeing the highest-ranking man among the Japanese people. Su Ayahan reached out and grabbed him directly from midair, gripping the man's neck. The aura emanating from Su Ayahan completely suppressed any thoughts of resistance in him. Even the internal energy within him was unable to mobilize under Su Ayahan's overwhelming presence, causing fear to flash in his eyes. Bakayaru, who are you? Let go of the Lord, or else you'll die. The two Japanese people closest to Su Ayahan saw him grab their leader and pulled out their samurai swords, cursing as they charged at him. With a wave of Su Ayahan's hand, two fallen leaves on the ground were suddenly propelled by a gust of air, piercing through the foreheads of both men. They had no time to react before collapsing to the ground, their eyes still showing a hint of confusion. This casual strike shocked all the Japanese people. The two with master-level cultivation had no ability to resist and were killed instantly, which was terrifying. Seeing the others stunned and unwilling to continue attacking, Su Ayahan pointed at the forehead of the Japanese man he was holding. In an instant, the man's eyes became dull, losing their previous brilliance, and he displayed an expression of being manipulated. Who ordered you to come to Huaxia? What is your ultimate goal? We were ordered by the head of the Koga family, Meichuan Naiku, to come to Huaxia and kill participants of the martial arts conference for various sects, with the goal of dispersing the cohesion of Huaxia's martial arts community and sabotaging the plans of Huaxia's first door. Hearing this, Su Ayahan was startled and secretly thought, with ulterior motives, it seems the Japanese still harbor ill intentions towards Huaxia. Managing to grasp intelligence about the martial arts conference so accurately. Thinking of this, Su Ayahan asked again, is this the only purpose for your visit to Huaxia? No. We were also ordered to find 3 maps called the Shihuang map. According to the head, 2 of these maps should have fallen into the hands of Su Ayahan, the leader of Huaxia's first door. Su Ayahan, how many people did you bring this time? We brought a total of 36 people, all of whom are here. Su Ayahan, how did you secretly come to this central region? Does Huaxia have your insider? We entered through an investigation team, and the cooperating company is the Tianqing group in the central region, which provided us with the documents and information. Meanwhile, as Su Ayahan asked and answered, the remaining Japanese people looked horrified at Su Ayahan and the man answering all the questions. My lord, what's wrong? You can't say these things. Baka, everyone attacked together. Kill this Chinese person. More than 30 people simultaneously drew their samurai swords and charged at Su Ayahan. With a move of his hand, Su Ayahan snapped the neck of the Japanese leader he was holding and then waved his hand, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to fly up like a tornado, surrounding all the Japanese people in the middle. Screams erupted as the swirling leaves acted like sharp blades, dismembering all the Japanese individuals and turning them into fertilizer for the forest. Su Ayahan never blinked throughout the bloody scene, seemingly indifferent, and soared into the sky, disappearing into Shenanjia. At the Kyoto headquarters, Zhang Jing received a call from Su Ayahan. The message was simple. The Tianqing group in the central region colluded with the Japanese people and provided cover. Immediately freeze all their assets and control all the executives of the group, led by Long San, cooperate to strictly investigate all personnel related to the Tianqing group, no matter who is involved. Regardless of their high position, all must be dealt with severely and no one can be overlooked. Family members involved will also be killed without mercy. Chapter 307. After Su Ayahan dealt with all the Japanese people, he returned to the Kyoto base. At the same time, a massive upheaval occurred in the business and official circles of the central region. First, all executives of the Tianqing group were secretly taken away, followed by the forcible removal of many high-ranking officials in the central region, causing widespread panic. As Zhang Jing was about to communicate with Ding Wei regarding this, she was directly stopped by Long San. Facing Zhang Jing's confusion, Long San provided a powerful answer. Upon receiving the leader's order, all those with conclusive evidence will be secretly executed, and those whose families are unaware will have their information recorded for 18 generations. They're not allowed to hold official positions. In an instant, more than 30 people were secretly executed due to this incident, and eventually, due to its significant impact, the matter was reported to the higher authorities. In the courtyard of the Kyoto Center, Su Ayahan listened attentively to the words of the elder from Huaxia. Leader Su, was this matter perhaps a bit too radical? After all, it involves too many people. Could you have handed it over to Ding Wei and followed the normal procedures? Su Ayahan gently put down his teacup and said solemnly, I understand your intentions, but I also know that we need to give those small-minded people a strong deterrent. If we just punish them lightly, it won't hurt them at all, and many will no longer fear such things from the bottom of their hearts. More will emerge later. These people have betrayed Huaxia and this nation. If they don't die, I won't be able to sleep well at night, feeling something is gnawing at my spine. Chapter 308. As he read the above sentences word by word, Su Ayahan suddenly felt the Emperor's soaring ambition for dominance, as well as the helplessness and reluctance of the years passing by, leaving everything in vain. What secret lies within? Su Ayahan muttered to himself while his eyes kept scanning the 3 stacked Qin Emperor maps, trying to uncover the secrets hidden within for thousands of years. After checking, Su Ayahan couldn't help but anxiously light a cigarette, cursing, "The person who designed this is also messed up. Since you left this map, it shows you want future generations to know and seek it out, yet you made it so complicated. Did your brain get squeezed by the door?" While cursing, he finished a cigarette, collected the 3 maps, and prepared to head back to Nyolong village to study them slowly. At that moment, Su Ayahan suddenly froze, staring intently at the 3 stacked Qin Emperor maps in his hand. In an instant, an idea flashed through Su Ayahan's mind, and as the details on the Qin Emperor maps surfaced in his mind, he hurriedly organized the 3 maps neatly and held them up under the light. After stacking the 3 maps, Su Ayahan clearly saw a complete pattern thanks to the light, with every line perfectly connecting. It really is like this. I'm truly a genius. Nothing can stump me. Ha ha ha. The lines that originally appeared to be a map on the overlapping 3 Qin Emperor maps bizarrely formed an address and 4 special patterns. East, west, south, north, fortune, longevity, happiness and wealth. Mountains and rivers are all beneath our feet. This is the power to hold the wealth of the world and step on the mountains and rivers. Only the first emperor could have such a grandeur. After recording all the details on the Qin Emperor maps, Su Ayahan left Kyoto and headed straight for the address recorded on the maps. Half a day later, Su Ayahan appeared at the site of the first emperor's mausoleum, standing in the void, examining the terrain below, constantly analyzing the locations on the Qin Emperor maps in his mind. After a moment, Su Ayahan's gaze fixed on a spot 800 meters east of the first emperor's mausoleum. With a movement, Su Ayahan transformed into a streak of light and instantly appeared in a chaotic grove, with a sweep of his divine sense. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Ayahan's mouth. Sure enough, it was here. For thousands of years, who would have thought there was such a secret entrance outside the first emperor's mausoleum? In front of a hidden hillside, Su Ayahan reached out and grabbed at the hillside. In an instant, the soil and stones within a radius of more than 10 meters were lifted, revealing a pit over 20 meters deep before Su Ayahan. Thinking about being able to see the true scene inside the mausoleum of Huaxia's first emperor from thousands of years ago, Su Ayahan couldn't help but feel excited. After all, this figure truly laid the foundation for the present Huaxia. Without the first emperor's great achievements, this land might also be in a state of fragmentation. Unified writing, standardized tracks, unified measurements, and the world becoming one. This achievement's impact on future generations of Huaxia is unmatched throughout history. Moreover, the governance policies of the first emperor were adopted by various dynasties, and even in today's society, one can still find traces of the systems from back then. While sighing, Su Ayahan raised a massive stone door weighing several tons that appeared before him with his spiritual power. Creak. Perhaps due to the long passage of time, the moment the stone door opened, it emitted a sound that made one's teeth itch, along with a heavy sense of history and the smell of decay and mold from thousands of years wafting towards him. Su Ayahan was not afraid at all and stepped directly inside. Then, the stone door fell heavily as it lost Su Ayahan's control over its spiritual energy. Chapter 309. Shortly after Su Ayahan entered the stone door, 5 figures rapidly swooped down from the air. Among these 5 were 2 members of the demon sect, the sect leader and deputy leader, as well as the heads of the Fusong Ninja clan and the Onmyoji clan. The last person was a hermit from the country of San. All 5 were old generation powerhouses, definitely at the peak of martial arts, with formidable strength. Someone has entered. Did I just see that right? Someone really has found their way here. It seems the Qin Emperor map has been deciphered. Ha ha! All those years of waiting were not in vain. Someone has finally pieced together the Qin Emperor map and uncovered its secrets. We can break through to the realm of land immortals and adding hundreds of years to our lifespan will no longer be a dream. Hearing the words of the Fusang people, the demon sect leader coldly said, Meichuan Naiku, Beijiao Yiji, you Fusang people want to meddle in the mausoleum of my Huaxia first emperor? I see you're just asking for death. Meichuan Naiku looked at the demon sect leader with a hint of provocation in his eyes and said, Haha, how ridiculous. Do you really care about that in your demon sect? The things in the mausoleum are reserved for the capable. Are you really thinking of making a move here? Chapter 310. Looking at the slowly flowing water galaxy beneath his feet, the rows of armored soldiers on the opposite side, and the distant shimmering curtain that seemed to have fallen from the sky, blocking the view inside, everything in front of him felt like stepping into another world. If an ordinary person were to enter, not to mention the numerous traps along the passage, just the toxins contained in the air of this underground space could instantly kill someone. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Su Ayahan stepped onto the stone bridge. As he walked step by step, when Su Ayahan's foot landed on the soil on the opposite side of the water galaxy, suddenly the air currents in the underground space began to move, emitting a sound reminiscent of an ancient battlefield, the aura of weapons clashing rushing towards him. Crack! A faint sound emerged, which was incredibly clear in this underground space. Su Ayahan's divine sense did not detect anything, yet the sound was undeniably real. A flash of light appeared in his eyes, and Su Ayahan formed a seal with his hands, tracing his fingers over his eyes, causing them to emit a golden glow. The heavenly eye opens, and evil cannot escape. When Su Ayahan opened his heavenly eye, he could see that the rows of soldiers before him were being enveloped by undetectable evil energy, converging towards a central point. Seeing the scene, Su Ayahan soared into the air and looked directly at the spot where the evil energy was gathering. Just one glance made Su Ayahan's heart tremble. All the soldiers were arranged according to an extremely Yin formation, with the central point being the core of this formation. No wonder many things here could not be detected with divine sense. It turned out everything was arranged by cultivators and utilized the energy of heaven and earth to gather, making this underground palace a sort of isolated world. This means that during the time of the first emperor, Huaxia still had powerful cultivators. As Su Ayahan was contemplating these thoughts, a powerful and cold spirit appeared at the center, emanating a strong battle intent and cold eyes, staring intently at Su Ayahan. I serve the command of the first emperor, guarding the lands of Huaxia's 9 provinces. This place is the new site of the first emperor, and mortals are forbidden to enter. Those who ignore the warning and intrude upon the first emperor's tomb shall be killed without mercy. A chilling voice echoed. And then Su Ayahan heard a deafening chorus of battle cries resounding throughout the underground space. Kill! 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 Even though Su Ayahan was already in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, he couldn't help but get goosebumps from the overwhelming battle cries. It was a voice that penetrated the soul, a spirit that made one's heart tremble. As the shocking battle cries intensified, the gathered spirit transformed into a flowing mist, rushing towards Su Ayahan, intruding upon the first emperor's tomb. Die, die, die. Seeing this, Su Ayahan waved his hand, and a flash of starlight passed by. The moment the spirit made contact, the temperature around dropped by more than 10 degrees, coldness spreading throughout the tomb. It seemed that the cultivator who set up all this during the time of the first emperor had at least reached the Golden Core realm, and thousands of years had passed without any effect. Faced with this spirit guarding the tomb and intimidating the 9 provinces, Su Ayahan did not intend to completely destroy it. After all, he did not want to damage the first emperor's tomb in any way. Therefore, Su Ayahan raised both hands and cast several hand seals, causing the surrounding space to enter a mysterious state. Yin and Yang, the cosmos yet unsettled. The energy of heaven and earth rises to the 9 heavens. Command. As Su Ayahan cast the hand seals, the spirit that was rushing towards him suddenly froze in place, transforming into wisps of Yin energy that returned to the bodies of the soldiers arranged around. Su Ayahan's action only temporarily altered the operation of this extreme Yin formation, allowing the gathered Yin energy to return to its original position and briefly sealing it. This meant that once Su Ayahan finished his business and left, everything would return to normal, and if someone else intruded into the first emperor's tomb, the spirit would reappear, guarding the peace of the 9 provinces and protecting the first emperor's tomb. Chapter 3:11. After Su Ayahan completed all this, he continued to fly deeper into the tomb. quickly arriving before a flowing light curtain that seemed to descend from the heavens, emitting a faint glow. Upon careful examination, Su Ayahan couldn't help but feel astonished. This was not something that had fallen from the sky. It was clearly created by someone using the characteristics of a formation to guide the Earth's energy upwards, forming a magical light curtain over thousands of years through constant accumulation. This light curtain not only obstructed the probing of divine consciousness, but also maintained a significant balance in the underground world, isolating it from the outside and protecting everything within the tomb. Su Ayahan surrounded himself with spiritual energy and directly stepped through the light curtain formed by the Earth's energy. After a swirl of light, Su Ayahan's vision brightened, and it felt as if he had entered another mysterious world. Looking around, a grand and overwhelming atmosphere rushed towards him. A vast underground world appeared before Su Ayahan, so expansive that he could not see the boundaries on the opposite side at a glance. The entire underground world was divided into east, west, south, and north, all constructed to mimic the topography of Huaxia's 9 provinces from thousands of years ago, as if the entire country had been shrunk and placed here. Chapter 312. After Su Ayahan broke through to the Golden Core realm, he could fly with a sword, which was several times faster than ordinary flight, but he lacked a suitable flying sword. Originally, having a precious weapon would satisfy the requirements for a Golden Core cultivator to fly with a sword, and there was no need to mention magical tools. Now, a spirit weapon was right in front of him, and it was a top-grade spirit weapon. This sword perfectly filled the awkward situation of Su Ayahan having no flying sword available. Su Ayahan reached out his hand, and a powerful force emanated from his palm, striking the flowing light barrier on the stone platform. The light barrier only held for a moment before shattering, and the jade box along with the sword flew up, landing in Su Ayahan's hands. Su Ayahan did not pay attention to the jade box, but firmly grasped the sword hilt, and an indistinct message resonated from the sword's body. In an instant, Su Ayahan understood the origin of this sword. It turned out that when the first emperor unified the world in order to solidify his royal power, he collected weapons from across the land, forged 12 bronze figures, and refined their essence, gathering alchemists and swordsmiths to create this sword. Later, it was reforged by a cultivator of refining tools, because it contained the aura of heaven and earth and the spirit of the emperor. This sword became a spirit weapon that cultivators could use, boasting immense power. Due to the friction with the air, it could emit a dragon's roar, and the first emperor named it Dragon Roar. Chapter 313. Su Ayahan's words caused the 2 elders of the demon sect to change their expressions drastically. After all, they understood what the first emperor meant to Huaxia, no matter how powerful they were. However, the temptation of breaking through to the Earth immortal realm still allowed them to stabilize their emotions and say, Su Ayahan, there's no need to pressure us with righteousness. The method to break through to the Earth immortal realm is something we can obtain just as you can. Su Ayahan smiled coldly and pointed at the 2 people from the Fusang nation, saying, Do you know that it is these bastards who have slaughtered my Huaxia compatriots? And this little brat from the Asan country who has caused trouble at the borders for years? You actually brought them into the first emperor's tomb. I now declare your death sentence in the name of Huaxia's descendants. The leader of the demon sect looked extremely grim and also pointed at Su Ayahan, saying, Who do you think you are? You established a first-class sect in Huaxia, killed a few insignificant characters, and think you can command all of Huaxia's martial cultivators? I don't take you seriously. After the words of the 2 from the demon sect fell, the leader of the ninja clan from the Fusang nation, Meichuan Nei, arrogantly said, Su Ayahan, I advise you to hand over the items. Otherwise, you and your so-called first emperor will be buried in this tomb. Chapter 314. The sounds echoing in the tomb gradually settled down after a long time, and the first emperor's coffin gradually stopped shaking. The now calm tomb suddenly gave Su Ayahan a sense of loneliness and coldness, causing him to sigh deeply. Underneath the first emperor's tomb, where the dragon vein converges, is also the place where Huaxia's fortune rises. However, it is always lonely at great heights. I hope this place can remain peaceful forever, without anyone disturbing the tranquility of the first emperor, allowing Huaxia to prosper forever. After speaking, Su Ayahan bowed and saluted the first emperor's coffin, saying, I, Su Ayahan, a descendant of Huaxia, apologize for disturbing the first emperor's peace today. With you guarding the 9 provinces, we descendants will protect the new land. Please rest assured, First Emperor. After completing the salute, Su Ayahan tapped a few times on the stone tablet, and the stone platform in the Mercury Lake slowly descended, then disappeared beneath the lake's surface as if nothing had ever happened. After doing all this, the 9-layered demon-suppressing tower appeared in Su Ayahan's hand, collecting the corpses of the 5 members of Meichuan and Ei into it, turning them into ashes. You treacherous individuals, do not desecrate this place, nor disturb the tranquility of the First Emperor. Chapter 315. Feeling that he could step into the next stage, Su Ayahan did not hesitate to wave his hand to gather the spiritual herbs needed for the 3rd grade elixir and directly began the refining process. Forming hand seals and channeling spiritual power to drive the flames, he meticulously controlled the order of the herbal inputs and the temperature of the alchemical furnace, not allowing the slightest error to occur. After a series of operations, everything proceeded perfectly until the elixirs were collected. The furnace vibrated, and a rich aroma filled the air as 3 elixirs, radiating spiritual energy, flew out of the furnace and were collected by Su Ayahan into a porcelain bottle. At that moment, Su Ayahan officially stepped into the realm of a 3rd-grade alchemist. If alchemists from the cultivation world saw how easily Su Ayahan broke through a level of alchemical mastery, they would probably be infuriated. After all, for alchemists, breaking through a level typically requires years of hard practice, often 3 to 5 years or even decades. Moreover, the art of alchemy becomes increasingly difficult, especially when reaching the level of a 7th-grade alchemist. One must not only master the art to an extraordinary degree, but also draw upon the grand forces of heaven and earth into the elixirs, allowing them to be imbued with a trace of the will of the universe to successfully create an elixir. At this stage, to break through a level in alchemy, a typical alchemist might require thousands of years, and even a genius alchemist would need hundreds of years, highlighting the difficulty of the endeavor. Chapter 316. The old man at this moment exuded a bloody aura, with a powerful presence expanding in circles around him, forming a storm eye. The bloody scent rapidly withered the surrounding flowers and trees upon contact, creating a terrifying scene. If Su Ayahan were here, he would recognize that this old man was the masked figure from the demon sect who had come to Nyolong village seeking cooperation with him, only to be injured by Su Ayahan and ultimately escape using the blood escape technique of the demon sect. This person, named Lu Wuxiu, was one of the 3 strongest figures in the demon sect. The other 2, the sect leader and deputy leader, had already been killed by Su Ayahan in the tomb of the First Emperor. Now, with only Lu Wuxiu remaining as the strongest, his power had expanded rapidly, and his ambitions grew as he sought to break through to the realm of Earth Immortals. He not only secretly captured individuals from various martial arts sects to absorb their blood essence, but also began to target disciples within the demon sect who had once sided with the other 2. This was not only to enhance his own strength, but also to eliminate dissenters, aiming to gain complete control over the demon sect. Consequently, Lu Wuxiu's strength rapidly recovered, even surpassing his previous abilities, now just a step away from the Earth Immortal realm. Chapter 317. Su Ayahan directly struck down a Grand Master-level ninja from the Fusang Kingdom, which terrified the other Fusang people. After all, a Grand Master-level expert is a stabilizing force within any faction, and now being one-shot killed by the person before them without any chance to resist or even react was beyond their comprehension. Bakayuru, you dare kill a high-ranking member of my ninja clan. You won't leave here today. With these words, over 10 ninjas at the Grand Master or Perfected Master level simultaneously drew their samurai swords, emitting white smoke around them before disappearing from sight. This was the so-called powerful ninjutsu of the Fusang Kingdom. Su Ayahan had seen it before in the hands of the Japanese, so he had no regard for this mere imitation of the Huaxia 5 elements escape technique. Although the disappearing ninjas seemed to have vanished from the perspective of others, Su Ayahan could see their every move clearly. At that moment, the space around Su Ayahan suddenly fluctuated, and several samurai swords appeared out of thin air, with powerful sword light sealing off all escape routes, as if they intended to shred Su Ayahan into pieces. Chapter 318. The 6 individuals looked at Su Ayahan with venomous expressions, their voices icy as they spoke. Janao person, how dare you come to our On My OG family to kill? You have some nerve. Su-Ea smiled nonchalantly and replied, "You are mistaken. Not only do I intend to kill, but I also want to make your so-called Onmyoji family disappear from this world." Upon hearing Su-Ea's words, the 6 elders were filled with rage and pointed at him in unison, saying, "Let's attack together and kill this Jina person." The 6 figures moved, surrounding Su-Ea, their hands forming seals in a bizarre manner. In an instant, strange mist emerged from their bodies, forming giant beasts that charged towards Su-Ea. The enormous tiger, agile cheetah, sky-dominating golden eagle, and powerful black bear. Various roars filled the manor, resembling true giant beasts. It must be said that the Onmyoji's Shikigami attack method was not only powerful, but also exuded a significant sense of oppression under the control of the host. Su-Ea raised his hand, making a fist, and a trace of the grand forces of heaven and earth was mobilized, freezing the beast that charged towards him in midair. Chapter 319. The martial arts sects of Huaxia, including Shaolin, Wudong, Qixia Mountain Manor, Qingqing Mountain, Fuhu Temple, and Shunjian Mountain Manor, all learned of this shocking news. Initially, everyone was astonished, wondering what kind of power could achieve such feats in a single night, annihilating 3 top factions within the Fusang Kingdom. Various speculations flew around, concluding that even if all the masters from the leading sects of Huaxia, such as Shaolin and Wudong, were mobilized, it would be impossible to accomplish this. Everyone ruled out the possibility that this was done by any Huaxia faction, as it was simply unfeasible. However, soon a piece of news quietly spread in the martial arts world, revealing that the person behind all this was none other than the sword god Su-Ea from the northern region of Huaxia's martial arts world. The content of the news was shocking and dramatic, stating that sword god Su-Ea had gone to the east to challenge the local strongmen and encountered a woman named Jing Kong. Upon meeting, they engaged in a grand exploration of human civilization, but unfortunately, Jing Kong was captured by East Asian forces and brutally killed. In a fit of rage for his beloved, sword god Su-Ea annihilated the 3 top factions of the East in one night, reportedly killing with such precision that he didn't even blink. Chapter 320. Su-Ea looked at the astonished expression of Qiu Sihai, who was stuttering in front of him, Black Egg, and Great Sage, and smiled faintly as he said, "Brother Qiu, these little guys are surprisingly intelligent, far beyond expectations. So, I teach them a little every day, and over time they learn. There's nothing to be surprised about." Clearly, Qiu Sihai did not believe what Su-Ea was saying. How could all the smart animals in the world come to you? Do you really think you're the protagonist of a novel? Although he thought this way in his heart, Qiu Sihai suppressed his inner shock, glanced at the 3 little guys again, then sat down on a nearby stone, looking at the fishing float in the distance as he said, "I heard you wiped out the Fusang Ninja Clan, the Onmyoji family, and even the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Society, so I came to see you." Su-Ea rolled his eyes and said, "What do you want to see? Are you checking if I'm injured or if I brought back a Fusang girl? You, the head of a modern urban martial arts sect, are quite nosy." Qiu Sihai smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I am just curious about what kind of realm the Earth Immortal is, and I'm even more curious about what kind of realm you have reached now." Chapter 321. The extermination of the 3 top forces in Fusang country caused a stir that could not be calmed for a long time. It was precisely because of this incident that the border of Huaxia became completely peaceful. Even the usually troublesome Asan forces stayed at home and did not dare to go out. After all, their strongest practitioner, the Brahmaputra, was killed by Su-Ea in the Emperor Qin's palace. For a moment, the world was peaceful, all forces quieted down, as if there was no evil in the world, and everyone was busy with their own matters. Su-Ea was no exception. He cultivated in his small world every day, fishing during the day, and his life was exceedingly pleasant. One day, Su-Ea was wandering in the village with a Great Sage and Black Egg when he saw that many villagers' houses were old and some had even become dangerous. This made Su-Ea think. With plenty of idle time and many villagers also staying at home, aside from tending to their small plots of land, they had nothing else to do. It was just the right time to have them replan the village and build new houses for everyone. Thinking of this, Su-Ea immediately went to the old village chief's house. Upon seeing Su-Ea, the old village chief, with a face full of wrinkles, smiled and said, Chapter 322. The old village chief's words made Su-Ea pause while smoking, and he looked at the old village chief with a wry smile, saying, "Village chief grandpa, what do you mean by confessing? You are overthinking it. I haven't done anything bad. If you don't want this money, I'll go to the neighboring village and help them build their houses first. If there's any money left, I'll use it to fix our village's roads." As Suayahan spoke, he turned to walk outside. The old village chief, seeing this, became anxious. "Hey, dog egg, stop right there. If you dare to give the money to the neighboring village today, I'll break your legs." The old village chief's angry shout startled Suayahan, and he turned to see the old village chief, whose beard was trembling, holding a dog-beating stick ready to hit him. Suayahan hurriedly said, "Village chief grandpa, I was just joking. Don't get excited. Put the stick down first, and let's talk properly." The old village chief, holding the dog-beating stick, said excitedly, "Talk properly? You can't even explain where all that money came from? You want to donate to the neighboring village. Today, I must break your legs." As he spoke, the old village chief chased Suayahan out of the house, running all over the village. However, the old village chief was old and couldn't keep up, quickly getting tired and out of breath. Chapter 323. After about a cup of tea's time, the old Taoist who was originally meditating suddenly had his spiritual energy surge, and the bloody energy within him began to frantically devour his spiritual energy, even starting to destroy his primordial spirit, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The strange bloody aura seemed to want to control him, and for a moment, the old Taoist's life was in grave danger. Seeing this, Suayahan hurriedly stepped forward, appearing next to the old Taoist, and pointed a finger at his forehead. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged into the old Taoist's body, directly dispersing the chaotic bloody energy and forcing it out. In an instant, the old Taoist, who was originally on the verge of death, regained much of his spirit, opened his eyes, and looked up in shock at Suayahan, unable to speak for a long time. Suayahan was not in a hurry. He took out a pill and handed it to the old Taoist, saying, "Take this pill first, and we can talk about your questions later." The old Taoist took the pill, feeling the medicinal power from it, and his whole body trembled in shock as he looked at Suayahan and said, "Could it be that you are someone from a certain place?" Suayahan asked in confusion, "What do you mean by someone from a certain place? Taoist, what do you mean?" Chapter 324. The two asked and answered, and Suayahan learned some secrets he had never heard of before. When the old Taoist spoke of the person who injured him, he became quite serious, revealing a hint of worry in his eyes. "The person who injured me wields extremely tyrannical demonic power and is very strange. If I hadn't had some means of self-preservation, I would have probably become his nourishment by now." Suayahan asked in surprise, "Taoist, are you saying that the person who injured you is from the demon sect?" After all, Suayahan clearly knew that he had personally killed the leader and deputy leader of the demon sect in the Emperor Qin's palace, both of whom were powerful beings at the peak martial arts realm. Hearing Suayahan's words, Taoist Tianji nodded with a wry smile in his eyes, then shook his head. He was from the demon sect, but also not from the demon sect? Tianji's words left Suayahan confused, as the two strongest members of the demon sect had already been killed by him in the Emperor Qin's palace. How could there still be someone capable of severely injuring the perfected practitioner Tianji? This left Suayahan somewhat puzzled. Furthermore, what did it mean to be a part of it, but also not a part of it? Suayahan completely could not understand. "Taoist, please clarify for me." Chapter 325. Taoist Tianji appeared to be both yearning and helpless, and Suayahan looked at him expectantly, unwilling to miss a single word. According to legend, the cultivation world once encountered a catastrophe, and the entire cultivation world was unable to revive due to endless demands, leading to the near depletion of cultivation resources, with even spirit stones for cultivation nearly impossible to find. In desperation, the few remaining powerful practitioners joined forces to open a secret realm in the Kunlun Mountains of the western regions using their supreme cultivation. It is said that this secret realm contains a transmission array of unknown age, which supposedly leads to the cultivation world. Years ago, my master went to the Kunlun Mountains in search of it, but never found it during his lifetime, which instead delayed his cultivation. Later, my master told me that it was not just him. Many predecessors from Longhu Mountain had also gone to the Kunlun Mountains. I too went to the Kunlun Mountains to search for that legendary secret realm, but ultimately found nothing. I suspect that those surviving cultivators either reached the end of their lifespans and passed away or used the transmission array to go to the cultivation world. Hearing Taoist Tianji's words, Suayahan was extremely shocked. Opening a secret realm? What kind of cultivation was required for that? It couldn't be done in the nascent soul stage. Could it be in the separation of spirit stage or the integration stage? Chapter 3:26. After Long, E and the others made significant breakthroughs in their cultivation. They received orders from Su Ayahan to lead everyone in a collective effort to eliminate all members of the demon sect throughout the entire Huaxiao region. At the same time, in order to quickly track down the whereabouts of the demon sect members, Long E, after obtaining Su Ayahan's authorization, issued orders to all sects in the Huaxiao martial arts community. The goal was simple. All sects must cooperate unconditionally with the first sect of Huaxia to investigate the whereabouts of the demon sect members. When Long, E, and the others appeared before the martial arts community, the entire martial arts world erupted. They found it hard to imagine that just a month ago, at the martial arts conference, Long, E was still at the Grandmaster level. And in such a short time, he had actually broken through to the peak martial arts realm. Moreover, it was not only Long E, Long Air and Long San were also at the peak martial arts realm, while the rest were all at the Grandmaster level. This directly caused a violent shock in the entire martial arts community of Huaxia. Everyone in the WeChat group frantically tagged Su Ayahan, willing to pay any price just to meet him. At this moment, they suddenly realized that Su Ayahan most likely possessed methods or rare treasures to enhance a martial artist's strength. Otherwise, the rapid improvement in the cultivation of Long, E, and the 30 others would be completely unfathomable. Unfortunately, Su Ayahan had no time to pay attention to these people and was instead diligently cultivating every day in the small world. Spiritual energy surrounded him, and the surrounding space showed signs of agitation. The golden core inside Su Ayahan had now grown to the size of an egg. Threads of Tao rhythm revolved around the golden core, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into Su Ayahan's body like a torrent, being compressed and absorbed by the golden core. The power of the golden core is the beginning of cultivation, with the golden core emerging from the Dantian. Longevity exceeding 500 years, borrowing the great forces of heaven and earth, mastering the 5 elements and 8 operations, and transforming into an infant after reaching perfection. Inheriting the will of heaven and earth. After spending a full 2 months in the small world, Su Ayahan took another step forward and entered the complete golden core realm, just 1 step away from Yuanying stage. After the breakthrough, Su Ayahan exuded an ethereal aura, resembling an immortal, radiating an aura that commanded respect. The golden core in his Dantian had now grown to the size of a goose egg. His body floated like a feather and gently landed on the ground. Su Ayahan felt the terrifying energy contained in the golden core and smiled faintly, saying, "The golden core is complete, just 1 step away from the Yuanying stage. Even if the ghost gate really appears, what do I have to fear? If 1 comes, I will kill 1. If 2 come, I will kill 2. At this moment, Su Ayahan was incredibly domineering, completely shedding the worries and discomfort he had when he first obtained the small world, marking a fundamental change in his essence. In the south region of Xizjiang province, there was a place where humans could hardly step foot. It was humid and stuffy all year round, and in such a place, a bottomless sinkhole emitted a strange aura. Whoosh! Sounds of breaking air echoed as 6 figures dressed in black robes rapidly appeared at the edge of the sinkhole. "How is it? Are the people gathered?" Reporting to the master, "Just 3 more, and we will be complete. The targets have been confirmed." "Good, remember, they must be pure yang individuals, clear and precise, no negligence. If the ancestor of the Ghost Gate successfully breaks the seal, this world will be under our control." As the 6 spoke, they leaped directly into the sinkhole before them. A chilling aura erupted from within the sinkhole after the 6 entered. Not long after, the 6 figures rushed skyward in panic, followed by a beam of golden light. BFF. After landing, the golden light disappeared, but everyone simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Who would have thought that after a whole 100 years, this seal still held such power? Communicating with the ancestor from within is impossible. We can only break the seal from the outside to have a chance to lift it. Chapter 3:27. The 6, now spitting blood, hurriedly took off their masks, revealing faces that instilled fear. Each person's face resembled tree bark, dry and colorless, as if worms were crawling on them, and their eyes had no whites, resembling black holes. Get in touch with Lu Wuxiu. Have the demonic sect gather the 3 pure yang individuals as soon as possible. We can't wait any longer. If the ancestor doesn't unlock the seal soon, even if we frantically absorb others' blood essence, we won't last more than 10 years. Yes, master, I will arrange it immediately. No one knew that these 6 had also been asleep for over 100 years due to special reasons. If calculated, each of them had surpassed 200 years of lifespan. Due to their unique cultivation, although they were powerful, they were not truly at the Golden Core level. They only possessed strength comparable to the Golden Core realm through special techniques, and after waking, they needed to continuously absorb others' blood essence to extend their lives. Now, the 6 gradually realized that no matter how much blood essence they absorbed, they could not stop the slow loss of vitality within them. Chapter 328. Upon hearing Zhang Jing's words, Su Ayahan immediately understood that this was indeed not an ordinary case, but definitely the work of the Ghost Gate. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Su Ayahan said solemnly, "Right now, investigate the last missing person city and retrieve all the information on males born on the 9th day of the 9th month." After hanging up the phone, Su Ayahan stroked his chin and murmured, 79. So if it's really as Daoist Tianji said, that the Ghost Gate intends to release the sealed individuals, then only 2 more are needed. I wonder if I can stop this event from happening before they do. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later, Su Ayahan received a call from Zhang Jing, with the names and details of 2 men, as well as their current locations. After seeing the message from Zhang Jing, Su Ayahan summoned the longing sword and soared into the sky, rapidly flying towards Jianzhou City. Just as Su Ayahan set off, another report of a missing man surfaced in Jianzhou City, and by the time Su Ayahan arrived, there was only 1 man left. The last man was a wealthy playboy, connected and influential, spending his days in high-end venues, drinking and fighting, with his whereabouts uncertain. Chapter 329. Looking at the surrounding law enforcement team, Su Ayahan smiled wryly, realizing they considered him the culprit behind the previous missing persons. Just as Su Ayahan was about to speak, suddenly his consciousness stirred, and he turned sharply to look into the distance. Finally appeared, "Let us see where you run." Saying this, Su Ayahan threw the man on the ground and pointed at a leading figure in the law enforcement team, stating, "Huaxia's first sect, keep a close watch on this person. No mistakes allowed." As his words fell, Su Ayahan shot into the sky, disappearing from the spot, moving so fast that those around could not see a trace. Everyone thought they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes, but the man lying on the ground clearly told them that this was no illusion. Just moments ago, Su Ayahan's consciousness detected the presence of 3 demonic sect members within a kilometer and determined they were heading for the pure Yang man. So he directly pursued them, hoping to capture one alive to inquire about the whereabouts of the so-called Ghost Gate. However, at the instant Su Ayahan vanished, the 3 demonic sect members, a kilometer away, also instinctively split up and shot off into the distance, even blending into the crowd for cover. Faced with this scene, Su Ayahan could only focus his consciousness on the 3, closely monitoring their every move, ensuring that none would escape. Although the 3 men were martial arts experts, they had no way to deal with Su Ayahan. 2 of them were easily captured by Su Ayahan, but the last one used the crowd on the street as cover, turning it into his bargaining chip. Looking at the bustling street and the children running by laughing, Su Ayahan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The man from the demonic sect noticed Su Ayahan's hesitation, grinned, squatted down, and started chatting with a little girl intentionally. At the same time, he flashed a wicked smile at Su Ayahan, made a gesture of cutting his throat, and signaled Su Ayahan not to come closer. When a man from the demonic sect suddenly picked up the little girl and leaped onto a nearby rooftop, Su Ayahan seized the opportunity, vanished from his original spot, and reappeared beside the man. With a single finger, Su Ayahan struck, and before the man could react, he was knocked unconscious, grabbing the little girl from the man's arms. Su Ayahan instantly appeared where the girl had been, handing her over to her frantic mother. The 3 men were all captured by Su Ayahan, who scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, especially looking for that pure Yang man. But soon, Su Ayahan was stunned, as he saw many members of the law enforcement team lying in pools of blood, and the pure Yang man had already vanished without a trace. A classic diversion, Su Ayahan exclaimed, sealing the bodies and senses of the 3 men and directly storing them in his small world. His figure glided through the night and appeared at the entrance of a hotel. He repeatedly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but there were no figures to be seen. Just then, several members of the law enforcement team looked at Su Ayahan with fear and quickly pointed at him, saying, "It's him, director, it was him before." The man referred to as the director was a middle-aged man with a round face and a big belly, looking as if he were 8 months pregnant. "Come here, cuff him, and take him back for strict interrogation to see what his relationship is with the murderer." As soon as the fat director finished speaking, Su Ayahan, filled with immense anger from the pure young man's disappearance, coldly said, "You are the head of the law enforcement bureau here?" The icy aura and the imposing presence emanating from Su Ayahan made the fat director's heart skip a beat. With a hint of caution, he asked, "Who are you? What is your relationship with the perpetrator who harmed the law enforcement team and kidnapped the hostage? You better be honest, or you will face the judgment of the law." Su Ayahan was too lazy to engage in such exchanges and directly took out his identification from the small world, saying to the fat director, "I need you to come over and answer all my questions." Chapter 330. The fat director, already somewhat wary of Su Ayahan's formidable presence, was instantly shocked when he saw the identification Su Ayahan produced. The emblem on the document made him feel a wave of intense fear. Without any hesitation, the fat director took 2 quick steps forward, his body quivering as he quickly reached Su Ayahan, respectfully took the document, and opened it. Just one glance made the fat director feel a tightening in his chest, as if his legs were about to cramp. The leader of the first sect of Huaxia, the highest general, after carefully examining the red seal and the steel stamp on the document, he realized it was genuine. At that moment, the fat director felt as if he might collapse from fright. If he hadn't tightly clenched his legs, he probably would have wet himself on the spot. After a slight tremor in his hands, the fat director closed the document, wiped it with his sleeve, respectfully returned it to Su Ayahan, and then stood with his feet together, giving a rather unstandard salute. "Sect Leader Su, may I ask what brings you to Jianzhou City? We will fully cooperate with your actions." Chapter 331. After doing all this, Su Ayahan soared into the sky on his sword, disappearing into the vast night. At the same time, on Longhu Mountain in Xizang Province, the Taoist Tianjizi, who had received elixirs from Su Ayahan, had been in seclusion for a long time. After receiving the elixirs from Su Ayahan, Tianjizi announced that he would go into seclusion. He had been in the perfect state of fasting for over 10 years, but had never been able to condense a golden core and step into the golden core realm. With these 3 elixirs, Tianjizi was eager to break through and successfully condense a golden core. One day, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from Longhu Mountain, enveloping the entire mountain. The few dozen disciples of Longhu Mountain were startled by this powerful aura. "What's going on? Is a strong enemy attacking Longhu Mountain?" An old Taoist man in his 50s looked in the direction of the aura and shook his head, saying, "No, based on the position and this aura, it should be the sect master breaking through." "The sect master is breaking through? Are you saying the sect master has entered the golden core realm?" The strong and familiar aura was unmistakable. Longhu Mountain had once again gained a golden core expert after hundreds of years. It seemed that the revival of Longhu Mountain was promising. Chapter 332. After Tianjizi killed 4 people, the masked man looked to the side and said, "Lu Wuxiu, kill him." A figure stepped out from behind a group of men in black. It was Lu Wuxiu from the demonic sect. At this point, Lu Wuxiu had already broken through the limits of martial arts and entered the golden core realm. Seeing him, Tianjizi's eyes flickered with righteous energy as he said, "Lu Wuxiu, the dignified deputy sect master of the demonic sect, has actually become a dog for the underworld. You've truly lost the face of the demonic sect." Hearing Tianjizi's words, Lu Wuxiu's eyes turned crimson, radiating a strong, killing intent as he said, "Old man Tianji, your Longhu Mountain has never participated in the affairs of the martial arts world. You should stay in your broken Taoist temple and enjoy your old age. Do you really think that breaking through to the golden core realm makes you invincible?" As Lu Wuxiu spoke, a blood-red mist surrounded him, transforming into a whip that lashed out towards Tianjizi. Tianjizi also moved his hands, unleashing waves of spiritual energy. He pushed his palms forward, and a powerful spiritual attack surged like a giant wave, colliding with Lu Wuxiu's blood-red whip. Boom! The surrounding trees and rocks were sent flying in all directions, turning to dust under the force. Before the shockwave settled, Lu Wuxiu suddenly vanished from his spot. Tianjizi also flashed into the air to avoid Lu Wuxiu's attack, and the two began to engage in close combat in the sky. Demonic Path devours. Dragon and tiger fight in the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of blows, and the energy in the air continued to spread outward, visible ripples appearing in circles. Having just broken through to the Golden Core realm, Tai and Jeezy felt immense pressure while trading blows with Lu Wuxiu. Lu Wuxiu, have you broken through to the mid-Golden Core realm? Ha ha! Old Tianji, didn't expect this, did you? Once I devour all your cultivation and blood essence, I will step into the late stage of the Golden Core realm, even reaching the perfect Golden Core realm. At that time, watch me flatten your Longhu Mountain and sever its legacy. Under immense pressure, Tai and Jeezy found it increasingly difficult to resist Lu Wuxiu's attacks, and ultimately, he made a mistake, getting a palm pressed against his chest by Lu Wuxiu. Bang! Tai and Jeezy fell from the sky, smashing a large tree before crashing to the ground, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Cough, 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 cough. Meanwhile, Su Ayahan received Tai and Jeezy's message and immediately understood that Tai and Jeezy had discovered the trace of the Ghost Gate. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky on his sword, cutting through the air like a streak of light, speeding directly towards Shijiang province. When Su Ayahan arrived at the mountain range where Longhu Mountain was located, he instantly felt a trace of evil energy rising from deep within the mountains, seemingly growing stronger. With a movement, when Su Ayahan appeared above the pit in the sky, he saw Lu Wuxiu grasping Tai and Jeezy's hands, his immense cultivation and blood essence being gradually siphoned away by Lu Wuxiu. Ha 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 ha. Old Tianji, you didn't expect to die in my hands, did you? At this moment, Tai and Jeezy was desperately operating his technique, but facing Lu Wuxiu in the mid-Golden Core stage. He could only slow down the loss of his cultivation and blood essence, unable to stop it. In the air, Su Ayahan's figure flickered and appeared beside the two, slapping towards Lu Wuxiu. Startled by Su Ayahan's sudden appearance, Lu Wuxiu could not continue absorbing Tai and Jeezy's cultivation and blood essence, raising his hands to meet Su Ayahan. Bang! The two hands collided solidly, and the rocks on the ground shattered due to the powerful force. Su Ayahan remained motionless, his expression calm, while Lu Wuxiu's face changed drastically, blood spurting from his mouth as he was sent flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. In that instant of contact, feeling the familiar aura of the other party, Su Ayahan recognized who Lu Wuxiu was, the very demonic expert who had come to Niulong village looking for him. So was you?